Shuadao ridge of the Showa sect lay blanketed under thick snow. Laborers swarmed like ants, their axes striking endlessly through the trees. With 2 hours left until the hour of the dog, if the 20 ice iron trees weren't felled in time, pretty boy, your head would be the next on the chopping block. Su Jin's pale face looked delicate and refined, causing some nearby to mutter with regret it'd be a real shame to lose him, but wouldn't it be nice to have some fun first? Mocking laughter mixed with the bone-chilling wind. But through the throbbing pain clouding his mind, he slowly woke to the harsh truth. He had transmigrated into a 16-year-old boy bearing the same name, trapped in a cruel fate. In his previous life, Su Jin was a senior executive at a public company. A drunken haze at a celebration was like a dream, until he woke up on the brink of death as a lowly laborer. The original owner of this body was the youngest heir of a medicine shop, wrongly entangled in demonic forces, weak and fragile, barely enduring the harsh tasks each day. Within 10 days, he had to fell 20 incredibly tough ice iron trees. Failing to cut down even one meant instant execution. Just 15 minutes ago, he had collapsed and died right here, passing the life-or-death burden onto Su Jin's shoulders. 2 hours, 20 massive ice iron trees. No ordinary laborer could accomplish this. If they had the skill, they'd be competing as formal apprentices by now. This was a high-stakes trial. Not a single misstep was allowed, or death was certain. Fate might control everything, but Su Jin trusted the weight of the axe in his hands even more. Whether fleeing or fighting, in this hopeless moment the axe was his last lifeline. Before him, the ice iron tree's grain was stiff as metal, each axe strike ringing sharp and clear. Nearby, a leering, dark-faced laborer grinned arrogantly, his breath foul with yellowed teeth and halitosis. Just as the man reached out to touch Su Jin's face shamelessly, a flash of steel swept past cold and deadly, missing the man's head by mere inches. Su Jin's gaze was ice cold as he snapped. Do you think I'm about to die and can afford to kill you now? The dark-faced man froze in terror, wetting his pants with trembling shame that dripped down into the snow. Strict orders forbade killing amongst workers. Breaking those rules meant beheading. These men were property of the Showa sect. No one dared heed Su Jin's madness. He snarled, "Get lost." The man fled awkwardly, cursing the extra limbs he wished he never had. The others who had been mocking fell silent, no one daring to provoke the dying madman. Suddenly, mysterious words flashed in Su Jin's mind. Beginner Lumberjackie's first axe swing had triggered a secondary profession achievement. Not only did his efficiency rise by 10 and stamina consumption drop by 10, a strange power subtly began repairing his frail body, healing lingering illness. His unyielding spirit revealed a glimmer of hope in the abyss. Now armed with an axe and a peculiar power, this might be his sole chance to survive. He rose, gripping the axe tightly, his movements precise and practiced. In the swirling snow and howling wind, the sound of axe against wood echoed sharply. Around him, whispers stirred. That pretty boy is a natural. Why is he so fast at chopping? His form is perfect, not learned on a whim. Must have decent martial talent to be that crisp. Yet, even amid admiration, no one truly believed he could fell all 20 ice iron trees unless he swallowed the axe whole. The dark-faced man who had wet himself kept his distance, face contorted with fear and spite. What's the point of fighting when the end is so close? He'll gouge out his freshest flesh to chew before they behead him. Time flowed mercilessly. Su Jin's hands were swollen with frostbite. The axe handle wore raw, blood seeping through the binding strips, slick and hard to hold. He knew no ordinary man could last half an hour. Each tree took a full 3 hours to chop down. Forcing 2 per day was already pushing the limit. Yet he swung without pause, teeth clenched, arms numb and muscles drained, daring not to rest, knowing even a single pause meant certain death. Winter's chill deepened, dusk falling. Several overseer disciples warmed themselves by a fire, sharing liquor and idle talk. One dark-skinned man suddenly spoke. He's only really started chopping today, but his form is perfect. Definitely learned it fast. Martial aptitude's not bad. Others fell silent, mocking fate's cruelty. The leader downed another cup and sneered. Half an hour left until the hour of the dog. Count heads and finish the work soon. The deadline mercilessly advanced. The ice iron tree before Su Jin finally crashed down, snow swirling as his sweat steamed in the cold air. The overseer's intent was clear. The laborers were expendable. Death was inevitable, whether sooner or later. Even with his beginner lumberjack skill upgraded, 19 trees remained, and a half-hour extension wouldn't save him. Past life experiences steeled Su Jin's resolve to refuse surrender. Even with upgraded skills, death loomed. But precisely because of that, he fought with all he had, because in despair lay the faintest hope. This allure-nothing gamble demanded tapping into his past knowledge, leveraging the sudden woodworking skill, and that pale golden spirit tree nearby. Stepping forward to face the waiting overseer disciples, the beginner lumberjack upgrade notification flashed once more in his mind. The unranked trees had all been felled, completing 1 out of 1 side profession achievement. Junior lumberjack, leveled up. In an instant, dark golden light exploded within Su Jin's mind, bringing a flood of new information. Intermediate lumberjack. He was now a skilled lumberjack with better techniques and greater efficiency. The system reported coolly, stamina cost for logging reduced by 30, efficiency increased by 30, slight boosts to strength and constitution. Chopping damage with any weapon also got a small increase. Want to advance further? The requirements were clear. Cut down 10 more unranked trees and successfully fell one ding-grade spirit tree. A heavier wave of memories surged in. Ever since becoming a junior lumberjack, he had never slackened, swinging his axe day after day in the mountains, year after year felling dead trees and ancient pines. His muscles were honed tighter with each blow, veins bulged on his forearms like dragons, his chest grew broader and sturdier. He discovered the most energy-saving axe swing path, grasped the essence of leveraging force and releasing force, and his experience had turned into instinct. In a blink, warm energy coursed through his body, and all weakness vanished. He knew his strength now surpassed most ordinary people. Intermediate lumberjack definitely worth it. Dust still swirled in the sun at the lumberyard, and a few overseer disciples strode toward him. Their leader was broad-shouldered and bear-like, with fierce leopard eyes and a thick beard. As he walked, his rough palm rested on the hilt of his blade, his gaze locked precisely on Su Jin's neck. One slash would end the workday. Slacking off was considered a brain defect. This was the ruthless rule of the Novice Sect overseers. But Su Jin neither ran nor begged for mercy. Seeing them approach, he clasped his fists and spoke in a steady voice. Sirs, there is only half an hour left until the hour of Su. I know I cannot finish cutting down the remaining 19 trees on time. His calm statement was nothing like the crying or fleeing the overseers expected. The bearded man drew his long knife halfway and paused, eyeing Su Jin suspiciously. Is this kid scared senseless? Surrendering? Begging for his life? That was not how things worked in the Novice Sect. So, he narrowed his eyes and pressed. So I want to apply to cut that little golden steel bamboo, Su Jin said evenly, pointing to a nearby bamboo stalk faintly glowing with golden light. The air froze. The overseers stared in disbelief, and the nearby laborers waiting to mock him gawked in shock. Golden steel bamboo, a ding-grade lower spirit tree. Its stalks and leaves gleamed faintly golden, the material tougher than fine steel, though no thicker than a grown man's forearm. Even a martial artist sensing its chi would have to strain fully for half an hour to chop it through. Its resilience was legendary. The sect's rules were clear. If a laborer could slash half an inch deep on the golden steel bamboo, within 1 inch sticks time a quarter hour, 10 days of forced labor would be waived. If they could fully cut it down within 10 days, they could participate in the formal disciple trials without paying contribution points. Though lowly, potential was given a chance to rise in the Novice Sect. The bearded man sneered, raising his blade tip slightly. I think you're crazy. You're gasping after chopping through iron trees, and you dare challenge golden steel bamboo? Afraid to die, huh? Then take a clean slash from Medi quick. Be reborn sooner. Sounds good? Why endure this senseless suffering any longer? The bearded foreman cast a sidelong glance at Su Jin and exchanged a knowing smirk with his colleagues, their eyes gleaming with amusement. Though their words were harsh, they did not strike immediately, leaving a sliver of hope in Su Jin's hands, but it was far from enough. Su Jin understood well. For laborers, clocking out on time was sacred. Given the foreman's ruthless efficiency, they would never waste a whole hour on a mere servant's desperate struggle. Life and death would be decided in an instant, with no chance for luck. Bowing slightly with hands clasped, Su Jin spoke evenly, neither submissive nor arrogant. Foreman, I do not wish to delay you. Allow me first 3 chops. If after that you declare me defeated, I will take my own life sparing you the mess. 3 chops would take far less than an hour. If the foreman agreed, he could regain control of the pace. The bearded man chuckled softly. The Novice Sect in the bitter northern lands was usually cold and dull. Yet now a talkative servant had appeared. Was curious what waves this kid could stir. 3 chops, then? The bearded foreman glanced at his peers and addressed the dark-skinned foreman who had earlier declared Su Jin to be a trained fighter. The other shrugged. 3 chops, only half an hour is plenty of time. Why not give it a try? The foreman nodded, tacitly consenting. Su Jin bowed to them before turning toward the small golden bamboo. The crowd surged forward, restless murmurs rising among the servant disciples. Usually, these insignificant ants were not even worth a glance. Never mind bargaining with the foreman. Big deal, 3 more chops, and he still dies. If those chops don't work and the foreman get angry, he'll die even worse. Jealousy and malice mingled in whispers. The servants envied Su Jin's pale complexion, and if he died, they even fantasized about dividing his flesh to stave off hunger. The black-faced servant Su Jin had frightened earlier looked on with bitter resentment, quietly pushing forward. By the bamboo, Su Jin appeared calm outwardly, but his heart beat like a drum. The 3-chop challenge was just the first step. The small golden bamboo was a low-grade spirit tree, harder than refined iron. If the chops yielded no effect, The foreman would fabricate all sorts of reasons to declare him defeated, and then there would be no way out but death. To buy more time, he had to seize the initiative and raise his momentum to the fullest. How to build momentum? He already had a plan. Beside the bamboo stood a weapon rack, quietly holding 3 special axes. A dark short-handled axe weighs 5 gene, classified as a light weapon. A shiny silver mid-handled axe, moderately sized. A pale gold long-handled axe, the heaviest of all. Their materials and impact varied, corresponding to light, medium, and heavy weapon types. Just the short-handled axe weighed 5 gene, already beyond any axe Su Jin had known in his previous life. The mid-handled one weighed 18 gene, which was quite exaggerated. The long-handled axe was the most expensive to forge and the most efficient for chopping wood, but most people couldn't even lift it. It weighed 27 genes and 3 liang. Su Jin bypassed the first 2 weapons on the rack and reached up to take down the long axe that shimmered with a faint golden glow. A cold chill ran through his palm as he casually weighed it in his hand. The weight matched his strength perfectly, and in his mind, he thought only, just right. The system's rating of intermediate lumberjack said it could only slightly increase strength. But the moment Su Jin gripped the axe, he realized that slight was a massive understatement. In front of the weapon rack, the assorted laborers gawked wide-eyed. Is he crazy? Does he even know how heavy that axe is? If he can actually swing it, he'll eat the damn thing. Their jeers erupted one after another. To them, the young man's ignorance was a joke. A grim-faced laborer stood at the front, eyes cold and hostile. He had once dreamed of rising above his menial role and challenged the small golden steel axe before. That failure had etched the weight of those axes into his memory. Now, seeing Su Jin's choice, he sneered and cursed under his breath. Idiot. Several overseers exchanged glances and quietly shook their heads. Judging by Su Jin's earlier performance, his stamina was nearly gone. Switching to this heavy axe, he probably wouldn't even land a single blow. The bearded overseer felt the time was wasted. After just a few steps away, he didn't even bother looking back and casually ordered, "Make him swing 3 times. Then kill him." His tone was icy, murderous intent flashing suddenly. The snowfall thickened, and the mountain wind howled through the trees. Su Jin took a deep breath of the cold air, planted his feet firmly, flexed his arms, and let muscle memory guide his movement. The axe blade rose high, then came a sudden, powerful downward strike. Clang! The clash of metal rang out, loud and clear, reverberating through the air and drowning out even the howling wind. The laborers froze, their expressions shifting from mockery to stunned disbelief. The overseers looked at each other in silence, speechless. The bearded man whipped around in shock, mouth slightly agape. The giant axe hadn't stopped. Su Jin took advantage of the momentum and swung again. Clang! The second strike exploded like thunder, startling a flock of frost-feathered birds resting in the woods into a sudden, panicked flight. The man with the scruffy beard stared at Su Jin in disbelief. Before he could finish speaking, the boy swung the axe down for the 3rd time. Clang! The blade struck the small, golden bamboo, and a thunderous clash of metal exploded through the forest, shaking snow from the branches above. As the 3rd strike landed, everyone froze as if rooted to the spot. But Su Jin didn't pause. Pale golden lines shimmered faintly along the giant axe. His shoulders remained steady, his stance solid as a nail. The arc of each swing was precise down to the tiniest detail, hammering the exact same spot again and again. Fine cracks spread along the bamboo's joints, each metallic ring sounding out sharply like the beat of a blacksmith's hammer, steady and clear. Is this kid born with supernatural strength? Lu Lei, the bearded man, retreated quietly to his comrades, voice low. Not sure. The dark-skinned foreman eyed the deepening gashes on the bamboo. He did seem sick a few days back, didn't chop a single tree. But I praised his talent before. Now it looks like he's a real gem. Lu Lei clicked his tongue in amazement. The form is perfect, breathing steady, physique solid. I really misjudged him. He glanced at the companion beside him, who bore a large mole. Senior brother Chun, you succeeded in chopping through the small, golden bamboo yourself years ago and earned formal apprentice status. What do you think is this kid for real? Chun Chuanwen was short but stocky, the mole on his face resembling a small mustache. 2 years ago, he had chopped through a small golden bamboo within 10 days, qualifying to become a formal disciple after years as a woodcutter. Now he stared intently at Su Jin. Inwardly amazed, the boy's strength far exceeded his own back then. But he said stubbornly, "No way, he's much worse than me." He sneered, reminding, "Brother Lu, the rules are clear. You need to leave a half-inch cut on the bamboo within 1 hour to avoid 10 days of hard labor. It's only half an hour until the witching hour now. Once that passes, it's execution. Can we really keep buying him time?" Elder Dong gave strict orders. The dark foreman glanced at him sideways, picking up on his schadenfreude. The rules are strict, but people are alive. Chen Chuanwen shrugged, arms crossed, whistling indifferently. Don't care much. I just worry the higher-ups will accuse us of breaking the rules. Lu Lei was silent, eyes shifting between Su Jin and the sky, weighing whether to grant a little more time. He knew sometimes a simple word was all it took. Yet Su Jin never banked on their mercy. Relying on others was unreliable support would crumble like a mountain falling. Choosing his pale, golden giant axe, he aimed both to shock the crowd and unleash its full weight for maximum force. His goal from the start was clear: carve that half-inch deep scar on the bamboo within the remaining half hour. The intermediate lumberjack achievement granted by the system slashed his stamina consumption by 30, boosted efficiency by 30, and simultaneously enhanced his strength and constitution. Each axe strike packed greater power. If he gave it his all, he believed. Half an hour, if he fought with everything he had, he could make it. High-level matches are tough, not impossible. Bang, bang, bang. On a snowy night when the mountain was sealed off, the full moon hung like a cold lantern, casting a pale light over the earth. Su Jin stood shirtless on the snow-covered ground, steam rising from his body, sweat dripping from his jaw, and freezing instantly. The heavy axe in his hand was heavier than his whole body, its cold blade glinting in the moonlight as he swung it repeatedly at a small golden bamboo stalk before him intended to carve out a way forward with that axe. Half an hour passed. The bamboo was scarred and battered all over. The axe felt heavier with every swing. Anyone else would have collapsed from exhaustion, but Su Jin grit his teeth. Each strike felt as if his arm bones were being torn apart, yet he never stopped. At last, the hour of Su arrived. He drove the axe handle heavily into the snow to steady his trembling body. His chest heaved violently as frost whipped like dragons in the freezing air. Turning to the stunned laborers and supervisors, he bared his white teeth and declared, "The hour of Su has come. Please examine my work." Lu Lei, a burly man with a thick beard, had wanted to let Su Jin take longer, but seeing the trembling in his arms, he knew the young man was completely drained. He nodded and said, "Jiang Ming, go check it out." Jiang Ming, with his dark complexion, silently retrieved the measuring ruler from the weapon rack, stepping softly on the snow. He had planned to cut Su Jin some slack, but when he measured the bamboo, he froze on the spot. Senior brother. 7 fun. His voice trembled with disbelief. Half an inch counted as 5 fun. Su Jin had hacked a 7 fin deep mark into the bamboo. A sudden uproar broke out. The laborers forgot their fear of the supervisors and whispered among themselves. 7 fun. Is he even human? Better not mess with him again. Even Qin Chuanwen, who had refused to give Su Jin even a moment more, was left stunned. Forcing a bitter smile, he pushed forward. "Junior brother, don't speak nonsense. Let me measure." He took the ruler and measured again, remaining silent for a long time, eyes dark and unreadable. Half an hour ago, he had bragged that Su Jin could never match his own past, but this 7 fin mark slapped his pride hard. Lu Lei laughed heartily, walking up to the sweating youth and sizing him up from head to toe. "Very good. What's your name?" "Su Jin." The youth's voice was hoarse but steady and confident. Having pushed himself to the absolute limit, he knew for the next few days he probably wouldn't even be able to hold a hoe. "Good. You're impressive." Lu Lei generously praised. Just as he was about to say more encouraging words, several men in red robes approached through the snow. In the moonlight, their skin was unnaturally pale, their delicate features carrying an eerie androgyny, their steps so synchronized they seemed like puppets. Leading them was a melon-faced man with a lock of long hair falling over his forehead, his tone cold and mechanical. "Supervisor Lu, Elder Dong has matters to attend to and sent us to deliver a message." Lu Lei's face faltered and a chill ran down his spine. Elder Dong, the man-eating serpent. These redrobed men before him were her favorites. Today, Lu Lei planned to finish work half an hour early. Elder Dong wanted fresh fish for tomorrow, so he had been assigned the task of purchasing it ahead of time. Just as he packed up his tools, a few disciples in red robes appeared at the door. Lu Lei muttered to himself, "What's going on now? No fish after all. That would make things easier." He exchanged a glance with his 2 junior brothers and pushed aside the idea of chatting with Su Jin for the moment. He hurried to the lead redrobed man and clasped his hands politely with a forced smile. "Gentlemen, young masters, may I ask what orders Elder Dong has this time?" The redrobed man's expression was icy, his tone sharp as ice shards. "Elder Dong says Lu Foreman will still handle the fresh fish. But if you can catch an ice-scale fish, there will be a great reward." Ice-scale fish. Lu Lei blurted. Even in freezing weather, live fish were hard to find, and ice-scale fish were even rarer. But as a low-ranking supervisor, and with Elder Dong's temper, how could he refuse? He forced a smile that was worse than crying. "I will do my utmost to catch the ice-scale fish." The redrobed man nodded in response. Lu Lei escorted them to the courtyard gate, bowing slightly with arm outstretched as a polite send-off. He swallowed his frustration and turned to instruct his 2 junior brothers, "Gather more laborers, grab the fishing gear, and head straight to Mistcut Lake." At this moment, Su Jin leaned against a small golden steel bamboo stalk, feeling as if he had been run over. Lifting even his hands was a struggle. The laborers in the distance dared not come near. Su Jin looked down at his mangled, bloodied hands. Every movement made his bones creak painfully. His strength was nearly spent, and if he kept working hard, he might collapse. I have to find a way to recover, he thought. If he could unlock a new secondary profession achievement or level up an old one, he could be back to full strength instantly. But what good was a secondary profession? Gathering? There were only bare trees and a few wild grasses here. Hunting? Forget it, could barely stand. And as a laborer, he wasn't free to roam. At a loss, he suddenly sensed a dark, cunning gaze beside him. Chen Chuanwen was picking at the prominent black mole on his philtrum, a teasing smile playing at his lips. Get up. The big shots want fresh fish, and you're going with me to Mistcut Lake right now. Anyone could see that Su Jin was utterly exhausted. Yet just at that moment, Chen Chuanwen glanced around and deliberately called out Su Jin's name, summoning him to go night fishing at Duanwu Lake. The move screamed impossible task. Human nature never lacks absurd quirks. Some strike down their beloved at the first opportunity. Some resent others simply because their own lives are miserable, and some who have been soaked by rain destroy others' umbrellas out of spite. Chen Chuanwen was a blend of the latter two. By cutting through the golden bamboo, he had earned the right to take the formal disciple exam and finally escaped his menial role. Since then, he hated seeing others succeed as well. Get up. Now. You want to disobey orders? He leaned over Su Jin with a swagger, fingers playing coldly on the hilt of his knife, its blade silently gleaming. The dark-skinned overseer Jiang Ming frowned and whispered, Senior Brother Chun, this isn't appropriate. What's inappropriate? Chen Chuanwen sneered. Senior Brother Lu asked me to pick someone, so I chose him. Little Brother Jiang, you object? Jiang Ming knew Chen Chuanwen's weight and influence well and was about to intervene, but then saw Su Jin lean on his axe, staggering to his feet, wiping sweat from his brow, and grinning. You want me to go fishing? That suits me perfectly. He had been considering which secondary skill to activate to restore his stamina, but the chance had just landed in his lap. In his past life, Su Jin was an experienced angler night fishing, wild fishing, pond fishing, black pit, sea fishing, all familiar to him. Spotting floats, finding depth, teasing bites, needing bait, feeding the spot second nature. This world was teeming with strange beasts and rare fish, an irresistible lure for any fisherman, with the added bonus of possibly activating a secondary skill and improving cultivation. I'm willing to go. Su Jin met Chen Chuanwen's glare, fully aware of the malice behind it, but secretly calculating that this very trouble might turn into opportunity. Under the night sky, the black-skinned Jiang Ming's eyes and teeth gleamed unnervingly. He glanced at Su Jin, and seeing his consent, said no more, signaling a few other laborers who also claimed to fish. Low murmurs buzzed through the crowd. Did you see that? The overseer is deliberately picking on him. Well, he's been arrogant. Worked all day and now has to go suffer in the lake wind bed. He'll be sick tomorrow. Hope he just croaks so I can try his meat. Dream on, those fish are hardly biting. Last time I sat all night at Duanwu Lake, not a single bite. Nearly collapsed in the lumberyard the next day. Everyone kept their voices low, afraid the tough guy might hear. Part fear, part schadenfreude. The black-faced laborer who had been scared out of his wits by Su Jin's public outburst was also in the crowd, staring venomously at the staggering figure. Better if you just die. Duanwu Lake sat on the east side behind Mount Shula Sect, not far from the lumberyard. The lake was vast, thick with mist rising and swirling scenery that seemed dreamlike and boundless at a glance. The cold wind howled, breaking the water into countless fine ripples. Snowflakes fluttered down and melted on contact. Oddly, though deep winter had locked the surrounding mountains in ice and snow, the lake's surface never froze, giving off an eerie vibe. Over a dozen laborers received fishing gear and were hurried to the lake's edge. After days of hard work, they should have rested, but now had to endure the biting night winds to fish. The lake wind cut like knives, sharper with every gust, piercing through clothes and skin. Everyone shivered uncontrollably. Who understands the pain of life at the bottom rung? After seeing off the man in the red robe, Lulei reached the lakeside ahead of the others. He dared not take lightly what Elder Dong had warned, that woman was sinister, vicious enough to devour people whole without leaving a trace. He trudged along with a heavy heart, already in a foul mood, now forced into overtime, which only made him more irritable. He ignored the lowly servants who arrived later and didn't even notice Su Jin blending into the crowd. He first set up a folding stool in the snow, gathered a small pile of dry wood, and lit a fire. The flames flickered, warming his palms. Then he took out a copper flask and carefully warmed the wine beside the fire. As everyone gradually assembled, he pointed toward the lake impatiently and barked. Let's get started. Ice-scaled fish aren't easy to catch. We'll probably be at it half the night, so move fast. And tell the servants, this whoever catches the first fish gets a bottle of Yujigeo ointment. It's a prized remedy, effective even for us formal disciples. Yujigeo was a secret medicinal ointment of the Yugue sect, a holy medicine for external wounds. It eased pain and accelerated healing of burns, cuts, and frostbite, even whitening the skin. The redrobed men had been smearing it almost daily. As for Elder Dong, once a senior of Yugue sect before it was wiped out over a decade ago, no one dared question her mysterious background. With rewards and punishments announced, the servants hurriedly cast their lines, eyes gleaming with hope. Catching an ice-scaled fish not only meant acquiring a life-saving elixir, but also earning face before the overseers. But Su Jin did not act immediately. Exhausted from felling the ice-iron tree earlier, his body drained of strength, and after trekking through mountains overnight to reach this mist-break lake, his legs were shaky. He sat on the snow, breathing heavily, trying to calm his racing heart. He recalled how he had activated his lumberjack achievement by landing a solid axe blow on the ice-iron tree, understanding that the first effective strike demanded immense strength. Then the first effective rod swing for fishing would surely be just as challenging. He had tried simply dropping bait into the lake, but it didn't trigger any fishing subskills. There was no shortcut. So he closed his eyes, gathering his energy despite the sneering looks from nearby companions. Look at him, probably dying by the lake tonight. Serves him right. He pushed too hard earlier and angered Supervisor Chen. Whispers floated around, some expressing regret that Su Jin still had a chance to become a formal disciple. A dark-faced servant known for his fishing skill sat farther away, but had been scared into losing control earlier and was now stiff and sore in the cold. He glanced at Su Jin with clenched teeth, thinking bitterly. Better if he dies soon, less of an eyesore. But I have to focus. If I catch the first ice-scaled fish, not only do I get Yujigeo, but I also earn face before the overseers. By the campfire, Lu Lei took a small sip of wine, then suddenly noticed someone slumped in the snow, seemingly shirking work. His brows knitted in anger. Who's that? Slacking on the job? Go slap him hard enough to knock out a few teeth. The dusky-skinned overseer Jiang Ming hurriedly smiled apologetically. Brother Lu, that's Su Jin, the one who was chopping the small golden bamboo just now. Lu Lei froze mid-sip, a few drops dribbling into the fire with a sizzling crackle. Following Jiang Ming's gaze toward Qin Chuanwen, he understood immediately and forced a smirk. Brother Qin, aren't you the stickler for rules? An hour's worth of half-inch notches on the small golden bamboo means 10 days off duty. That's your own rule. How come it doesn't count for him? He set down his cup by the fire, tone dripping with mockery. Qin Chuanwen's face flushed awkwardly as he hurried to explain. Brother Lu, I didn't force him. If he had mentioned it, I wouldn't have let him come. Qin Chuanwen pressed his thumb against the black mole above his lip, grinning until his teeth darkened. If he was bold enough to do this, he wasn't afraid of being questioned. After all, he was just a menial worker. No matter how much Lu Lei acted like a senior apprentice, there was no way he'd fall out with him over something so trivial. Did Qin Chuanwen really volunteer? Who would believe that? Senior brother, he's already here. He's just a menial worker. Why make such a fuss? At most, let him sit down and rest. We're not forcing him to work. So what's the problem? The lake wind cut like a knife, icy and bone-piercing. Qin Chuanwen knew very well that someone untrained, exhausted and weak, left out in this wind all night wouldn't just survive unscathed. They'd lose half their life force. By then, there was no way he could pass the formal disciple assessment, or even stand steadily. Nonsense. Lu Lei snapped low in anger. He wasn't trying to side with Su Jin deliberately, but Qin Chuanwen's behavior disgusted him and was also a direct challenge to his authority as senior apprentice. He was about to order Jiang Ming to send Su Jin back when Su Jin slowly stood up. The boy was slender but stood as straight and poised as a spear not yet unsheathed. Gripping the fishing rod vertically with both hands, his eyes focused intently on his knuckles. He took a deliberate step back, coiled his waist, and then swung the rod fiercely. The fishing rod bent instantly into a large bow shape, slicing through the howling north wind as the fishing line shot forward across the lake's surface. This move, called whipping the big whip, was made for strong winds like this. Huh, he still has energy? He can fish? Lu Lei was stunned, momentarily forgetting to issue his previous order. Qin Chuanwen was also taken aback. He didn't understand fishing, but he could tell this technique was something special. The north wind wailed sharply as the powerful cast whipped through the air. Other menial workers on the shore glanced over. Most of those selected for this place had some fishing experience, and just watching Su Jin's cast, they knew his skill was no joke. At the exact moment the fishing line hit the water, a faint golden row of text flashed in Su Jin's mind. First fishing cast, effective action. Achievement unlocked, Novice Angler. Novice Angler. You have entered the beginner level of fishing. Achievement unlocked. Your fishing skills have slightly improved, increasing your chances of catching fish by 10, and your bait's attractiveness to fish by 10. This achievement can be upgraded by successfully catching a non-ranked water creature. The moment the Novice Angler achievement activates, a warm and peculiar energy surges out from Su Jin's dantian, rapidly flowing through his meridians. His overexhausted muscles, bones, and flesh are nourished by this energy, and his lost stamina floods back like a breaking dam, fully restored within moments. Instantly, new memories flood his mind. Vivid scenes of fishing, the perfect force to lift the rod when the water is gently rippling, the subtle twitch when a fish bites amid dense aquatic plants, even the various depths and feeding habits of different water creatures. These are not memories of carp, crucian carp, or catfish from a past life. They belong to the vibrant and spiritual water creatures of this world. In these memories, he made his living as an angler, where passion and livelihood merged. Through cold winters and hot summers, he cast and reeled in countless times, honing his skills daily. The accumulation of experience sharpens his understanding of fish behavior and bait effectiveness. Now, the wooden fishing rod in his hand feels custom-made weight, balance, and curve perfectly suited to him, truly stepping from amateur to professional. The rush of restored strength stirs Su Jin deeply, yet he maintains the exhausted posture, teeth clenched, breathing ragged, and a perfectly pale complexion, the image of a committed, exhausted angler. Not far away, Lulei holds a cup of warm wine. Watching Su Jin suddenly swing the rod with force, he takes a sip, letting the warmth slide down his throat, eyes gleaming with amusement. He no longer orders Jiang Ming to drag Su Jin away. When faced with a promising newcomer, some suppress, some invest. Lei clearly favors the latter. The greater the potential, the richer the returns. That kid may just be a lowly assistant, but his endurance, stamina, even his talent with blades, is impressive. If we back him, the payback will be huge down the line, Lu Lei says with a light chuckle. Fellow juniors, what do you think? Will Su Jin surprise us tonight? A surprise? What surprise? Jiang Ming had been ready to take Su Jin away after a word from his senior, but instead hears this. Chen Chuanwen is in high spirits seeing Lu Lei let go of his previous mistake. Smiling brightly, he replies, Senior's surprise, could he mean Su Jin will catch an ice-scaled fish? Everyone knows Elder Dong longs for fresh fish, preferably the elusive ice-scaled fish. But these fish are notoriously hard to catch. It takes expert skill and good luck. Especially now, with heavy snow swirling and bitter winds cutting through, ice-scaled fish rarely come to shallow waters. Catching one now borders on impossible. So while everyone claims they're giving it their all, deep down they know it's just a token effort, dragging it out till midnight, handing in a few ordinary fish just to satisfy Elder Dong. Like some who claim to work overtime but only go through the motions, ultimately earning a polite nod from their boss. Lu Lei doesn't answer Chen Chuanwen, merely shaking his head lightly. It's not disdain for Su Jin, but disbelief that any assistant could land an ice-scaled fish in this weather. What if? Jiang Ming suddenly interrupts, mocking Chen Chuanwen with a glance. Who could have predicted before that Su Jin would carve 7/10 of a mark with a single stroke in half an hour? What if? Chen Chuanwen scoffs, making a circle gesture with his hand. If he really catches an ice-scaled fish, they'll give you a cheer return pill. Chen Chuanwen smirks, staring at Jiang Ming with teasing eyes. Qi Huan Dan, a secret elixir of the Novice Sect, greatly enhances cultivation of martial arts when taken. Formal disciples are only allowed 1 pill per month. They're definitely not cheap. Jiang Ming was momentarily stunned, about to say more, but couldn't get the words out before the sound of splashing water drew everyone's attention. The bright moon hung high, casting a silvery sheen over the lake like smooth silk. Suddenly, a silver thread tore through the water. Su Jin skillfully reeled in his line and lifted his fishing rod in one fluid motion, his movements crisp and practiced, as if he had done it hundreds of times. A fat fish about the width of a palm thrashed its tail, dragged from the heart of the lake's darkness, sending droplets flying and ripples spreading wide. The laborers gathered on the shore froze in surprise, then collectively gasped. They had assumed the boy would freeze in the chill, but no one expected him to catch the first fish. Chen Chuanwen's heart skipped a beat, had been struck so quickly by shame. His stubborn retort was still unfinished. He hurriedly rose, narrowing his eyes toward the catch. The fish was ebony black with shimmering scales, clearly not the coveted ice-scale fish they had been waiting so long for. Relieved, he sheepishly sat back down by the fire and took a swig from his wine jar. Afraid of losing face again but unwilling to waste the Qi Huan Dan pill, he muttered to himself, if only I hadn't tried to show off. Suddenly, Jiang Ming laughed aloud and said clearly, Senior Brother Chen, I'm taking the bet on the Qi Huan Dan. The more he thought about it, the more advantageous it seemed. After all, he didn't have to put up the bet money himself. Why miss out on such a deal? Lu Lei paid no attention to the brothers' bickering. His gaze remained fixed on Su Jin by the lakeside, faintly sensing a new change in the boy. At the moment the first fish dropped into the bamboo basket, a string of information appeared in Su Jin's spirit sea. Caught an unranked water-type creature. 11. Secondary profession achievement. Novice angler, intermediate angler. 1. 30 fishing success rate, 30 bait attraction. 2. Mastery of additional habits of unranked water creatures. 3. Status gained. Focused mind manually activated. Upon activation, double stamina and mental consumption. Slight increase in all action efficiency. Easier to seize fleeting opportunities. Minor resistance to mental attacks. Slight suppression of physical pain. Upgrade requirements. Catch 10 unranked water creatures and 1 rank D water creature. Memories flooded in years of braving sun and cold by the lake. Practicing casting poles, cultivating patience and focus. Especially the skill-focused mind is ace up the sleeve for critical moments. Intermediate angler was truly worth it. The laborers sighed at Su Jin's luck. The black-faced laborer, who had wet himself in fear, shivered all over and his hands trembled on the rod. Why did I even invite him? If he actually catches the ice-scale fish, I'm doomed. Filled with regret and anxiety, he silently prayed the last catch was just beginner's luck. But in the next moment, his prayer was mercilessly shattered. Swish Su-jin cast again. The arc was precise. The hook and sinker hit the target water with a sharp snap, the movement more perfect than before, like a cold, efficient fishing machine. Everyone watched intently, forgetting even their own rods. That was just luck the first time. Someone whispered. Yeah, fishing is mostly about luck. Yet with another swift tug, a vibrant red fish burst from the water, tail flicking, droplets flying. The surroundings fell silent enough to hear a pin drop, mouths wide open in shock. Su-jin put the red fish into the basket without looking up and cast once more. By the campfire, the supervisor's expressions varied. Liu Lei smiled quietly as he sipped his wine, his eyes glittering with deeper interest. Chun Chuanwen's face was ashen. His fingertips squeezed the mole above his philtrum until it nearly bled. Jiang Ming grinned cheerfully and asked again, Senior Brother Chun, what about that Chi Huandan? Su-jin was completely focused now. The boost from being an intermediate angler hit hard, and Fazda was eager to level up his achievement again tonight. Unfortunately, experience made it clear. The bait in his hand had no appeal whatsoever to ding-tier fish. Since that was the case, it wasn't a bad idea to first complete the other prerequisite for the upgrade, catching 10 Norank fish. The fishing rod dipped and lifted in rhythm, sending ripples across the water's surface. Just as the fishing line sank, the float suddenly plunged. One after another, ordinary fish gleaming with silver scales were pulled into the basket. In mere moments, half a basket of lively, flapping catches piled up by his feet. After the 10th fish was in the basket, Su-jin abruptly set down his rod and sat down on the ice and snow, gasping heavily as if utterly exhausted. The rest was a pretense. What he was really doing was thinking hard. The intermediate angler inheritance had implanted knowledge about the habits of Norank aquatic creatures into his mind, including the ice-scaled fish. He needed to organize this scattered information and figure out a way to lure that tricky fish onto his hook. Achievement upgrades only restored stamina, they couldn't heal wounds. Su-jin's hands were already raw and bleeding, battered by cold wind and fishing line, layered with frostbite and abrasions. The bottle of ice skin ointment in his rewards was a lifesaver for him. Without it, his injuries might become infected and worsen by the next day. In this world, many died from wound infections. As he sat down, the laborers around him finally exhaled in relief. He's finally taking a break. Thank goodness, we don't have to look like fools anymore. Big brother, please rest a while longer, give us a break. Even Chun Chuanwen wiped the sweat from his brow. Watching Su-jin fish continuously, catch after catch, had kept his heart pounding like a drum. Resources were scarce. Chun only had 2 chi endurance pills left, both reserved for breaking through realms. Using one earlier was like cutting off his own flesh. Thankfully, ice-scaled fish weren't the kind that could be caught just by trying. Don't worry, that kid won't get up anytime soon, Chun said casually, whispering to Jiang Ming beside him. Ice-scaled fish are extremely hard to bite. Forget about it. He's out of stamina now anyway. Jiang Ming didn't reply, just down the rest of his wine. Whether Su-jin could catch anything was of little concern to him. Just seeing Chun Chuanwen so nervous made him feel satisfied. As time passed, the snow fell heavier, and biting cold wind whipped snowflakes across their faces painfully. Ice flakes drifted on the frozen lake surface, and the darkness seemed ready to swallow them whole. The elder's one line about if you want fish, it's best to get ice-scaled fish forced the supervisor to impose strict rules, pretending to be diligent. Even if they couldn't catch anything, they had to endure the whole night. The laborers suffered the worst, starving and freezing, working overtime without pay, only to keep working when dawn broke. The old saying held true everywhere. Orders came from above, legs ran below. Gradually, some laborers managed to catch ordinary fish and cheered when they reeled in their lines, but the ice-scaled fish remained completely absent. Everyone knew those fish were extremely cautious, rare by nature, and disliked biting the hook. With the water cold and the weather harsh, it became nearly impossible. The black-faced laborer was in the worst shape. He hadn't caught a single fish, and the urine in his pants had frozen into an icy lump, cold and hard, making his whole body stiffen. Just as he was about to give up, suddenly the bamboo rod in his hand plunged sharply. A fish was hooked. His heart leapt with joy as he felt the terrifying pull. This one looked heavy. He pondered for a moment, then began skillfully playing the fish. After a while, he suddenly pulled hard. The big fish in the water was no pushover. It flipped its body and gave a strong backward tug. With a splash, a huge, snowy white fish that looked like it was made of crystal leapt out of the water. Under the moonlight, the fish appeared brilliantly pure, almost like glazed glass. It quickly plunged back into the lake, continuing the struggle with the black-faced laborer. Though from a distance, and only for brief moments, everyone clearly saw the fish crustacean, ice-scale fish. Had they really caught an ice-scale fish? Will it come off the hook? Someone muttered quietly. If it does, No big loss, it's not like I caught it. This kind of malice wasn't aimed only at Su Jin. Everyone who suffered the same miserable fate was the target of the laborer's frustration. The black-faced laborer's heart pounded like a drum. Clutching the rod tightly as if holding on to his entire life, he thought, yes, I caught it. This time I'll make a great achievement. Ecstatic, he glanced at Su Jin nearby, his breath ragged. In his mind he sneered, pretty boy, this round I win. You'll exhaust yourself, freeze, or die sick, but am about to rise and shine. Several overseers also spotted the flash of silver, their expressions immediately brightening. If they really caught an ice-scale fish tonight, they could wrap up work early, and there would be no shortage of rewards from Elder Dong. Chen Chuanwen patted his waist smugly. Haha, sorry Jiang. This replenishing pill probably won't be going out as planned. Saying that, he headed toward the lake, eager to verify with his own eyes. Bearded Lu Lei also stood and gathered some friends. Let's go see for ourselves. If it's really caught, we'll all benefit. After a short while, the black-faced laborer judged the fish was exhausted. He took a deep breath, suddenly lifted the rod, and reeled in. The dazzlingly white giant fish was pulled from the water, tracing a sparkling arc through the night air before landing heavily on the grassy shore. A chorus of excited noises erupted. The laborers wanted to approach, but dared not, so they craned their necks, forming a half circle around the fish. It was over 10 inches long, its scales translucent, pure white like mutton fat jade, and shining like glazed glass. Ice-scale fish. It really is an ice-scale fish. He's ridiculously lucky. And such a big one, he'll probably get extra rewards, right? Envy and jealousy murmured among them. The black-faced laborer panted heavily, but grinned until his gums showed. This was an unprecedented huge ice-scale fish. I'm going to make it big. He casually glanced at Su Jin as if looking at a bad joke. I'm going to take the official disciple exam too. Sooner or later, it'll be stronger than that pretty boy. Chen Chuanwen squatted down, examining the fish's shimmering cold light with delight. Hey, wow. Elder Dong will be overjoyed when he sees this. Finally reassured, he stood and exhaled deeply. The black-faced laborer was so excited his fingertips trembled. He hurriedly kowtowed to Chen Chuanwen, grinning from ear to ear. Chen Chuanwen snorted, casting a glance at Su Jin in the distance. You're not bad, better than that guy. His tone was sarcastic, clearly still holding a grudge over Su Jin's earlier gloating and making him nervous while fishing. Now he had the chance for some biting remarks. The black-faced laborer eagerly agreed, flattering, "It's all thanks to your guidance, sir. I caught this ice-scale fish only by your fortune." The black-faced laborer was practically licking Chen Chuanwen's shoes. This official was like a second father to Su Jin. With a flattering smile still fixed on his face, Chen Chuanwen stood with his hands behind his back, enjoying the flattery. Suddenly, a sharp shout cut through the night. That's a damn not ice-scale fish. The word damn rang out loudly, filled with anger and frustration after dashed hopes, bursting through the darkness. Everyone flinched and turned their heads. There stood Lu Lei, his beard thick, arms crossed, his face as dark and cold as ice covering a lake. Look at this fish's mouth, it curves upward. Lu Lei lifted his foot and pushed the flapping fish in front of everyone. And its tail fin, this is a damn phoenix tail fin. Ice-scale fish have forked tail fins. You cursed fool. You made me excited for nothing. This is a sparrow snow snapper. Even dogs won't eat sparrow snow snapper. The sparrow snow snapper looks very similar in color and scales to the ice-scale fish, but its flesh is both fishy and tough. No cooking method can mask its strange taste. Even worse, its flesh is mildly toxic, not lethal, but numbing to the tongue for days. Saying not even dogs eat it is no exaggeration. Lu Lei had been hoping for a lucky break tonight. When he heard someone found an ice-scale fish, he rushed over only to be made a laughingstock in an instant, his anger boiling over. The black-faced laborer's grin froze. He stared down at the fish under the moonlight, its icy appearance like a carved jade sculpture. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. Been too excited earlier to tell, but now it was clear this was sparrow snow snapper, not ice-scale fish. The air suddenly grew heavy. Chen Chuanwen's eye twitched, a fierce light flashing briefly as his right hand instinctively grasped the sword handle at his waist. The other laborers dared not breathe, yet secretly felt a bit pleased at the turn of events. Silence fell, broken only by the wind. A green branch bent under snow snapped with a creak, followed by faint but rhythmic splashes. Swish, swish, swish. That strange sound temporarily saved the black-faced laborer, drawing everyone's attention to the lake surface. Lu Lei, Jiang Ming, and Chen Chuanwen simultaneously turned their heads to see Su Jin, who had somehow risen and was calmly casting and reeling his fishing line. His movements were slow but rhythmic. What was he doing? No one could say, yet his focused expression suggested something profound and mysterious. After the final cast, Su Jin didn't reel in but steadily held the rod, his wrist trembling lightly, causing the fishing line to float up and down in the water. The hook, baited, kept moving in a roughly 10-inch arc, in and out, repeating every 2 or 3 breaths. His movements were so gentle it seemed as though he feared disturbing the moonlight. Everyone grew more confused. None of them were experienced fishermen. None understood the technique. A dark premonition stirred in Chun Chuanwen's heart. He spat and took a step forward to interrupt, but Jiang Ming blocked him with a raised arm. Brother Chun, why rush? Don't act rashly. Our bet isn't over yet. Move aside. I want to see what the hell he's up to. I hate. Splash. Before he finished, a bright water column erupted. Under the moonlight, the lake's surface split as shining silver ripples dazzled their eyes. Wide-eyed, everyone saw a sleek, pure white shadow over 5 inches long suddenly burst from the water, snapping its jaws sharply onto the fishing hook. The water was too cold, so the fish refused to eat. With the heavy snow at night, the sharp wind, and the biting cold, the ice-scaled fish were even less willing to move, only occasionally surfacing to breathe. As an intermediate angler, Su Jin knew this species' habits thoroughly. By the lakeshore, he quickly found a spot, cast his line, let it sink to the bottom, and started gently teasing the baital in one smooth motion. The float twitched twice, then suddenly a strong tug pulled fiercely. The fish actually bit the hook on its own. Ice-scaled fish were notoriously hard to catch, so this sudden strike stunned everyone. The fishing line tightened straight, humming crisply. The supervisors and laborers gathered at the shore all had their eyes fixed on Su Jin, their expressions even tenser than his, mixed with astonishment, envy, panic, and excitement. Chun Chuanwen's face turned ashen, his fists clenched silently. Jiang Ming's eyes gleamed, as if witnessing a miracle. Lu Lei's gaze was complicated, but at that moment, he made a quiet decision. Su Jin focused without distraction, holding the rod steadily with both hands. He reeled in, played the line, paused, then let it out, following a smooth, practiced rhythm before suddenly lifting the rod high. Splash! Water exploded across the lake's surface as a shimmering fish, translucent like jade or ice, thrashed violently while being pulled ashore. The laborers immediately burst into chaos. Lu Lei stepped forward first and, smiling, silently bent over to examine the fish closely. Having been fooled before, he didn't dare declare anything prematurely, afraid of disappointment. Su Jin quickly unhooked, rebaited, and cast again, his movements precise and mechanical. He had activated his concentrated ability to test its effect and was completely absorbed. But everyone else's full attention remained on the fish on the ground. Lu Lei crouched and let his fingers lightly touch the fish's scales, a chill piercing through. His expression shifted gradually, but he remained silent for a long moment. This silence left the onlookers unsure of the outcome. Could it be not an ice-scaled fish? I can't see. The supervisor is blocking my view. If it really was an ice-scaled fish, would be celebrating right now? I'd rather freeze all night than have someone else catch the ice-scaled fish. Amid the whispers, the most nervous was Chun Chuanwen. A vital spirit energy pill was at stake he couldn't afford to lose. He was all talk when it came to pressure, but when put to the test, he was the most cowardly. Senior brother, what about it? Is this the fish? Chun Chuanwen's voice trembled. This fish doesn't quite seem right. Lu Lei got to his feet and looked at the two juniors with a strange expression. Not right. That's good. Chun Chuanwen breathed a huge sigh of relief, his face brightening instantly. But Jiang Ming frowned deeply, staring at the still flapping fish. After a long pause, his expression changed drastically too. This fish, could it be? The thought flashed through Jiang Ming's mind, making his heart race. He had seen this fish once before in an ancient illustrated manuscript. Suddenly Lu Lei laughed and threw a teasing glance at Chun Chuanwen, speaking slowly and clearly. This fish is not an ordinary ice-scaled fish, but a subspecies, the frost-fin ice-scaled fish. As his words fell, the wind swept across the lake and an eerie silence settled over the crowd. Frost-fin ice-scaled fish. I've only ever heard of it. It's extremely rare, and today, we actually saw a live one. What luck! Su Jin is unbelievably lucky. After a moment, the murmur of conversations rose again, though no one whispered anymore. Jiang Ming, now knowing the fish's true classification, laughed openly, though the shock still lingered in his eyes. Chun Chuanwen was stunned, his mind feeling as if it had been struck hard at the back of his head, unable to recover for a long moment. A frostfin ice-scale fish, an extremely rare subspecies of the ice-scale fish, lay sprawled on the grass mat at his feet. Its body was crystalline, almost identical in appearance to a normal ice-scale fish, only slightly smaller in size. Its dorsal, tail, and pectoral fins were spread wider, the soft fin membranes resembling clusters of frost-covered white fluff that seemed to explode like snow petals as the fish flicked them in the water. Its flesh, texture, and freshness far surpassed those of its common relatives. Though it had no official rank, connoisseurs considered it a delicacy, so rare it's almost impossible to encounter. Before setting out from the lake that morning, Elder Dong's offhand remark, "I want to eat ice-scale fish," had instantly become everyone's mission. None of them expected that a single cast would catch this rare frost fintrally, exceeding expectations. Not only could they call it an early day and return to the sect, but they'd also receive a reward. The whole group's eyes shone with excitement. Lu Lei enthusiastically slapped his thigh and immediately decided to invest in Su Jin. If the boy can catch a frostfin, he must be blessed by fate. This is divine will. Thank you for the chi restoration pill, senior brother Chen. I won't be shy about accepting it. Jiang Ming cupped his hands together, his smile carrying a note of solemnity. Chen Chuanwen's lips trembled. Looking at Jiang Ming's grinning face, his head spun. Why had he been so foolish to make a bet? Why insist on bringing Su Jin along? What had he been hoping for? That was a chi restoration pill. He had been stagnating in his cultivation for 2 years, relying entirely on that pill to stabilize his foundation. It hurt him more than anyone else to give it away. Steeling himself, he feigned ignorance. Chi restoration pill? I don't remember anything about that. Jiang Ming's expression instantly darkened, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. This so-called senior brother usually liked to put on airs. Now he was shamelessly reneging in public, thinking Jiang Ming was easy to push around. Lu Lei looked helpless, was usually indecisive and mild-tempered, and now was no exception. Seizing the moment, Chen Chuanwen shouted at Lu Lei, "Senior brother Lu, judge this fairly. I clearly said that if Su Jin caught a regular ice-scale fish, I'd owe junior brother Jiang a chi restoration pill. But he caught a frostfin, that doesn't count, right? That's just making excuses." Jiang Ming sneered, tightening his grip and causing the scabbard to emit a low hum. The pill didn't matter anymore. He just wanted to teach this guy a lesson so everyone would know Jiang Ming was not to be trifled with. Chen Chuanwen knew he was on weak ground, but with Lu Lei silent, he grew bolder. "Junior brother Jiang, you really want to fight me? Turning on your own sect mate? I'm not afraid of you." Then, acting magnanimous, "Fine. If Su Jin catches a regular ice-scale fish next time, I'll owe you 2 chi restoration pills. How's that?" Lu Lei remained silent. Deep down, Jiang Ming felt a cold jolt of disappointment toward this fence-sitting senior brother and glared icily at Chen Chuanwen. "Why are you staring at me like that?" "I, Chen Chuanwen, swear that my word is as firm as a mountain. If what I say isn't true, let me be cursed with no descendants and no grave forever." Chen Chuanwen declared loudly. Already planning to persuade Lu Lei to call off the expedition, soon Su Jin was unbelievably lucky. Ice-scale fish were notoriously hard to catch. What if he caught another one? Losing 2 pills wasn't worth the risk. As for pride, pills are far more valuable. Before he finished speaking, a sudden splash echoed across the lake. Everyone reflexively looked up, and under the moonlight by Duanwu Lake, the youth once again suddenly lifted his rod. The fishing line stretched taut with a crisp snap. Seizing the moment, Su Jin pulled back with both arms, and a jade and ice-like figure burst from the water. This time, everyone could clearly see. It was a genuine ice-scale fish, no doubt about it. Having just caught 2 ice-scaled fish in a row, Su Jin was still unaware of the huge commotion he had caused. When he released the mental focus state, his whole body felt drained, his head heavy and his arms aching faintly. This buff might help one concentrate fully, but the cost was steep. Fishing was clearly no leisurely task of waiting for a catch. Just as he was about to reel in, a piercing, agonized scream came from behind him, sharp like the sudden cracking of ice. He looked over to see the black-faced laborer who had earlier been so frightened he lost control of himself, now thrashing wildly on the ground. The snowy field was churned into a muddy mess around him. Streams of tears and snot ran down his face, his eyes rolled back, and his right leg was bent at a grotesque angle, clearly a clean break. Nearby, Chen Chuanwen retracted his booted foot, still dripping with blood and froth, his eyes bloodshot like a wild beast's. He roared, "You worthless scum! Catching that little sparrow fish spoiled my fun for nothing. Bastard!" Before finishing, he struck again with a crunch. The black-faced man's left arm snapped under his boot. A born lowlife, good for nothing. Chen spat thick phlegm onto his victim's face, then raised his head and locked his venomous gaze onto Su Jin with blatant hatred. Su Jin's heart tightened, but his face remained impassive. He knew this overseer was making an example out of the man. If Chen truly wanted to kill him, he would have concealed his malice and struck with a smile from close up. Chen may have killed many before, but compared to Su Jin's experience of past hardships, his mindset still lacked a certain sharpness. "I need to improve my strength quickly and pass the official disciple exam," Su Jin thought to himself. "If I get the chance, I'll take out this mad dog to avoid future trouble." Making such an enemy upon arrival was unfortunate, but it was all about survival. Fortunately, he sensed today's actions had stirred up more than just resentment. Sure enough, a figure stepped in just in time between him and Chen Chuanwen. Jiang Ming approached with a broad smile, holding a jade bottle containing 2 glowing respiration pills. "Su Jin, you're impressive." He winked, as if he'd found a treasure. Right after, Lu Lei appeared, crouched down, and patted Su Jin's shoulder with a gentle voice. "Good. You're really lucky. Starting tomorrow, your meals will be doubled meat every meal." At this moment, making such a bet was a low cost that might yield a 100-fold return later. He turned back with a cold gleam in his eyes, fixating on Chen Chuanwen. "Mess with this kid and don't blame me for being ruthless." Both were overseers, but Lulei was also the lumber team leader, making his stance clear. Shin understood the warning, gritted his teeth, but dared not speak. All right, you go rest now. Lulei took the ice-scaled fish. He'll make sure Elder Dong receives it personally. Your reward will be fully delivered tomorrow. Su Jin cupped his hands respectfully, his expression neither humble nor arrogant. Thank you, Overseer Lu. They exchanged a knowing smile. Then he looked up at Jiang Ming, and thank you, Overseer Jiang as well. Jiang Ming seemed more reliable than Lu Lei, a feeling Su Jin trusted intuitively. As for Qin Xuanwen, Su Jin couldn't even be bothered to offer a polite thank you, no need to provoke him for no reason. Just 9 more days, and as soon as the golden bamboo staff was broken, he could leave the menial duties hall and take the formal disciple examination. Once he passed that test, and his status changed dramatically, Qin Xuanwen's revenge wouldn't matter at all. In the Azura Sect's East Wind Pavilion, twin towers stood side by side with upturned eaves. Guest elders and long-time honored members all resided here. Its prestige was second only to the sect's elder council, showing how much Azura Sect valued these guest elders. At the pavilion's most secluded spot was a courtyard quite unlike the rest. Soft gauze curtains hung low, red lanterns glowing mysteriously, with the heavy scent of blush and powder so sweet it almost cloyed the senses. Even the passing cold wind seemed softened and charged with subtle warmth. Yet beneath the surface, a faint smell of blood lingered, mingled with hints of rot like a drowned rat left to decay in a gutter, or decomposed remains from a fresh grave. The courtyard's massive gate bore a plaque inscribed with the words Tian Peng Courtyard in cold, dark ink. Inside, willow trees swayed by the water pavilion, cold locust trees shaded grassy paths, and crooked cobblestone trails led toward the central hall. The hall was spacious, but dominating the center was an enormous bed occupying at least a third of the room. It was thick and solid, but now creaked and groaned with every movement, the pink gauze canopy swaying along. Behind the curtains came low, breathless whispers struggling like someone fighting to hold back tears, or drowning, sounds soft yet hypnotic. On either side of the bed stood neat rows of men in red robes. Their faces were handsome but expressionless, skin pale as wax, eyes hollow like puppets whose strings could be pulled at any moment. Suddenly, a sharp, commanding shout exploded carrying the deadly aura of a bloodbath. Useless wretch ruining my mood. Drag him out, and chop him to pieces, feed him to my black hound as a snack. As the words fell, a snow-white arm stretched out, casually lifting a limp, ragged body and tossing it to the doorway. The man was gaunt like a corpse, sunken eyes lifeless. He hit the floor like a broken marionette, joints cracking sharply. The redrobed puppets showed no expression as they hauled the body away with brute force toward the outer courtyard. Instantly, the sickening sound of chopping bones and tearing flesh came from afar, sending a chill down the spine. Footsteps approached again, and a servant called through the curtain, Elder Dong, disciples from the menial hall request an audience. They have caught an ice-scaled fish for you. Oh, that fast. Quite a surprise. The woman's voice from behind the bed transformed, softening and losing its cruel edge, filled with light laughter. Bring them in. It's rare the menial hall shows such diligence. He'll reward them. As you command. Outside the courtyard, as Lu Lei, Jiang Ming, and Qin Xuanwen were led into the Tian Peng courtyard, their hearts pounded as if about to burst from their chests. Guest elders had complicated backgrounds, mostly people who had committed grave offenses, but were accepted into the Azura Sect as a form of control. None were easy to anger, but Elder Dong Sanyang was the most mysterious, rumored to have deep ties to the Huoguei sect's massacre over a decade ago. The 3 of them stopped at the gate, not daring to take another step forward, and knelt down together with heads bowed in greeting. Why kneel at the gate? Are you afraid he'll eat you up? A sweet, cloying laugh tinkled softly, scraping lightly against the cracks of the bones, half ticklish, half numbing. The gauzy bed curtains, thin as cicada wings, faintly outlined Dong Sanyang's astonishingly delicate curves. Outside the curtains, Lu Lei, Jiang Ming, and Qin Xuanwen lowered their heads, hardly daring to breathe, cold sweat dripping from their chins onto the icy jade floor tiles. Everyone knew Elder Dong truly devoured men. Those crimson lips had sucked the vigor from countless strong male disciples. Once bored, she would chop them up to feed the dogs. Within the Azura Sect, her scandalous reputation was legendary. Elder Dong, you must be joking. Lu Lei forced himself to lead off, voice dry. The night is late. Your disciples should take their leave early. He did not want to stay a moment longer. Forcing a smile, he hoisted the fish basket onto his shoulder. Elder Dong, you love ice-scaled fish, and today we caught not just 2, but even a rare frostfin ice-scaled fish. Truly, Elder Dong is blessed with great fortune. The youth in red bowed and received the basket, carrying it to the bedside. From inside the curtains, a pale arm as smooth as jade lotus root extended, fingertips fresh and green, unbothered by filth, lifting the basket directly. Another light, tinkling laugh followed. How rare indeed. You 3 are thoughtful. Your servant should reward you well. The three men felt as if granted a royal pardon and were about to take their leave, but Dong Sanyang spoke again softly. Which clever little servant caught the frostfin ice-scaled fish? I must reward him as well. Later, bring him a jar of ice mussel salvia, double bonus, and no sneaking any for yourselves. No one dared to skimp on Elder Dong's gifts. The promises Lu Lei had made to the servants were no empty words. Thank you, Elder Dong. He kowtowed deeply, then shot a meaningful glance to his two junior brothers, ready to exit quickly. At that moment, Chun Chuanwen's eyes darted nervously, a mole above his philtrum trembling. As if summoning great courage, he suddenly bent low, replying to Elder Dong. Both fish were caught by a clever servant named Su Jin. That boy is fair-skinned and handsome. Strong as well. Our official disciples all speak highly of him. Lu Lei froze on the spot, his beard twitching, staring at Qin Chuanwen in disbelief. Rage flickered, but he crushed it into a bitter silence. Jiang Ming was so furious he nearly slapped Qin Chuanwen, held back only by Lu Lei grabbing his sleeve. The hall fell deathly silent. Only the harsh cold wind moaned through the beams outside, faintly mingled with the wet crunching sounds of wild beasts gnawing on shattered bones, chilling to the bone. After a long pause, Chun Chuanwen's smile stiffened into a grimace more painful than tears. The other two silently cursed his entire ancestry. Were about to leave, and you had to stir this up? Fool. This crushing silence felt maddening until at last a soft, enchanting laugh echoed from within the bed curtains. Absurd, ghostly, yet tinged with the sickly sweetness of fresh blood. Giggle giggle. Su Jin, huh? That's a nice name. Is he really handsome? Don't try to fool me. I hate it when men lie to me. Senior brother Chun, are you crazy? If you want to die, don't drag me and senior brother Lu down with you. Outside the East Wind Pavilion, the damp mountain breeze swept past the eaves. Jiang Ming, Lu Lei, and Qin Chuanwen realized their backs were already soaked with cold sweat, their thin clothes clinging to their spines. Inside the pavilion, Elder Dong's suffocating presence had pinned them down like they were walking on a knife's edge. Now that they'd escaped, Jiang Ming's anger finally broke loose, his voice losing all politeness. What's wrong with me? Elder Dong asked who caught the fish, and I just told the truth. Qin Chuanwen wiped the cold sweat from his temple, a triumphant smirk curling on his lips. A few coarse black hairs on the mole in his philtrum swayed with the wind, giving him a sleazy, smug look. If Elder Dong sets his sights on Su Jin, the boy's as good as dead. Those hand-picked favorites always end up as dazed puppets. If that happens, how will he have the strength to take revenge on me? Saves me the trouble. Senior brother Chun, you started out as a servant Tudo, you really have to target Su Jin like this? Jiang Ming's voice rose sharply, demanding. Target Su Jin? He's not even worth it. Qin Chuanwen's expression darkened instantly. He hated being reminded of his lowly past as a servant. As tension thickened between them, Lu Lei finally barked, enough. Stop this. His face was grim and his mind troubled. Just last night, had planned to invest early in Su Jin's future. Now Qin Chuanwen stirred up trouble, trying to snatch him from Elder Dong's favor? He wouldn't dare take that risk, not with his courage. Battling hesitation and fear, he fixed Qin Chuanwen with a cold glare. Junior brother Chun, I don't want to see this happen again today, or... Qin Chuanwen hastily nodded, smiling slyly. He knew this brother all too well, indecisive, afraid of his own shadow, never getting anything done. Jiang Ming looked at Lu Lei, bitterness rising. Was that it? Just a flimsy warning? His frown deepened. Before dawn the next day, a pale blue mist hung over the valley. Su Jin and a group of servants rose early and headed straight to the woods. Ignoring the iron-cold tree, he stood before a cluster of small golden bamboo and swung a small axe. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of metal rang like a morning bell, bamboo chips flying. Su Jin's movements were precise, each axe blow perfectly measured, like a cold, mechanical puppet. Suddenly, a faint scent of rosewater mixed with an overpowering stench drifted in. Several men in red robes appeared silently. Handsome, but with vacant eyes and blank expressions, they resembled marionettes. Strangely, they clustered tightly together, staring fixedly at Su Jin. His grip tightened on the axe, but he kept his rhythm. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Qin Chuanwen not far off, arms crossed, a playful smirk on his lips. That bastard was scheming behind the scenes again last night, Su Jin thought bitterly. In his past life, had seen plenty of workplace snakes, people like that didn't need reasons to strike. They just seized opportunities to stab you in the back. But now, just a servant, almost a slave, he had limited ways to fight back. All he could do was chop down this golden bamboo quickly and qualify for the official disciple Examont's past, head rise in status, and find a way to bury Qin Chuanwen without a trace. Time passed slowly. After studying him for a while, the redrobed men finally turned and left. Luckily, they eventually gave up and walked away. After a while, several tall men in gray robes arrived at the forest clearing. They appeared to be overseer apprentices, but their robes differed from those of the local supervisors. They approached Lu Lei and spoke with him, but the conversation looked tense. Soon after, they left. Su Jin hid quietly in the shadows of the bamboo grove, observing. The gray-robed men were covered in dust, their sleeves worn and frayed. Although they were overseers like Lu Lei's group, they were far more unkempt, clearly responsible for very different, rougher work. He made a careful mental note of these details, filing them away alongside the memory of the few red-robed men he had seen earlier that morning, quietly forming plans in his mind. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The sun had shifted westward. It was lunchtime. The cook arrived, carrying a large iron bucket from the mountain trail. Thin porridge, pickled vegetables, and steamed buns, all bland to the extreme with scarcely a trace of oil or seasoning. The laborers squatted in a line on the snow-covered ground, clutching their small, battered bowls. As they scooped food, they glanced covertly towards Su Jin, who sat not far off. Su Jin's wooden tray was piled generously. The white flour buns were soft and fluffy, and pressed atop his bowl were 3 or 4 gleaming pieces of red braised pork, rich with savory aroma that wafted in the cold air and made mouths water. The other laborers, cautious and timid, dared not come close and only dared peek at the meat across the yard. After chopping small golden bamboo all morning, Su Jin's arms ached and his stomach growled. He boldly sat down on the snow to eat. His body heat had melted a shallow pit, with wisps of steam rising. Just as he bit into a piece of meat, a black shadow blocked his view. Jiang Ming, a dark-skinned overseer, approached with a mischievous grin. He stuck his waist knife into the ground nearby and sat beside Su Jin, flashing a row of white teeth. Don't be nervous. I'm here to give you some jade muscle ointment. He pulled out a pure white porcelain jar and handed it over, then glanced at the boy's hands holding the bowl covered with frostbite, abrasions, and oozing sores. Last night, you caught that frostfin ice scale fish. Elder Dong was pleased and rewarded you with 2 jars of jade muscle ointment. It's great for cuts, frostbite, even burns. Jiang Ming thought to himself. This kid hasn't trained in martial arts, yet he's frozen like this and still cut the golden bamboo with nearly perfect strikes all morning, stubborn as a mule. Thanks, Overseer Jiang. Su Jin accepted the jar calmly, with a sincere smile. Jiang Ming was disarmed by the smile and lingered instead of leaving. After a pause, he produced a smaller celadone jar and lowered his voice. Thanks to you last night, I won a bet and got 2 chi return pills. Want one? But he clenched his fingers tightly, clearly reluctant to part with it. Su Jin smirked inwardly. If it were truly priceless, he'd never offer it. Outwardly, he kept calm and asked, I've never trained in chi, would it really help me? Taking it now would backfire. Wait until you start your training, then it's best. Jiang Ming explained, then gritted his teeth and tried to open the lid, pushing it towards Su Jin. Su Jin raised a hand to refuse. No, you keep it. Use it where it's needed most. His polite refusal avoided greed but returned the favor gracefully. Jiang Ming paused, then laughed, putting the jar back in his pocket. Seeing Su Jin's composed expression without flattery, only earnest determination made Jiang Ming admire him all the more. Perhaps this boy might really make a name for himself within the sect. Jiang Ming's respect grew as he noticed Su Jin's sincere but firm demeanor in declining the pill, not supplicant but genuine in his attitude. After hesitating briefly, he moved a little closer and whispered, Su Jin, I need to tell you something extra careful these days. Jiang Ming lowered his voice and recounted every detail of what Qin Chuanwen had done the night before. An elder dong is actually a woman, and she feeds exclusively on men's energy. After ruining them, she chops them up and feeds the pieces to dogs. Su Jin listened wide-eyed, stunned beyond belief, but managed to keep his composure. He rubbed his forehead and asked gravely, Supervisor Jiang, if I pass the formal disciple assessment, will the sect protect me? That's possible. Jiang Ming nodded seriously. Once you become an official disciple, you won't be considered expendable. Although Elder Dong is a guest elder, she can't just take advantage of formal disciples. He paused, then cautioned, but if you want to sever that little Vajra bamboo, it'll take several days. During those 9 days, you can't be sure Elder Dong won't come looking for you. He had wanted to add, Senior Brother Lu Lei said last night he won't interfere, but after thinking it over, he kept that to himself. So if Elder Dong fancies me, she'd confront me directly? Su Jin frowned, already calculating. No, not really. Jiang Ming shook his head, his expression oddly strange. Elder Dong insists on mutual consent, but she uses charm magic. Anyone caught by it becomes dazed and falls for her like a puppet. Charm magic? Su Jin's heart Skippy knew a mid-level fisher's mental focus ability could slightly reduce psychic attacks, but clearly it wasn't enough here. Calmly, he probed, isn't that essentially a form of coercion? Jiang Ming first nodded, then shook his head, lowering his voice so only they could hear. Some have naturally strong mental fortitude and can resist her charm. Elder Dong is very picky with her favored ones and gives them a few days to consider. If they resist during those days and refuse in the end, she never forces them. That's the odd part. Their cultivation depends on total willing cooperation by the man. Forcing it backfires on her instead. This information was priceless for Su Jin. Whether Elder Dong summoned him in the coming days or not, He had to level up his mid-level fisher skill to the next tier for safety once charm magic takes hold. A person becomes a puppet, and he would never allow that to happen to himself. But to upgrade, he needed to catch a D-class fish, and he had no suitable bait at all. After chatting for a while longer, Su-jin smoothly steered the conversation toward fishing. His social skills from his past life helped him lead Jiang Ming along without him realizing it. Still puzzled, Jiang Ming asked, "You're thinking about fishing now? Aren't you afraid of becoming Elder Dong's plaything? I figure Elder Dong loves fish. If I catch her some fine ones as offerings, maybe I can feed her appetite and stop her from toying with me to death." Su-jin remained composed. That might actually be worth a try. Jiang Ming nodded thoughtfully. Seizing the moment, Su-jin asked, "Supervisor Jiang, do you know what bait Ding-class fish prefer? If I can catch a few Ding-class, maybe Elder Dong will be even happier." Bait for Ding-class fish? Jiang Ming frowned, thinking it over. "There is some. Too bad if you'd come a few days ago. I could have gotten some for you." But now he shook his head helplessly. "Oh, why can't it be done now?" Su-jin frowned deeply. Jiang Ming sighed and began explaining the whole situation clearly. Duanwu Lake was quite large and naturally teeming with fish. Among the more common Ding-grade fish was the silverblade fish. This fish had a sleek, polished silver body shaped like a spindle, with slender lines. A fully grown one could reach up to 5 meters long. Occasionally, one would break the surface with a flash of gleaming scales like a sharp, cold blade, hence the name. Silverblade fish were fairly intelligent and rarely bit bait recklessly. Coupled with their massive size and powerful muscles, catching one was as challenging as fighting a fierce beast. Anglers needed not only strong arms, but also a special kind of worm bait, the rust-spotted worm, which dwelled hidden in sandstone crevices deep in the mining areas. Su-jin listened intently, while Jiang Ming spoke with enthusiasm. When Jiang mentioned the rust-spotted worm, he grinned with a knowing, mischievous smile that said all men understand. This worm isn't exactly rare, but it's not easy to come by. Only the mining supervisors occasionally share some. After frying, it's crispy and tasty, and they say it boosts virility, makes you vigorous like a dragon and tiger. The mining area. Su-jin wasn't much into nutritional tonics, but perked up at that word. He recalled earlier snippets. It used to be easy to trade for rust-spotted worms, but now it was troublesome. Remembering the brief, tense conversation between the gray-clad supervisor and Lu Lei, a theory took shape in Su-jin's mind. Was there a conflict between the mining supervisor and Lu Lei? So he cautiously asked, "Huh, how did you know?" Jiang Ming paused, then nodded in acknowledgement. "The sect's been busy recently, more mining, logging, and alchemy labor. The mining area is short-staffed and wants to borrow people from our logging crew, but Brother Lu blocked it. Logging, mining, alchemy corresponding to siege weaponry, arms, and healing pills. Wasn't the surest sect preparing for battle?" Su-jin's thoughts churned, but he forced himself to focus on the immediate problem, getting rust-spotted worms. He chose his words carefully. "Supervisor Jiang, my labor duties are waived for the next few days. If I volunteer to spend half my days helping in the mining area, would Supervisor Lu approve?" Continuing to chop the small golden bamboo quietly was safer, but Elder Dong could appear any time. If caught by charm magic, Su-jin's prospects looked grim. Leveling up to intermediate angler would boost his concentration significantly, improving his chances of escape. Besides, miner might become a new secondary profession, increasing arm strength and aiding bamboo cutting. Jiang Ming immediately understood. The boy wanted to trade hard labor for rust-spotted worms. Since Su-jin hadn't even asked for a Kyre storing pill before, and now only sought help by borrowing manpower, Jiang was happy to assist. After thinking briefly, he decided, "No problem, he'll put in a good word. But mining is very different from logging and fishing. If you don't do it right, the rough miners won't give you any worms. Also, can you handle logging in the mornings and mining in the afternoons?" "I can." Su-jin smiled brightly and saluted with a sincere thanks, secretly grateful that Jiang Ming was a timely help in a desperate situation. At the hour of Wei, on the west side of Hungdao Ridge's mining vein, labor ants gathered. Everywhere were deep pits and wall caves, dark and bottomless in appearance. The foreman in charge of the mining area, Su-jin, had seen from a distance that morning, dressed in a gray robe, broad and stocky like a bear, with a prominent scar running from his bald head down to his jawline, exuding a fierce and imposing presence. "Jiang Ming, if you don't want to lend me any men, fine, but what's the meaning of bringing this pretty boy along now? Are you mocking me?" The bald, scarred foreman was named Qin Tian. He had just been put in his place by Lu Lei earlier that morning and was still boiling with anger. Thinking of how Lu Lei was always indecisive and cheap, and now sending a frail young boy here, it felt like a public insult. Refused to help, that's one thing, but to also play tricks? Jiang Ming smiled broadly and stepped forward, keeping a good-natured tone. "Senior Brother Qin, you must be joking. How could the junior dare to tease you? This truly is a battle-hardened warrior. Don't be fooled by his slight frame. His strength is no small matter. One man's worth 10. That guy?" Qin Tian sized up Su-jin from head to toe with disdain. "Thin arms and legs. Does he think he can swing a mining pick? Real men are broad-shouldered, tough, and rugged. What's this pretty boy supposed to be? Miners assigned to the mining area were mostly burly, muscular men. The mining section was considered the strongest among the auxiliary units. Hearing their foreman speak this way, surrounding laborers jeered along. That pretty boy's going to swing that pick and smash his own foot. What kind of people work in the timber section? That skinny wouldn't be able to chop down a tree. I always wondered why Elder Dong had the timber crews running errands all day. Now I see. It's just for laughs. The mining area was much livelier than the timber section. The laborers spoke without fear of the foreman, and no one scolded them. Despite the mocking, Jiang Ming remained unfazed. He recalled how just yesterday Su Jin had skillfully chopped the lesser golden bamboo. He took a few steps closer to Qin Tian and lowered his voice, though loud enough for all to hear. Senior brother Qin, don't underestimate these laborers. Use him first, and if you're satisfied, just reward him a few rust-mottled bugs. Qin Tian was picking his nose with his pinky and froze mid-motion when he heard that. Then he burst into a coarse, hoarse laugh, sounding like a cracked gong. What? He wants a reward? Is Lu Lei losing his mind? His laborers actually asking for rewards. The other foremen and laborers immediately joined in the heckling. That pretty boy must be crazy if he wants rust-mottled bugs. I bet the timber section sent him just to annoy us. Bah, pretty boy, look here. My arm's thicker than your waist. You think you can swing that pick? And still dare to ask for rewards? The noise grew louder. Jiang Ming cleared his throat, summoned his inner energy, and his voice suddenly rose above the crowd. Don't be blind. This guy left 7 decisive cuts on that lesser golden bamboo in just half an hour yesterday. If anyone here can claim they have no martial skills, then step forward and compete. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding crowd fell silent. Qin Tian's bear-like figure wobbled slightly as he scratched his head with a gruff voice. Really? You're not joking? Senior brother Qin, why would I joke? This caused a stir in the timber section yesterday. Just ask anyone there, and you'll know. Tan Tian fell silent, stroking his stubbled, pale chin as he sized up Su Jin. After a long moment, he spoke. Here, grab the pickaxe and chip away at that section of ore. He pointed toward the rocky wall ahead, glinting with flecks of silver, though the doubt in his eyes hadn't faded. Jiang Ming had originally planned to have Su Jin trade a bottle of jade skin ointment for a few rust-spotted bugs. It wasn't a great deal, but at least it was safe. However, since the boy was determined to try his luck at the mine, he reluctantly agreed to accompany him. His heart was still uneasy, worried Su Jin might embarrass himself in front of everyone. Skilled at logging and fishing, could he really pick up mining without a teacher? The young man seemed like some kind of jack-of-all-trades rogue, but Su Jin remained calm. He bowed politely to Tan Tian, then grabbed a mining pick. The pick was much heavier than the logging axe, yet in his hands it felt like a toy, nothing like the weighty gold-toned great axe he wielded before. Standing before the rock face, he swung the pick, but his stance was awkward, clumsy like a novice. Completely inexperienced, he instantly drew peals of laughter from the crowd. Mining's not logging, just brute strength won't cut it. I'm worried he'll hit himself and try to sue us. Pretty boy, go home. Don't embarrass yourself here. Su Jin's lips curved in a faint, unreadable smile as he ignored their mockery. Gathering his strength, he brought the pick down with a fierce strike. Clang! A clear metallic ring echoed, sparks flying. Lacking experience, he swung with too much force at the wrong angle, striking only a shallow pit in the rock. The shock threw him backward several steps. The double-pointed pick rebounded dangerously close, nearly hitting him. The jeers grew louder. Jiang Ming covered his face in frustration, tempted to walk away. But Tan Tian noticed Su Jin's raw strength and thought maybe with proper training, he could be useful. The other foreman made no effort to be polite. Hilarious. Clumsy idiot almost hurts himself. Need me to teach you how to use a pick? Go home and drink your milk. Brother Tan, this pretty boy's the clown sent from the logging camp. The insults kept coming louder and more direct. The mining foremen had louder voices than the loggers. They preferred open confrontation to subtlety. Su Jin stayed unfazed. Just as the crowd's jeering reached its peak, a faint golden line of text suddenly appeared in his mind. First time swinging a pick. Action successful. Achievement unlocked. Junior miner. You've taken your first step as a novice miner. Mining techniques. Beginner's insight achievement effect. Stamina consumed by mining reduced by 10. Efficiency increased by 10. With potential for further upgrades. Upgrade requirement. Successfully extract a gradeless ore. In that moment, a strange energy surged into Su Jin's body, like a refreshing stream flowing through every limb. The fatigue from a morning spent chopping wood vanished instantly, replaced by a newly awakened memory, strange, yet vivid of his youth. Endless days of sweat and swinging pickaxe against rock walls, day after day, month after month, until muscle memory naturally formed between his hands and feet. At last, novice miner. At the same time, the pickaxe in his palm felt perfectly balanced, as if custom-made for his weight and length. Su Jin quietly felt his body transform and stood unmoving. The laborers around, seeing this, assumed he had nearly hurt himself and been stunned by the shock, erupting into laughter. Hey, pretty boy, Watch carefully, that's not how you swing a pick. A broad-shouldered, burly laborer stepped forward, gripping his pickaxe with thick fingers and rippling muscles. He shouted loudly and swung. Clang. The pick's tip struck the rock face with precision, sparking bright flashes. His stance was solid, his aim exact. As the tip sank into the stone, he smoothly pried it upward, sending a cascade of loose rocks tumbling down. Got it. Mining isn't just about brute force, it's about skill. You gotta learn. Before the words escaped, Su-jin, who had been listening intently, suddenly moved. He took a half step back to gain space, planted his feet wider with a lowered center of gravity, and raised his pickaxe. Compared to before, every motion, angle, and breath felt perfectly coordinated. Clang. Power sprung from his waist, his arms stretched and contracted effortlessly, the tip of the pick sinking deep more than 3 fingers deep, half again, as deep as the burly man's demonstration. Su-jin pulled the pick out smoothly and swung down again, the tip landing exactly in the hole he had just made. Clang, clang, thud, thud. A rapid series of strikes echoed through the mine, each hit flowing smoothly into the next, as if wound up like a spring. That novice miner achievement may be basic, but the strength and stamina boost from intermediate lumberjack is no joke, someone whispered in awe. Though Su-jin was not the most experienced miner here, his raw power alone was enough to work wonders. He learned to use the pick just by watching once. This skill level is higher than mine. I've been mining for a whole year. He's barely qualified, though. Why does he have the nerve to ask for rust spot bugs? Exactly. We're all laborers, and he's already throwing around demands? Murmurs rose around them. Qin Tian and Jiang Ming watched silently, their expressions different but thoughtful. Jiang Ming recalled they had agreed. If the minting 4 bugs trade request was denied, he would step in with a bottle of jade skin ointment for a few bugs as a fallback plan. But this scene just shifted his view of Su-jin again. Fishing skills aside, since Su-jin was once the son of a medicine shop owner, he might have had some exposure. His proficiency in lumbering and mining was freshly learned on the job, yet his performance was astonishing. This talent will make him a pillar if he trains in martial arts, Qin Tian assessed secretly. What a pity he comes from a merchant family. Had he started martial training years earlier, he might already be stronger than me today. A long sigh escaped him silently. Senior brother Liu, you're blind. Abandoning Su-jin will be the biggest mistake you ever make. Outsiders watch for the spectacle, experts watch for the technique, but the most astonished person at this moment was Qin Tian. Born a miner's laborer, he had overturned his fate 5 years ago by passing the official apprentice exam with flying colors. Now he stood as the chief overseer of the miscellaneous department in the mining zone, his status equal to Liu Lei's. Su-jin's mining skills weren't particularly impressive to him, but his speed of getting started was astonishing, truly a mining prodigy. If he could be retained and coached a little, he could easily match the output of over a dozen men. Moreover, Su-jin had already left clear-cut marks on the small steel bamboo pickaxe and was about to take the official apprentice exam. Capturing such a raw talent for the mining zone and grooming him into an overseer would be a tremendous asset. With that in mind, the straightforward Qin Tian wasted no time and strode over to Su-jin. Kid, you're learning fast, huh? But your form's still off, and your force feels awkward. Come here, he'll personally teach you how to swing a pickaxe properly. His voice thundered like rolling storm clouds, and before Su-jin could reply, he snatched the heavy miner's pickaxe from his hands. Su-jin was momentarily stunned, quietly thinking, big brother, don't mess up my rhythm here. But seeing the man's muscular frame and easy confidence, clearly without ill intent, he nodded politely. Please, Supervisor Qin, instruct me. Clang, clang, clang. The dull ring of steel striking rock echoed down the mining tunnel. Qin Tian deliberately slowed his pace, explaining as he chipped away. Watch closely. With a long-handled tool, your power comes from the handle's end. When you swing down, channel the force smoothly, don't resist the rebound, or you'll damage your insides sooner or later. At impact, your waist should twist slightly toward the strike point to deepen each chip. After a few strikes, he gouged a deep pit in the rock wall, then handed the pickaxe back. Your turn. Absorb that. The scar on his bronze cheek twitched like a centipede, but his tone was warm and straightforward. Su-jin nodded and resumed hammering the wall, though his motions hadn't changed much. Afraid Qin Tian might swoop in again to teach, he quietly entered his intermediate angler mental zone, his entire body tightening like a drawn bowstring, instantly boosting his mining efficiency. Did you see that? Supervisor Qin's personally teaching him. The miscellaneous workers whispered nearby. So what if he teaches? Form's still the same. At best, he's a beginner. An experienced miner crossed his arms, tone sour. Though startled by Su-jin's talent, he trusted years of experience couldn't be matched in a few hours. Snorting, he raised his own pickaxe and struck the wall 10 paces away, calling out twice before beginning to chip. This veteran was Qiu Laowu, the most senior miner here. Within half the incense stick's burn time, head pried off a heavy chunk of black ore, its surface dull and dark. Black iron, ungraded ore, extremely tough, ideal for forging arrowheads and blades. Qiu Laowu grinned. shaking the fist-sized or chunk at Su Jin, who had just unearthed a similarly sized piece from the wall. Too small. Chiu smacked his lips. It was unclear if he meant the or something else. Then whistling, he swung his pickaxe with the precision of a practiced swordsman. Qin Tian folded his arms and smiled at Jiangming beside him. That's Chiu Laowu. I recommended him for the official apprentice exam last year, but he wasn't up for it. Wasted all the contribution points he worked so hard for. Jiang nodded, silently thinking this mining zone's management style was far smoother than the lumber district's. He glanced at Su Jin. At Su Jin's current level, mining rusty blister bugs was nearly impossible. Their young master would probably have to barter jade muscle ointment. Soon, just as Jiang was about to speak, he heard Qin mutter quietly. Hey, looks like this kid's figured out something new. Look, the way he's gripping the pickaxe changed. Qin's sharp eyes caught that subtle shift in Su Jin's hand position. His heart filled with surprise. That reaction speed, could he really be grasping the secrets of mining right here underground? Now Su Jin stood still, holding his first piece of black iron, eyes fixed intently on Xiu Laowu not far off, as if analyzing his moves or sinking into a sudden insight. After a moment, he inhaled deeply, gripped the long handle tight, flexed both arms, and then raised the pickaxe high. The pickaxe swung upward like a drawn bowstring, poised to release an arrow power fully charged, formed flawless without a hint of error. The daylight and snowlight gleamed off the mine walls, bright and clear, while the pick's dark tip shimmered like a cold, distant star. Su Jin's muscles tensed with precision, every fiber exerting just the right force, driving the pick through the rushing air. The strike was as mighty as a mountain, yet felt effortless. A rugged strength intertwined with delicate technique, transforming the monotonous act of mining into a surprisingly graceful performance. Who knew mining could look this beautiful? Thud. The pick's tip struck the rock face, a muted yet crisp sound, strikingly different from the earlier hollow taps. Thud. Another strike followed, like the solemn toll of a morning bell. Thud, thud, thud. There was no pause in the rhythm. Su Jin worked like a finely wound mining automaton, swinging the pick continuously and precisely. Every movement fell exactly on the same beat, as if power and elegance were dancing together. Everyone in the mine was drawn by the noise. The laborers stopped what they were doing, staring at Su Jin in astonishment. No, could it be he's figured it out again? Is this really his first time mining? I've been at this for years and can't match half of this efficiency. With skills like these, why stay a laborer? He should just go take the formal disciple test. Even Xiu Laowu, who planned to enjoy watching a seasoned hand outperform a newbie, froze, pick midair, mouth agape wide enough to fit a fist inside. How long has he been at it? And yet he's crushing me so thoroughly? All my years of experience don't even last half an incense stick compared to him. Xiu Laowu had failed the disciple exam years ago, losing all his contribution points and nearly his life. If not for Supervisor Qin Tian's timely rescue, he would have perished long ago. Since then, he gave up on advancing, holding only his mining skill as his pride never expected to be overshadowed so quickly today. The blow was devastating. The mining area fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the steady thud of Su Jin's pick. Jiang Ming gawked in disbelief. Qin Tian's eyes were wide with shock, barely able to believe there was such a mining prodigy hidden right in the logging area. Deep in Su Jin's consciousness, a new memory had already taken root. The life of a miner who had trudged from beginner miner to skilled miner. Month after month, year after year, never missing a single day underground, swinging his pick tirelessly until he reached the intermediate rank. This long training refined his technique and strengthened his body, pushing both his strength and endurance to new heights. Spending all that time with a long-handled pick also gave him a basic understanding of polearm weapons. Consciousness update. Secondary profession achievement. Beginner miner, skilled miner. You are now a skilled miner with growing expertise. Achievement effects. 1. Minor increase in mining skill. 2. 30 reduction in stamina required for mining. 30 increase in efficiency. 3. Slight increases in strength and endurance. 4. Slight damage boost when wielding polearm weapons. Achievement can be upgraded by mining 10 unranked ores and 1 tier D ore. Both the intermediate miner and the intermediate lumberjack engage in physically demanding labor that only a rough, strong-willed man can handle, so their achievement effects are quite similar. The difference lies in this. The miner emphasizes endurance alongside strength, while the lumberjack focuses more on constitution. At this moment, Su Jin possesses 2 achievements simultaneously: the lumberjack's chopping power bonus and the miner's long-handled weapon bonus. If one day he really manages to get a Qinglong Yinhua Dao or a massive poleaxe, it would surely be thrilling. To him, those light, delicate swords are too fragile. Only heavy weapons truly suit a man's bold spirit. In the mine, he swings the pickaxe like the wind. With every clash of iron on stone, chips scatter everywhere, and he can clearly feel his strength and endurance rising together. The more efficient his mining, the less energy he expends, until he feels as if he's been reforged anew. He never forgets his true gold to exchange for a rust-spotted worm to take back. Whether the fishing achievement levels up or not could directly determine his survival from now on. There's no room for slack. Elsewhere, Qin Tian finally comes back to his senses, grinning broadly at Jiang Ming and revealing the scar atop his head. Junior brother Jiang, you weren't lying, this kid really is a treasure. With him in the lumber area, your group just gained a powerful helper. Then he pats his own head and laughs heartily. I was foolish to hesitate. Such a gem, once he officially becomes a disciple, why keep him in a miscellaneous role? He's destined for a far better future. Jiang Ming listens with a bitter smile. He knows well that following the normal trajectory, with Su Jin's potential, once he studies martial arts, he could very well become a core middle-level member of the Novice Sect. Unfortunately, what happened yesterday? Noticing Jiang Ming's expression darken, Qin Tian claps him on the shoulder teasingly. What's this, jealous of a lowly servant? Don't get stuck in a groove. Help him now, and one day he'll repay you. Turning a future rival into an ally, that's the bigger picture. With that, he pulls a wine gourd from his waist and downs a few hearty gulps of strong liquor. The cool breeze in the mine tunnel carries the scent of wine mixed with iron rust, adding to his rugged, bold demeanor. The demonic sect is ruthless, survival of the fittest, but it's not just filled with bloodthirsty madmen. Qin Tian's straightforward conduct earns him the respect and admiration of senior brothers, and even the lowly servants fear yet honor him. Jiang Ming watches this mine supervisor and ultimately can't hold back. He quietly recounts everything that happened yesterday in the lumber area, the betrayal by Qin Chuanwen, Lu Lei's apathy, and Su Jin's forced leap into the mine shaft. Qin Tian listens quietly, his brow slowly furrowing. Anger, disdain, and seriousness flicker across his face before settling into deep regret. Elder Dong, he murmurs, knowing full well that this man is a monstrous snake beast, someone no mere supervisor like himself can provoke. Inside the mine, he might be the leader, but outside, he's only a formal disciple of the miscellaneous division, who with real talent would willingly remain a servant forever. His eyes lift to Su Jin, swinging his pickaxe like rain, and there's a hint of pity there. Even the greatest potential, if preyed upon by villains before rising, can only evoke a sigh such as fate. Everything unfolds according to destiny, and not a bit of it can be controlled by human hands. Before he realized it, the hour had passed. Although he still had enough energy to fish tonight, Su Jin decided to stop and rest for a while. He wiped the sweat from his temple and mulled over two things. First, whether Qin Tian was satisfied with his work today. Second, whether he could successfully get the elusive rust-spotted bug he had been dreaming of. After all, he hadn't come to the mining area just to trade stones for bait, but to unlock this secondary profession achievement on his record. Jiang Ming had warned him that the silver-blade fish at the Ding tier was as strong as an ox and very difficult to wrestle in the water. The intermediate fisher skill could make the fish bite, but actually reeling it in depended on raw strength. Now that Su Jin had earned the intermediate miner title, his strength and endurance had both improved, giving him more confidence. Just as he was about to find Jiang Ming, a burly bald man approached with long strides, looking like a black bear, none other than Qin Tian, the mining overseer. Qin Tian smiled broadly, his voice booming as he patted Su Jin heavily on the shoulder. You're Su Jin, right? Not bad. I'm counting on you. Qin Tian nodded at a few minor apprentices by his side, took 2 items, and handed them over casually. I've heard about your situation. Trying to win favor with Elder Dong is a smart move. Here, take the rust-spotted bugs. A fist-sized bamboo basket full of writhing fat bugs landed in Su Jin's hands. The bugs, about the thickness and length of a finger, twisted constantly inside the woven gaps. Their backs were covered in reddish-brown spots like rusted steel plates. 3 bugs enough for him to show his skill tonight. Su Jin's heart lifted with joy. Just as he was reaching for the jade muscle ointment he had prepared to offer in return, Qin Tian handed over something else. It was a fishing rod glowing with a faint golden sheen throughout, its bamboo joints resembling metal clearly made from the rare golden steel bamboo. I love fishing too, but my luck's terrible, I always come up empty. Qin Tian grinned crookedly. If you want to catch a silverblade fish tonight, a regular rod won't hold up. Use mine. But remember, you have to return it. Su Jin had planned to ask Jiang Ming to arrange the loan, but Qin Tian's straightforwardness surprised him. With clasped hands, he said earnestly, Thank you, Overseer Qin. If I ever make it big, I won't forget your kindness today. Qin Tian laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the mine tunnel. A lowly laborer daring to say that when he's at his lowest. Fine. He'll be waiting for that day, don't break your word, or I won't be so polite. Before the laughter died down, a long, obsequious shout came from afar. Here, young master, look. Su Jin is right there. The short, stocky Qin Chuanwen eagerly sprinted ahead like a devoted guide dog. The few stray hairs on the dark mole under his nose fluttered in the wind as he beamed with excitement. Pointing at Su Jin, he turned to a young man wearing a red robe with a vacant expression and said, Young master, Su Jin is right there. Please take him to meet Elder Dong. Don't keep the elder waiting." The man in the red robe stared blankly, his appearance handsome, but like a lost soul, without any self-awareness. Under Chun Xuanwen's guidance, he walked up to Su Jin, his hollow eyes sizing her up as if she were an object. "So you're Su Jin? Elder Dong wants to see you," the red-robed man said flatly, without any emotion. "Go take a bath and clean yourself up. At the hour of high, head to the Dongfeng Pavilion, Tianlu Courtyard. Remember that?" Su Jin was silently surprised at how quickly Elder Dong was acting, but felt a slight relief knowing she still had 2 hours. She was about to reply. "A whole incense stick is too long, and you want to wait until the hour of high?" Chun Chuanwen interrupted first, smiling ingratiatingly. "Why don't I just take him over now, so Elder Dong doesn't get impatient?" The onlooking disciples frowned in unison at his words. Su Jin watched Chun Chuanwen with interest, sycophantic all you want, hate me if you must, but that was zero workplace savvy. The red-robed man tilted his head mechanically, his gaze locking on Chun Chuanwen. His voice remained cold and indifferent. Elder Dong said, "High hour, it's high hour. Who are you to order people around?" His tone sounded like a programmed script, utterly devoid of emotion. Su Jin sensed a subtle wrongness beneath this. Chun Chuanwen's smile froze, his face losing its usual arrogance. When he looked at the red-robed man again, a cold flash flickered in his eyes. He knew very well these people had long lost any self-awareness. They were Elder Dong's worker answerable only to carry messages and warm beds, their other abilities essentially eroded, as if having their prefrontal cortex washed out. "You're right, sir," I spoke out of turn. Chun Chuanwen quickly forced a smile. He wasn't afraid of the puppet before him, but of the elder behind it all. The thought that Su Jin would soon end up this way brought him a dark satisfaction. The red-robed man ignored him and instead glanced at the fishing rod in Su Jin's hand, pausing briefly. "You're going fishing? Elder Dong likes fish. Catch plenty, shall be pleased." After speaking, he turned and left. As he walked away, Tan Tian, Jiang Ming, and the others exchanged unsettled looks. The Dongfeng Pavilion was already strange, and the Tianlu Courtyard even more so. But these red-robed men were the strangest of all plain mortals who could still make one's skin crawl. Tan Tian shot a sideways glare at Chun Chuanwen, his dislike obvious. That man was notorious since the mining area. He patted Su Jin's shoulder. "Come on, let's go fishing. If you catch a few more ice-scaled fish today, maybe Elder Dong will hesitate to mess you up like that." Jiang Ming ignored Chun Chuanwen completely and followed along, holding a fishing rod himself. His addiction was acting up again. He wanted to see if Su Jin could really catch a silver-blade fish. Chun Chuanwen saw that no one was paying him any mind, but didn't look embarrassed in the least. Instead, a cruel smile curved his lips. "Fishing? You think fishing will save you from Elder Dong? Dream on. And chasing silverblade fish? Foolish arrogance. That fish has immense power in the water. Catching it isn't as easy as you think." He paused for a moment, then quietly quickened his pace to catch up with Su Jin from a distance. Qin Tian's rank was higher, and his hostility was unmistakably charged, so Chun Chuanwen dared not confront him directly. But with the late hour approaching, he made up his mind as soon as the time came. He would strike first, seize Su Jin, and take him to the Tianling Pavilion. Let's see who can stop him then. The mountain ridge was blanketed in thick snow, stretching in a winding line that connected the mining area to the forest. At the far end, a misty haze hovered over the steaming waters of Broken Mist Lake. Time was tight. When Su Jin reached the lakeshore, he didn't even bother brushing the snow off his robe. He quickly made a brief adjustment and immediately began fishing. Qin Tian, a burly man with an unexpected fondness for fishing, wasted no time casting his line impatiently as he called out to Su Jin with a grin. "Su Jin, no need to stubbornly target silverblade fish. If you really catch an ice-scale fish, old Elder Dong will be thrilled." He meant well, silverblade fish, being dinklass, were far cunninger than ordinary inferior fish. Intelligent and selective, they rarely bit the bait. When hooked, they were dangerous to pull in. Some laborers had been dragged under the lake by silverblade fish and never resurfaced. Su Jin smiled back. "Thanks for the reminder, Supervisor Qin. He'll give it a try. If I can't catch a silverblade fish, he'll think of something else." His tone was light, his expression calm. There was none of the despair one might expect from a man facing death, nor did he glance at the real troublemaker, Chun Chuanwen, with anything but disdain. Nearby, Jiang Ming silently observed and inwardly sighed. Despite narrowly escaping death multiple times, the young man remained so composed and unruffled. If he really survives this, he's bound to be extraordinary in the future. As they spoke, Su Jin took out several rust-spotted worms as bait. With a flick of his arm, he cast the line. The hook and sinker pierced the water's surface, sending smooth ripples outwards. The rust-spotted worms wriggled lively in the water, swimming on their own. After a moment, Su Jin reeled in, changed bait, and cast again with precise aim, repeating the cycle to spread the scent of bait across different areas of the lake. Though the scene resembled last night's attempt to fish for ice-scale fish, there was a deeper strategy at work. Silverblade fish rarely surfaced, highly alert and picky eaters, but they had an acute sense of smell and especially favored rust-spotted worms. As long as the scent permeated the water layer, it would inevitably attract their attention. Su Jin also possessed a mid-level angler talent, increasing the chance of a bite and the bait's attractiveness by 30 each. This confidence left him unwilling to believe silverblade fish would remain indifferent. Qin Tian, who had already heard rumors of last night's feats, finally set aside his impatience. He rested his elbows on his knees as an onlooker, eager to steal a few tips from each of Su Jin's casts. After all, a fisherman's thirst for knowledge is often harder to satisfy than a fish's appetite. Further along the lakeshore, Qin Chuanwen stood with arms crossed in the snowy ground, scorn curling across his lips. Su Jin still thought he could catch silverblade fish with the same tricks? Did he really take Ding-class spiritual fish for ordinary prey? With a scoff, Qin spat onto the snow, picked at the large black mole above his upper lip, and his eyes darkened with venomous intent. If you're lucky enough to catch an ice-scale fish, it might do some good. Elder Dong loves fish. She might even want to keep you around just to catch fish for her every day. You had no idea how reckless you were, trying to catch a silverblade fish. That was basically a one-way trip to your own doom. Half an incense stick's time passed in the blink of an eye. Mist swirled over the shore of Broken Mist Lake, yet Su Jin remained calm and unshaken. He held the fishing rod in one hand, lightly flicking the line with precise, measured movements as if each flick matched a perfect scale. Sweat dripped from his jaw into the lake, but his eyes never left the water's surface while he silently counted the time. Now, the silverblade fish should have caught the scent. Not far away, Qin Tian crossed his arms, his eyelids fluttering as sleep fought to take over. After staring for so long without even a glimpse of a fish, he was bored to the point of wanting to stretch. Nearby, Jiangming glanced at the hourglass, his brow barely furrowing. If they ended up with empty lines again, he'd have to advise Su Jin to quit trying for the silver blade and switch to easier ice-scale fish, or else today's time would be wasted. A little further up the rocky slope, Qin Chuanwen stood with his hands tucked inside his sleeves, humming a light tune. His expression was so relaxed it looked like he was just watching a show. With less than a quarter of a watch remaining before the Tianlong Pavilion would forcibly take Su Jin away, he calculated in his mind. Just a few breaths more, and he could make his move, officially show up, and drag Su Jin off. Just as pride swelled in his chest, a sudden tap landed on his shoulder, jolting him almost out of his skin. Qin Chuanwen spun around, and was met by the sight of a tall man with a full beard. "Brother Lu, how come you're so quiet when you walk? You scared me," he exclaimed. "You were just too absorbed," the bearded Lu Lei's deep voice rumbled. "Tell me, are you hoping Su Jin dies sooner rather than later?" Lu Lei's gaze passed over Qin Chuanwen and settled on Su Jin's figure by the lake. His expression hard to read. Was it complicated or cold? Originally the leader of the logging district, Lu Lei had scoffed when he heard Su Jin wanted to catch a tier D fish to appease Elder Dong. For survival, what right did a mere errand runner have? But somehow, an inexplicable tightness pressed on his chest, driving him here to stand by the lake silently for a while. Seeing the water so calm, without even a ripple, he quietly exhaled. Looks like this kid's going to fail. He hadn't placed his bet yet, but if the target fish sank, he'd feel relieved. If it soared, missing out would be the hardest thing to bear, which made Lu Lei frown slightly. "Brother Lu, the time's nearly up," Qin Chuanwen winked. "He'll move soon, and take that kid to Tianlong Pavilion. If Brother Qin tries to stop me, you have to back me up. Does he dare stop me?" Lu Lei sneered, veins bulging under his sleeve. "Whether my logging team lives or dies doesn't concern him. He's got no business meddling." With unspoken understanding between them, a simmering tension quietly filled the shadows. Lu Lei looked up at the crescent moon, checked the time, and nodded to Qin Chuanwen. "Let's do it now. First, drag him off to wash up so Elder Dong won't think we disrespect him." Qin Chuanwen's mouth almost stretched to his ears as he said, "Got it." Before he could finish, the lake suddenly exploded in the quiet moonlight. Moonlight mingled with snowy light as the icy blue water erupted in waves several feet high, scattering droplets everywhere. All eyes caught sight of a silver, torpedo-shaped figure slicing through the waves with a graceful arc. Its scales flashed like razor blades, a cold gleam dazzling under the moon. Lu Lei froze where he stood. Qin Chuanwen's mouth hung open, his voice caught in his throat. Holy crap! The silverblade fish. It really is the silverblade fish." A fish leapt from the depths, its scales gleaming bright silver as it streaked across the water in a dazzling flash before crashing back into the lake, sending ripples and sparkling silver flakes scattering everywhere. The massive silhouette vanished in a blink on the surface, measuring no less than 8 meters, far longer than the average adult silverblade fish, which rarely exceed 5 meters. The seasoned angler Qian Tian sprang to his feet, eyes wide with shock. Silverblade fish were already rare, but one of this size was unheard of. His excitement was so great that he almost shouted out "awesome" to encourage Su Jin. Unlike Qian Tian's outward excitement, Su Jin remained calm and steady by the lake. The small golden bamboo fishing rod rested lightly in his palm, effortlessly maneuvered as its tip teased the water, where a rusty spotted grub dangled on the hook, cutting diamond-shaped ripples. The plump, wriggling bait looked like a glistening lump of meat, catching the hungry beast's sharp gaze beneath the surface. Today, the silverblade fish was ravenous, locking onto the grub almost instantly fat, juicy, and writhing enticingly. It nearly drove the fish wild. It surged close to the surface with blazing speed, the partially exposed dorsal fin reflecting a cold, glassy light like a knife slicing through the lake. SSSHH. The water tore apart as the hook was swallowed whole. The fishing line tightened sharply, humming like a drawn bowstring. The rod bent into an extreme arc with a creak any ordinary rod would have snapped then and there. Su-Jin's arm tingled from the sudden yanking force. Even with his strength boosted by the intermediate minor achievement, he was almost dragged into the lake. The explosive power of a graded silverblade fish attack was far more dangerous than the slow grind of logging or mining achievements. This was a true battle of strength, timing, and skill. But the fish's power kept climbing. Gritting his back teeth, Su-Jin leaned back, flexing his abdominal muscles, but his feet were inching toward the lake's edge. With a normal-sized silverblade fish, he could have controlled it. This one was 3 meters longer and noticeably thicker, raising the challenge to a new level. "They'll help you." Qian Tian snapped back to attention, worried as Su-Jin was pulled toward the water. Silverblade fish were ferocious predators, and falling meant serious danger. Jiang Ming also strode over. With 2 martial artists joining, the fish likely wouldn't escape, but by the rules, a graded fish caught like this wouldn't count. "No need. Thanks for the offer, but I've got this." Su-Jin panted but raised his voice firmly. He planted his right foot firmly on a bare rock, tensed his core, and hoisted his arms, finally stabilizing himself. The struggle was about to begin. Thanks to the guidance of an intermediate angler, Su-Jin's fishing skills improved significantly. Combining that with his experience from a past life, he pushed himself to the limit, skillfully reeling the fish in while gradually wearing down the silverblade fish's strength. This was no ordinary catch-on exceptional silverblade fish, nearly twice the size of its kind. Now it was a test of endurance, whose stamina would hold out longer. Even disciples of the Azura sect, with their spiritual energy, struggled against such a beast. Fishing required technique and patience. Brute force alone was no match. Only those who had experienced true, deep-sea fishing could appreciate the terror of such a massive creature beneath the water. Yet, Su-Jin's extraordinary physique and precise maneuvers forced the monster fish into a tense stalemate. The onlookers stared wide-eyed. Was he really holding his ground? A young man with no martial foundation had bent the rod into such an extreme arc. Qin Tian was stunned at first, then filled with admiration, followed by deep regret. I hope he really can reel it in. If Elder Dong would just spare him, because of this, what a talent wasted if he dies so young. Clenching his fists, the urge to cheer Su-Jin on nearly escaped his lips. Jiang Ming was equally amazed. Having known Su-Jin barely more than a day, the young man's feats kept defying his expectations, chopping down small golden steel bamboo, fishing for ice crystal fish, earning the favor of this guard in the mining area, and now battling the silverblade fish for so long. Seemed capable of anything, always steady even in the most perilous moments. Jiang Ming silently blamed Lu Lei. "Senior Lu, if you had just said a word or given him some help back then, Elder Dong might never have targeted him." His knuckles whitened as if he held the fishing rod himself. In the distance, Chen Chuanwen slammed his fist on a snow-covered tree trunk, scattering flakes over himself. "No way. He won't actually catch the silverblade fish, will he? How does this kid get so damn lucky? Can't he just accept his fate and die earlier?" Hatred and jealousy churned in his eyes. Snow also drifted onto Lu Lei's broad shoulders, but the bearded senior seemed unaware, his gaze filled with shock. He had heard about Su-Jin's afternoon feats chopping golden steel bamboo, catching ice crystal fish, winning Qin Tian's praise. Now holding his own against the silverblade fish, perhaps this kid could really rise to mid-level ranks in the Azura sect. Too bad, if only he had helped him. Yesterday regret quickly hardened into cold resolve as Lu Lei interrupted sharply. "What's there to get excited about? Haven't you noticed how huge that fish is? I don't believe he can land it. And even if he does, so what? Elder Dong wants him regardless, won't escape. Sooner or later, he'll be turned into a puppet, diced up and fed to the dogs." His tone was as cruel as Chun Chuanwen's. If he couldn't have him, he wanted to see him destroyed. Meanwhile, the battle on the lake's surface and shore reached its breaking point. The fishing line stretched to the brink of snapping, faint crackling sounds echoing constantly. Su-Jin gritted his teeth, muscles rippling in his arms, sweat steaming in the cold night air. He clearly felt the fish weakening. The silverblade fish was about to give up. This was the fiercest opponent he had ever caught, in this life or the last. Since crossing over to this world, life and death crises and scheming enemies had pressed him relentlessly, always pushing him to the edge. He had silently vowed, having come here, he would live more brilliantly than before. The more they wanted him dead, the more he would prove them wrong by rising all the way to the top. Fueled by fierce determination, Su Jin suddenly pulled the rod back and took a step back. The line hissed sharply as the rod bent into a full crescent. His chest heaved violently, white breath spraying like a soaring dragon. Step by step, he dragged his opponent closer to shore. The lake boiled, silver flashes sparkling as the massive fish finally broke the water's surface. "Come on, kid. Just a little more," Qin Tian shouted, his voice echoing through the night. Jiang Ming's feet kicked up clods of mud in nervous excitement. Lu Lei and Chun Chuanwen's hearts pounded in their throats, both hoping the line would snap or the boy would fall and fail anything to relieve their unease. But then splash! Su Jin raised his arm high as the rod sharply jerked upward, the line refracting brilliant icy light. The enormous silver blade fish, blade-shaped and gleaming, was yanked ashore by sheer force. Its tail fin flailed uselessly, spraying water everywhere, but no longer struggling. Silver scales glittered under the moonlight like a colossal blade laid flat on the grass. An intermediate angler, leveled up. Su Jin gasped for breath, his body steaming as frost formed on the water's surface. The old scars on both his hands were torn open, fresh blood trickling from between his fingers and staining the sleeve of his water-soaked clothes. The crowd around him fell silent in shock, but he paid no mind. Dragging the struggling giant fish far away from the lakeshore, he finally sank to his knees, wiping the sweat from his forehead. In the next moment, text flashed vividly in his mind. Current catch, 1010 unranked aquatic creatures. Rank D aquatic creatures caught, 11. Side profession achievement intermediate angler, upgraded. Advanced angler. You are now an excellent angler, with fishing skills fully mastered. 50 fishing success rate. 50 bait attractiveness. Gain deeper knowledge of rank D aquatic creatures' habits. Your status focused, upgraded. Concentration mode activation required. Double stamina and mental energy consumption. Slight increase in all action efficiency. Easier to seize fleeting opportunities. Slight resistance to mental attacks and suppression of physical pain. Further achievements possible. Catch 100 unranked aquatic creatures, 10 rank D, and 1 rank C. A strange energy surged through him, instantly dispelling fatigue. His strength filled up, and his muscles and tendons tightened and hardened anew. Then a vivid memory flooded back the years after reaching intermediate angler. After mastering basic fishing skills, Su Jin quickly grew bored of catching unranked fish. No amount of small fry could cleanse the label of lowly fisherman. Determined to change his fate, he sought out more skilled anglers, learning techniques to catch rank D fish. He poured all his saved silver coins into tougher rods, rarer bait, and even expensive lessons from masters. Life grew tighter and tougher, but he endured practicing skills, repeating experiments, standing steadfast in wind and rain. After more than a decade of hardship, his fishing skills became flawless and his mind sharpened like a blade, almost impervious to outside distractions. At last, he earned the title Excellent Angler. The memory faded quickly. Back in reality, Su Jin, still feigning heavy breathing, stood up and grinned, showing white teeth as he waved toward Qin Tian and Jiang Ming nearby. Foreman Qin, Foreman Jiang, this fish is huge. Could you two help me deliver it to the Tianlan Institute? This wasn't a mere order, but an outright sharing of credit. In his previous life, even the errand boys who reported good news got rewarded. The last time they brought a frostfin ice scale fish, Lu Lei and his team benefited greatly. Now, with this rarer, top-tier silverblade fish, whoever brought it to the Tianlan Institute would receive a generous reward. Elder Dong was known for his generosity, making the temptation all the heavier for the rank-and-file disciples. Qin Tian patted his bald head and laughed heartily, striding forward. Grasping the fish's gills with both hands, he hoisted the silver-blade fish onto his shoulder like a child, then called out to his companion. Disciple Jiang, don't just stand there. Grab the tail end and lift it up. Don't let it get messed up along the way. Looks matter when you're selling it. The three of them walked side by side, carrying the silver-blade fish. Bright red blood dripped from its fins onto the stone pavement, leaving dark crimson streaks that were quickly swallowed by the dust. As they walked farther, the figure holding the fish high finally disappeared around the corner, leaving only the faint fishy smell lingering in the air. Chen Chuanwen swallowed nervously and lowered his voice to ask, Senior Brother Lu, if we bring this silverblade fish to the Tianling Institute, Elder Dong will definitely reward us. Why don't we tag along? Just pretend we're helping carry it, and we can easily get a cut of the reward. Lu Lei's eyes flickered at the idea, clearly tempted. But then he thought of the unpleasant encounter with Qin Tian this morning and that bald guy's sharp tongue, and he shook his head. If Qin Tian weren't around, I'd go for sure. But going there now will only bring trouble. After a moment of silence, his expression darkened, and he warned coldly, don't just think about the rewards, think about the trouble down the road. If Su Jin really wins Elder Dong's favor and doesn't end up turned into a puppet, his chances of passing the official disciple exam will be much higher. And when that happens, he won't have to fear you at all, might even get revenge. Chun Chuanwen's heart tightened as he fell silent. realizing that causing harm often backfires, and those who get hurt in the end are usually themselves. Senior brother Lu, Elder Dong won't just let that kid off, will she? Chun asked quickly, the black mole on his cheek twitching as his mouth moved. She's taken in fishermen, skilled workers, and cooks among the servants before, but they all ended up made into puppets. You know her tastes. His voice dropped lower and lower. Indeed, Elder Dong rarely spared any servant she took a liking to except one exception. If someone's mental strength was exceptionally strong and able to resist her charms, she wouldn't force them. Chen Chuanwen swallowed hard. What if that Su Jin really is someone born with strong mental power? Impossible. Lu Lei denied it out loud. But inside he was nervously unsettled by the string of coincidences: the little golden bamboo, the frost-fin ice-scaled fish, and now the silver-blade fish. At the same time, Lu Lei gave up the idea of making peace with Su Jin if Su Jin was close to Qin Tian. That was a betrayal against him. He narrowed his eyes and his tone turned icy. If Elder Dong enchants him tonight, well, that's basically a death sentence. If he's lucky and gets spared, and really does have that mental talent, then there's nothing to fear. Chen Chuanwen frowned, puzzled. What do you mean? Lu Lei sneered. The Tianling Institute might be safe, but tomorrow he still has to go back to the logging area, right? To pass the official disciple exam, he has to cut down the little golden bamboo first. And who runs the logging area? Me. No matter how skilled he is, he's just a servant who hasn't trained in martial arts. On my turf, killing a servant like him? Easy as pie. He wants to cut down the little golden bamboo? Dream on. Chen Chuanwen's face lit up with a big grin, his black mole stretching into a thin line. Senior brother, you're brilliant. That kid won't survive no matter what. He cautiously added, but junior brother Jiangming seems pretty close with him. So what if they're close? In the head overseer of the logging area. Lu Lei snorted heavily, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as he stared into the distance. That kid Jiangming dares to hang so close to Qin Tian, clearly disrespecting me. Looks like it's time to teach him a lesson. The East Wind Pavilion towered high, rows of buildings tightly packed together. This place was reserved for the guest elders of the sect, meant to be quiet and serene. Yet, the sinister aura of the Azura sect cast a strange, deathly stillness over it. The guest elders were all fierce characters. Even Qin Tianxing kept his head down and walked quickly, whispering to Su Jin, don't stare around. All sorts of strange things happened in the East Wind Pavilion. The journey was smooth until the silver-edged fish measuring 8 meters long drew too much attention. The three of them carried it carefully, its shimmering body writhed like a silver dragon cutting through waves, attracting countless covert glances that made everyone uneasy. Fortunately, they eventually reached the Tianping courtyard. After explaining their purpose, the huge silver-edged fish was taken away by the servants. Before long, the man in the red robe from that morning appeared again. His expression was still doll-like, even thinner than before, his cheeks sunken. His voice was mechanical yet precise. You're here? You still haven't washed properly. Fishing had taken some time, and afraid of being late, Su Jin deliberately rubbed himself against the fish to soak up its fishy smell. Now, calmly replying, he said, you said Elder Dong doesn't like people being late, so I hurried. Fishing and punctuality were flawless excuses, and not washing properly somehow fit naturally. The redrobed man thought for a moment, scratched his head, and stepped aside. Go in, Elder Dong is waiting for you. You're lucky. His tone was sincere, without irony. In his remaining beliefs, serving Elder Dong was his whole life. He then glanced at Qin Tianxing and Jiangming. You too, come with me. Elder Dong has rewards for you. The unspoken meaning was that Elder Dong wouldn't see them now, but rewards were arranged. From here on, Su Jin had to face the challenge alone. Following the man in red deeper inside, an icy chill struck, but thick, sickly sweet perfume filled the air, wrapped in an ambiguous haze. Smoke-filled willows swayed faintly in the mist, like sheer veils draped over a dancer's bare back. A single lamp flickered among withered pagoda tree branches, like the mottled spots spreading on a corpse. Beneath the fragrant breeze came a faint stink of rot, seeping into the nose and making one shudder. From the darkness, the crack of breaking bones and the wet sounds of beasts chewing flesh echoed. Even Su Jin, accustomed to grim scenes, felt his spine chill. Facing such a boss-level figure on the second day after transmigration, that's intense, he thought bitterly. Every step from here was a matter of life and death with no retreat. Any ordinary person, even with a system, would have died a dozen times by now. The worst part was running into Chen Chuanwen, that mad dog who wouldn't let go. Only by overcoming Elder Dong could he seize the initiative and prepare a big gift for those scoundrels. Unknowingly, they had reached the main hall's entrance. The sickly sweet scent grew heavier, mingled with whispers of warm sweat, stirring a restless desire. Su Jin took a deep breath, pushed down all distractions, and called out loudly. Elder Dong, Su Jin has arrived. Bring him in. Let this humble servant see what kind of mighty young man has managed to catch a silver-blade fish. The hoarse yet lazy female voice slid over the ear like melting ice, its lingering tone seductive and unyielding. At your command, responded a servant outside. The heavy wooden door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside bit by bit. In the center stood a wide, soft couch draped with thin gauzy curtains, outlining a curvaceous, voluptuous silhouette full and ripe, sparking endless imagination. Su Jin stepped over the threshold, instantly triggering the focused concentration effect within his restless mind restrained, wild impulses arrested, spirit clear as a mirror, all distractions silenced. A faint, slightly sticky and unpleasant scent crept around, but he detected it precisely. You caught a silverblade fish to please me, so ill remember your kindness. No need for formality. Sit down. That hoarse voice rang out again, slow and deliberate. Su Jin gave a casual thanks and plopped down by the low table with ease, sharply contrasting the weakness in the knees of previous visitors. A soft, coquettish giggle came from inside, sultry yet soul-consuming, clearly pleased by his composed demeanor. Behind the sheer curtains, on the high bed, a cascade of dark hair spilled down like a waterfall. The woman parted the drapes and lifted her delicate head to peek out. Rosy cheeks like evening clouds, a slender neck smooth as jade, dangerously beautiful. You must have heard of my name, young master. Did you catch fish just to flatter me, hoping I'd spare you? Dong Sanyang laughed dreamily, her eyes enchanting, yet words frank. Su Jin replied calmly, Elder Dong, that was indeed my intention. You don't lack warm bed attendants, but you do need clever servants. If permitted, I'd rather keep my usefulness catching several more plump silverblade fish to honor you. Oh, that's good. Dong Sanyang purred sharply, turning herself onto her stomach, more of her figure slipping out from behind the curtain's fragrant shoulders and pale neck barely covered, soft curves half revealed. But what if I want to keep you here and eat the fish you catch every day? Her voice was like a fishing line, tender and scolding, coaxing, wanting to entwine Su Jin. Thanks to the focused concentration, the allure felt like it sank into the deep sea without a ripple. Elder Dong's enchantment only worked on those without martial training or chi sense. Once trapped, victims would become high-end puppets, warming beds, delivering messages, serving tea. Su Jin still remembered Quan Tian and Jiang Ming's warnings clearly. Was this enchantment failing, or was there some other scheme? Su Jin's mind was as calm as still water as he stared at the half-naked Dong Sanyang behind the veil, undeniably seductive, yet unable to move him in the slightest. Having witnessed too much in past lives, and with his current composure, he refused to lose control like the foolish pig brother. If Elder Dong truly likes me, perhaps wait until I become a martial artist before keeping me company? A mortal's body is too fragile for now. He spoke evenly, eyes clear and direct, no hint of evasion. Becoming a formal disciple would prevent guest elders from doing as they pleased with him. Wasn't this promise just a pie in the sky? Dong Sanyang listened to Su Jinzi's words, blinking and lightly covering her mouth, her smile full of charm and sensuality. Young master, you're handsome, and your words are as sweet as honey, making my heart flutter. She shifted her body more, lying stretched out like a precious jade, her figure tight and graceful like rolling hills. A man as interesting as you, I haven't met one in a long time. You caught a silverblade fish, and your body is strong too. I really like that. And since you came in, you haven't taken your eyes off me. Do you find me beautiful? Unlike the way she appeared before others, like a man-eating python. In this moment Dong Sanyang seemed more like a wild spirit, enchanting like a fox, enticing to the bone. Su Jinji answered calmly, beautiful, but am the one who can't withstand flattery. Only after training in martial arts can one be truly worthy. His words stressed his intentions while also praising her beauty. But the faint, sticky, unpleasant scent rising from her made him increasingly uneasy. He felt the alluring woman before him was like a dangerous carnivorous flower, glamorous on the outside but rotten inside, hiding a mountain of corpses and blood. At that moment, Dong Sanyang lazily rolled over and slipped under the bed curtains. Her pale body became a faint shadow. She smiled softly and murmured to Su Jinji, you just know a few sentences, isn't that enough for some fun with me? Always thinking about martial arts. You're still afraid of me, afraid I'll devour you. Through the sheer curtains, he saw her resting her chin on her hand, tilting her delicate head thoughtfully, then nodding. All right, it's late. I won't keep you. You may withdraw. You brought me the silverblade fish today, which I like very much. What reward should I give you? Let me think about it. I'll give it to you later. Su Jinji was stunned by her words. That was it. The expected trouble and the notoriously hard to resist seductive magic never appeared at all. She was just letting him leave. He stood, bowed to Dong Sanyang, then without hesitation pushed open the door and stepped out, eager not to linger another second. Soon after, someone else came out from a side room in the main hall, strong-browed, starry-eyed, handsome in the extraordinary way, with bright, focused eyes. Elder Dong, are you interested in him? The young man said with a hint of jealousy on his face. What jealous? Dong Sanyang smiled dreamily. That young master is good-looking, fun, and strong-bodied. Who knows, he might pass the Shura Sect's tests and become a warrior someday. Wouldn't that be better for serving me? I can do it too. I will pass the official disciple test and serve Elder Dong well," the young man declared excitedly, even attempting to climb into Dong Sanyang's bed. Her voice was like boiling autumn water, hot and unsettling. "I never said you couldn't. Why rush? You aren't like those puppets. I wouldn't want to turn you into expendable material. Train hard, and when you have improved, we'll have our pleasure. Don't be so impatient." Her intoxicating breath sank into his bones, and her sultry tone, like teasing anger, made the young man lose himself. Though he hadn't fallen under any enchantment, he acted crazier than those who had been bewitched. "I want lose to that other man. He'll pass the official disciple test and train seriously to serve Elder Dong well. All right, Jiang Li, you may withdraw too. I'm tired now," Dong Sanyang said with a cold smile, unwilling to show any more kindness to her thoroughly conquered prey. When Jiang Li left, Dong Sanyang's smile turned even more sinister, her red lips parting like a dark spider in an abyss. She licked her lips, her expression hungry and maddened. Led by the man in the red robe who had served him earlier, Su Jin gradually walked toward the exit of the Tianluo courtyard. His steps were unhurried, but his mind was tightly wound. He maintained a state of intense focus, keeping his thoughts clear and calm, methodically reviewing the conversation he'd just had with Elder Dong. That woman most likely hadn't used any charm technique. She recalled each seemingly offhand remark she made, realizing the hidden meaning was like a sharp needle pricking at his heart. Then, almost casually, she let him leave. That in itself was strange. She was definitely not someone to be taken lightly and must have designs on him. But what exactly was she after? He bitterly thought of not showering, the fishy smell he carried, and immediately dismissed it. If she really had that kind of taste, she'd have just torn him apart and fed him to the dogs by now. The way she looked at me wasn't like looking at a living person, but more like eyeing a dish to be eaten. Su Jin sighed inwardly. People like her were unusual in their mindset. That she let him go now was probably just because the time wasn't right. If his martial skills improved, maybe then he could fulfill whatever purpose she had in mind. A troubling question arose. Once he officially became a disciple, would she still be able to act freely against him? It seemed unlikely. The situation was more complicated than it appeared. His thoughts spiraled, and the answer was resigned. Even if he passed the trial, he couldn't shake off Elder Dong's attention. But if he gave up the trial and stayed stuck in the servant quarters, surviving by doing nothing, that wasn't an option either. Without power, everything was empty talk. Even Chen Chuanwen wouldn't necessarily let him off. As for fleeing Azure sect, Su Jin shook his head. With his current resources, the chances of survival were near zero. Besides, judging from the original owner's memories, the whole world here was martial and competitive. Who didn't dream of being a warrior? The only choice now was to prepare to fight through the official disciple trial. Elder Dong was only a guest elder. If Su Jin could break through the trial and gain the sect's recognition, that would offer the best chance at survival. With his thoughts clear, Su Jin let go of his intense focus. The courtyard exit was now ahead. The man in the red robe had initially planned to escort him back personally, but stopped abruptly at the threshold. Outside the gate stood Qin Tian and Jiang Ming. Hearing the noise, the two turned just in time to see Su Jin's composed expression, confirming he wasn't under any charm spell or dazed. They quietly relaxed. "Looks like someone's waiting for you. Then I won't walk you out. Go ahead." The red-robed man's eyes were lifeless, like a drained worker ant without complaint. After speaking, he turned and left. Su Jin walked shoulder to shoulder with Qin Tian and Jiang Ming away from Dongfeng Pavilion, taking a few secluded corridors before quietly exchanging information. Learning that Elder Dong hadn't even uttered a single reproach, Qin Tian couldn't help but burst out laughing heartily. "Seems like Elder Dong really values your fishing skills. One full meal or another, she knows what she's doing." Jiang Ming scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. "Brother Su, this time when we came to Tianpeng Pavilion, Elder Dong gave both me and Brother Qin 2 chi pill each. With how things turned out, I'm kind of embarrassed. How about I give you half of mine?" Honestly, Jiang Ming was a decent guy, a man of principle. Su Jin chuckled lightly and shook his head. "You keep your pills, Supervisor Jiang. Without your help today, there's no way I could have caught that silverblade fish." Then he glanced at Qin Tian with a teasing smile. "And I wouldn't have even had the chance to meet Supervisor Qin. You two supervisors have been my benefactors. If I survived today's trouble, it's all thanks to your care." "I can't thank you enough," Su Jin said politely, but without false modesty, striking the perfect tone. Both Qin Tian and Jiang Ming felt good hearing that, their regard for Su Jin growing deeper. Qin Tian chuckled and patted Su Jin on the shoulder with his large hand. "Brother Su, you're a good man. I'm really rooting for you. If trouble ever finds you again, don't hesitate to come to me. Old Qin will do whatever he can to help." Jiang Ming nodded seriously, showing he felt the same. This was exactly what Su Jin wanted to hear. Seizing the moment, he plunged forward unreservedly. "Actually, I do have something to trouble you both with." The two supervisors froze for a moment. They had just promised to help, and now there was something else. But curiosity quickly won out, and they both blinked at him expectantly. "You two think highly of me, and am truly grateful. But some people would love to see me dead. especially after they learned Elder Dong let me off. They're more restless than ever. I'm afraid life will only get harder from here. He spoke calmly, a faint smile still on his face. Everyone knew the most likely culprit was Chen Chuanwen, and probably Lu Lei as well. Qin Tian rubbed his shiny bald head and frowned. You mean you want us to keep an eye out? Make sure no villains try to sabotage you behind the scenes? If only they could transfer Su Jin to the mining area, but Lu Lei would never give up. Jiang Ming also knew how troublesome this was. Their two senior supervisors were not to be trusted. If anyone wanted to target Su Jin, all he could do was try to cover as much as possible. So silently, he nodded in agreement. But to their surprise, Su Jin shook his head lightly and spoke softly. This wasn't what he wanted. As long as he stayed in the logging area, Chen Chuanwen wouldn't rest. Even with Qin Tian's protection, his post wasn't secure. Besides, it's always easier to harm someone than protect them. Although Jiang Ming had returned to the logging area, his wits weren't sharp. Lu Lei was likely still scheming in secret. This was a major problem. After all, in this menial work camp, human life was cheap. The black-faced worker who'd scared Su Jin yesterday was kicked by Chen Chuanwen until his leg was broken. He screamed all night. This morning he was dragged to the logging site and forced to work until he collapsed. Then the other workers dismembered his corpse and devoured a gruesome horror show. It was clear how easy it was for someone to be killed here. Qin Tian and Jiang Ming couldn't watch Su Jin every moment, and Su Jin wouldn't dare rely on Elder Dong's power. Too dangerous. The solution had been brewing silently. Relying on others was no match for relying on himself. That had always been his survival rule. I plan to stay up late tonight and try to cut through that small golden bamboo, catch them off guard. Once I earn the qualification to take the formal disciple examination, no one will dare touch me anymore. This is the safest way to protect myself, he said earnestly, looking up. I'd appreciate it if you two supervisors could come watch and witness me cutting the bamboo. That way no one can cheat in the future. At his words, Qin Tian and Jiang Ming both stopped in their tracks, eyes full of disbelief. This young man planned to chop through the golden bamboo in a single night? Right after just catching the silverblade fish, when his energy must be drained. Was he out of his mind? At the logging camp supervisor's quarters, Lu Lei and Chen Chuanwen were drinking together. They had just received news that Su Jin had emerged from Tianpeng Pavilion unharmed, and their moods soured immediately. Senior brother Lu, starting tomorrow, he'll make things miserable for that Su Jin. He'll make sure he can't get away with it. Chen said. Be ruthless. Find any excuse to break his leg. Bone injuries take a long time to heal, and with this freezing weather he won't last long, Lu Lei said darkly, finishing his cup in one gulp. To them, laborers were little better than livestock. Once seriously injured, a laborer was useless to Elder Dong. He couldn't fish, so how could Su Jin continue currying favor? As for Qin Tian and Jiang Ming, both were on the same rank as Lu Lei, but neither had authority over their own laborers. Jiang Ming was Liu's subordinate, and as logging area supervisor, Lu Lei was determined to ruin Su Jin. Jiang Ming couldn't interfere. The two exchanged a knowing smile, confident that Su Jin was still trapped in their grasp. Their earlier frustration vanished. I swear, I wish I could finish Su Jin off tonight. But I know he's with Qin Tian right now. Sigh. Junior brother Jiang really is something. Even though he's from our logging area and knows about your feud with Qin Tian, he still stays so close to Qin. Unlike me, I'm strictly on your side, senior brother Lu, Chen Chuanwen said, picking at a black mole on his philtrum, slyly trying to provoke Lu Lei's displeasure toward Jiang Ming. Lu Lei, likely tipsy, slammed his cup down hard on the table. Qin Tian, just a foul-mouthed mutt. And Jiang Ming, a fool who can't tell his left hand from his right. He cursed through gritted teeth, then glanced at Chen and laid it on thick. Stick with me, and this position will be yours sooner or later. Chen's scheme worked perfectly, and he beamed as he eagerly flattered Lu. In their minds, Su Jin was already dead and buried. There was no rush to hassle him tonight. He was just a lowly laborer. One night wouldn't change his fate at all. That night, the snow stopped as Hungdao Ridge was blanketed in white. The logging grounds were silent and bathed in bright moonlight reflecting off the snow. Su Jin, are you really confident you can chop through the little Vajra bamboo in one night? You should know, while it's not impossible for me to cut this bamboo, I can't do it for you. Afterwards, someone will inspect the break carefully. If they find evidence, you're finished. Jiang Ming suspected Su Jin's midnight chopping had some other motive. He warned him there was no unwillingness to help, but if the deed was discovered, Su Jin would face harsh punishment and he himself would be held accountable. Supervisor Jiang, don't joke. I have no such intention. Su Jin smiled lightly as he approached the little Vajra bamboo. Qin Tian also thought Su Jin's plan to chop the bamboo overnight was a bit unrealistic, but didn't press the matter. If it didn't work out, he would personally go to the labor department tomorrow and force them to send Su Jin to the mining area himself. Qin was a straightforward man, unlike the difficult-to-please Lu Lei, and was skilled at managing relationships. He felt confident he could persuade the labor department to cooperate. Still, curiosity piqued him, wanted to see how skilled Su Jin's lumber work really was. After all, it was rare for a laborer to leave 7/10 of the way through on this bamboo in only half an hour. Taking the wine gourd from his waist, Chin Tian took several deep swigs, belched heavily, and smiled hoarsely. Brother Su, drink up. Don't worry about the unbreakable bamboo, brother. We'll find a way to get you back to the mining area. Chin Tian took a long gulp of strong liquor. His words tried to reassure Su Jin, but he also made clear he didn't believe little golden steel bamboo could be cut through overnight. Su Jin shot him a glance, then looked toward Jiang Ming without explanation and directly pulled the pale gold, long-handled great axe from the weapons rack. If he relied only on an intermediate lumberjack skill, there was no way he could chop through the little golden steel bamboo in one night. Neither endurance nor strength was enough. But things were different now. 1. Intermediate lumberjack greatly improves logging efficiency, reduces stamina consumption, and slightly strengthens physique and chopping damage. 2. Intermediate miner further boosts endurance, doubles overall strength, and additionally enhances the power of long-handled weapons. With both achievements stacked, he had transformed from a weak youth into a true logging weapon. And the pale gold great axe in his hands was exactly a long-handled weapon, so all its advantages came into play faster, longer-lasting, deadlier. Tonight, I'll cut through the little golden steel bamboo, earn the qualification, and level up my lumberjack achievement once more. Su Jin set his goal quickly in his mind. Qin Tian wiped his mouth and waved at Jiang Ming. Brother Jiang, don't just stand there blocking the view. Come have a drink. Cutting the little golden steel bamboo is tough, but I want to see Su's true skills. Just as Jiang Ming started to approach, a sudden rush of wind exploded behind him. Su Jin swung his axe. The massive axe, forged of glimmering Tier D multi-hardened iron, had a handle as long as his body, but he wielded it like a bamboo pole. His waist twisted, arms descended with momentum, and the golden blade sliced through the air like a sharp crescent moon, striking exactly where the 7/10 cut mark from last night was. Clang. This sound wasn't the distant echo of bronze striking a bell anymore. Instead, it was a piercing clash of metal cutting metal. The blade embedded deep in the bamboo. The force was undiminished, and the chopping result was extraordinary. Qin Tian and Jiang Ming, who were familiar with martial arts and had tried chopping bamboo themselves, both froze with their scalps tingling. They knew this sound well. It meant a true bamboo penetration. The two were stunned. He hasn't trained in martial arts, right? That one stroke is enough to leave a mark. Jiang Ming stood rooted, disbelief written all over him. Qin Tian abruptly stood, the wine gourd in his hand swaying in the wind. He stared at the fresh crack in the bamboo and murmured, he learns mining fast, is good at fishing, but the scariest thing is still this axe, this power, this momentum. This is no longer just logging. Put a beginner martial artist there, and they'd be split in two on the spot. Logging is martial art, this kid's really impressive. Before finishing, he was already thoroughly convinced. Jiang Ming kept his head turned, eyes wide with shock, voice trembling. Senior brother Lu, you really misjudged him. Su Jin was truly worth you speaking up for him back then. At dawn the next day, the sky was just beginning to lighten but not quite bright. The north wind flickered uncertainly, biting cold as it whipped through the logging area. Groups of laborers marched across the half-frozen frost. Their expressions numb as if they were walking corpses at the Novice Sect. Few laborers survived more than 5 years. Lu Lei and Shen Chuanwen had drunk deep into the night, and this morning their eyes were darkened with fatigue, their steps unsteady, yet excitement gleamed beneath their weariness. At the drinking table, they had imagined 100 different ways for Su Jin to die, and now they only awaited the moment to act. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp, iron-cutting sound mixed with the north wind, coming in fits and starts. What's going on? Shen Chuanwen hiccuped drunkenly, his tongue sluggish, but an ominous feeling rose sharply in Lu Lei's chest as he quickened his pace toward the densest cluster of people. There was a large circle of laborers, still and silent like rows of bamboo, facing forward without moving a muscle. Lu Lei's anger surged, kicked away one laborer blocking his way, roughly parted the crowd, and finally saw the scene at the center frozen place. The north wind tousled his rugged beard, bloodshot eyes flickering wildly, but no words came out. Even the shouting from behind him fell on deaf ears. Senior brother Lu, what's happening? Let's go find Su Jin. Today, we'll make sure to finish him off. Shen Chuanwen, still tipsy, swayed closer with no restraint as he shouted. Lu Lei remained unmoved, not even turning his head. Senior brother Lu, what are you looking at? You're staring. So Chen Chuanwen squeezed beside him. His words cut off as he too went rigid, stunned. In the center stood a young man, steam rising from his body, white mist swirling and turning into frost breath. His arms were swollen, swinging a giant pale golden axe high overhead, as if ready to cleave the sky itself. Clang! The giant axe fell that final slash. SSS. The piercing rasping noise scraped against everyone's teeth, accompanied by a sharp cracking sound as bamboo training dummies shattered and collapsed with a thunderous crash. No way. There's no way the golden bamboo could have been cut down overnight. Chen Chuanwen was completely stunned. Just last night, he had been tossing and turning in bed, rehearsing 100 ways to take down Su Jin in his mind. Yet, barely a few incense sticks after dawn, word came from the mountain gate Su Jin had severed the golden bamboo and earned formal disciple assessment status. Back in the day, he had fought from moonrise to dawn just to land that one cut, barely getting the bamboo down before the very last moment. That was one of the few proud moments in his life. But Su Jin had pulled off the same feat in only 2 days. Jealousy surged inside him. He couldn't bear to see anyone surpass him so quickly and skillfully, and he outright refused to accept the reality before his eyes. His head spun, his chest tightened, and finally, with a sharp voice, he shouted, "Su Jin, you cheated. There's no way you cut down the golden bamboo in just one night." His cursing burst out, thick with spit. Chen Chuanwen lunged forward, reaching out to grab Su Jin's collar. But before his fingers touched the fabric, a sharp slap landed with a whoosh against his face. Smack! The crisp, muffled sound stunned him. His vision darkened as half his face instantly swelled. As his awareness came back, he saw a towering figure blocking his way. The man was bear-like and broad-shouldered, his bald head gleaming under the sun, a fierce scar slicing across his brow, an unmistakable warning. "Keep your distance. I saw Su Jin chop that tree down with my own eyes last night," boomed the bald giant, Qin Tian. His voice rolled like thunder. "You say he cheated? You're questioning me? A pathetic loser who can't stand others doing better, just barking like a filthy mutt. What, you want to kill someone? Break sect rules in public? Mess with our probationary disciple? Who told you to do this, your leader?" His presence pressed down like a mountain. Chen Chuanwen, already reeling from the slap, was further stunned by this fierce tirade, his mind a blank mess. Instinctively, he sought support, and his eyes darted around before landing on Lu Lei. Mucus and tears blurred his vision. He was nearly crying. "Senior brother Lu, please stand up for me." Qin Tian snorted coldly and stepped closer. "Oh, so Lu Lei taught you this? You two working together to block the timber workers from qualifying as formal disciples? Is that it? Speak up." Beneath his gruff exterior, Qin Tian was sharp as a tack, quick to act, blunt in his insults, turning every word into a weapon with perfect timing to dominate the situation. Chen Chuanwen opened his mouth, but found no words. Since becoming overseer of the timber division, he had never allowed a laborer to pass the golden bamboo test. If head suffered getting soaked in rain, no one else was allowed to use an umbrella. Now that he was exposed, he couldn't even muster the courage to argue. Su Jin stood nearby, arms crossed, lips curving into a quietly amused smile. Qin Tian's combative style was brutal and efficient both in fighting and scolding. In fact, before cutting down the golden bamboo, Chen Chuanwen and his gang had used every trick in the book to sabotage Su Jin. Now that Su Jin had earned qualification, if anyone dared to make a move against him under watchful eyes, they'd face severe sect punishment. Chen had prepared a counterattack before, but with Qin Tian backing him now, a lot of trouble was avoided. On the other side, Lu Lei's face was dark with concern. Was Chen Chuanwen completely insane to act now? Great Qin Tian had now turned his ire on him. If this reached the sect's disciplinary department, Lu Lei would be dragged down too. But if he didn't speak up now, it would be taken as consent. After weighing his options, he forced down his anger and took 2 steps forward. His gaze met Su Jin's, who returned a calm, gentle smile, not too warm or cold, yet somehow it unsettled Lu Lei deeply, leaving him inexplicably uneasy inside. For some reason, a thought crossed his mind. Had his path become too narrow? Lu Lei suppressed the turmoil inside him and fixed his gaze on Qin Tian, forcing himself to maintain his composure. "Qin Tian, don't talk nonsense. Lu Lei, walk with honor and stand tall. How could I stoop to such filthy deeds?" Halfway through, his eyes flicked to the small golden bamboo lying on the ground, and suddenly his tone grew more pointed. "It's just that Su Jin never trained in martial arts, yet managed to snap this bamboo overnight. My men suspect cheating. Anyone would feel the same." He smirked while stroking his chin. "You're so eager to act. Could it be you've been caught?" Qin Tian's gaze was sharp as a blade. Casually slinging the bamboo over his shoulder, he sneered with contempt. "Whether there was cheating or not, just have the inspection department check it. No need for you to waste your breath. But you, Su Jin, obviously belongs to the logging team, yet you make things difficult for him at every turn. No wonder nobody wants to befriend you. TSK, those laborers in logging are really unlucky to have a supervisor like you. I bet they'll never hold their heads high." He freed one hand to pat Su Jin on the shoulder. "Come on, brother Su. They'll take you to the inspection department. From now on, you don't have to worry about scheming villains behind your back." Su Jin nodded in agreement. After a few steps, the youth suddenly stopped, turned to Lu Lei with a gentle smile, then shifted his gaze to Chen Chuanwen, smiling even more brightly sunny and sincere, but blindingly sharp to everyone else's eyes. Once their figures disappeared, the logging area fell into dead silence. The laborers wore expressions that mixed envy, jealousy, and resentment beneath a thin veneer of admiration. A monster who could break the golden bamboo overnight would almost certainly pass the official disciple evaluation, rising to a status far beyond their reach, leaving them only to smile and bow in his shadow. Lu Lei felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. If Su Jin really had that ability, he should have been won over yesterday. If he'd been given some favors early on and hadn't gotten tangled up with Chen Chuanwen, Heth himself will be the ones accompanying Su Jin to the inspection department, not Qin Tian. But now, had lost a promising talent and carried the stigma of jealousy, a huge loss. Covering his swollen face, Chen Chuanwen shuffled closer, whiskers by his nostrils fluttering in the breeze. Senior brother Lu, did you see that? Su Jin's little triumphant smile, even daring to grin at me. He's clearly threatening us. We can't keep a person like that around. Lu Lei's cold glare swept over him. Can't keep him? Then why don't you go kill him and help me get rid of the trouble? His voice was gritted, filled with fierce intent. If not for this troublemaker, he wouldn't be in this mess. Chen Chuanwen forced a nervous chuckle. Senior brother, you're joking. He already qualified for the official disciple exam. If he died, would be in real trouble. Besides, he might not pass anyway. Even if he does, he's still just an official disciple. You remain leader of the logging team who would dare disrespect you? Before his words faded, a mechanical, emotionless voice called from behind the crowd. Make way, oh, Supervisor Lu. A man in a red robe squeezed through, even thinner than yesterday. As an agent of Elder Dong, Lu Lei could only force a smile. Young master, is there a message from the elder? Is Su Jin here? Elder Dong asked me to deliver a message. The red-robed man's face was expressionless. Su Jin was absent. Lu Lei bowed slightly. He has already gone to the inspection department. You can leave a message with me, and I will pass it on. That's fine. The puppet-like voice remained flat. Tell Su Jin that Elder Dong received his silver-edged fish gift and liked it very much. After thinking it over all night, if he passes the official disciple exam, the elder wishes to take him as a direct disciple to personally train. The words struck the crowd into stunned silence, every ear straining to hear. The already strange chain of events landed another heavy blow on Lu Lei and Chen Chuanwen's faces. The red-robed man turned and left. Chen Chuanwen stood motionless, muttering, a direct disciple? That's like skyrocketing in rank. Senior brother Lu, what are we going to do now? The man nervously tugged on Lu Lei's sleeve. A gust of wind swept past them. Smack! Another sharp but muffled slap suddenly landed, this time delivered by Lu Lei himself. Elder Wang Mo, have you finalized the list of candidates for the official disciple assessment? The southern courtyard of the Novice Sect was quiet, with the scent of books softly drifting in the breeze beneath the eaves. Outside the door, before the footsteps of a man clad in a coarse linen robe had even arrived, his boisterous voice had already burst into the room. Elder Li Yin is here. Wang Mo's eyes crinkled in a smile as he stood to greet the guest. I was just about to submit the list this morning when a laborer disciple suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Within 2 days, he managed to cut through the little vajra bamboo, which earned him an extra spot and delayed things a bit. Wang Mo was fair-skinned and slightly plump, naturally gentle in manner. As he spoke, he poured a cup of hot tea for the newcomer. Li Yin, however, strode in confidently, and without touching the teacup, unscrewed the mouth of the wine gourd at his waist and took a swig of strong liquor. Only 10 days left until the official disciple assessment? Laborers can still sign up now? That's unusual. Still, a clean-faced young laborer, Wang Mo said, setting down the tea, blowing away the thin steam. He cut through the little vajra bamboo in 2 days. 2 days? Li Yin raised an eyebrow. More precisely, in just 1 night, Wang Mo added. Li Yin rubbed his scruffy chin, dyed dark by stubble, clicking his tongue in surprise. Never heard of someone with such talent ending up as a laborer. Could there have been a mistake in the initial test? Wang Mo shook his head and lowered his voice somewhat. I suspected the same, so I retested him. The results were consistent: terrible martial aptitude, poor root constitution, no hope for the martial path. Li Yin straightened up. Then how could he chop down little vajra bamboo overnight? They say he was born with divine strength. Whatever he learns, he picks up fast chopping wood. Mining, he masters it right away, Wang Mo said with a chuckle. The Novice Sect had its own system for selecting candidates. All newcomers, whether voluntarily or not, had to undergo a secret technique test of martial aptitude before entering the sect. Those who passed were given basic cultivation techniques, and if they could manifest even a trace of chi sensitivity within 2 months, they became official disciples. Those who failed but had connections were sent back, while those alone and forced into servitude were made laborers little better than slaves. The sect, unwilling to miss potential talent, held another official disciple assessment after 2 months, offering those who hadn't yet exhibited chi sensation a second chance. Laborers were essentially trash, eliminated in the first round. But now, suddenly this Su Jin appeared, chopping little vajra bamboo overnight, breaking all conventions. Li Yin laughed heartily. Indeed rare. If his talent was missed at the initial test, that's a serious oversight. That's why I retested him. Wang Mo stroked his beard, but he's still inferior. The martial world judges aptitude by how quickly one can cultivate chi sensitivity, condensing chi, forging the body, tempering the embryo, inscribing the soul, shaping the spiritual body, storing the spirit, divine transformation. Every step depends on abundant chi. No matter how strong you are, if your chi growth is slow, you remain immortal. Li Yin raised his wine gourd with a meaningful sigh. Such a pity. Without cultivation aptitude, even great strength is wasted potential. Yes, Wang Mo agreed. The labor officer who brought him in acted like head found treasure. What insight could these laborers really have? They were all barely qualified borderline disciples who saw anyone they met as a treasure. Wang Mo sneered and shook his head. With a flick of his sleeve, he poured himself another cup of hot tea. The curling steam couldn't conceal the mocking smile at the corner of his lips. Whispering to himself, he raised his eyes to the sunset outside the window. Besides, the old sect leader just completed his death sealing trial a month ago. The acting sect leader has taken full control. Like a new boss eager to leave his mark, he even changed the assessment system. This time's official disciple evaluation is bloody and brutal, far harsher than before. That piece of baggage rushing to sign up at such a critical moment? Truly unlucky. Hearing this, Li Yin felt a tightness in his chest and sighed as he sat down. He had come today to talk about the acting sect leader. The Azura sect was never family-run, but this time the old leader got the notion to make it so. Having secluded himself to break through the law-body realm, his own son naturally became the acting sect leader, wielding absolute power. Yet his actions caused many elders to shake their heads in silence, uneasy to speak out. Take the guest elder issue. Wang Mo set down his teacup, voice low and steady. How many guest elders has the sect taken in over the years? All with complicated backgrounds. Especially that Dong Seniangramor to be deeply connected to the downfall of the Yugue sect. A black widow like her, and the acting sect leader still dares to keep her here. I just don't get what he's planning. The topic stirred Li Yan's interest. He pulled out the wine gourd from his waist and tossed back a gulp of strong liquor. The sharp burn made him gasp, but he seemed determined to swallow down his frustration along with it. The liquor warmed his words, which grew bolder. Haha, Brother Wang, you don't know this yet, right? Just last month, the acting sect leader promised Dong Sanyang something. I hear they're going to discuss it with us soon, which is really just a fancy way of saying well be told. Wang Mo's brow twitched. He motioned Li Yin to come closer and lowered his voice. Let me tell you. In the southern district of the Azura sect, nestled among barren mountains, stood a secluded courtyard, the Blood Reverence Hall. The evening glow stained the blue stone walls with a sanguine hue, but inside the yard the atmosphere was crowded and noisy. About 300 people filled the space, men and women, the youngest barely 14 or 15, the eldest approaching 30, all attendees preparing for the official disciple assessment. Su Jin stepped silently through the gate, slender but exuding an austere focus. As the last newcomer, she knew she wouldn't blend into the group's talking, so she crossed her hands behind her back and stood quietly in a corner, observing the nervous or excited comrades. Just moments ago, a steward clad in a black-rimmed robe had ascended the stage to announce new regulations, instantly stirring the entire courtyard. The test site remained the sect's beast hunting grounds, with points awarded based on the quantity and quality of wild beasts captured. The top 10% would advance as official disciples. This was the long-standing tradition. But this year, the acting sect leader had made some drastic changes. 1. Contestants were no longer forbidden from attacking each other. 2. Prey stolen from others would still count toward one score. The moment the news landed, the previously noisy newcomers fell silent, exchanging tense whispers that quickly erupted again. Several youths turned pale, fingers tightening on their knives. Others licked their lips with uncontrollable predatory glints in their eyes. Only the top 10 get through, and now they lift the Nokal rule and allow stealing kills. Someone muttered curses. This isn't an assessment anymore, it's a call for us to slaughter one another. Another voice trembled but couldn't contain their fury. Wasn't this just a way to push everyone to kill each other? Some wailed endlessly, others pounded their chests in frustration, and a few had red-rimmed eyes, clearly excited. Yet Su Jin stood apart from the crowd, quietly absorbing the details of the new assessment system, pondering deeply. He stood on the secluded stone steps of the blood cultivation courtyard, eyes drifting beyond the weeds and crumbling walls to the chaotic throng not far away. The bold crimson characters etched on the announcement steel still seemed to drip with chill. The hunting test had been changed into an elimination match where contestants could kill each other. The crowd's emotions were intense, but to Su Jin, this new rule was just an extra layer of risk. As long as I rank near the top, I can finally make a name for myself within the sect and escape Dong Sanyang's covetous gaze, he thought with steely resolve, a cold light flickering in his eyes. The danger wasn't just from the beasts in the hunting zone, but from other candidates also vying for selection. Most had trained in external martial arts techniques while they hadn't developed internal energy yet. They were capable of dispatching ordinary people in seconds. Su Jin clenched his fist tightly, the joints cracking quietly. The strength gap had to be closed further. Surveying the wide but desolate grounds of the blood cultivation courtyard, There were no mines, no lakes, and no resources to trigger the new secondary professions. For the next 10 days, leaving the courtyard was forbidden for the first 7 days, completely blocking any exploration plans. Fortunately, the courtyard was filled with scattered wild trees, all of low quality. Remembering he had already cut down one ding-grade little golden bamboo, but still needed to fell 10 ordinary trees to qualify for promotion to intermediate lumberjack, an idea took root in Sujin's mind. Advancing to intermediate lumberjack would significantly boost his physique and arm strength perfect to fill the gap before the assessment. As for advancing to intermediate miner, he would have to wait until the last 2 days when free movement was allowed to figure that out. Without hesitation, he went to work. The blood cultivation courtyard's warehouse had no wooden axe, but the weapon racks at the training ground held rows of steel knives and spears to choose from. Even low-grade trees could be cut down cleanly with a sharp enough blade. Sujin turned toward the training ground, but before his footfall landed, he heard the rustle of footsteps in the grass near his ear. He had purposely picked a quiet corner, so this disturbance was clearly directed at him. Sure enough, after a moment, a voice came drifting over. "Hey brother, I heard you're also one of the menial workers?" No sooner had the shout fallen than Sujin looked up and saw 3 men approaching quickly from not far away. All 3 were short in stature with sallow complexions, clearly still reeling from the shock of the new assessment rules. A few days ago, they had entered the blood worship courtyard earlier than Sujin, full of hope that after accumulating enough contribution points, they would finally rise to prominence. But now, with the sudden rule changes, their dreams had instantly turned into nightmares. Sujin understood their intentions and smiled with a flash of white teeth, nodding slightly. "That's right, I'm a menial worker too. What can I do for you all?" The man in front sighed and introduced himself. "Brother, my name's Peng Yu, a menial worker from the hunting zone." He then pointed to the 2 men beside him. "These 2 are my colleagues from the same zone." The menial workers in the blood worship courtyard were divided into 3 tiers. The lowest tier was further split into lumber, mining, hunting, and planting zones. Among them, the hunting zone had the strongest fighters, mostly men with hunting experience. Every assessment cycle revolved around beast hunting, so their pass rate was always the highest. After the introduction, Peng Yu took half a step forward, adopting a big brother stance. "Brother, the steward just announced drastic changes to the assessment system. For us menial workers, this is a total disaster." He lowered his voice, urgency creeping in. "We're the least qualified batch, but now the opposition is made up of tough disciples with 2 months of martial training. The old assessments forbade killing, so with some luck, we could still get through. But now they're encouraging mutual slaughter. Our very lives are at risk." At this, he wore a pleading expression. "Little brother, we're all down on our luck here. We have to stick together." Sujin looked puzzled. "What exactly do you mean, Brother Peng? We 3 are skilled hunters, and since this assessment is still about hunting beasts, and the sect is letting contenders kill each other, I want to protect myself and help my fellow menials. So I formed a small team to resist others' encroachments." Peng Yu paused after speaking. Sujin tested the waters. "How many are already on this team?" 5 in total. 2 others are menials from the planting zone. If you join, you'd be the 6th. Sujin pondered, and, pretending to weigh the pros and cons, finally said, "Thanks for your kindness, Brother Peng. Could I have a few days to think it over?" The moment those words left his mouth, Peng Yu's smile stiffened, and the 2 men from the hunting zone nearby showed displeasure. Quickly regaining his composure, Peng Yu patted Sujin on the shoulder with a grin. "Haha, that's natural enough. Take your time, little brother, but don't keep us waiting too long." After some small talk, he led his companions away. Once they were out of earshot, the 2 men with him hissed angrily, "Big Brother Peng, that guy's ungrateful, wants to think it over. Soft skin and naive, just perfect to be bait. Whether he agrees or not, we'll tie him up when the time comes. Lure out the monsters or draw enemy fire. Either works perfectly. You 2 shut up. Don't let anyone else hear." Peng Yu's face had lost all trace of his earlier amiability. His eyes glared fiercely at his 2 companions, as if daring them to defy him. "Keep those 2 steady in the cultivation area and secure their trust first. As for that pretty boy, I'll handle him myself." He lowered his voice, each word dripping with menace. Meanwhile, Sujin maintained a calm smile as he strolled toward the Shuechong courtyard's training ground. "Cooperate? Forget it." He sneered inwardly. He knew exactly what kind of riffraff the Azura sect's low-level workers were. Those 3 came from the hunting district. Sure, their hunting skills might give them an edge on this test, but the official disciple trial took place in a special zone filled with beasts far more dangerous than ordinary monsters. The 3 of them were already a chaotic bunch, and now they were trying to drag others into their mess just to have more cannon fodder. Sujin shook his head, a trace of mockery creeping onto his lips. "Normally, I might tolerate you because of your experience. But now that I've unlocked a secondary profession achievement, once we enter the test zone, who's really the better hunter? That's anyone's guess." He hadn't rejected them outright because he didn't want unnecessary trouble, not because he feared them, just didn't want to bother wasting energy. Once the test began, if that group dared to cross him, they'd have no one to blame when he turned his back on them. After all, this trial allowed no mercy. Without realizing it, Su-jin had already stepped into the training ground. The battle would commence in 10 days, and his comrades were busy practicing vigorously, brandishing knives and spears all around. On the nearby weapon rack, only blades and spears were displayed. He casually picked up a horizontal blade. Weighing it in his hand, it felt somewhat light and flimsy, but passable. A few swings sent the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, yet it never felt as smooth as an axe. Not lingering, he skirted around the bustling area and wandered into a nearby grove of young trees. Selecting the thinnest tree, he steadied his stance and raised the blade to strike. He struck with about 70% force, deliberately holding back to conceal his skill. The sharp chops echoed tock tock tock, a series of crisp staccato sounds. The trees here were ordinary and soft, nowhere near the toughness of the iron tree, their texture no different from normal wood in his previous life. His movements were slow and gentle, completely lacking the fierce sharpness he once wielded on small golden bamboo with an axe. The unusual sound of chopping quickly drew the attention of many candidates. Is that guy crazy? Instead of training official moves, he's just chopping trees in the forest? Maybe he's freaked out by the new testing system? Hearing he's a low-level worker from the logging district, still cutting trees, even at Shuechong Courtyard talk about a born loser. Low-level workers are always low-class with the worst talent. Look at his form, soft as cotton. How did he even qualify for this test? After a few remarks, they found no real entertainment and lost interest. Peng Yu led 4 other low-level workers, carefully avoiding Su-jin at a distance. Low-status workers like them were always the first to be eliminated and were accustomed to staying under the radar. Yet Su-jin was different. Cutting trees every day in the logging district wasn't enough. Even at Shuechong Courtyard, he clung stubbornly to his old trade. Wasn't that embarrassing? At that moment, one companion whispered quietly, "Brother Peng, do you think that guy's got some kind of problem?" A laborer from the planting area scratched his head and smiled obsequiously at Peng Yu. The assessment was notoriously brutal, and now that he had finally encountered Peng Yu from the hunting ground, someone willing to team up naturally had to lower his stance as much as possible. "That's right, Brother Peng." He leaned in half a step, dropping his voice. "Let's not bring that guy along, okay? He's not sharp. Having him around would just slow us down." Another laborer quickly echoed the sentiment, shooting a disdainful glance at Su-jin. Peng Yu maintained a gentle smile. "We're all laborers after all. It's better to look out for one another. The more people, the stronger the force." His tone was extremely kind, but his eyes couldn't hide a cold mockery, as if watching a few ants walking straight into a trap. Over the next 7 days, Su-jin avoided overexerting himself. Chopping only 1 or 2 trees each day, steady and careful, was the key to survival. During the rest of the time, he rested his long blade across his shoulders and practiced alone. 300 horizontal strikes, 300 downward chops, until his arms were numb and the muscles between thumb and forefinger trembled. Only then would he wipe the sweat and catch his breath. No one could say if or when he would be assigned the heavy axe. First, he needed to get fully comfortable with the long blade. Sometimes, he stood silently at the edge of the training ground, observing other candidates sparring. All here had passed the first round of testing and had refined the orthodox techniques of the Azura sect. Although they had yet to manifest their chi, their bursts of strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. The most eye-catching was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a yellowed face. His strikes often decided fights instantly, a single stroke with his horizontal blade, his fist gripping the hilt like a sandbag, wielding power as steady and heavy as an immovable iron wall. In pure brute force, he was well beyond Su-jin, seemingly just one step away from manifesting chi. Su-jin thought to himself, he couldn't be the only one hiding this level of skill here. Sometimes, he noticed a faint but palpable hostile gaze. Following it, he spotted a handsome youth, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, neatly dressed, wearing a provocative sneer directed at him. Su-jin was sure had never seen this person before and couldn't figure out what had caused the animosity. Their eyes met briefly. Su-jin responded with a warm smile, but the youth just lifted his chin and looked even more disdainful. Su-jin thought, there are crazies everywhere. No point getting angry. But he made sure to memorize that face. Well, when close combat became necessary in the official tests, he'd have to watch out for someone clearly hostile. On the 8th day, as dawn broke and the early morning passed, candidates were allowed to leave the blood worship courtyard for 2 days, a small perk. With the 10th ungraded tree crashing down, Su-jin sheathed his blade with satisfaction, his wrist still trembling slightly. He planned to go straight to the mining area to find Qin Tian. That friendly fellow, and he were on good terms. No way Qin Tian would refuse a couple of days of free labor. In Su-jin's mind, the upgrade information for the intermediate lumberjack rank also gradually updated. All the ungraded trees had been cut down, 10 out of 10, and the singled grade tree was felled, 1 out of 1. With a clear prompt sound, lines of information flashed through Su-jin's mind. Secondary profession achievement. Intermediate lumberjack, level up. New title, advanced lumberjack. Effects. 1. Lumberjacking skills significantly improved. Operations become second nature. 2. Stamina consumption for logging reduced by 50. Efficiency increased by 50. 3. Slight increase in strength and constitution. 4. Slight boost to chopping damage with any weapon. Next upgrade requirements. Cut down 100 ungraded trees. Cut down 10 grade trees. Cut down 1 grade tree. A strange power surged through his body again, stretching, contracting, and rebuilding his muscles and bones, wave after wave of tingling and burning alternating. At the same time, a flood of memories gushed into Su-jin's consciousness like a dam bursting open. As a boy, saving every last coin to buy a stronger, sharper axe. Rows of massive grade trees standing dense in the mountain valley, like iron walls. At dawn, swinging his axe, with chips flying everywhere. Hands blistered and calloused, yet day after day for over a decade, he kept going. His frame becoming increasingly sturdy, axe splitting wood, the wind whistling fiercely. The hardships and joys of his long logging life condensed into his mind by this power. After processing the memories, Su-jin lifted his head, fingers gripping the battle knife at his waist, casually slicing across the air. The blade cut through the wind with a sharp whistle, as if it could split the mist apart. My strengths increased again. He clearly felt his chest broadening, his blood flowing with greater force. With this physique, he was already beyond most ordinary people, and more confident in his path toward martial arts. What made this even better was that the advanced lumberjack's bonuses scaled by percentage. The stronger his base was, the greater the benefit. Still, he was not quite there yet. The formal disciple test had been changed to a battle royale format, with several competitors only just shy of refining their chi sense. If he encountered any of them, victory wasn't guaranteed. Su-jin didn't just want a pass, he wanted to place near the top and catch the attention of Azura Sect's elders, so he could finally shake off Elder Dong's greedy gaze. To do that, he had to make another leap forward in a short time. He returned the battle knife to the weapon rack. The blood cultivation courtyard was already quiet, with a few disciples sitting in corners meditating. The air carried a faint metallic tang. Straightening his clothes, Su-jin stepped out and headed toward the mining area where Qin Tian and others were waiting for him. Lately, he had tried to activate his new secondary profession, gathering. He uprooted grasses, mushrooms, and strange plants around the courtyard, but nothing happened. Other attempts also failed, except for mining, which showed some promise. If he could dig up one more grade, or he could promote to intermediate miner. Su-jin walked briskly, calculating in his mind. For quality was a matter of luck, and buried deep underground, not like the rows of grade trees standing tall in the valley, visible to all and easy enough to chop down with an axe. Or is buried deep within the rock and soil, hidden inside cavern walls. With every swing of the pickaxe, you never quite know what you'll uncover, whether you'll strike tier D or something less valuable. It largely depends on luck. The rich mining zones have quite the reputation. It's said high grade ore is found there with decent frequency. However, those areas are sealed off year-round. Entry requires official permits unless you're someone like Qin Tian, the supervising foreman of that rank, who can bring people in at will. By the time the sun leaned westward, Su-jin had already arrived at the mining site. But the scene before him was nothing like the bustling, noisy place he'd seen last time. The mine entrance was ghostly quiet, the dust hanging heavy and lifeless in the air. Scattered laborers moved about with downcast eyes, lethargically carrying their baskets, speaking only in hushed tones. A knot tightened in Su-jin's chest. Something must have gone terribly wrong. He had changed out of his laborer's gray clothes, now wearing the standard black robe with a cinched waist and a long coat over the uniform of an apprentice in training. From a distance, it made him stand out. The laborers spotted him immediately, halting their work to salute nervously, faces filled with worry. Just as Su-jin reached to ask someone what had happened, a familiar rough voice called out from behind. Su-jin, what are you doing here? Turning, he saw Jiang Ming approaching quickly, his dark skin glistening and broad-shouldered as ever. The two had worked together before in the mines. This unexpected reunion eased Su-jin's worries, and he smiled warmly. Foreman Jiang, what a coincidence meeting you here. He stepped closer and lowered his voice. What's going on? Why isn't there a single foreman around? The laborers look like they've lost their souls. Jiang Ming glanced around cautiously, then pulled Su-jin behind an abandoned mine cart and spoke in a low tone. You've been at the blood cultivation hall these past days, so you wouldn't know. His expression grew unusually serious. Something big happened in the mines. Qin brother is badly injured, bedridden, and unable to move. Su-jin's heart jolted. Though he and Qin Tian had only known each other a short while, the burly man had helped him on several occasions, and if he wanted to mine tier D or successfully, he couldn't do without Qin's support. Without wasting a second, he asked urgently, Foreman Jiang, can you take me to see Foreman Qin? Jiang Ming glanced around again to ensure no one was listening and quickly nodded, follow me. The two hurried along the winding mountain path. After roughly the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, they reached the foreman's camp 5 miles from the mine. Surrounded by low walls and a row of wooden cabins, the central building's door was tightly shut, faintly scented with medicine. Jiang Ming opened the door and led the way inside, where dim light revealed stacks of medicinal jars in a corner and fresh bloodstains on the table. On the bed lay Qin Tian, his limbs restrained by bamboo boards. Thick bandages covered his chest and legs, stained dark with blood. His once robust frame now seemed utterly drained of life. Su Jin stepped closer, heart sinking. Foreman Qin, how did you get hurt so badly? Qin Tian managed a faint smile, his face pale, voice weak and broken. Hey, Su, little brother's here. He lifted a hand an inch, then it fell helplessly, motioning for them to sit. His breath was shallow as he struggled to speak. Bad luck. Collapsed during mining. Except for me. The other foremen are heavily injured too. 2 have died. A collapse? And the foreman got hurt? 2 died. The more Su Jin heard, the more suspicious he became. But seeing how painful it was even for Qin Tian to talk, he didn't press further, instead turning to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming sighed deeply, closing the door and lowering his voice. Our sect's old leader went into seclusion a month ago. Since then, all affairs have fallen to his eldest son, the current acting sect master. When the new deputy sect leader took office, he wasted no time rolling out a series of reforms. One of the most significant changes was a complete overhaul of the formal disciple assessment system, which caused the fatality rate to skyrocket. You must be aware of this by now. Jiang Ming lowered his voice as he spoke, unconsciously tightening his cloak, his eyes flickering with a complicated expression. 8 days ago, Su Jin had just qualified to take the formal disciple exam. But the very next day, the sect announced a brand new set of exam rules. The new regulations were merciless, and the death rate shot up several times compared to the old system. Panic spread quickly throughout the ranks. When the news broke, Liu Lei and Chen Chuanwen acted as if they were on adrenaline, convinced there was no way Su Jin would survive this time. They even openly said they were planning to celebrate in advance. Su Jin remained silent, only nodding quietly. He had already suspected something, that Qin Tian's serious injury was almost certainly linked to the deputy sect leader. Seeing this, Jiang Ming leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a whisper as he laid out the full story behind Qin Tian's injury. After the deputy sect leader completely took control of the Azura sect, he wasted no time taking bold actions. On one hand, he released multiple sudden new policies. On the other, he was busy staging an ostentatious power-taking ceremony with over-the-top grandeur. 7 days ago, the sect's senior leadership suddenly summoned the heads of the mining district with a strict order. For the ceremony, a new throne must be forged, requiring a full 600 gene of purple copper. It had to be gathered within 10 days, with severe punishment threatened for failure. Purple copper is a top-tiered grade, ore, highly versatile, and best known for minting coins. Its properties are stable, and even a tiny alloying amount can keep currency in circulation for centuries without wear or corrosion. Because of this unique irreplaceability, although it's only a grade, ore, purple copper is extremely valuable. So when the deputy sect leader casually demanded 600 gene of it just to make a new throne, the extravagance was obvious. Purple copper has long been a banned mineral and is rare on the market. Coincidentally, deep in the Hungdao Ridge mining area lies a small purple copper vein that has been intermittently mined for over a century without depletion. When the sect gave the emergency order, the deadline was already pressing. To make matters worse, the copper vein was embedded in extremely hard rock that ordinary laborers couldn't even break with picks. So they had to send Qin Tian and 16 overseers down the mine themselves. The old mine shaft ran deep into the earth's veins and was in severe disrepair, the walls riddled with cracks. Mining initially went smoothly, but just as they were about to reach their goal, a sudden collapse occurred. Huge boulders thundered down amid swirling dust. 16 overseers, including 8 of Qin Tian's closest friends, were trapped beneath the rubble. In the end, 14 suffered severe fractures and ruptured meridians. 2 died on the spot. Jiang Ming grew silent for a long moment at this point. He had been in the logging area when the collapse happened and was held far away by Liu Lei, which spared him from the disaster. But now, almost every overseer in the mining zone was gravely injured and unable to recover, forcing the rescue team to expend tremendous effort just to carry them out. Qin Tian's other martial friends who had volunteered for mining were also severely wounded. With the deadline looming and the task far from completion, what on earth could be done? Supervisor Qin, do you have an estimate on how much more copper or we need to meet the quota? Su Jin paused thoughtfully before responding. The dim oil lamp in the mining room flickered with a tiny flame, casting wavering shadows over Qin Tian's ashen face. Qin Tian looked utterly drained. His comrades had perished in the collapse. The sect's hard quota of 600 genes seemed impossible to reach, and both his body and spirit were battered to the core. He seemed hollowed out. Still, about 30 genes left, he answered hoarsely. The number was small, but it weighed on his chest like a boulder. With only 3 days remaining, it was inconceivable for ordinary laborers to finish in time. Otherwise, someone of his rank wouldn't have been sent down himself. Su Jin pressed on. Has the collapsed shaft been reopened? Is there a risk of another caveat? Not fully. Only a small working face has been cleared, Qin Tian said, pointing to the mud-slicked layout map. The surrounding area has been reinforced. This time we're prepared, so another collapse is unlikely. He let out a long sigh. Nearly all the supervisors in the mining area were severely injured. His closest friend was still buried beneath the rubble. Above them, the only orders they heard were to meet the 600 gene quota no matter what, with the entire mine to be punished if they failed. No regard was given to life or death here. Standing nearby, Jiang Ming clenched his fists, burning to descend and help his friend, but Lu Lei strictly enforced the permits. It had taken tremendous effort just to get this visit approved. Going down to the mine now was a lost cause. Rules and rank meant even he was powerless. After weighing everything, Jiang Ming gritted his teeth, resolved to defy Lu Lei if necessary and intervene. But before he could speak, Su Jin interrupted calmly. Supervisor Qin, let me help you. Qin Tian had once helped Su Jin. Now, the young man was eager to qualify as an intermediate miner. A wide-open ding-level shaft was a rare opportunity, risky, yes, but one he could not pass up. You'd help me? Qin Tian murmured, gratitude and hesitation flickering in his eyes. Felling a small golden bamboo was one thing. Digging 30 genes of copper ore in 3 days was another entirely. The deep mine's heat, pressure, and low oxygen sapped strength fiercely. Without being a martial artist, no one would dare promise they could finish. Especially since Su Jin's own formal disciple exams were less than 3 days away, tests far more perilous than before. Overexertion in the mine could spell disaster. Qin Tian still tried to keep dignity. He had already lost several friends and did not want to drag Su Jin down. Holding the map tightly, his voice weak yet resolute, he said, Brother Su, I appreciate your kindness, truly. But you really can't do much to help here. It's better to abandon this. Your old brother has resigned himself to his fate. He raised a hand in a faint gesture, clearly signaling to leave. The air in the room seemed to freeze until the young miner's gentle voice spoke again. How do we know what's possible if we don't even try? Su Jin smiled slightly at Qin Tian, calm and steady like the morning light slipping through a crack in the mine shaft, silent, but deeply reassuring. You know how I've lived before, Supervisor Qin. If I had given up, I wouldn't even be alive now. His tone was measured, no fiery slogans, just a quiet confidence that comforted those who heard it. Both Qin Tian and Jiang Ming understood well what Su Jin had endured. On his first entry into the demonic sect, Su Jin fell gravely ill. With only 1 day left to gather the remaining 20 ice iron trees needed, he was to be executed an hour early. For a newcomer with no martial training, this was a death sentence from the start. To make matters worse, he kept falling into traps set by Chun Chuanwen and was targeted by Lu Lei at every turn. Each step seemed laden with pitfalls. Yet Su Jin defied the odds by chopping down the adamant bamboo with his axe and night fishing silverblade fish, extraordinary feats that carved out a slim chance of survival. Not only did he win the favor of Elder Dong, but within 2 short days he secured eligibility for the formal disciple assessment. Had he accepted his fate, he would have died countless times over by now. After explaining everything, Su Jin rose from the low bench, his expression calm as ever. Supervisor Qin, please draft an official order permitting me to enter the mines. Time is running short. I must dig enough to cover the shortage of purple copper before the formal disciple exam. Once outside Qin Tian's room, Su Jin walked side by side with Jiang Ming. Clutching the written order, Su Jin had no intention to pause. Strictly speaking, he had only descended into the mine once before, but his mind was overflowing with memories of mining from his past life, and his previous experience in deep pit work was etched vividly like a brand. Now, having achieved the advanced lumberjack status, his strength and constitution had greatly improved. With a proper plan, he was confident he could complete the task. Following the order, they arrived deep within the mining area. A mine shaft, 3 zhang wide and as dark as an abyss, yawned at their feet. The entrance swallowed light and shadow, while a cold wind howled up from below, stirring floating dust. Su Jin changed into coarse leather mining clothes, tightened his belt, and grabbed a specially made heavy mining pick with swift, sure movements. Jiang Ming hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking, his voice low. Brother Su, do you think him too weak? If he had boldly clashed with Lu Lei and risked everything to help Qin Tian earlier, perhaps the purple copper shortage would have been mostly covered by now, instead of still lacking over 30 gene. Yet this young man, about to face a deadly trial to become a formal disciple, had stepped up in this crucial moment. Compared to him, Jiang Ming felt even more cowardly. Su Jin was eager to descend, his foot already halfway onto the wooden lift platform, but he stopped and looked back. Supervisor Jiang, why do you say that? Locking eyes with Su Jin, Jiang forced a self-mocking smile. You've known Brother Qin only a few days, yet didn't hesitate to risk your safety to help him. I've known Brother Qin for years, and I could only stand by and watch. Don't you think I've been unfair? Su Jin had encountered too many like Jiang Ming in his past life, fundamentally kind-hearted but indecisive. They wanted to fight but feared losing, dragging themselves into exhaustion. Such people needed a steady anchor if they found one. They might yet make something of themselves. If not, they would waste their lives caught between advance and retreat. Putting aside his urgency to descend, Su Jin spoke seriously. Brother Jiang, morality is meant to be a standard we hold ourselves to, not a shackle we use to bind others. I have no right to judge whether you are just. He added frankly. Besides, I helped Supervisor Qin partly because he helped me, and partly for my own sake. It's not some great act of nobility. Meeting Su Jin's clear and sincere gaze without a trace of condescension, Jiang felt an inexplicable relief. Before he could respond, Su Jin lightly patted his shoulder, like a leader reassuring a subordinate. Supervisor Jiang, life seldom offers perfect choices. Choosing means letting go of something else. Once you've made your decision, commit without fear. If you make a mistake, accept the responsibility without regret. That's enough. How others see you is not that important. With that, Su Jin stepped onto the lift platform, pulled the release bell, and the creaking rope tightened as the platform slowly descended. The black mist of the mine entrance swallowed him whole, but he waved back and smiled farewell to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming stood rooted, staring after the young man who was years his junior and had never trained in martial arts, but who inspired in him an indescribable urgito drink and talked deep into the night to unravel his own tangled doubts. And to Jiang Ming's heart, that youth had planted a seed, destined to take root and grow in time. As the lift slowly descended, creaking sounds echoed softly through the cave walls, sometimes sharp and short, sometimes distant and lingering. The wooden pulleys groaned, dust scattered down with each vibration, and the winding stone walls gave the air a damp, heavy feel. At first, a mingled stench of rot and decay filled the nose, soon joined by a faint, biting scent of gunpowder that caused a slight numbness. The endless blackness was gone. The slippery cave walls were reinforced with wooden supports, large nails hammered through the rock to hold back potential collapses. Torches were spaced every few meters between the braces, their flickering flames cutting through the darkness, casting circles of orange-earth light that revealed the pitted, damp stone surfaces. Heavy thuds shook the silence as the lift finally hit the bottom. The floor stretched north to south in a narrow line, but the tunnel ahead had collapsed, mostly buried under massive boulders, leaving only a barely passable gap. About a dozen laborers lined up at this cramped opening, taking turns swinging their picks against the rock. The repeated clinks and clacks of iron picks echoed busily, though progress was almost non-existent. The purple copper veins were extraordinarily hard. Even with specially made heavy picks, their hands throbbed painfully from the shocks. If the chamber hadn't collapsed, if space and manpower had been sufficient, they could have slowly chipped out some more. But this tunnel was as narrow as a cattle track, and most workers were weak. 30 gene of purple copper seemed an insurmountable chasm. The mission was doomed to fail. Officially, the upper management demanded only 600 gene of purple copper under no fixed tendery deadline. But orders became harsher passing down the chain, until at the lowest level it became a crushing, urgent mandate. Those who failed faced far worse than mere physical punishment. Su Jin understood the stakes clearly, but felt utterly powerless. Changing shifts already? Someone paused mid-swing, looking up at the lift. The time wasn't right yet, but no one could no use digging when they couldn't break the rock. Whatever. Shift change is shift change, murmurs rose here and there. The supervisor's injured badly this time. They won't protect themselves, let alone us. Lord Dai wants face if the task's not done. Who knows how many will die? A heavy resentment hung in the air. Several miners leaned weakly against the walls, wiping sweat from their faces, eyes bleak and empty. In the torchlight, only a single slight young man stepped down from the lift, his helmet and face covering obscuring most of his features. Just one guy? Someone squinted, voice hoarse. One person to change shift? Hey, kid, you're so skinny, can you even handle mining? This is purple copper, hard as iron lumps. Before the words finished, a tall miner shivered and pushed past his comrades, sweat dripping down his neck into his ragged collar. Here, you take over for me. I really can't do this anymore. Might as well die? His outburst was the loudest and closest to breaking point. No one argued. Their hearts were equally bleak. Su Jin quietly lifted his heavy pick and stood before the gap. The torchlight flickered as he studied the walls. Silver-white stone layered with faint purple streaks, the only sign of the purple copper. But the rock was as hard as steel, even where the veins showed. Chiseling down several meters might yield no, or at all. Mining was unlike logging. The grain of wood is visible, but or hides deep, invisible. A full day's labor might produce not a single fragment. New guy, you go first. Well, rest a bit, someone muttered thickly. Then the others slowly shifted back toward the entrance. Without supervisors, the task was impossible. Since punishment was inevitable anyway, they might as well give up completely. The newcomer didn't say a word, clearly having a timid personality. No one felt like bullying him, so the group headed outside together. They hadn't gone far when a terrifying sound suddenly shattered the air. Clang! A sharp, thunderous strike rang out, sparks flying everywhere in the dim mine shaft like lightning cutting through the night. Clang. Another strike. Fiery sparks lit up the rock walls like fireworks, as if someone was ringing a huge bronze bell underground. Clang, clang, clang. Rhythmic hammering echoed non-stop, each pickaxe blow deafening, each shower of sparks dancing in everyone's eyes. The miners froze instantly. Which foreman is here? Is someone stepping up to help Master Chin? Is that man a warrior? 3 more days. If a warrior's helping, we might just be saved. Hope burst out like a fountain. A few miners with reddened eyes almost wept on the spot. To them, only a warrior could strike the pickaxe with such force. Within Su Jin's body, his advanced lumberjack and intermediate miner achievements lit up simultaneously, granting him strength beyond normal men. Holding the long-handled pickaxe, he instinctively harnessed its full power, producing a terrifying sound with each strike. As he swung, he glanced sideways and ordered, "Don't just stand there. Keep watch all around to prevent more collapses. Send more people to reinforce the walls. Bring down thick logs to support the shafts." "Yes, sir." The miners saw a way out and immediately sprang into action, sweat running down their faces unnoticed. No one feared fatigue, only the loss of hope. 2 hours passed without pause from Su Jin's pickaxe. Over a dozen workers tried to offer tea or water but couldn't find a gap, silently marveling. Warriors really are monsters. They don't even need to catch their breath. Supports arrived steadily, and the shaft was reinforced as instructed. Meanwhile, Su Jin had already arranged with Qin Tian that no one was to report outside the mine. Some wished for Qin Tian's death, and news of progress might cause trouble. To be safe, silence was best. The hour had passed. Only 2.5 days remained on the deadline, and Su Jin had just 1.5 days before his official disciple exam. At that moment, with the final strike, the rock wall suddenly cracked. A half-man-high boulder fell to the ground. Over 10 workers heaved it aside, their faces lighting up with joy. "Master, there's copper ore in here." They raised their picks to dig. "Stop. Let me handle this." Su Jin rushed ahead, hammering fiercely. Soon, he extracted a piece of copper, or about half a thumb in size. It glowed bright red with a slight purple tint, fine natural veins like silk, weighing nearly a pound. 2 hours to dig out a pound of copper. Luck was definitely on their side. But after the excitement, the miners' spirits sank again. There still wasn't enough time. At this rate, the task might never be finished, and Su Jin would need rest. Yet this master didn't even wipe away his sweat, and was breathing even calmer than before. Though only 1 copper piece was mined in 2 hours, they also gathered over 10 ungraded ore stones. With the extraction of copper at Ding rank, Su Jin's intermediate miner achievement was successfully upgraded. So far, all common grade ores have been mined, 10 out of 10, and 1 Ding grade ore has been extracted, 1 out of 1. As this progress notification appeared, the secondary profession achievement panel flashed: intermediate miner promotion. Advanced miner. You are now an accomplished miner, skilled and confident in your mining techniques. 1. Stamina consumption for mining reduced by 50. 2. Mining efficiency increased by 50. 3. Slight increase in strength. 4. Slight increase in endurance. 5. Slightly improved resistance to high temperature, high pressure, and low oxygen environments. 6. Small damage boost when using long-handled weapons. Achievement can be further upgraded. Requires mining 100 more common grade ores, 10 Ding grade ores, and 1 Bing grade ore. The moment the words appeared, a strange energy surged through Su Jin's entire body, instantly refilling his stamina. His muscles tingled as they were reshaped. At the same time, a new memory flooded his mind, seamlessly connecting to his record as an intermediate miner. The memory showed that due to his excellent skills, Su Jin was transferred by the mining supervisor to a rare mineral zone. The rock layers there were as hard as steel, and deep inside the mine, the environment was constantly high pressure, high temperature, and oxygen deficient. The pay was several times higher than in ordinary mines, but so was the danger. After more than a decade spent underground, he honed his arm's strength and endurance to astonishing levels, striking blow after blow. His tolerance for extreme conditions improved from barely coping to complete ease. That was why the system now officially recognized him as a true advanced miner. Back in reality, the situation took a sharp turn. Previously, it had taken Su Jin 2 full hours just to extract a pound of purple copper. At that pace, not just 3 days 2 weeks wouldn't have been enough, and he actually only had 2 days left. But things were different now. The foundational strength and physique gained from the advanced lumberjack profession, combined with the advanced miner's 50 efficiency boost and 50 stamina reduction, turned Su Jin into a steam-powered machine like a human mining excavator. The increased damage with long weapons made his mining pick as heavy as 1,000 pounds and as violent as thunder, able to shatter both rock and bone with a single strike. In raw strength alone, he still lagged behind the supervisors who had some martial arts training. But when it came to mining technique, even 3 or 5 supervisors tied together couldn't compete with him. Keep reinforcing the mine. Move all the waste rock to the hoist and haul it all out. Su Jin gestured calmly but with undeniable authority. The laborers, thinking he was just another supervisor, didn't dare slack off. They mechanically carried stones and repaired walls, making the mine increasingly oppressive. Sujin stood again before the rock wall, swinging and tapping his pick with smooth, fluid motions as sparks flew. It wasn't long before the laborers noticed something unusual. The debris seemed endless, and the hoist ran almost non-stop. Entire huge chunks of rock were being knocked down from the wall at a speed several times faster than before. Previously, it took 2 hours to chip out a block half a person's height. Now, in under an hour, for giant blocks each tall as a person had been hollowed out. Among them, half a pound of purple copper was mined too. That gentleman seemed tireless, working continuously for 3 hours straight and still looking full of energy. Nearby, the laborers whispered among themselves while swinging their picks. That man's incredibly strong. Could he be a supervisor, or maybe a top disciple from the sect? I heard Master Qin doesn't know other elite disciples. Could it be someone specially sent from above to help our mining area? This speculation sparked hope among the workers. If someone was truly sent to aid them, it meant the mining area hadn't been abandoned, and they might still escape the harsh punishment looming over them. But soon, a voice of reason doused their hopes. Why would they send someone to rescue us? The collapse happened days ago, and no one has dealt with it yet. Those elite disciples wouldn't stoop to come down here themselves. If the task isn't completed, someone higher up gets blamed. In the end, it falls back on us. As the words fell, cold wind swept through the tunnel, chilling everyone's hearts. The 4 auxiliary mining teams were the lowest of the low. Even if they were short by 30 pounds of copper, higher-ups had their own ways to make up the difference. No one would go down specifically to help them. For the workers, getting the job done was duty. Doing well might not bring rewards, but failure definitely meant punishment. Their whispered talks faded as they pushed empty carts back toward the work zone until suddenly there was a loud crash. A half-person-high rock wall came crashing down with a single strike from Sujin's pick. He bent down to examine the inner rock surface, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Then he struck again and again, sending stone chips flying, soon uncovering a piece of native copper the size of half a fist. It weighed a solid 5 pounds. Such lucky breaks. The laborers were buzzing with excitement. Along with the small piece found earlier, they now had 6.5 pounds. Hope was shining bright. That man's really lucky, finding 2 pieces of copper in a row. Luck? That's skill. You try digging then. Right. Being able to break through rock walls with one swing takes power and a sharp eye. Even with his face covered, he looks cool. The chatter rose and fell, but Sujin paid no attention. After a short rest, he resumed work. His repeated success wasn't just luck. Having been a seasoned miner, he could read the rock layers patterns to accurately judge where or was most likely, making every strike efficient and precise, not random digging. For the next 2 hours, Sujin worked smoothly. During a break, Qin Tian personally sent over a hearty meat meal and 3 military pills. These military pills were secret remedies of the Novice sect, something disciples had to exchange merit points for. They were expensive. Made from ancient tonic herbs, the pills could invigorate blood flow, relieve fatigue, and restore strength, ideal for forced marches and prolonged battles. Doing physically demanding work, Sujin would have been exhausted, but inside the mine, energy consumption was halved, allowing him to endure. Swallowing a pill, he closed his eyes and calmed his breath. Blood surged through his veins, fatigue quickly fading. Soon, he was full of vigor again. Good stuff, Sujin thought to himself, carefully saving the other 2 pills for the upcoming examination. They might come in handy. With his strength fully restored, he picked up his pickaxe, his fighting spirit reignited. It was late at night, just past the 3rd watch. Only 2 days remained until the native copper quota was due, and just 1 day before the official disciples' assessment. Inside the blood cult courtyard, a yellow-faced, burly man sat shirtless, his muscular torso exposed. The cold wind swept through the hall, yet he remained seated cross-legged on the cold green bricks, his arms planted like iron pillars supporting his frame. His breathing was deep and steady. With each rise and fall of his chest, he alternated between hunching his back like a bow and stretching out his arms like a soaring rock. His vital energy coursed through his meridians to a strange rhythm. He had circulated his energy through several complete cycles, and a misty heat billowed from his pores as if he were clad in a steaming suit of armor. Suddenly, his movements halted. The bulging muscles, veined and taut, contracted fiercely like boiling water. In the next breath, all his blood energy surged inward, gathering into a dark red vortex deep within his dantianth, unmistakable sign of reaching the chi condensation stage. Tomorrow was the official disciple examination. In theory, he only needed to report to pass effortlessly. But the yellow-faced man dressed himself and grinned cruelly. Rather than pass lightly, he'd rather fight fiercely in the exam and enjoy the thrill. In a small forest to the east, moonlight filtered through the swaying branches. 2 handsome young men sat facing each other. One had sword-like eyebrows, eyes like stars, and skin whiter than snow. His name was Jiang Li, a favorite companion of Elder Dong. Because of a unique constitution, He had never been subjected to enchantment magic and remained physically a child. He was also part of the disciple examination. The other had sun-kissed skin, softer brows and features, making his gender indistinct. His name was Xiao Man, also a favored companion of Elder Dong, sharing a similar fate as Jiangli. Xiao Man, I want to team up with you this time, Jiangli said coldly with folded arms. If I meet you at the exam, he'll kill you. Elder Dong belongs to me alone. No one else can have him. Xiao Man raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Are you sure? I heard someone at Qi condensation level might appear this time. So what if someone's at Qi condensation? Am I scared? Jiang Li's voice trailed off abruptly. Without revealing his secret, he flicked his sleeve and turned away. But inside, madness churned. Elder Dong belongs to me. Xiao Man won't do. Su Jin won't do. All must die. Only I deserve to be third lattice one, and only. His lips curled into a sickening grin, cheeks flushed with feverish red, and his figure vanished into the forest. Watching Jiang Li leave, Xiao Man tucked his dark hair behind one ear. Moonlight softened the profile of his half-turned face. Poisoned pretty deep, huh, he murmured. Then he thought of Su Jin, a servant rumored to have caught Third Lady Dong's eye. Should I cooperate with him? After a moment, he shook his head with a self-mocking smile. He's just a servant not worth relying on. Better trust myself. But headache is, how do I get through the exam without standing out? What a pain. Meanwhile, in the servants' quarters, 3 servants from the hunting district huddled in a secluded corner, whispering nervously. That Su Jin hasn't come back yet. You don't think he ran off, do you? Once you sign up for the formal disciple evaluation, there's no backing out. Where else could he possibly run? Peng Yu stroked his chin, his eyes dark and calculating as he mulled over his plans for tomorrow. A few days ago, he and several other hunting area laborers had deliberately returned to their hunting grounds to gather intelligence. They had pieced together the backgrounds of the 2 planting area laborers and Su Jin's history with great clarity. Those 2 planting laborers had spent years doing grueling work, scraping together just enough contribution points to register for the evaluation they'd make perfect cannon fodder. But Su Jin was different. This guy had actually earned his evaluation qualification by brute force, cutting through the little golden steel bamboo. That kind of strength was far beyond any ordinary laborer. Big brother Peng, Su Jin's tough to deal with. Maybe we shouldn't provoke him? One of the hunting laborers finally chickened out, lowering his voice to advise caution. A cold glint flashed in Peng Yu's eyes. Spitting disdainfully, he sneered. What's there to fear? He might be skilled enough to cut through little golden steel bamboo. But can he survive in this beast-infested jungle? A guy like him is exactly the kind of high-level cannon fodder we need. When he gets back tomorrow, he'll personally talk him into joining us. That night, most of the laborers returned to the blood worship courtyard and began intense preparations. They formed temporary alliances based on strength and connections, some eager and ready to fight, others trembling with fear, and a few scheming quietly to set traps. Meanwhile, Su Jin finished his mining task. Covered in dust, but walking steadily and alert, he underwent the standard inspecciano. Smuggling of refined copper found and was cleared to leave after registration and signing. Shaking off the grime, he headed straight to Tan Tian's residence. Finishing his mining job in one day stunned everyone. He was eager to share the news with Tan Tian. Afterwards, he planned to return to the blood worship courtyard for a hot bath and a good night's rest to prepare for the upcoming disciple evaluation. As Mao hour approached, the moonless night sky deepened. Although the snow had stopped for days, the cold grew sharper, as if a thin layer of iron pressed over the world, suffocatingly dark. Su Jin arrived at Tan Tian's door, knocked lightly twice, then entered. The room was dim. Leaning half-sitting on his bed, Tan Tian looked pale and worn, plagued by pain from severe injuries and sleepless nights. His lips cracked and dry. Seeing Su Jin rush in, he showed no joy, only deeper despair in his eyes. Finishing the refined copper task so quickly likely meant failure. Brother Su, you came. Tan Tian forced a smile through the exhaustion. Tomorrow's the formal disciple evaluation. You should rest and conserve your strength. Every little bit helps your chances. He knew he had no way out. The refined copper task was tied to the grand rite that would determine the acting clan master's power. Failure meant prison at best, beheading at worst. He was mentally prepared for this. The young man before him shared the same bitter fate, finally grasping a chance to change his destiny only to face a newly harsh evaluation system, a trial by fire for both of them. Tan Tian sighed inwardly, fumbling to pass a few treasured healing pills to Su Jin as a final aid to the boy. Su Jin laughed as he said, Supervisor Qin, I've already dug enough to fill the copper or quota. To make sure the purity meets the requirements and avoid giving anyone a reason to nitpick, I even dug an extra 5 Gene. The dim miner's dormitory was lit only by a small oil lamp, its tiny flame casting a warm orange glow. Qin Tian was about to take out a pill from beside his bed to thank Su Jin, but his words froze midair. Filled the quota? And dug 5 Gene extra? His eyes widened in disbelief, his rugged face showing utter shock. If he didn't know Su Jin even a little, he might have thought the young man was joking with him. Here are the documents for the copper handover, 35 Gene total, Su Jin said calmly, handing over a stack of papers. There was no hint of bragging in his tone. The inspection officer has already received them, all signed and sealed. Supervisor Qin, this hurdle is cleared. Rest easy and focus on recovering. Qin Tian took the papers with trembling hands. The red wax seal was clear, the inspector's messy signature all in place. This fatal copper deficit had truly been made up. This can't be. Even a practitioner at the early condensation stage would struggle to dig 35 gene of copper in a single day. He muttered, questioning if he was dreaming. I'm naturally strong and quick to learn. Su Jin smiled lightly, smoothing the blanket over him like a caring officer tending to a wounded man. I just got lucky, hitting a few big veins in a row. The task was done right away. The extra 5 gene were actually to ensure he collected 10 pieces of the grade ore, preparing for future advancement to senior miner. The grade ores were rare, and he didn't want to miss the opportunity. Qin Tian didn't know this. He only felt as if a death sentence had been lifted, his nose tingling as tears nearly fell. Brother Su, old Qin will never forget this debt. If you ever need me, fire or water, if I say no even once, may heaven strike me down with thunder. At first, he helped Su Jin out of a sparing attitude toward talent. He never expected it would save both himself and half the mining operation in the end. Enough talk. I need to rest now to prepare for tomorrow's formal disciple assessment, Su Jin said, cupping his fists and turning to leave. Brother Su, wait. Qin Tian wiped his tears on the blanket, quickly grabbing a copper key and handing it over. There are 2 things in there you'll definitely need for tomorrow's test. Severely injured, he couldn't get out of bed and could only point weakly to the large black chest across the room, his voice still cracking with emotion. Open the box. Inside are 2 treasures I've cherished. Take them. Use them well. Make sure you come back alive for a proper drink. No getting drunk. No leaving. Su Jin paused, hesitated only slightly, then took the key without any pretension. He walked over, unlocked the chest, and stared inside, stunned. This chest must have been used by Lu Lei to store his treasures. It was massive, over 9 feet long, and obviously had a large capacity. When the lid was lifted, 2 items lay quietly inside. The first was a heavy suit of armor forged completely from an unknown metal, its surface dull, but under light revealing fine, intricate patterns. The second was a disassembled long weapon shuo currently separated into the shaft and blade. The shaft measured about 6 feet, crafted from a special type of wood shaved into uniform thin strips and glued layer by layer. Its surface gave off a metallic cool shine with a delicate matte texture, clearly offering an excellent grip. The blade was just over 3 feet, shaped like a slender long sword with a razor-sharp edge. A blood groove ran from its tip to the locking joint where it attached to the shaft. Held alone, it was already a lethal weapon. When assembled, the full shuo extended nearly 10 feet over 3 meters. Su Jin immediately recognized the weapon, not a spear, but a shuo. In the ancient world of weaponry, the shuo was a super weapon, costly to make, rare in production, time-consuming to forge, yet tremendously powerful. The composite wooden shaft was lightweight yet tough, with elasticity and flexibility far beyond ordinary woods. Once combined, it could be used to charge on horseback with piercing thrusts or to slash in close combat, making it the perfect choice against heavily armored foes. Its techniques were complex, including 8 moves: chopping, stabbing, covering, blocking, lifting, thrusting, flicking, and slashing, far more varied than a typical spear. This long pole weapon combined cutting and stabbing capabilities, especially devastating when wielded mounted. Such a weapon was just right for Su Jin. Though he personally preferred heavy weapons like a long-handled axe or the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, this high-quality shuo within reach was undoubtedly the best option to face the upcoming formal disciple trial. As Su Jin examined the weapon, Qin Tian's weak voice came beside him. Brother Su, I was a laborer in the mining district, but after passing the formal disciple trial, I was assigned to the crafts district and learned some blacksmithing skills. This armor and the shuo were made by me using materials earned through merit back then. He briefly explained the structure of the miscellaneous divisions. The lowest layer split into wood, mining, farming, and hunting zones. The crafts district sat in the middle, responsible for forging. Above that was the equipment district, overseeing weapon refining. After Qin Tian became a formal disciple, he initially worked in the crafts district, but due to limited forging talent, he was soon demoted back to mining as a chief supervisor. Su Jin quietly absorbed this information, thinking the crafts district was essentially a secondary profession blacksmithing. Qin Tian then went on about the shuo's materials. The shaft is made from premium-grade Ding-class oilja wood. The blade is forged from 10 layers of low-grade Bing crystal iron. My skill is average, not top tier, but it's much better than the sect's standard weapons. Take it to the trial. I only hope you come back alive. Speaking of the heavy armor, Qin Tian pointed to the suit, expressing regret. This armor was custom-made for my build, so it's too large for you, but the matching heart protector is made from the best material, and you can use it. Wearing it might save your life when it counts. Qin Tian had been surviving within the Azura sect for years, pouring all his savings into this armor and Shua set. While their quality might be trivial to the sect's elite warriors, for an ordinary disciple, they truly amounted to divine-grade equipment. The spear was too long. In his past life, it was a cavalry lance used by horsemen. Thanks to his minor achievements, Su Jin gained extra power whenever he wielded a long polearm. Moreover, Hungdao Ridge was mostly open mountainous terrain, not dense forest, so even if the horse lance didn't have terrain advantage, it wouldn't be hard to use. If he truly met a formidable enemy, it might even become a life-saving trump card. Since he didn't have to use it as his main weapon daily, it wouldn't cause trouble. Thinking that he had unexpectedly acquired a handy weapon, Su Jin nodded to Foreman Sheen with gratitude. Many thanks, Foreman Sheen. When I return victorious, I'll drink with you. By morning, the mining area received 2 uninvited visitors. Lu Lei and Qin Chuanwen were in exceptionally high spirits lately. The sect's formal disciple assessment had been changed to a battle royale format, which meant Su Jin's death was almost certain. Then a collapse occurred at the copper mine, and Foreman Sheen was crushed and badly injured, making the mission about to fail by law. That could mean losing their heads. 2 pieces of good fortune had landed on them, so the 2 drank for days straight, grinning from ear to ear. Today, they entered the mine together, ostensibly to visit the sick man, but actually planning to loot. They heard Foreman Sheen had a treasure armor and a good spear, perfect prizes to add to their haul. Brother Lu, that brat Jiang Ming actually had the nerve to argue with me yesterday, must be desperate to live recklessly. Qin Chuanwen fanned the flames as they walked, his teeth clenched thinking of the 2 Qi Dan pills he lost. Lu Lei snorted coldly. Last night, Jiang Ming insisted on going down to save Foreman Sheen. Lu had forcibly stopped him, tearing their friendship apart. Once Qin really died, Lu was determined to punish Jiang Ming, so had learned the consequences of betrayal. The 2 strode confidently into the mine, but found it bustling with activity. Without Foreman's orders, the laborers worked furiously, faces showing the relief of having survived disaster. Brother Lu, why are these laborers still working so hard? Don't they know calamity is coming? Qin Chuanwen glanced sideways, full of contempt. As someone risen from the laborer ranks, he now despised his own kind the most. But Lu Lei felt unease stirring in his gut. Just as he was about to call someone over, he overheard a low, excited whisper. He gave Qin Chuanwen a sharp look and quietly approached the 2 chatting laborers. This time, we really escaped disaster. Didn't expect the copper mine task was overcompleted. Exactly, Foreman Sheen's in a great, but even barely got out of bed this morning. Who helped? More than 30 gene of copper or in one day must be some elite disciple from the sect, right? No elite disciple would do mining. Could want that miserable job. Then who was it? Let me tell you, the laborer lowered his voice and covered his mouth, looking exactly like a nagging village woman. That person is also a lowly laborer. Remember that boy who came to the mine a while ago asking for rust spot bugs? You mean Su Jin? Impossible. He's just a laborer. How could he have such skill? Believe it or not, someone recognized Su Jin inside the mine that day. Lu Lei and Qin Chuanwen exchanged stunned glances, their faces full of disbelief. Their good mood instantly evaporated. They had come to ruin Su Jin's reputation, not to listen to such fairy tales. The copper mine task was completed, and Su Jin did it all alone? That was impossible. Qin Chuanwen instinctively went to scratch the walnut-sized black mole on his philtrum, but froze the moment his fingers touched it. A few days ago, when Lu Lei was in a bad mood, he had slapped him across the face, and now Qin Chuanwen had learned to keep quiet. Lu Lei had no time to pay him any mind. Striding quickly toward the mining task board, he kicked up a cloud of dust along the way and nearly collided with it. At the center of the board, a government document stamped with the bright red seal of the Shilla Sect's miscellaneous division stood out. The copper mine task has been completed, exceeding the quota by 5 gene. The sharp black ink felt like a hammer smashing into Lu Lei's eyes. Su Jin did it. No way. Even he wasn't confident in accomplishing this task, so how could an outer disciple sent here to mine manage it? Lu Lei's face visibly darkened, as if he had swallowed something bitter and foul. His reason told him the news was absurd, but his gut screamed at him. It was probably Su Jin. If Su Jin really pulled it off, that would mean a total turnaround for him. And Qin Tian, the man he hated to his core, might just be spared. If he had spoken up for Su Jin back then, he wouldn't have been sent to the mining area, and he wouldn't have gotten entangled with Qin Tian. Now that Qin Tian had escaped death against all odds, who would dare to stir up trouble and try to kill him? A burning fire blazed inside Lu Lei's chest, growing hotter with no way to release it. He hated Qin Tian, hated himself, and hated Qin Chuanwen standing before him. If it weren't for that bastard stirring things up, he wouldn't have ended up completely estranged from Su Jin. Senior Brother Lu, what does the document say? The copper mine task is really completed? Qin Chuanwen, illiterate but overly curious, cautiously leaned close to Lu Lei with a sly grin. Before Lu Lei could answer, a sudden hiss filled Qin Chuanwen's ear. Smack! Sharp pain exploded instantly. Qin Chuanwen's head buzzed, and a front tooth flew out along with a bit of blood foam. Lu Lei's blow was far heavier than last time. He staggered on the spot twice, the cold wind carrying a metallic tang of blood. That was one harsh hit. On the east side of Hungdao Ridge lay a vast enclosed hunting ground, home to many ferocious beasts that roamed and howled through the forests. Towering fences topped with cold iron spikes gleamed faintly in the sunlight, making the entire hunting ground resemble a sleeping predator, waiting to be awakened. This ground served as the official testing area for Shura Sect disciples and a place for routine combat training. At this moment, over 300 candidates stood lined up in orderly rows, their robes fluttering in the mountain wind. Each face showed a mix of anxiety and suppressed excitement. At the front stood a tall, thin official clad in a black robe, hands clasped behind his back. His hoarse yet piercing voice cut through the wind. Listen up. This test will last 10 days. Fighting is not forbidden during this period. After 10 days, you must return here and submit your results. Only the top 10% will pass and become full disciples. Understood? The howling wind blew fiercely but could not drown out a single word. The more than 300 candidates responded in unison, their voices exploding through the forest before settling into tense silence. The black-robed official scanned the crowd with a mocking smile playing at his lips. This group was merely a second chance given to those who failed the first round. Average talent, limited prospects. The sect needed basic disciples, but was careful not to overlook any rare potentials. Though disdainful, he had to explain the rules clearly. Furthermore, his tone slowed yet grew colder. Over these 10 days, you may hunt, fight, or even hide in caves to bide your time whatever you please. But remember, keep your activity within a 6 steadily radius. Do not cross this boundary. The warning hit like ice water, causing several candidates to shiver. The official chuckled darkly. The hunting ground contains many beasts, but your testing area covers only 40% of it, secured by barriers allowing only low-level Tier D beasts to appear. Beyond the 6 steadily boundary lies danger. Tier D beasts roam freely, but so do the much stronger Tier C, and even Tier B beasts sometimes. A faint intake of breath ran through the ranks. Tier D beasts were comparable to peak mortals, not to be underestimated. Tier C beasts equaled chi condensation cultivators, far beyond the strength of these uninitiated contenders. Tier B beasts matched the second stage of body refinement to senior level indeed. The official himself was mid-stage body refinement. Encountering a Tier B beast meant no escape, only death. Alright, you have half an incense stick's time to collect your supplies and choose your standard issue weapons. Get ready and enter the forest. The official waved his hand dismissively and strode towards a nearby military tent. He would oversee the testing here for the next 10 days. Several Shura Sect attendants took over maintaining order, opening wooden crates and handing out packs and weapons, but deliberately issued only 3 days' rations and essential gear for the test. For this assessment, candidates were allowed to bring their own equipment. The long spear Quan Tian gave was still in its disassembled state, tightly wrapped in its specially tanned sheath and strapped to Su Jin's back. Outsiders could only tell it was a polearm split into 2 parts, but couldn't guess its exact nature. The forging process for such a spear was complicated and costly, and its great length made it cumbersome to carry, so it was rarely used, and many hadn't even heard its name before. Su Jin was one of the very few candidates who brought his own weapon, naturally drawing countless eyes. The 6-foot-long spear shaft alone measured about 2 meters. Worn on his back, it was impossible to be low-key. If fully assembled, the weapon would stretch nearly 3 meters. Just its sheer size was intimidating. The Ashura sect provided candidates with only 3 standard weapons: a broadsword, a spear, and a bow and arrows. Since Su Jin already had the spear, he gave up the standard spear, took a bow and arrows as a ranged option, and also grabbed a broadsword for close combat. Quietly, he wondered if the bow might help him unlock a new achievement if luck was on his side. Fully equipped, he didn't hesitate and turned toward the forest entrance. After only a few steps, the 5 miscellaneous helpers who'd avoided him all night blocked his way. The leader, Peng Yu, was lean and sharp-eyed with sparse whiskers, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. This was the same man who'd spoken to him earlier. Brother Su. Peng Yu smiled broadly, but his tone carried scrutiny. You really kept your secret well? So you were the one who killed the little golden bamboo to qualify for this test. You have such skill, why not tell me sooner? Since he hadn't found Su Jin yesterday, Peng Yu thought his plan might fail, but luckily he caught him today. An experienced hunter familiar with the forest, Peng Yu was confident that when life was on the line, Su Jin wouldn't stand a chance. So, Su brother, have you reconsidered? Being with us is better than going it alone. He raised his bow high, his tone full of confidence. I'm skilled with this bow and setting traps. Stick with me, and you won't lose out. The 4 followers smiled arrogantly behind him, but subtly closed the circle around Su Jin. Fighting was forbidden outside the forest for now, so they resorted to sheer numbers to intimidate him into surrendering. Peng Yu's smile grew wider as his gaze landed on the barrel-like package on Su Jin's back. He recognized it as a composite long pole weapon, valuable and powerful. Something this good, he thought excitedly, belongs in my hands. His imagination ran wild as he reached to grab the spear sheath. Carrying such a long weapon is a pain. Let me hold it for you. No need to be polite. His dirty, mud-stained fingernail was about to touch the sheath when Su Jin lightly sidestepped and avoided him. Seeing the 5 men act as if they'd already got him figured out, Su Jin thought to himself that this group was truly pathetic. Did they really think they could bully him like a little kid? Ignoring the laborers blocking his way, Su Jin moved forward and collided with them. His shoulder pressed down slightly, and using only a fraction of his strength, the 2 laborers from the planting area were sent tumbling like bulls hit hard, landing dazed in the muddy ground. What the hell do you think you're doing? A laborer from the hunting area shouted angrily, his face twitching with rage. Our big brother kindly let you join and even helped you get a weapon. If you don't know how to be grateful, fine, but how dare you hurt someone? He charged at Su Jin with a roar, fingers curled like hooks, aiming straight for Su Jin's chest collar. Before the palm wind arrived, Su Jin twisted his wrist swiftly, grabbed the attacker's wrist, and with a quick twist. Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking sent a piercing shudder through the air. The man screamed in pain, his high-pitched cries making the nearby examinees turn their heads in alarm. What's going on? No fighting allowed outside the forest zone. Several patrol disciples charged over, faces showing impatience. If you want to fight, take it inside the test area. It's a misunderstanding, just friends messing around. Peng Yu hurriedly forced a smile, waving his hands frantically in explanation. He hadn't expected Su Jin to be so tough, striking without hesitation and with terrifying power. But Su Jin didn't bother replying. He strode toward the forest, his figure quickly swallowed by the dense trees, leaving only 5 laborers and the patrol disciples forced to exchange awkward smiles. What's there to explain? We're all about to face the life-or-death trial, and here you are sucking up to others, the bystanders whispered. Su Jin's impression of the demonic sect laborers was confirmed yet again. They were vicious to peers like wolves, groveling to superiors like dogs, but not very bright. Finally free from the patrol disciples, Peng Yu's face turned ashen with lost dignity. Su Jin had struck without mercy and simply walked away, leaving him to smile like a beaten dog. Bastard! Peng Yu glared fiercely in Su Jin's departing direction, eyes bloodshot. Once we enter the forest zone, if I catch you, I'll kill you. Peng Yu was confident in his archery skills. His longbow was a prized weapon, traded for merits from 2 planting area disciples. Its range, accuracy, and power surpass standard bows. You can be as strong as you want, but if an arrow hits you, you'll still die? Since there was already a grudge, there was no need to hold back. Su Jin had originally planned to lie in wait near the exit and ambush the 5 laborers, wiping them out in one strike. But after some thought, he decided to take care of the main task first. So he slipped quietly into the forest. As soon as he entered, he separated from the crowd and headed alone toward the depths of the hunting grounds. Near the exit, there were too many people and the prey wouldn't dare come close. Even if some did, they would be snatched up in an instant. Moreover, this test only counted points for hunting tier D beasts. Killing common unranked beasts wouldn't earn any credit no matter how many he took down. Yet at this moment, Su Jin's focus was precisely on those unranked minor demons. He possessed 3 secondary profession achievements: Advanced Miner, Advanced Lumberjack, and High-Level Angler. His strength and physique were decent, but he lacked varied attack techniques. When facing enemies, it was all about brute force, which clearly put him at a disadvantage. Now with a bow in hand, and being in a natural hunting ground, if he could activate the hunter's secondary profession, it would be perfect, assuming such a thing actually existed. The problem was, he knew how to fish, but not how to hunt. The slippery mud tossed him around, making his steps slow and clumsy. This alone explained why Peng Yu and the others were so confident this forest was their home turf. The 5 were familiar with the beast's habits, mastered the terrain, excelled at traps, and were skilled archers. Entering the formal disciple assessment gave them a natural edge. Even disciples approaching the chi condensation stage could suffer setbacks if they were careless. Deeper in the forest, the going grew harder. Although it was midwinter, the mountain woods were thickly tangled with vines blocking every path. Su Jin slashed through the underbrush for half an hour before finding a flat clearing, where he paused to rest. He scanned the area. It was deathly silent. Since entering the forest, he hadn't seen a single tier D beast, or even a bird's shadow. It was genuinely frustrating. When it came to using the bow, he was still a novice. Drawing an arrow and aiming at a nearby tree trunk, his shot was wildly off. No hunter-activated prompt appeared in his mind. Based on past experience, such achievements only triggered when shooting at real prey. The clearing ahead was open, a good spot to wait patiently for prey. He controlled his breathing carefully to avoid revealing his position. With visible puffs of misty breath, wasn't just guarding against beasts, but fellow examinees as well. He chose a sturdy ancient tree as cover, crouched low and concealed his posture, gently drawing the bowstring and waiting for an opportunity. He was certain the hunting grounds were never as quiet as they seemed. Qin Tian had said the laborers brought back plenty of prey every day this season. It wasn't a lack of beasts, but rather Su Jin's unfamiliarity with animal habits and inability to pick up on subtle clues. Still, he had other methods. Pressing his back against the ancient tree, Su Jin activated the focused concentration effect of the high-level angler achievement. Instantly, his mind felt revitalized as if washed with ice water. His senses sharpened dramatically and his actions became slightly more efficient, making it easier to seize fleeting openings. This effect required active activation and doubled stamina and spirit consumption, but the boosts it provided were formidable. At this moment, the once quiet forest no longer felt so silent. Faint rustling whispered through the bushes, and the north wind no longer carried just the sharp scent of frost. It was now tinged with an almost imperceptible sweetness of blood. Exposed skin was seized by the cold, and the crisp air seemed to crystallize into sharp edges. With his mind stretched to the limit, Su Jin's senses tightened like a drawn bowstring. No subtle movement could escape his notice. He was fully aware of this and willingly accepted the double drain on his physical and mental energy just to lock onto a single prey. Drawing the bow and knocking the arrow was secondary. First, he had to activate the hunter's secondary skill. Otherwise, in this natural hunting ground formed by the forest, his disadvantage would be all too obvious. He showed immense patience. Squatting half-crouched beneath the snow-covered trees, he remained perfectly still, compressing every breath into a thin line. To avoid extra exhaustion, he no longer pressed forward. Each step under the focused concentration effect cost twice the stamina, and trudging up the mountain on foot would only tire him out prematurely. Time slipped quietly in the snowy wilderness. Half an incense stick's worth of time passed, and he still had not moved. Finally, from 5 meters away, a section of seemingly undisturbed snow quivered gently. The tremor was as subtle as a single hair's twitch, but through Su Jin's incredibly sharp vision at this moment, it stood out like a flicker of flame in the night. His heartbeat did not quicken. Cold rationality suppressed his emotions beneath the surface like ice. He was like a bow pulled taut, every fiber ready to release. He held his breath, tightening his grip on the bow, eyes fixed on that patch of snow. The opportunity was not yet ripe. He had to wait for a kill shot. Ideally, he would elevate this freshly unlocked secondary skill to intermediate level in one strike. The trembling came again. Something under the snow stirred cautiously. Moments later, a small head emerged from the white blanket. 2 upright ears flaring slightly outward, cloaked in pristine white fur. If not for the pair of vigilant, glowing red eyes, it would almost blend completely into the surroundings. A Jiachua common, low-grade demon beast of the northern territories, renowned for its wariness and elusiveness. Its fur changed with the seasons, gray in spring and summer, white in autumn and winter, perfectly adapted for concealment. This Jetu had been foraging beneath the snow. Upon hearing Su Jin's footsteps, it had not fled in panic, but immediately burrowed into the drifts. Now, sensing the danger had passed, it cautiously peeked out, scanning the area. Standing no longer than half a forearm, its nose twitched rapidly, ears sharply alert. Then suddenly it froze. The human had not left. Instead, like a hawk fixated on prey, he remained silently waiting. Whoosh! The Jiadu suddenly leapt, its snow-white figure streaking like a discharged arrow, darting away in an instant. At the same moment, Su Jin, still holding his breath, released the bowstring violently. The arrow screamed forth toward the fleeing target. The arrow skimmed just above the snow, but veered wildly off course. Su Jin was nearly clueless about archery, releasing the string, drawing the bow, applying force all unfamiliar. Such deviation was inevitable. It was precisely for this reason he clung stubbornly to the prey's last visible position. If the arrow was fired blindly without even glimpsing the target, the system would likely mark the attempt invalid, and the secondary skill would never activate. Yet the long wait was not in vain. At the exact moment the arrow left the bow, his consciousness panel flickered sharply, as if a stream of information flooded in. First time drawing bow to hunt. Action effective. Secondary skill achievement unlocked. Novice Hunter. Beginner Hunter. You have stepped into the world of hunting, grasping the basics of hunting techniques. Achievement effect. Your hunting skills receive a slight boost, increasing your hit rate against monster beasts by 10 and damage dealt by 5. This achievement can be upgraded by successfully hunting a monster beast without a rank. In an instant, a surge of strange energy flooded into Su Jin's body, rapidly transforming his muscles and bones while restoring his previously depleted stamina. Immediately after, a cascade of new memories filled his mind. Raised as a hunter from childhood, his livelihood depended on the spear and bow he grew up with. Day after day, he climbed and leapt through the forest, mastering the use of bow and spear, learning the habits and escape routes of unrated monster beasts. Though the days seemed long, it all passed in the blink of an eye. Had reached the threshold of hunting and truly become a beginner hunter. The energy and memories merged instantly. Su Jin remained in a state of intense focus, his bowstring taut, his feet never stopping as he chased after the sprinting fox-like beast. At this moment, he had only one thought: kill the creature and advance his hunter rank to intermediate. The initial novice subclass offered limited bonuses, But now faced with a graded monster beast and other contenders, the coming battle would be fierce. He urgently needed stronger jungle combat skills and would not let this prey slip away. The new skill bonus was immediately evident. He moved with greater agility and speed through the trees. Su Jin transformed from a hunting novice into a true hunter. Slippery snow no longer slowed his pace, and rugged mountain paths no longer challenged him. Holding his short bow, his draw, aim, and release flowed effortlessly as if he had practiced for a decade. The long spear on his back, also a polearm, clearly benefited from his new understanding of the hunting spear. However, stationary shooting and shooting on the run were entirely different. The fox was small but lightning fast. Even with intense focus and beginner hunter improving his accuracy, Su Jin did not recklessly loose an arrow. Missing even once in that split second would be enough for the prey to vanish. Man and beast raced through the forest, crossing several miles. Suddenly, intense focus gave a subtle hint that made Su Jin's heart leap. A fleeting opportunity appeared. The next moment, time seemed to slow. The mountain wind drifted gently, snow from the treetops softly falling. The running fox seemed to freeze midair before slowly touching down. Its short tail trembled like a fluffy cotton ball. The whole world felt like a series of frozen frames. Almost instinctively, Su Jin drew his bow, left arm pushing the bow forward, thumb hooking the string, right elbow aligned with the arrowhead. The perfect traditional archery posture instantly formed. Swish! The arrow released, slicing through the air in furious flight. At the same moment, the heightened perception from intense focus faded, and everything around him began returning to normal speed. This strange sensation can't be triggered at will. It only has a chance to activate after long periods of intense focus. Once it does trigger, the cost is staggering. Within mere breaths. Su Jin's physical strength and mental energy drain away like a broken dam, dropping by 2/3. But it's all worth it. The bowstring trembles, and the arrow slices through the air. Thwack! The arrowhead pierces into the snipe's flesh with a dull, muffled sound. Still carrying momentum, it impales the bird midair and pins it onto a sturdy tree trunk ahead. A faint hum vibrates from the tail of the arrow, shaking loose the snow accumulated on the branches above. Moments earlier, Su Jin had suddenly stopped, drawn his bow, and released the arrow in one fluid motion. Having mastered the basics of archery, combined with the sharp, instantaneous control granted by his focused state, the power was phenomenal. Though the fisher profession doesn't directly enhance combat ability, it bestows an extraordinary hunting instinct. With the snipe dead, Su Jin's initial hunter achievement started to level up. The bulk of the physical and mental energy he had spent was instantly restored by the achievement reward. Yet he maintained his focus, neither pulling out the arrow nor checking the achievement update that popped into his mind. Instead, in a flash, he rolled on the spot and vanished as abruptly as if he had disappeared into thin air. Thwip, thwip. 2 arrows soon slammed into the snow nearby with impeccable accuracy, no need for him to dodge. A low curse came from the tree. Huh? Did we get spotted? It turned out 2 exam candidates had been hiding up in the giant tree where the snipe was pinned, planning to ambush monster beasts passing by. But instead, they got a keenly armed, practiced boy with pale skin, sparking thoughts of murder and robbery. They trusted their high vantage point, unaware that Su Jin, in his heightened state, had already locked onto their auras. So after the successful hunt, he didn't retrieve his prey but chose to dodge immediately. Their poor archery only scared the target away and ended up exposing them. Kid, don't run. One shouted arrogantly. Hand over your kill and that weapon, and we'll let you live. The other urged. Enough talk, get down here and finish this. Both were skilled, dropping from a 10-meter-high tree branch and rushing forward with blades flashing coldly. Yet they underestimated Su Jin's archery. At this moment his hunter achievement leveled up. The short bow was like an extension of his arm, with his focus steady and completely clear-headed. Idiot. Within 10 feet, knives beat bows. You still dare? Before the first could finish, an arrow whistled past, grazing his face and killing him instantly. Shit. The second panicked and turned to flee, making countless mistakes. Su Jin released arrow after arrow. The shafts sliced through the freezing wind, piercing throats and spraying blood. After a few quick steps, the man collapsed silently into the snow. The farcical fight before him was over. Su Jin had killed for the first time. The strong stench of blood filled the air, stirring a strange feeling inside him. Hard to tell if it was disgust or emptiness. He unlocked the first blood achievement, though unfortunately, there was no murderer profession. Quickly searching the bodies, he found little beyond a quiver and a short spear. Su Jin pocketed the 2 items, wary that the blood might attract other candidates or monsters, and wasted no time leaving. This violent encounter was a trial for his mindset, but the greatest reward was already firmly in his hand. Walking onward, Su Jin examined the details of his newly attained intermediate hunter achievement. Currently hunting unranked demon beasts, 11 secondary profession achievement, novice hunter, leveling up to intermediate hunter. You are already a skilled hunter with some success in hunting techniques. A warm surge of power spread from Su Jin's chest, and new achievement information appeared. 1. Hunting skill. 20 accuracy against demon beasts, 10 damage. 2. Attribute boost. Slight increase in agility, making footsteps lighter, enhanced evasion and quicker dashes, slight boost in perception, senses growing sharper. 3. Damage bonus. Minor bonus to piercing damage when using any weapon. 4. Achievement upgrade requirement. Hunt 10 more unranked demon beasts, and personally kill 1 tier D demon beast to advanced hunter. This intermediate hunter achievement felt especially powerful, different from his previous secondary professions. A flood of new hunting memories washed into his mind, bringing abundant experience from life-or-death battles with demon beasts, filling the gaps in Su Jin's combat background. The subtle vibrations of the bowstring and the arrow slicing through air were repeatedly broken down and rebuilt in his head. His understanding of bows and hunting spears deepened. The boost in agility seemed to make his feet lighter than air, speeding up dodges and attacks by half a beat. The enhanced perception sharpened every movement and sound around him with crystal clarity. And the extra piercing damage made each arrow sharper and more bone-piercing, while all his stabbing attacks with any weapon became deadlier. Previously, the Lumberjack achievement had boosted chopping damage, and the minor achievement strengthened polearm damage. Now the Hunter achievement enhanced piercing attacks, 3 layers of bonuses stacked perfectly together. Coincidentally, the weapon in his hands was a long spear combining slashing, chopping, and piercing. Nearly 2 stories long, the spear's black shaft glimmered with metallic luster in the sun. Its narrow, sharp tip glinted with a chilling edge. As a polearm, it could both slash smoothly with momentum and suddenly unleash deadly piercing thrusts from afar. To Su Jin, this weapon was tailor-made for him by fate. Rumor had it the Shura sect's standard weapons were only knives and long spears. Yet Qin Tian was willing to spend most of his fortune forging this long spear for him. It was clear the sect never lacked knife or spear techniques, and the spear perfectly matched spear-style combat. This filled Su Jin with excitement for his martial path ahead. He had hesitated between heavy weapons like the battle axe or Qinglong Yinhua saber, but now this long spear felt like the one meant for him. Half a day flew by. There was still much to do. Quickly hunt 10 more unranked demon beasts and 1 tier D demon beast to push the intermediate hunter achievement to the next level. Earn a top ranking in the assessment to attract attention from Shura sect's elders and escape Elder Dong's greedy schemes. Time was tight, and he dared not waste a moment. His pace quickened noticeably. About 10 steps from the recent battlefield, an ancient tree as thick as a house beam stood tall. On a branch, a youth with wheat-colored skin lounged, half hidden by dense leaves. His delicate features were so androgynous it was hard to tell his gender. Xiao Man, one of Elder Dong's favorite attendants, though he was not aligned with Jiang Li from their companions. Resting his chin on his hand, he watched Su Jin leave with a faint smirk, as if weighing some thought. That's the guy? Pretty strong, but unfortunately poor talent, and Jiang Li, that madman, has his eyes on him. Remembering Elder Dong's distraction over Su Jin, a trace of schadenfreude flickered in Xiao Man's eyes. Looks like Mistress Dong Sen Yang's injuries are worse than expected. She'll need to hurry and refine some Jingren pills. Star-like light shimmered in those eyes. Clearly the predicament of Elder Dong pleased him greatly. Meanwhile, Su Jin had already gone far away. The intense focus that had seized him sharpened his reflexes for fleeting opportunities in almost mystical state. Yet, he never noticed Xiao Man's trail. Even after advancing to mid-level hunter and gaining greatly enhanced perception, he still failed to detect Xiao Man's presence. Fortunately, his opponent meant no harm. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Jin's skills had reached new heights, transforming the forest before him into a completely different world. On the surface, it remained lifeless and still, biting winter wind, deathly cold spreading from the treetops down to the snow-covered ground. But through his sharpened senses, hidden undercurrents of life were unmistakable. The sly rabbit crouched beneath the snow, the serrated pangolin curled in a tree hollow, the iron-scaled owl camouflaged perfectly against the bark. The mountain forest was never peaceful. It was just that the ruthless struggle for survival was masked beneath the snow. In the past, Su Jin had been oblivious. Now, he saw it all with crystal clarity. Past the halfway point of hour, darkness deepened. Su Jin settled steadily atop the treetop, leaning against a sturdy branch with both feet planted firmly, becoming one with the leaves and wood around him. Below, a gray-furred demon beast moved cautiously. 2 massive coral-shaped horns gleamed coldly in the dim moonlight, slender hooves lightly scraping at the snow. This beast was known as the Qi Jiaoxi, one of the top-tier unranked demon beasts. Its call resembled a flute's melody, and the velvet beneath its horns was prized as medicine, highly valuable. At this moment, the Qi Jiaoxi was foraging under the snow for a cluster of cold fungi, its favorite delicacy. Su Jin had stumbled upon this fungus by chance and waited in the tree to try his luck. Unexpectedly, the prey came to him within moments. The night wind whispered through the leaves. The Chi Jiaoxi twitched its ears and flared its nostrils, eyes sharp and wary. Once it confirmed no immediate danger, it bent down to chew, clearing away snow to reveal the pale, jade-like stalk of the fungi. Su Jin remained motionless. His crude short bow was deadly at close range, but lost power and accuracy beyond that. The Chi Jiaoxi's thick skin and natural armor, combined with its speed and forest agility, made it almost impossible to catch once it escaped. A true hunter had to be patient waiting for the right moment to strike. Time slipped by quietly. The fungus scent finally fully ignited the beast's appetite. Its ears relaxed, and its muzzle buried deep in the snow. Swish, a sharp sound cut through the air. An arrow shot forth, striking exactly at the soft joint connecting the Chi Jiaoxi's front leg to its massive body. Su Jin knew well. The beast's iron-hard skull and thick hide were impenetrable by his bow. Its eye sockets, ear holes, and tail vertebrae targets were too small, and his skill and bow were insufficient. This shot didn't aim for an instant kill, but to cut a tendon and slow its escape. The arrow struck true. Tendons snapped in the front limb, and the enormous beast crashed heavily into the snow, losing balance immediately. It howled in struggle, trying to rise, but felt a sudden gust of wind at its back again, swift and deadly. A short spear was thrown, piercing sharply into the creature's body. Before it could even register pain, a chill ran down its neck, a blade flashed, and blood sprayed everywhere. Arrows flickered, the short spear spun through the air, and a gleaming blade swiftly followed up 3 precise, fluid strikes with no hesitation. This was the battlefield instinct Su Jin honed over years of hunting. As the fight ended, he bent down beside the monster's corpse, expertly slicing through the base of the strange creature's single horn. Pulling out the blood-soaked, sweet-smelling antler velvet, he wrapped it in some animal hide, sheathed his weapon, shook off the blood droplets, and turned to leave. So far, he had slain 10 unranked beasts and needed just one more low-tier monster to complete the Hunter Guild's upgrade mission. The forest was cool and damp. Su Jin wiped the sweat-soaked back of his neck and frowned with a hint of self-mockery. Was he just unlucky, or did he need to venture deeper into the woods? 5 hours of trekking had yet to reveal even a trace of a low-tier beast. On reflection, it wasn't all bad luck. When he first entered the forest, unfamiliar terrain cost him time. After adapting, he focused on hunting unranked beasts and made good gains. The strange-horned buffalo, pine-tailed jackal, brown-armored badger-tin creatures of varying sizes now folded into his backpack. With this skill, he no longer worried about food or basic living and could even secure a modest livelihood. Yet these cautious low-tier beasts slowed his pace. To level up to a mid-tier hunter, he had to take risks and target one low-tier monster. Calming his mind, he stealthily pressed deeper into the dense forest. After roughly 3 miles, he spotted an ancient tree scarred by 5 razor-sharp claw marks, deep enough to fit a palm. Dark resin mixed with fresh blood stains. A tuft of coarse black hair hung from the branch, giving off a faint, almost imperceptible metallic scent. Su Jin approached, tracing the claw grooves with his fingertip and sniffing the hair carefully. His eyes narrowed sharply. A giant tuskape, a mid-grade low-tier beast, massive and strong, omnivorous but viciously bloodthirsty. He lowered his footsteps and followed the still-clear giant ape tracks. After 2 miles, the footprints abruptly stopped. Ahead, the muddy ground was violently disturbed. Branches and leaves lay scattered as if someone tried to deliberately erase the trail. Su Jin's heart tightened. No beast would clean up its tracks so meticulously. Stranger still, a faint trace of blood scent suppressed by dark magic drifted silently from above. Without enhanced senses, it would have gone undetected. Danger surged. He crouched down, gripping his short spear backwards behind his elbow. His palms cold with sweat, muscles tensed by memory into a battle stance. At that moment, a deep, rich voice sounded overhead, curious yet cocky. "You're quite alert. I've set ambushes for many, but you're the fastest to notice." His tone was calm, but teasing. "Don't be afraid. I, Jiao Ming, never kill by sneak attack. Drawing you here is only to fight fair, then I'll cut off your heads, carve out the tenderest meat on your faces, and slowly roast it, as a pairing with wine." Before he finished, several human heads dropped with muffled thuds from nearby trees. Their skin was a dark, bluish green. Blood either frozen or treated to dull the smell. The cheeks were peeled away in chunks, exposing stark, white teeth shocking to see. Rustling violently, leaves flew. A broad-shouldered man with a yellowed face leaped down from about 10 meters like a silent leopard. He carried a wide, long greatsword, its shape strange, shining silver like a waterfall of chains. As he drew the blade, Jiao Ming grinned widely, yellow fang-like teeth flashing red in the bloodlight. "You look so pale and tender tonight, I have good fortune." He licked his cracked lips and chuckled low. "Feel free to scream louder. The louder you yell, the more excited I get." The burly man with the yellowed face introduced himself as Jiao Ming, someone Su Jin had already taken special note of back at the Blood Cultivator's courtyard. At that time, the courtyard's training ground often hosted sparring matches. Though bloodshed was forbidden, the skill levels were still clear to see. Zhao Ming appeared there almost every day, defeating opponents with a single strike, either shattering their weapons or leaving them utterly helpless. Su Jin had judged then that Zhao Ming was just a half step away from the qi condensation stage. His brutal strength and iron-like physique made even Su Jin doubt his own ability to stand against him. Yet now, to meet him hidden here in this forest was unexpected. What Su Jin didn't know was that Zhao Ming had actually crossed into the qi condensation stage the day before the test, officially becoming a qualified warrior. This man delighted in slaughter and suffered from a strange craving. Those severed heads lying on the ground, their cheeks carved away, were his latest trophies. The scene was gruesome, and Su Jin wasted no words. With a sharp twist of his waist, he hurled his hunting spear with all his might. Whoosh! The short spear tore through the air, flashing a cold gleam as it arced. At the same time, he did not press forward but instead swiftly retreated to widen the distance. His bow appeared in his hand, the string drawn taut, and an arrow let fly. If the spear and arrow could take the initiative to neutralize the enemy, he would have room to maneuver afterward. This was a principle hard-earned from countless skirmishes during forest hunts. But Zhao Ming's true power far exceeded Su Jin's expectations. The spear missed as the giant blade swung horizontally. His speed was like a dark shadow. The arrow sped forward but was narrowly dodged by Zhao Ming's strangely twisting body at the last moment. In just 10 yards, he was upon Su Jin. The blade flashed bright silver, cutting down fiercely. Within 3 yards, the blade is faster than the bow. Alarm bells rang in Su Jin's mind as he drew his horizontal blade with a clang and shifted sideways to block the strike. Clang! The clash of metal sent sparks flying. Clang! Another brutal exchange parted the two figures, each meeting the other's horrified gaze. Shockingly, Su Jin's horizontal blade was severed clean in two with a smooth break. His arms trembled and went numb, pain swelling in the webbing of his hands. Zhao Ming's strength and speed were nearly unbelievable, and the quality of that massive sword was superior to Su Jin's own weapon. Only 2 blows shattered the steel blade without leaving even a scratch on the massive sword's edge. How can he be this strong? This isn't close to qi condensation anymore. Su Jin's heart sank. He recalled the selection rules. The first batch of disciples who failed to produce even a trace of qi within 2 months would be demoted to the blood cultivator's courtyard. Those who advanced to the qi condensation stage before the second round could skip the rest of the test after reporting to the overseer. This man was almost certainly one of those who had officially crossed the threshold as a formal warrior. Thinking this, Su Jin bitterly smiled to himself. His luck was absolutely miserable to run into such a harbinger of doom on the very first day. Without hesitation, he swiftly removed the long pole and spearhead from his back, eyes never leaving Zhao Ming even for a moment, expertly combining the 2 weapons into one. With a sharp click, the spearhead locked tightly onto the pole, its serrated grooves biting down firmly, making them inseparable. Without the help of a skilled blacksmith wielding hammer and chisel, an arduous task indeed. That was why Su Jin had not fully assembled this deadly weapon before. It was simply too long. Now fully formed, he whipped off the leather sheath. With a flick of his wrist, the more than 3-meter weapon sliced through the air with a fierce whistle, its blade cold and sharp, radiating a commanding, ruthless presence. Look at that, changing weapons? Going for the long spear? Know how to use it. Zhao Ming sneered, but secretly frowned. From their brief clash earlier, he had come to view Su Jin differently. Though the boy appeared thin and slight, his strength was astonishing and his movements swift, far beyond his expectations. The 7 men who had fallen under his blade today died with a single strike, and very few at the Shui Chongyuan training grounds could withstand 2 of his blows. Could this kid be a martial artist? Qi condensation stage? Zhao Ming doubted it immediately. The boy showed no energy aura at all, something he could detect at a glance unless he possessed innate godlike strength. Smiling cruelly at this thought, he regarded Su Jin with growing interest and slow amusement. If it were me, I'd just hold the 3-foot spearhead. The long spear might be powerful, but it's hard to control. Brute force alone won't cut it. Su Jin remained indifferent, ignoring the taunt completely. His first fight with a martial artist in this realm allowed for no margin of error. Gripping the spear with both hands, he lowered his stance, steady and solid. Swinging the long shaft horizontally, the wooden pole vibrated in his grip. Whoosh! The keen blade sliced through the air, stirring a sharp, cutting wind. Memories of hunting spears used to fight monsters flashed through his mind. Though hunting spears were shorter and the techniques somewhat different, his hunting skills translated smoothly. Supplemented by his deep understanding of long pole weapons gained from advanced mining work, his first attempt with the spear was far from awkward. It actually felt smoother than handling a sword. Zhao Ming wanted to make another mocking remark, but Su Jin surged forward instead. The long spear resembled a silver dragon probing with claws, every inch sharp and powerful. The 3-meter shaft howled with the wind as it stabbed straight toward Zhao Ming's chest, the cold gleam unstoppable and precise. Caught off guard, Zhao Ming nearly lost his grip and hastily raised his broad blade in defense. The huge blade, wide as a shield, barely blocked the lethal thrust. The clashing of two fine weapons rang out sharply like metal on metal. The spear tip embedded into the blade, but the momentum did not cease. Pressing forward with the full force behind the 6-foot shaft, it rolled on relentlessly like a coiling dragon. SHRK. A sharp metallic clash rang out in rapid succession, sparks flaring brilliantly from the impact. Jiao Ming just entering the chi condensation stage as a martial artist was staggered backward half a step by the force, planting his right foot hard into the snow to steady himself. Still stunned by the fierce strike from the youth opposite him, he suddenly felt the giant blade he was holding across his chest lose its immense pressure. The opponent had withdrawn his power. Propelled forward by inertia, Jiao Ming made a desperate effort to stop, refusing to expose any opening. In a flash, he caught sight that the youth had already taken a bow stance, both arms raised high, gripping a long spear that hung like a looming guillotine. The spear's blade was 3 feet long, comparable to a sword, its edge sharper than frost or snow. At that moment, the spearhead pointed downward, dropping suddenly with the rod, cutting through the air and iron as if anything in its path would be cleaved in two. Su Jin had pierced open a gap with one stab, and now with a chopping strike sought to end the fight. Unlike a spear, the Shua has blades on all sides, capable of both stabbing and slashing. Su Jin's expertise from his advanced lumberjack profession made his chops far more devastating than his thrusts. Clang! Boom! First came a clear metallic ring, immediately followed by a thunderous crash rolling through the forest. The snow exploded upward from the impact in a white blizzard. Treetops shuddered as silver flakes jostled and fell. The green branches swayed like drums beating in the moonlit woods. After retracting his spear, Su Jin quickly retreated half a zhang, knowing that despite the terrifying power of that stored strike boosted by multiple secondary proficiency, had still failed to break through the defense. Across from him, Jiao Ming crouched low in the snow, holding his massive blade horizontally across his shoulder as a shield, absorbing the blow. His right knee sank deep into the snow, his waist bent, his expression both shocked and burning with rage. He was stunned by Su Jin's strength, but also planning a counterattack had intended to strike during the youth's weapon recovery. But Su Jin's keen alertness forced a swift fallback without hesitation. A turbulent era was coming. Jiao Ming had been a mountain bandit chief, skilled in wielding the giant blade. After being recruited by the Shura sect and tested for cultivation potential, he had attained his chi sensation within 2 months, joining the first cohort of disciples. Proud of his strength, he considered himself nearly unbeatable among peers of similar cultivation, with few lasting more than a single exchange against him. Yet today, a mere mortal never trained in martial arts had nearly split him in two. Rage surged in his heart. Bloodlust flashed in his eyes as his brutal aura soared. He invoked the Shura sect's secret technique, the blood-killing art. Good. Intense. But you don't practice any technique, and you have no idea the gap between mortals and warriors. Today, you will die by my hand. I will devour every piece of your flesh, leaving no thing a tribute to the strong. With the words, blood-killing energy flooded his body. Strength skyrocketed. Potential was forcibly unlocked. Senses sharpened. His physique hardened like fire-forged iron. As his chi expanded, his life essence seemed reborn. This was the insurmountable chasm between mortals and warriors. Su Jin clearly felt his opponent's power surge, and knew Jiao Ming had not yet unleashed his full strength. But he too had a trump card. In this deadly showdown, there could be no luck. He immediately activated the advanced angler, focused concentration effect, double consumption of stamina and mental energy, slightly increased efficiency in all actions, minor resistance to mental impact, slight suppression of physical pain, easier to seize fleeting opportunities. Only a few paces apart, neither dared to move first. The spear's tip flickered like a cold star, ready to pierce the chest at any moment. The giant blade glowed with a deadly arc, wielded with seasoned precision. The air seemed frozen, a murderous aura swirling amid the snowy night forest. Amid this tense stalemate, chaotic footsteps suddenly sounded from afar. The number was large, the pace fast, the noise instantly magnified. Judging by their direction, the newcomers were charging straight at Su Jin and Jiao Ming. The attackers must have been formidable, numerous, and fast. Their footsteps went from barely audible to right on top of them in just moments. Leaves trembled and dust stirred as Su Jin and Jiao Ming turned around one after another. Only 10 yards separated them, yet they locked eyes fiercely, the air thick and heavy between them. Jiao Ming's face was dark with fury. After their earlier fight, he believed he understood Su Jin's strength. Though newly at the chi condensation stage, it wouldn't be easy to kill him quickly, and any attempt would cost dearly. His own blood fiend energy was barely controllable, yet this pale and slender youth wielded a hefty 18-foot spear with uncanny power and precision, forcing Jiao Ming to retreat step by step. Like two wild beasts clashing, letting a third-party swoop in would be disgraceful lesson Jiao Ming was keenly aware of. Su Jin's eyes were chillingly calm. He judged that in their current states, he couldn't match Jiao Ming Heiden, but if Jiao Ming fought to the death, he wouldn't walk away unscathed either. Within moments, both secretly decided to pause the battle for now. Here, the sounds came from right here. Urgent shouts came from beyond the grass. Suddenly, 6 figures burst through the bushes. The leader immediately recognized Jiao Ming, sneering, "Oh, Jiao Ming, finally found you. Today we settle old scores from the blood cult." Another laughed wildly. "You were so arrogant back then, right? We're all near chi condensation. 6 and on, let's see how you handle it." All 6 were injured but excited, clearly longtime enemies of Jiao Ming from the blood cult. Since the selection tournament allowed fighting, they saw this as the perfect chance for revenge. Jiao Ming ignored their taunts, eyes locked on Su Jin, the only real threat. Su Jin's expression didn't change. Spear held across his chest, he stepped back steadily with measured rhythm, as steady as an ancient tree. In just a few breaths, he vanished into the dense shadows, merging seamlessly with the foliage until he disappeared. Jiao Ming didn't give chase, only watching coldly. Those 6 quickly encircled him, gloating. "Remember the slap you gave me? Now let's see where you run." "Shut up, kill him. Check if he's got any demon beast ears from the lower ranks." One looked around. Wasn't there someone else just now? Did he run off? Who cares? Attack. Deadly strikes erupted, blades gleaming with blood, fiend energy. The forest's peaceful wind was torn apart. Jiao Ming stomped fiercely as blood-red aura surged from his steel blade, slashing with unstoppable, lightning-fast arcs. Within moments, the forest fell silent, and still tree trunks splattered with blood, fallen leaves stained red. 5 corpses lay twisted and broken. The last man dragged his severed leg behind him, sliding backward with desperate palms, pale-faced and trembling. How is this possible? You're already at chi condensation. Mercy, mercy." Before he finished, a flash of cold steel, and his head flew free, a fountain of blood spraying like fine rain. Jiao Ming sheathed his blade, chest rising and falling from exhaustion. 2 brutal fights in a row had worn him down. Blood spattered his lips, which he licked dry with a frown, cursing under his breath. Ugh, disgusting. Then his gaze hardened, dark and fierce. "I'm going to eat that boy's flesh." In that bloodthirsty vow burned a raging, killing intent. Any monster capable of fighting him before proper training, once truly at the chi condensation stage, might trample him easily. Since their feud had begun today, there was no turning back. He had to find a way to kill Su Jin, or risk deadly trouble in the future. At that thought, Jiao Ming's face twisted into a fierce grin. "Haha, 9 days left. I won't do anything else, I'll just hunt you down and kill you." Su Jin raised his long spear and stormed through the dense forest, snow crunching beneath his feet. Thanks to the experience and agility boost from being a mid-level hunter, he moved through the woods like a leopard, quickly putting a great distance between himself and his pursuers. He had entered this official disciple trial full of confidence, but the first day had been a series of setbacks. Not only had he failed to spot a single low-rank demon beast, had also run into an obviously unbalanced chi-condensing cultivator Jiao Ming. After all, the demonic sect was the demonic sect. Their reputation for craziness wasn't exaggerated. That lunatic won't give up. Su Jin clenched his spear tightly. 9 days left in the trial. I have to find a way to avoid him. At his current level, he was no match for Jiao Ming and hated feeling like prey. Yet in the forest hunting grounds, his mid-level hunter status could still improve. If he could hold on, he might get a quick surge in power. Roles could switch between hunter and hunted at any moment. Su Jin knew that well. He didn't dare rest all night, instead pushing deeper into the hunting ground. No one knew if Jiao Ming would turn back after slaughtering those 6 men to continue his pursuit. Better safe than sorry, and that caution saved his life. Jiao Ming tracked him for more than 10 miles along his retreat path, but found no trace, so he gave up for the time being. Exhausted from non-stop fleeing, thirsty, he grabbed handfuls of snow to melt in his mouth. Hungry, he nibbled on dry rations. The intense battles drained his strength, but thanks to endurance boosts from his advanced miner background, he hadn't collapsed mid-route. Dawn broke in the east, his breath forming faint white mist in the cold air. Suddenly, he spotted faint footprints breaking the snow ahead. Kneeling down to examine them, it didn't take long to identify. Footprints of a low-rank, mid-quality demon beast, the human-faced bear Renyan Li. This beast resembled a bear, but was taller and leaner, often walking upright. It only appeared in northern forest regions. Since yesterday, this was his first clue of a low-rank demon beast perhaps head near the edge of the low-rank hunting zone. Or maybe luck was finally on his side. Recalling the lesson from the giant Fong ape incident, he suppressed his excitement and simply followed the tracks with his eyes. After 6 miles, he approached a mountain cave partially hidden by vines. The prince ended at the entrance. It was likely the beast's den. Su Jin crouched low and crept inside, nostrils twitching, no smell of blood. The air circulated gently, and faint water sounds came from deeper within. Clutching his spear, he crept along the wall. Space inside gradually widened, the corridor tapering in an inverted trapezoid shape. After half a teacup's time, The cave opened into a broad chamber, morning light filtering through cracks overhead. A roughly 30-foot square pool shimmered in the light. Spring water? Where's the human-faced bear? Su Jin scanned around empty stone walls dripped with moisture, but no sign of the beast. It must have gone hunting. Weariness from days on the run welled up inside him. This place was secluded perfect to rest and restore strength while waiting for the beast's return. He turned back, intending to find a good ambush spot in the den's midsection. Just after moving a few dozen feet, faint sounds of rolling stones came from ahead. He pressed against the wall, holding his breath, ear to the ground. Quiet voices drifted over, discussing his movements. Every word foretold the extreme danger to come in the next 9 days. The worst part, he recognized the voices. Old acquaintances. Brother Pong, that yellow-faced man is incredible. Could he already be a martial artist? Yeah, he's terrifying. That huge knife he wields is even bigger than my body. Behind the rocky wall, Su Jin pressed against the cold stone, peering through a crack to watch the scene outside. 5 people rushed hurriedly into the cave entrance. Faces pale and shaken from narrowly escaping death, it was the 5 men from the labor crew. Yellow-faced man, giant blade, martial artist. From their fragmented conversation, Su Jin immediately guessed they had encountered Jiao Ming. But how were all 5 of them still alive? The leader, Peng Yu, looked pale and frightened, yet still tried to keep a tough front in front of his men, forcing a faint smile. That yellow-faced man is definitely a martial artist. His cultivation has probably reached the qi condensation stage. Qi condensation martial artists don't need to take the test, so why would he? One underling wondered. Peng Yu didn't answer, instead silently categorizing Jiao Ming as a ruthless killer. Rubbing his chin, Peng Yu lowered his voice. The big man spared us because he wants us to find someone for him. If we find that person, or provide useful clues, he promises to help us pass the test. Thinking about this, excitement flickered in his eyes. He had only seen that kind of impressive aura from the hunting ground overseer and from Jiao Ming himself. If he could ally with such a powerful figure, passing the official disciple examination would be a sure thing. What's better, he was familiar with the wanted person, fair-skinned, wielding a long pole weapon. Looks and build isn't that Su Jin? Old grudges unresolved. Capturing Su Jin would both please Jiao Ming and settle Scariso win-win situation. He dared not ask about the feud between the two, nor was he aware that Su Jin had fought Jiao Ming several rounds. Had he known, he would never have gotten involved. The 5 chatted as they walked, their fears shifting to excitement. Once official disciples, they would learn cultivation techniques and might even become labor overseers someday, something everyone aspired to. But this battle royale-style new test made them afraid to hunt casually. Now, the opportunity Jiao Ming offered seemed like a chance to change their fates. That Su Jin really deserves it, messing with someone like that. If we find him, just tie him up and hand him over. Exactly. He's been squeezing my hand since yesterday. This grudge must be settled. Their noisy voices echoed off the stone walls. They were clearly familiar with the cave, confidently pushing deeper without hesitation. In the shadows, Su Jin's knuckles turned white around his spear. He hadn't expected Jiao Ming to openly put a bounty on him. Such a twisted mind was hard for most to understand. Now that things had come to this, not one of these 5 could be spared. Old and new grudges would be settled once and for all today. Only about 80 feet separated them. In the dim cave, silence stretched except for the sound of footsteps hitting the rocky ground. Tap, 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 each step sharp and clear. Su Jin's bow lay where he had clashed with Jiao Ming. Now, gripping his long spear tightly, he had gathered his strength and was about to strike when suddenly, a voice came from behind, shrill and unexpected. The stagnant water churned violently as a shadow slipped out from the pond, climbing the rocky shore. Then, with a powerful shake, droplets scattered like a torrential rain striking stone. A cold mist hit Su Jin's face, sending a chill down his spine. He instinctively stepped back halfway. What was that? The 5 laborers nearby were equally startled, instinctively pausing, quickly knocking arrows and raising spear tips into a practiced half-moon formation of alertness. Clearly, they had trained for this. Are there still beasts inside the cave? But isn't it just the pond behind us? I already scouted it. Could it have snuck in after we left? Whispers overlapped as the dim light from the fire stick was stretched long by the black shadow. Thick paws stepped onto the rock, heavy and deliberate. A deformed, lanky figure emerged, limbs thin, yet towering at nearly 20 feet, standing upright. Low, guttural growls rumbled from its throat. A human-faced bear. And a female one. One whispered, voice trembling. Peng Yu forced himself to stay calm. Don't be afraid. That's just a mid-level beast. The 5 of us together can take it down. Yet despite his words, he quietly stepped back, exchanging glances with 2 men from the hunting area, clearly hoping to use the planting area pair as a shield. A mid-level beast is roughly a mortal's limit. The human-faced bear is mid-tier among them. Typically, 3 or 5 competent fighters would struggle to stop one. With preparation, 5 men might handle it, but encountering one like this now left the odds slim. Their palms grew sweaty. The air felt dense, as if frozen. Suddenly, The human-faced bear burst into a piercing howl, sounding at once like a baby's cry and a raw scream. It lunged to the left, crashing against the rocky wall. The group froze. The next instant, a shadow flickered out. A cold gleam flashed. Su Jin's long spear struck like a dragon. Swish. Too fast to blink. The spear pierced the beast's throat. Withdrawing, it spewed a spray of blood. Su Jin's toe touched the ground, and he swung horizontally. Thud. The head rolled off, blood spraying. The mid-level human-faced bear was torn apart in seconds. The 5 laborers stood dumbfounded. That was a monster they would have paid dearly to slay, taken down effortlessly in 2 moves. If this stranger was hostile, they had nowhere to run. But Su Jin was already moving. Whist. The spear cut through the air with a roaring gust. A half-moon of cold light slashed sideways, the spear's shaft beating the air with dull thuds. Wherever the blade swept, for men suddenly froze with icy pain in their ribs, then burning agony. Scorching innards spilled onto the rocks amid their screams. Su Jin weaved through, cutting off all escape routes, spear thrust again, aiming straight for Peng Yu, who was last. Crack. The sickening snap of bone made teeth ache. Peng Yu's kneecap was pierced. He howled in agony, collapsing to his knees without seeing how his comrades died. Tears streamed down his face from the pain. Looking up toward the dim light, he finally saw the cold expression looming over him, and his heart fell. It was the man the yellow-faced giant had been searching for all along. Now Peng Yu understood exactly what kind of monster they had provoked. They'll ask, you answer. If your answer pleases me, they'll let you die well. Understand? The spear's tip pressed against Peng Yu's throat as Su Jin stood above him, his voice icy and commanding. 6 bodies lay on the ground, 5 humans, and 1 beast still, giving off a strong metallic scent of blood. Su Jin touched the spear tip and crouched beside the human-faced bear. He first cut off its left ear, the trophy proving the hunt, and casually stuffed it into his pouch. Then, using the spear as a shovel, he dug a pit in the damp soil and buried the 5 corpses along with the monster, covering them carefully with earth until the smell of blood was completely masked by the dirt. Only then did he pat his hands and stand up. After dealing with the bodies, he looked up toward the cave entrance, quietly calculating. Before dying, Peng Yu said that Jiao Ming had taken a special interest in him. He had already sent several groups of examiners to search for Su Jin's trail with the promise that whoever provided Su Jin's location would be guaranteed to pass the test smoothly. If this information spread, Su Jin's situation would become even more dangerous. A way to break the deadlock. Killing to intimidate and deter criminals might cut off threats at the root, but it would also expose his position prematurely, inviting relentless pursuit from that madman Jiao Ming. Putting aside murder for now, Su Jin decided first to verify the theory that had just formed in his mind. If it proved correct, all troubles could be easily resolved. Reviewing the loot. 1. A longbow confiscated from Peng Yu, longer than the standard shortbow of the Novice Sect by a noticeable margin. The bow's body was newly lacquered with tung oil, slightly sticky to the touch. When drawing the string, the textured grain along its back was clear. Its power, range, and accuracy far surpassed his old bow, perfectly compensating for his lack of long-range firepower. 2. A bottle of anesthetic ointment designed for hunting. Applied to wounds, it quickly numbed pain and was effective in subduing and killing monsters. 3. The most important prize, advancement in his hunter subclass. After slaying the human-faced bear of rank D, the information panel in his consciousness refreshed. No rank monsters hunted, 1010. Rank D monsters hunted, 11. Achievement upgraded senior hunter. 30 hit rate against monsters. 15 damage against monsters. Slight increase in agility. Slight increase in perception. Slight bonus to piercing damage with any weapon. Next stage. Hunt 100 no rank monsters, 10 rank D monsters, and 1 rank C monster to advance further. The attribute boost made Su Jin's eyes light up, though the 30 increased accuracy and 15 extra damage applied only to monsters. If it worked on humans too, he was confident he could easily overpower Jiao Ming. Since that was off the table, he'd have to find another way. A flood of memories surged with the rank upgrade, revealing the habits and lifestyles of rank D and even rank C monsters. New skills made hunting monsters increasingly effective. After much thought, he devised a bold plan. Rather than get entangled with humans, he would use the monsters themselves as pawns. No matter how formidable monsters were, they were still just monsters, at least for those below rank B. They hadn't transcended their beastly nature, possessed limited intelligence, and were far easier to deal with than fighters at the chi condensation stage. Su Jin now possessed 4 advanced secondary professions: Master Lumberjack, Master Miner, Master Angler, and Master Hunter, giving him power beyond ordinary limits. With these skills, he still stood a chance against weaker opponents newly entering the chi condensation stage, but when facing Jiao Ming, a formidable ex-mountain bandit with a powerful physique, fell short by a significant margin. On the other hand, against a low-tier Class C demon beast, the weakest among them, Su Jin was much more confident. using lumberjacking, mining, and fishing as support, and hunting as his main focus. Killing a Class C demon beast would never be as difficult as battling someone like Jiao Ming. There were 9 days left until the official disciple assessment ended. If he could slay another 100 unranked demon beasts, 10 Class D demon beasts, and 1 Class C demon beast, he would be promoted to high-level hunter. Su Jin was certain that reaching high level would be a major breakthrough. Passing it would trigger a qualitative leap in his professional power, reversing the roles between hunter and prey. At this moment, he had already neared the edge of the Class C hunting grounds, just a few miles from venturing truly inside. Class D demon beasts surged in number there, and Class C demon beasts were not uncommon. The only real risk was a slim chance of encountering a Class B demon beast. He considered himself cautious enough, hoping his luck wouldn't be that bad, far better than rushing into a life-or-death fight with Jiao Ming immediately. With his mind made up, he buried the corpse, gathered his spoils, and grasped his spear as he crept deeper into the cave. The humanoid bear had just surfaced from the pool at the bottom, proving the water wasn't stagnant and likely connected to the bear's true lair. Such a secretive place could serve as a temporary base camp, unreachable by outsiders. After surveying the environment, he could shuttle between the Class D and Class C hunting zones, quietly earning points, leveling up in secret. What a delight that would be. At the spring's edge, Su Jin dipped his hand to test the temperature. Right was just right. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the water, feeling along the hidden current as he searched for an exit. On the other side, a vast cavern opened up like a mountain hollowed from within, spanning dozens of yards in every direction. Sunlight streamed in through fissures overhead, brightening the cave. To the right, the rocky wall tiered like rice terraces, rising into a small hill crowned with a delicate waterfall whose gentle sound echoed softly. The hilltop held a natural pool of crystal-clear water, veiled in curling steam, resembling a hot spring. Leaning sideways in the spring was a young girl of about 16 or 17, her brows and eyes exquisitely shaped, bearing the delicate beauty of a refined maiden, yet also the poised dignity of someone from a noble family. Her long black hair floated on the water's surface like soft silk, swaying gently. A faint mole beneath her left eye sparkled like a star in the night sky, adding a lively touch. She hummed a strange, melodious tune with the flavor of the southern border's riverlands. Possibly long unwashed, she was thoroughly enjoying the hot spring, her creamy skin dotted with water droplets that caught the light with a subtle glow. Suddenly, very faint ripples stirred the bottom of the pool. The girl's spirit sense twitched, instantly detecting something amiss. Assisted by the secret arts of the Ghost Sect scouts, she reacted swiftly. The humanoid bear had been implanted with a soul seed and should never stray far. Who was the intruder now? A murderous aura spread from her brows as she silently leapt from the water with the speed of a startled swallow. Her clothes instantly wrapped around her body, slender waist girded with a blade, and she immediately activated a mysterious technique. The pale, slender neck revealed an eerie Adam's apple, a low voice gathering inside, and her skin, once white as jade, gradually turned a warm wheat color. Su Jin had been submerged for a long time before finally surfacing and swiftly climbing ashore. Knowing there could be danger lurking on the far side of the spring, he dared not delay. With his palm pressing against the stone edge, he propelled his whole body out of the water, the splash ringing loudly. As soon as he steadied himself, he crouched low and scanned the surroundings carefully. In his line of sight stood a young man with sun-kissed, wheat-colored skin, eyebrows and features so delicate they made it hard to tell his gender. The youth looked equally stunned, gripping a slender, curved saber in his hand. Water droplets ran down the blade, glinting coldly. His wet hair was loosely tied into a ponytail, black strands sticking to his neck, with beads of water dripping from the tips onto the back of the sword. Both were taken aback by the other. Su Jin did not recognize this person but thought the youth was unervingly beautiful, almost otherworldly. Perhaps a girl? But the clear Adam's apple and flat chest dispelled that thought. Xiao Man, however, recognized Su Jinha, had seen him once at the outer camp and never expected to meet him here in such a narrow encounter. They fell into a tense silence. This trial was a death match. Anyone could be an enemy. Su Jin gripped his spear tightly, eyes sharp with suspicion. Xiao Man's fingers tensed slightly, testing the waters. Su Jin intended to break the silence with a cautious word, but Xiao Man chuckled softly first. You're Su Jin, right? I've heard about you. Before he could finish, Su Jin's eyes flashed with sudden killing intent. His 9-foot spear hurtled forward like a dragon diving into the sea, accompanied by a piercing whistle slicing through the air. The spear moved with terrifying speed, sparkling like a star as it reached for Xiao Man's face in a blink. Xiao Man's heart lurched. Why did things escalate to violence so quickly, just when he had been speaking politely? His long blade was slender and curved like a broken willow branch. As his wrist flicked, the blade fluttered like falling willow catkins. Clang, clang, clang. The saber's edge tapped sharply against the spear's tip with crisp sounds. Su Jin felt the thrust weaken, and the spear's shaft wavered slightly. Seizing the moment, Xiao Man closed in, his willow-like sword slicing through the mist above the water, driving a flat slash towards Su Jin's side. Su Jin retreated with rapid footwork tap, tap, tap 3 steps back. His spear swept horizontally by his waist in a spinning slash, cutting the air with a fierce whoosh. Xiao Man had almost closed the distance, but was forced to evade the horizontal sweep, twisting his body and leaping gracefully aside like a colorful butterfly in flight. In an instant, they separated again, facing each other across the water, each sensing the other's formidable tenacity. Su Jin cursed his bad luck inwardly. This youth knew his name, likely sent by Jiao Ming to track him down, but his power was no weakling either, clearly at the qi condensation stage. Why would he follow Jiao Ming's orders? Doubt turned to hesitation. If it was a misunderstanding, why fight to the death? Xiao Man silently cursed Su Jin as a madman, launching lethal attacks without warning, showing strength far beyond an ordinary servant. What secret did Su Jin really hold? His brows furrowed slightly, but his interest only deepened. As the killing intent gradually receded, Su Jin lowered his spear and cupped his fists in a gesture of peace. I apologize for the rash attack earlier. May I ask how you know my name? Xiao Man smiled lightly as he answered. I'm a disciple of the Tianlong Academy. Elder Dong is quite interested in you, so naturally, I've heard of you. Tianlong Academy? Elder Dong's favorite attendant? No wonder he looked so exquisitely handsome. Su Jin studied the youth before him carefully. The boy spoke sincerely and without pretense, leading Su Jin to a conclusion. This person had to be male. Elder Dong was an expert in the art of life essence nurturing. There was no way he would mistake someone's gender. But if that was true, even more questions arose. This youth was clearly Elder Dong's favored companion. So why was his power so absurdly strong? And if he had attained such cultivation, why was he appearing to take the formal disciple assessment of the Shura sect? The layers of suspicion stacked up, and Su Jin's guard remained taut. Yet his tone softened into polite formality. So you hail from the Tianpu courtyard. My apologies for any earlier offense. Despite the words, his long spear stayed rigid in his grip without a hint of relaxation. This blend of firmness and subtle tact made the youth, Xiao Man, smile to himself. The androgynous young man sheathed his blade, waving a careless hand. It's just a misunderstanding, no point in fighting. We meet by fate, why not have a proper conversation? His tone was casual, clearly unafraid of Su Jin. Su Jin didn't dare lower his guard and immediately switched into full concentration mode, carefully reading Xiao Man's subtle facial micro-expressions, a skill honed through past life experience. The other's emotional pattern was clean, without a trace of murderous intent. His earlier words contained no falsehood. Only then did Su Jin sheath his spear and step forward with a bright smile. All right, since fate has brought us together, I won't be rude. Before he could finish, he suddenly kicked something, and his foot stuck to a gooey mess. His attention had been fixed on Xiao Man's face, leaving his feet unaware. Looking down, he saw a small, delicate jar rolling beside him, its lid long since kicked off, oozing a slow stream of golden, sticky liquid coating his shoe. Su Jin froze. This was clearly honey. Xiao Man's usually calm expression exploded instantly, like a cat that's just had its tail stepped on, or a little girl who's just dropped her ice cream cone. You. Being rough enough is bad, but you went and knocked over my fruit honey. Do you know how hard it is to get a jar like this at this time? The urgency and frustration were raw and unmasked, looked like he might burst into tears at any moment. Su Jin was stunned, suddenly at a loss for what to do. Nightfall settled, and a campfire flickered inside the cave, its orange glow warming the stone walls. Su Jin shrugged off his dripping wet coat and offered awkward, sheepish apologies one after another until Xiao Man was reluctantly pacified. Normally, Su Jin was used to retaliating immediately when ambushed or attacked, but having knocked over a foodie sugar pot made him far more uneasy after all. This time he had indeed trespassed into someone else's refuge. They both sat around the fire, exchanging sparse, carefully measured words. Each avoided topics that shouldn't be touched. Leaning on small talk, Su Jin pieced together the layout of the secret cave. Deep inside was a narrow hidden exit, barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through sideways. Larger monsters couldn't get in, and beyond the exit lay a Tier C hunting ground swarming with Tier D beasts. It was a strategic stronghold combining natural defense and rich resources, ideal for leveling up quickly by killing beasts in the zone while edging toward higher hunter ranks, and without the worry of being hunted by Jiao Ming. With the situation suddenly clear, Su Jin's mind raced. He was determined to cultivate a good relationship with Xiao Man and try to secure a roommate spot. Whether he passed this assessment now hinged entirely on whether Xiao Man would take him in. So he smiled with extra warmth. When it came to social skills, this was his strongest suit. Unfortunately, across the fire the exquisitely ambiguous youth still sat hugging his knees, silently sulking, eyes flicking repeatedly toward the empty jar as if mourning the lost sweetness. No one could have guessed the loss of a single jar of honey could be such a profound blow. Su Jin realized he simply didn't understand the world of a true foodie. Su Jin was skilled at socializing, and there had been no previous conflicts between them. Moreover, for certain reasons, Xiao Man was also somewhat interested in Su Jin, so he finally agreed to let him stay. They established a set of rules. Their daily routines would not overlap, and they would not interfere with each other. During the day, Xiao Man would go out and return to the cave promptly at the hour of the dog to rest. At night, Su Jin would go hunting carrying his spear, only returning to rest after dawn. Essentially, they shared the same cave, but lived separate lives, each focused on their own affairs. Su Jin readily agreed. All he needed was a shelter to protect him from wind and snow, with no intention of forming any close ties with Xiao Man after all. Xiao Man belonged to the Tianpeng sect, which was controlled by Elder Dong. Instinctively, Su Jin wanted to avoid any entanglements with that elder. After planning his itinerary for the next 9 days, Su Jin laid his long spear across his knees and leaned against the wall to pretend sleep. Though his face was as calm as still water, his spirit was highly alert, simply did not trust Xiao Man at this point. At the cave entrance, Xiao Man propped his shoulder against the stone wall, casting a sidelong glance at the boy pretending to sleep, a half-smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He knew that as long as he didn't leave, Su Jin would never truly rest. But when his gaze dropped to the ground, the smile immediately faded. The spilled pool of flower honey made his chest tighten. His childhood experiences had left him almost obsessively attached to sweets. That small vial of flower honey was a precious rare treat he had obtained specially through a soul seeding he performed on the man-faced Ursine, using the beast's resources. Now it had been trampled by Su Jin's foot. The thought made him grind his teeth with rage. He shot the boy a fierce glare, swept off his sleeve, and left the cave to handle another pressing matter. Outside, silence reigned, snowflakes tapping against the stone wall. Half a moment after Xiao Man left, Su Jin opened his eyes, staring thoughtfully at the honey's ruined traces on the ground. Xiao Man raised many suspicions. First, why did the man-faced Ursine enter this secret cave without clashing with Xiao Man, which seemed unlikely? Second, Xiao Man's combatability was no weaker than Jiao Ming's, and might even surpass it, so why was someone at the Qi condensation stage still taking part in Azura Sect's official disciple examination? If he was merely Elder Dong's favored companion, was this also on the Elder's orders? When meeting someone new, the more questions you ask, the more problems arise. Su Jin suppressed his doubts, got up, and set up a few simple warning devices at the spring entrance and the cave exit. Only then did the exhaustion from days of travel and fierce battles wash over him. With the night wind growing cold, he embraced his spear and fell asleep. He awoke at dusk. There was still spare time before the hour of the dog, so Su Jin went out early, stepping softly over the snow. Time was short for the trial. He needed to hunt down 100 no-grade monsters, 10 graded monsters, and, most challenging of all, behead a grade C monster. Grade C monsters possessed strength comparable to a Qi condensation warrior and were divided into lower, middle, and upper ranks with significant power gaps. To complete the task, Su Jin would need not only his skills, but also luck, ideally encountering a lower-ranked grade C. Encountering a mid or upper rank would be a death sentence for someone who had not truly stepped into the warrior realm. As night deepened, the wind and snow rose again. The grade C hunting grounds were much quieter than those for graded, but beneath the stillness lurked many more monsters. Su Jin lowered his body, slipping along the shadows of the trees, each step as light as falling snow. Unwilling to let his guard down, even a little grade C monsters were here, and even more terrifying grade B ones were hidden. Fortunately, as a high-level hunter, he had accumulated extensive practical experience. The new bow seized from Peng Yu's hands far outperformed the previous one, and was in no way comparable to the subpar standard-issue weapons used for assessments. Its maker's mark from the Azura Sect's miscellaneous craftsman district was clearly visible, the bow's lines sleek and smooth, with a string as thin as a thread, yet incredibly durable. Su Jin weighed it thoughtfully in his hands, his confidence in its quality growing stronger. He looked forward eagerly to becoming a full disciple and gaining access to other areas of the miscellaneous district, unlocking more secondary professions along the way. With this bow, combined with his absurdly extensive hunting experience, his accuracy and lethality improved dramatically. Beasts that once required hurling spears from a distance to barely subdue were now often felled with a single, precise arrow to the throat. Vital points, eye sockets, ear canals, even the most difficult targets like the chrysanthemum gate were nearly impossible to miss, even before his hunter rank upgraded. As the hour of Mao approached, the snowfield was littered with carcasses. Su Jin tallied his kills, 13 unranked beasts, and 3 those of Tier D. To rack up points quickly, had deliberately targeted more low-grade prey, slightly reducing his take of Tier D monsters. Yet even so, this kill count in a Tier D hunting zone was unheard of. Those areas were scarce in beasts and fiercely competitive. They could never compare to the material-rich Tier C range he was in. At this moment, he felt like a student walking through an exam room with the answers in hand, moving through the snowy forest with utter ease and confidence. There was still time left, so he didn't rush back, but continued his search through the snow. Thanks to his advanced hunter career and deep understanding of Tier D beast habits, he soon caught a barely perceptible clue. Not far off, beneath a snow needle tree, lay a faint yellow ice stain. Sujin crouched and touched it with a finger, then brought it close to his nose for a sniff, one brow arching slightly. Well, isn't that a surprise finding this kind of creature in winter? He then scanned the surrounding snow and finally found faint, almost wind-blown footprints. Without his current expertise, no one would have detected the presence of the target based on just that patch of urine and vague tracks. The honey-loving honey badger, mid-tier D beast. This creature had a bear-like face and jackal-like body, with a white ridge along its back and the rest covered in dense brown fur. True to its name, it was addicted to flower nectar and notorious for stockpiling large stores of honey in its den. It was naturally cold-averse and theoretically shouldn't appear in groups this far north, making it extremely rare. Most northern creatures hibernate in winter, but unlike some bear family beasts that sleep through the season, the honey badger was particular about cleanliness and would occasionally wake to relieve itself. That was how Sujin happened to come across it. It was just unlucky this time. Deep inside the secret cave, mist curled gently in the air. Xiaoman sat cross-legged beside a wooden barrel, his feet soaking in warm herbal water, his face relaxed and content. The human-faced bear under his command wouldn't return for another 2 days, so he was already planning on bringing back enough nectar then. But searching for honey in winter was difficult enough, and even that big oaf would face obstacles. The thought made him frown sourly. Who else in the world could understand the pain of having exquisite food utterly wasted? Half an hour remained until the hour of chun when footsteps suddenly crunched on the snow outside. Xiaoman's brow snapped together sharply, his recent comfort shattered. He's back early? What an untrustworthy jerk. He hissed through gritted teeth, hastily drying his wheat-colored feet, sliding on shoes and socks, then turning around with a scowl. You're back too soon. We had an agreement. Before he could finish, Sujin appeared carrying 2 large bundles, each tightly wrapped in broad leaves. Yet from inside, a sweet and fragrant aroma leaked out irresistibly. What is this? Xiaoman abruptly changed the subject and swallowed nervously. I had a huge haul today. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. Sujin smiled brightly, holding the parcels up to Xiaoman and gently setting them down. The sweet scent grew stronger. It was top-quality floral honey, far better than what the human-faced bear had foraged before. You say it, he'll believe it. Xiaoman's expression turned warm, his smile blossoming, eyes curved in delight. But he was curious, where had Sujin come by so much premium honey in the dead of winter? Sujin didn't waste time. He picked a few flat stones, swiftly assembling a makeshift stove. From his pack, he pulled out numerous neatly cut meat chunks. As a hunter, he of course knew which cuts of beast meat tasted best. This time's hunt had yielded plenty, so he brought back ample meat. Who cares about dry provisions when you have this? The stones heated quickly, glowing hot. Sujin sliced the choicest beast meat into thin strips and expertly grilled them on the stone slab, all while recounting an encounter with honey-loving honey badgers to Xiaoman. The meat's rich fat sizzled and curled on the hot stone, crackling and filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Sujin was a great storyteller too, turning a simple hunt into a savory tale that pulled Xiaoman in. His eyes never left the gradually browning meat, shining with fascination. Had never even heard of stone grill cooking before, let alone tasted it. The aroma grew stronger, tendrils of steam drifting into Xiaoman's nose. Finally, he sighed, too bad, no salt. Sujin had already felt a twinge of guilt for accidentally crushing Xiaoman's honey earlier, but now he realized they'd have to interact for days. That honey was meant to smooth things over. And now that he was sure Xiaoman had a hearty appetite, that made things easier. No salt. No problem. We've got a better seasoning. Sujin tore a small leaf, dabbed some honey on it, and with Xiaoman watching in surprise, carefully brushed the honey over the increasingly tempting meat. Sizzle. The fat leapt and crackled louder, like a joyful crescendo, exuding an indescribably pleasant fragrance. Honey-glazed meat. But you've never tasted that before, right? How to win over a foodie like Xiaoman. For Sujin, it was a piece of cake. He used his knife to pick up the grilled meat, served it on a clean stone slab, and handed it to Xiaoman. Give it a try? When the meat was gone, Xiaoman rubbed his belly, deeply satisfied. Honey-glazed meat. Really good. The incident of his crushed honey was completely forgotten. Blinking, he looked at Sujin, thinking this young man was quite interesting, skilled, and thoughtful. No way it was just coincidence that Sujin had stepped on his honey and then immediately ran into honey-craving honey badgers. He was definitely embarrassed and had deliberately gone looking for honey to make amends. Lost in thought, Xiaoman pulled out a small booklet from his pocket and handed it to Sujin, still acting a bit aloof. The meat's good, but eat too much and it gets greasy. Why don't you come back a bit earlier tomorrow and grill some more of that honey meat? Though Xiaoman loved the food, he pretended to complain about it being rich. Seeing Sujin's playful grin, he blushed slightly, but said firmly, I'm not letting you have this for free. You handle that spear well, but it's all from experience, no technique or rhythm. This little booklet is for you. It'll definitely help. Su Jin accepted without hesitation. After all, why be modest about a gain earned through skill? Looking at the cover, he saw neat small characters. Basic introduction to spear techniques. The basics of spearsmanship, an unassuming, straightforward title that hardly sounds impressive. Yet Su Jin didn't treat it like others who flipped through a couple of pages and tossed it aside. Instead, he found a clean stone slab to sit on, patiently spreading the booklet across his knees and studying it carefully. After all, since it was a freebie, there was no reason to be picky. The booklet contained dozens of pages. The paper was yellowed but neat and clean, filled with both illustrations and text. Each page laid out one of the 12 postures in detail, with bold, dynamic lines making the figures and the spear's movement leap off the page. As Su Jin read deeper, his initial dismissal faded. Though there were only 12 forms, these moves could be freely broken down and combined in sequence. The entire manual was like a tightly woven web, embedding the principle of following the momentum to gain advantage into his very bones. Though in his past life he had never studied ancient martial arts and scoffed at flashy one move to win everything techniques, after all, in real combat, who cooperates by performing choreographed moves? When he came across a form called hook and push spear, his eyes suddenly lit up. The drawing showed the spearman sinking the shoulder and dropping the elbow, the spear held low and horizontal. The plain but precise explanation read, hook and push. When I use low, small movements and the enemy's spear thrusts in low, I cannot grab nor block it. Only by horizontally hooking and pulling their spear, while pushing back with my hand, can I prevent their spear from dropping. The tip of my spear tilts slightly to complete the form. This was clearly the slickest defense and counterattack against a sudden thrust in the heat of battle. No stiff performance here. Each step was designed to unbalance the attacker and smoothly reverse the offense. Combining all 12 forms created a complete system covering defense, counterattack, baiting, controlling, and confusing the opponent. Far from basic as the title suggested, it resembled the legendary Duga 9 swords of his previous Lithium master framework of spear techniques. Though Su Jin's secondary profession granted him decent combat power, he had neither trained with spears nor had much close-quarters fighting experience. This thin manual on spear basics perfectly filled that gap in his skills. Thinking this over, he recalled the recent trade, a feast of fragrant roast meat and 2 large buckets of sweet honey in exchange for this valuable treat. He glanced sideways at Xiao Man, who sat happily squinting with honey in hand, and asked in a curious tone, "This booklet, it's not cheap, is it? You actually have some eyes." Xiao Man smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons. Most people would dismiss anything labeled basics as low-level and wouldn't bother to read it. She took a big leaf folded like a cup, diluted the honey with some water, and drank. Closing her eyes at the sweetness, she looked blissful, like basking in warm spring sunlight. In a good mood, she began to share some basics about martial arts. All martial arts in the world are divided into 4 schools: body, technique, spirit, and will. But no matter how many variations, they don't stray from these roots. Our Azura sect focuses mainly on body and technique. She raised a finger as a signal for Su Jin to pay close attention. The body school trains the way of physical cultivation, tempering flesh and blood until the very essence of life transcends, eventually becoming a demon god. The technique school specializes in weapons, sword, blade, even the spear. Each can be fused with the breath of the weapon. When you refine that breath to a high level. She paused briefly, seeming worried the honey might cool, took another sip, then smiled and finished. Its destructive power is enough to shake heaven and earth. He pointed to the small booklet in Su Jin's hand with a look of pride. The Azura sect specialized in weapons, especially swords and spears, and he was quite knowledgeable about both. The little booklet Su Jin held was the beginner's manual for spear techniques. Don't underestimate it. Even though every novice had to study it, they rarely received the entire booklet. Instead, disciples had to exchange merit points to get it, and the cost was several times higher than the registration fee for the formal disciple test. Su Jin's heart skipped a beat at that, and he couldn't help but weigh the thin booklet in his palm again. The paper was yellowed and the corners curled, showing the glossy wear from countless previous readers. Does the Azura sect have no restrictions on passing down martial arts manuals privately? Aren't you risking trouble by giving me this? He asked in a lowered voice, brow furrowed. Xiao Man looked on with amused interest, chuckling softly as if he had expected the question. This isn't some secret technique that cultivates energy perception. At most, it's just enemy engagement tactics. Only after you develop energy sensing can it be called a true technique. This spear basics manual only teaches you how to hold, thrust, and retract the spear, plus a few variations. The sect oversees it, but it's not forbidden. Just keep it safe, don't show off in public, and if anyone finds it, never mention me. That's all. Xiao Man's tone was confident, but Su Jin still felt uneasy inside, silently telling himself he must memorize this thoroughly before anything could go wrong. As for why Xiao Man, just a lowly servant, could possess such a manual, The answer wasn't so mysterious. Was Elder Dong's favored consort, enjoying privileges others lacked. Since the manual wasn't officially banned, Su Jin didn't press further. A night breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, and sparks flickered from the campfire. Su Jin stood and grabbed a wooden spear, practicing the moves from the booklet's illustrations. Every joint, shoulder, elbow, wrist, waist felt awkward and stiff, like a puppet dragged by invisible strings. Xiao Man stood nearby, hands behind his back, a slight smile playing on his lips but offering no corrections. He knew well this spear basics manual required relentless daily effort to turn each movement into muscle memory. A slip of posture could mean life or death in battle. It wasn't a quick path to mastery, but slow, steady hard work, the kind that wears away stone with drops of water. From his perspective, Su Jin would probably give up soon. People hate slow progress, that's natural. Only a few want to grind away at dull basics until they reach mastery. Over the years, Xiao Man had seen very few true prodigies. Besides, Su Jin's martial talent was dismal, had great raw strength, but weak energy perception. Elder Wang Mo had tested him twice and given a bleak prognosis. He was unlikely to ever reach the refining body realm, possibly stuck in mid-chi condensation for life. Falling short by one step meant a chasm in strength and lifespan. In this world brimming with geniuses, some born with innate energy sense, Su Jin's brute strength alone was sadly insufficient. Xiao Man withdrew his gaze, dusted ash from his clothes, and said quietly, "I have other business. He'll leave first." Without waiting for a reply, his figure flickered in the darkness and vanished into the trees. The fire crackled. When Xiao Man was gone, Su Jin paused, leaning on his spear, a strange gleam flashing in his eyes. "So what if my talent is poor?" he muttered to himself. While others only saw his shortcomings, they didn't know he had a powerful secret aid, a secondary profession achievement system. Many of its rules remained mysterious, but he was certain that if he climbed its hidden ladder, he would one day look down upon all others. Earlier, while roasting meat for Xiao Man, he had tried to activate the chef's secondary profession, but failed. Apparently, it wasn't triggered like that. But he guessed these secondary professions were like mundane life skills in his past world's games, common traits that, surprisingly, boosted real combat prowess. So even though spear training was tough, giving up was not an option. In this magnificent world, if he couldn't live a more exciting life than before, what was the point of living again? With that thought, he wiped sweat from his brow, gripped the spear tightly, and resumed the practice steps from the booklet. The sharp whistle of the spear cutting through the air echoed around. His movements were still clumsy, but there was now more resilience and rhythm to them. The focused concentration of a master angler had also unknowingly kicked in. Chapter 39. Focused concentration mode activated. Stamina and mental energy consumption doubled, but efficiency in all actions slightly increased. At this moment, Su Jin's mind tightened as if wound by a thread. All distractions vanished, and every stroke and detail of basic spear techniques was vividly clear in his thoughts. He stepped forward, raising the long spear from his shoulder at a slant above his head. Both hands pushed forward in coordination, pressing the shaft into an angled surface, holding it steadily above and in front of him, with the spear's height just half an inch above his head. What had been clumsy movements before became crisp and sharp. Every joint angle and muscle contraction was precise, a stark contrast to his earlier tentative attempts. In just a few breaths, every muscle fiber memorized this force, and angle the muscle memory formed visibly fast. The terrifying power of focused concentration was undeniable. This stance is called jiachong, or great spear frame, a purely defensive posture and the foundational stance for all spear defense techniques. Su Jin did not rush. He held this single position, carefully sensing his body's center of gravity and force distribution, continuously fine-tuning the height of his elbows and the angle of his wrists by the smallest margins. Time slipped quietly by. An hour passed in the blink of an eye before he relaxed from his intense focus. After a night of hunting had already drained his energy, combined with the long period of stillness during training more exhausting than intense exercise, even now felt his breathing heavy and sore. After setting up a few simple alarm devices made from beast tendons and copper bells, he leaned against a tree root. Thanks to the endurance boost from his advanced miner background, he fell asleep quickly. An ordinary hunter, after such strenuous continuous work and shallow rest, would have collapsed long ago. Deep in the heart of Crossblade Ridge, ancient trees sprawled, their thick branches swallowing the weak winter sunlight so that the forest remained in year-round darkness. Xiao Man moved quietly and lightly, barely bending a single fallen leaf underfoot. His breath was restrained to near invisibility, his whole figure flickering like a wandering spirit. Strange. The top-tier tier B monster, the evil spirit lizard, should be nearby, but I haven't seen even a shadow in days, he muttered softly. Now, Xiao Man no longer wore the delicate appearance of the girl he showed in the secret cave, nor the deliberately androgynous wheat-toned face he sometimes used. Instead, he bore an unremarkable middle-aged man's visage, one that would be instantly overlooked in a crowd. This was the lost secret art of the Ghost Sect, thousand faces, fueled by sinister energy and special materials, allowing one to change appearance and gender at will. It was the cornerstone of the Demon Sect scout operatives from the 9 main sects. Neither his true female body nor his male favored identity could be exposed, had to move through the forest using this face. Even if confronting disciples of the Ashura sect, he could escape undetected using the thousand faces technique. But in this moment, the furrow between his brows betrayed his anxiety. Passing the formal disciple exam is my rare chance to enter the hunting grounds openly. If I don't catch the evil spirit lizard this time, things will get difficult. Night fell, the moonlight filtered through dense leaves, leaving only faint cold beams. The forest was so still that even the wind seemed frozen, suffocating in its oppression. Xiao Man gritted his teeth and continued following faint clues in his search. If no Tier B prey was found in this hunting zone, he would have to risk entering the Tier A zone, the old sect leader's retreat in the Ashura sect, heavily guarded. But there was no other choice. Su Jin had no idea that Xiao Man had not returned to the secret cave, nor that he could freely move within the Tier B hunting grounds. Right now, all he could think about was hunting tracking Tier C monsters to level up his advanced hunter achievements. It was already past the halfway point of the high hour when Su Jin's hunting progress had been impressively steady. Today, he had taken down 81 low-rank monster beasts, including the honey-loving badger from last night. He had killed a total of 7 Ding rank creatures. To meet the prerequisite for promotion to advanced hunter, he was just 1 Bing rank monster short. Unfortunately, although the Bing rank hunting zone was teeming with monsters, most were far beyond his current combat capability to confront directly. Twice, he had glimpsed traces of mid-grade Bing rank beasts from afar, and once caught sight of a high-grade Bing rank monster darting through the forest. Such power was equivalent to a warrior in the mid to late Qi condensation realm. A direct encounter would mean Su Jin's certain death, so he had to avoid them preemptively. Ironically, he hadn't spotted a single low-grade Bing rank beast. The real problem wasn't the lack of prey, but the lack of the strength needed to take them down. Moonlight was like frost, dusting the ground with snowflakes. The silver-white sky quietly scattered pinpricks of light, and a chill seemed to hang heavily in the air. Su Jin had no time to admire the scene. He kept his steps low and silent, creeping forward. This time, he had pushed all the way into the deepest part of the Bing rank hunting zone. Leaning against a towering spruce tree to rest briefly, he noticed a red-clawed schweb bush swaying in the wind nearby. The red fruits on its branches were about the size of lychees, brightly colored and immediately catching his attention. The red-clawed schweb bush was occasionally found in the Northern Territory. Its flesh was soft and powdery, with a sour, refreshing tang. Su Jin picked one, brushed off the snow, and popped it into his mouth. The sharp sourness chased away the fatigue that had piled up over days. Suddenly, he remembered something Xiao Man had said about the meat being too greasy. Such little details stuck firmly in his mind. People always searched for themselves first when looking at old photos. Similarly, remembering others' casual preferences could win unexpected goodwill at crucial moments. So, he picked a few more and tucked them into his bag. As he snapped a branch, his fingertips brushed something hard, a tiny scale stuck on a fine thorn at the base of the branch. The scale was round, about a third the size of a melon seed, dried and dull. Su Jin brought it close to the moonlight for a better look. His mind raced through high-level hunter experiences and the knowledge from the public knowledge classes at the Blood Devotion Academy's Hungdao Ridge department. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. A Yerank monster? An evil spirit lizard? The thought made him shudder. He immediately lowered his stance and swiftly retreated. He cursed inwardly at his terrible luck today. Not a single shadow of a low-grade Bing rank monster to be found. Yet here he was stumbling on what seemed to be signs of a top-tier Yerank beast. Fortunately, evil spirit lizards lurked at night and only came out by day, rarely active late at night. Otherwise, running into one now would have left him no chance at all. Though he couldn't confirm the scale's exact origin, he decided then to avoid this area altogether in the future. That day, neither Su Jin nor Xiao Man was in good spirits. Xiao Man had come up empty-handed, and Su Jin not only had no catch, but had also been shaken into a cold sweat. With his current strength, running into a Yerank monster was like a child encountering a grizzly bear in the woods, absolutely terrifying. Back in the secret cave, Xiao Man sat expressionless, leaning against the rocky wall to warm herself by the fire. He hadn't been back long. The whole night spent searching had yielded nothing, and he had no mood to pay attention to Su Jin. The flickering firelight cast shadows, and the only sound was the crackling of dry wood. The two of them didn't even bother with small talk. Su Jin, however, was in good spirits. He cleared the ash from the makeshift stove he had built earlier and built a small campfire. Then he found a flat stone slab with a groove, set it over the fire, and slowly heated it until it was scorching hot. He took out some flower honey he always carried, poured it into the groove, and carefully simmered it. Honey naturally crystallizes, but the key was the perfect timing. The moisture had to be driven off just right. Using a clean wooden stick, Su Jin stirred the golden liquid, which gradually thickened in the heat. He lowered the flame bit by bit until he eventually extinguished the flame altogether, letting the residual heat of the stone continue to thicken the syrup. The boy was completely focused. Wanted to recreate a snack he once made in a past life out of boredom, and he had successfully done so before. The honey cooked until sweet and fragrant drifted through the air, stirring the frustration inside Xiao Man until she could no longer sit still. She rustled to her feet, hands clasped behind her back, and casually walked up behind Su Jin. Stretching her neck and lowering her voice, she asked, "What are you doing? Wasting honey?" Though she spoke with a proud tone, she couldn't hide the slight swallow betraying her curiosity. Her words criticized waste, but her eyes were full of wonder. Su Jin only smiled at her without explanation. Instead, he pulled out a few bright red chi zhaoma berries head-picked, their skins spotted with pale yellow. He took out some thin wooden splints head prepared earlier and carefully threaded the berries one by one. The berries were very sour, and Xiao Man didn't like them, but she watched Su Jin's technique intently, growing even more curious. Suddenly, her thoughts were pulled back to the past. Xiao Man had lost her father as a child. Her mother, a woman of high rank and power, was betrayed and killed after only a few brief meetings. Xiao Man's survival was thanks to her stern aunt, who took her in. After her mother's death, the aunt became even harsher, training her day after day for one purpose so she could one day take revenge and rebuild the Yugui sect. When Xiao Man was 4, she went with her aunt to the northern frontier city of Zizou on important business. It was her first time at a market, where she saw a vendor selling sugar-coated hawthorns. The bright red fruits looked like ice, shining and translucent. She nervously begged her aunt to buy a skewer. The little girl blinked her big wet eyes, impossible to refuse, but her aunt gave her a hard glare. "Before avenging our enemies and restoring the sect, your life will know no sweetness," she said. After that, Xiao Man never tasted what sweet was in her childhood, neither in her emotions nor in her soul. When she came of age, her skills perfected, she set out alone on her path of revenge, leaving her aunt behind. Finally, she could eat sweets, but because of her deprived childhood, she craved them intensely. Yet she never touched sugar-coated hawthorns again. That bright red skewer seemed like a monster, a shadowy reminder that sweetness was not meant for her life. Back in the present, Xiao Man already guessed what Su Jin was trying to do and felt a flood of mixed emotions, along with suspicion that the boy might just be bored. Why bother making sugar-coated hawthorns for no reason? Just then, the syrup on the stone slab reached the perfect consistency. Su Jin decisively picked up the skewer of chi zhaoma berries and rolled each one through the golden syrup. Coated in the sugar glaze, the berries gleamed bright red and glossy. The boy turned back and gave Xiao Man a bright smile, but the candied hawthorn skewers in his hand only made her want to avoid him even more. Her aunt's gaze and words seemed to replay vividly in her mind. "Xiao brother, let me show you a magic trick. You have to watch closely." As he spoke, Su Jin leaned forward slightly, clasped his hands together, and quickly twirled the thin bamboo skewer in his palms. The skewer spun rapidly, causing the notiathardan sugar coating to fling off the fruit's surface in fine strands that spread through the air like frozen rain, forming translucent threads, or like strands of glass spider silk shimmering delicately in the morning light. In just a moment, the once ordinary-looking candied hawthorn was wrapped in a layer of airy, icy filaments, looking as exquisite as a freshly made work of art. "This isn't the candied hawthorn I've ever seen before." Xiao Man's resistance melted away at the incredible sight. She stared blankly at the shimmering sugar threads. "Here, try it. It's definitely delicious." Su Jin handed over the icy filigree-covered skewers, his smile still warm as a spring breeze. She took it carefully, as if holding a fragile treasure. A gentle bite let the sweetness first dissolve on her tongue, followed by the unique tartness of the chi zhua mao fruit. After that, a faint bitterness coated by floral honey subtly emerged. The three flavors blended unexpectedly well. So delicious. The sweet and sour mingled in her mouth, and her eyes grew a little misty. She looked at Su Jin and whispered softly, "Why are you making candied hawthorn? I don't even like it." Su Jin was busy preparing a second skewer, but heard her words and turned with a smile. "You said yesterday you were tired of eating too much roasted meat, so I found some chi zhua mao and thought candied hawthorn would help clear your palate." He quietly added to himself factually. He wanted to eat it too. With so much pressure lately, everyone needs a little sweetness. But these thoughts he kept to himself, maintaining a calm expression that showed he'd prepared it just for her. Xiao Man believed him. Her lips twitched, but she said no more, her gaze softer than before. All her life, people around her reminded her daily to seek revenge, to rebuild the sect, yet no one ever remembered what she truly liked. The campfire inside the hidden cave burned brightly, casting a warm orange glow. The soft crackling of the wood added to the quiet, lazy atmosphere. Su Jin knelt half squatting by the fire, turning over pieces of wild meat on the rack. Fat dripped onto the embers with a sizzling sound that mixed with the fresh scent of pine resin. Xiao Man sat beside him, propping her cheek on her hand, her eyes following the golden strands of meat, but stealing glances at Su Jin every few moments before quickly looking away. The corners of her mouth still held faint traces of sticky sugar from the candied hawthorn, shimmering in the firelight like a pale gold. By the way, there's something I need to tell you, Su Jin said calmly, his hand still in motion. Xiaoman looked up. Last night, when I went out, I spotted signs of a tier B demon beast. You should be careful too. He pulled something out and handed it over. I suspect it's the legendary evil spirit lizard. He was just sharing the information, not wanting his companion to walk into danger. Xiaoman's expression remained composed, but inside her thoughts churned the evil spirit lizard, the very creature she had been hunting in vain, discovered first by this boy. She looked down closely. It was a fingernail-sized round scale, about a third the length of a melon seed, dull in color but with strange patterns. With one glance, she was certain it was definitely a scale from the evil spirit lizard, without a doubt. This is that really so terrifying? It's a tier B demon beast, she feigned calm. Where exactly was it? So I can avoid it. Her words carried a subtle test. She suspected Su Jin might want to trade information for some kind of favor, since favors never came for free. But Su Jin clearly understood the principle of give before you take. He had planned to tell her straight away, revealed the exact location without hesitation, and added with a smile, the free things are usually the most expensive. Xiaoman was momentarily stunned, looking at him intently. A person who could grill meat, make candied hawthorn, and casually share life-threatening news. She had never met anyone like him before. Her cheek resting unchanged on her palm, an emotional tide surged in her eyes, eventually turning into a light laugh. You're really strange. Tier B demon beasts are so fierce. Anyone else would have traded it for benefits, but you just hand it to me so lightly. Su Jin simply smiled in return. The meat was ready. He cut it into pieces, placed them on a small stone slab, and handed her a portion. Rarely did Xiaoman not eat immediately. Instead, she whispered, weren't you asking me earlier if there were any tier C low-grade demon beasts in this forest? She didn't understand why Su Jin insisted on hunting tier C beasts. Wouldn't it be safer to hunt tier D while waiting for the official apprentice selection? But the boy obviously had his own plans and couldn't sit still. As fate would have it, she actually knew a hiding place of tier C low-grade beasts and decided to share the location as a reciprocal gesture. Su Jin bit into the meat, still smiling, but his ears twitched faintly. With this clue, his secondary profession upgrade plan was firmly set. In the tier D beast zone, daily killings among the candidates continued unabated. Few had died from beast claws, but by the third day, nearly half the candidates had perished. Jiao Ming leaned against a sturdy, old locust tree, holding a whetstone in his left hand, while pushing a large blade against it with his right. Sparks flew in the night, like shattered gold dust thrown into the air. A large tear split open the front of his chestwear, revealing firm pectoral muscles exposed to the cold wind. A faint scar traced the contours of the muscle in near miss, for if he had stepped forward just half a foot less, his chest cavity might already have been sliced open. What unsettled him more than the wound was another candidate, who had also reached the chi condensation stage and matched him in combat strength. Even more troubling, that candidate was Elder Dong's personal favorite. Passing the test would make him Dong's direct disciple. Someone not to provoke. Jiao Ming saw himself as a bit twisted, but not foolish, knew exactly who could be challenged and who couldn't. Zhang Li, our scouts still haven't found Su Jin. Jiao Ming ground the giant blade sharply on the stone, his eyes cold. The Dingrade hunting zone isn't that big, but isn't it strange? Could that guy have sensed something and gone into hiding? Zhang Li perched on a branch behind Jiao Ming, his posture tall and composed. Snow silently dusted his fair face, his sharply arched brows and bright eyes sharper under the moonlight. He was already a handful before mastering martial arts. If he steps into chi condensation, we'll have one more enemy. We have to take him out now. He glanced down at Jiao Ming, but restrained himself. Both were evenly matched, and a fight would only lead to mutual destruction. In fact, Su Jin had many enemies, and somehow even Zhang Li had fallen out with him. Neither could deal with the other alone, so they temporarily allied to hunt Su Jin to the death. Zhang Li looked out over the forest once more. Strange, neither Xiaoman nor Su Jin can be found. It's like they vanished into thin air. He was determined that Elder Dong would not take any other official favorites. Those puppets weren't even human in his eyes, not worth his jealousy. True favorites could only be one, and that was himself. Xiaoman wasn't good enough, and Su Jin was just a lowly servant. The thought of one day becoming strong enough to fully please Elder Dong made Zhang Li's heart pound. A sick flush spread across his face, and his body trembled slightly with dark anticipation, pressing rigidly against his pants. We've searched all over the Dingrade zone with no sign. Could he have gone to the Bingrade beast area? He licked his slightly chapped lips. The sound of sharpening stopped abruptly as Jiao Ming raised an eyebrow. Makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? Bingrade is more dangerous, but the two of us together, we just have to be careful. If he really is there. After we find him, the boat is mine, Jiao Ming said with a grin, his tongue twitching unconsciously at the corner of his mouth as visions of boiling, roasting, sashimi, and other cooking methods raced through his mind. Two figures moved forward, disappearing into the snowy forest. Meanwhile, Su Jin hid silently high in the treetops, body bowed low, breath blending with the cold wind. Xiaoman had told him of a juvenile Bing-grade low-level beast recently spotted nearby. Tonight's moonlight was bright, frost coated the branches, and Su Jin believed his prey was close. It was the 5th day since the official disciple test began. He had already completed the preliminary hunts, 100 no-grade beasts and 10 Ding-grade beasts. Just one Bing-grade beast remained to unlock the advanced hunter rank. The snow fell thicker and thicker, wind thinning the pale snow cover beneath. Suddenly, the sound of heavy, rhythmic footsteps crunching snow approached from afar. Creak-crack-crunch. Su Jin turned sharply toward the noise, eyes flaring with intensity. His focus skill activated simultaneously within him. If he could kill this beast, head level up to advanced hunter. What new abilities would the upgrade bring? Su Jin's heart filled with eager anticipation. About 15 meters from the tree stood a cat-like demon beast, its massive body as large as a leopard, pacing gracefully. Its silver-white mane whipped wildly in the wind and snow, like a thick, flowing cloak. Its huge tail swept lightly, leaving barely a trace on the snowy ground, its shadow blending seamlessly into the snow-covered forest floor. This was a Silvermane's son, a lower-tier grade sea demon beast whose strength was comparable to a beginner at the chi condensation stage. Naturally cautious and known for its speed and agility in both attack and escape, it was usually a tough opponent, but at this moment, it was the perfect prey for Su Jin. Su Jin lay crouched just ahead on a snow-dusted tree branch, his outline muffled by the thick snow, his breathing barely more than a whisper. Years of honing his stealth skills as an advanced hunter had brought his concealment to perfection. Slowly, he drew his bow and notched the arrow with movements so slow they almost seemed frozen. The arrowhead glinted coldly but was wrapped in a thin brownish medicinal coatinga sedative confiscated from Pengyu. Though only mildly effective against lower-tier grade sea demon beasts, if it sank into flesh and drew blood, it could still suppress the creature's chi and blood flow, making full use of every advantage. Should the arrow left the bowstring, slicing through the air. Though Su Jin held a finely crafted bow, limited by material quality, it had relatively low power and slightly slower arrow speed. Under normal circumstances, such a bow and arrow would deal reduced damage to a demon beast at the chi condensation stage, not to mention one as incredibly quick as the Silvermane's son. But Su Jin's superb archery, combined with an additional 30 accuracy bonus when hunting demons, instantly shattered those assumptions. The moment the arrow flew, the Silvermane's son tensed. It leapt like wind over snow, easily dodging most surprise attacks. Yet this arrow seemed almost sentient, adjusting with its evasive movements. The beast miscalculated by mere inches. The arrow pierced its hind leg with a muffled thunk, hot blood spurting out. The advanced hunter's 15 extra piercing bonus against demon beasts made this hit even more injurious. Before the arrow could land, Su Jin dropped his bow. His long spear sliced from the branch, a silver gleam cutting low through the snow-filled air like a blue dragon cleaving the sky. Knowing his bow was insufficient to kill a grade C demon beast outright, he decisively closed in, thrusting the spear straight forward. The Silvermane's son flared in pain, its mane bristling and body seemingly swelling. It moved through the snow without a trace, trying desperately to sidestep, but the arrow wound on its hind leg slowed it down. In the blink of an eye, the spear, which it should have avoided, caught it by just half an inch. PSSHH. The long spear was no mere arrowhead. Its kinetic energy from the downward strike drove it deep into the beast's flesh, tearing through muscle and bone. The Silvermane's son emitted a short, agonized howl as the swirling snow was whipped into a frenzy by the violent winds. Thanks to the momentum of the dive, the spear's thrust was brutally effective, slicing the air with a piercing roar that echoed through the forest. This strike combined multiple layers of power boost, long weapon strength, piercing damage bonus, increased damage against beast demons, and then factored in the brutal 30 hit rate modifier, creating truly astonishing force. The 3-foot spear blade flashed cold light as it plunged into the Silverman Sunni's left front shoulder, slicing through flesh and bone like a string of candied haws, leaving behind a terrifying trail of blood, bursting out from the rear hip. One spear strike, one kill. Swish. Su Jin smoothly pivoted, dragging the spear back with a clean, decisive motion using the spear withdrawing technique. The Silverman Sunni's chest and abdomen opened wide, gaping wounds as powerful blood pressure sprayed a towering jet like an out-of-control fountain, surging forward. He had prepared thoroughly before the battle, mentally bracing for a tough fight. After all, Jiaoming, newly entering the chi condensation stage, was already formidable. Normally, a low-grade tire beast demon like this Silverman Sunni would at least require a prolonged struggle. Yet the result came so fast, even he was stunned. What Su Jin didn't know was that this type of Silverman Sunni was among the weakest in the tire beasts. Against someone like Jiaming just entering chi condensation and fully armed, they could only rely on agility to survive. Now with their 30-hit rate advantage neutralized by Su Jin, who also held the Advanced Hunter title, the Sunni was essentially doomed. With the beast demon slain, new information updated in Su Jin's consciousness. Subprofession achievement. Advanced Hunter upgraded. Beasts hunted so far. Unrated 100,100. Tire 1010. Tire 11. Subprofession promotion. Advanced Hunter Hunting Master. You're now an elite level hunter with expert hunting skills. 40 hit rate and 20 damage against beast demons. Significant increase in agility. Significant increase in perception. Effect gained 1. Piercing enhancement passive. Moderate boost to piercing damage with any weapon. Added minor armor penetration on piercing attacks. Slight reduction in resource consumption for piercing attacks. Effect gained 2. Stealth ambush active. Greatly reduces overall presence, making stealth harder to detect. While in stealth and stationary, effect persists. Any movement immediately breaks stealth. If an ambush attack is launched while stealth remains undetected, damage to that enemy increases by 10 for 3 seconds, but all resource consumption doubles during that time. Achievement can upgrade further by hunting. 500 unrated beasts, 100 tire, 10 tire, and 1 tire. A strange new energy surged through Su Jin's body, reshaping his muscles, bones, and skin. This time the reinforcement was even stronger agility and perception climbing steadily. His senses sharpened dramatically, movement became more agile, quicker to dodge and sprint, and his early warning ability was greatly enhanced. Piercing enhancement and stealth ambush, a powerful combination of passive and active skills, especially stealth, which can be a godly technique if used well. Feeling his power continually rising, Su Yuan's excitement for future martial arts practice increased. If he can kill low-grade tire beast demons without fully awakening chi energy, how strong will he become once he masters his cultivation? And let's not forget Jiaming, that score needs settling. At this moment, a faint noise came from afar, easily picked up by his newly enhanced perception. Something seemed to be approaching this direction, though it was still far away for now. In the Tier C beast zone, there should have only been Su Jin and Xiao Man. But now, 5 days after the assessment began, it was possible that other candidates had taken the risk to enter this area. Standing in the snow, Su Jin's first thought was Jiao Ming, the madman obsessed with him for some unknown reason. They hadn't found anyone in the Tier D beast zone, and it wasn't surprising for someone at the chi condensation stage to trespass into Tier C. His gaze swept over the fallen Silverman monkey at his feet, its blood spilled across the ground. The coppery sweetness of the beast's blood wafted on the north wind, easily traceable by chi condensation cultivators. Good chance to test the master hunter skill. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Su Jin dropped the corpse, reversed his grip on the long spear, and retreated steadily without losing speed. Soon, he spotted a lush ancient tree, stepped onto the snow-covered branches, and leapt upward. The snow-blanketed treetops blended with the white mist, forming a natural veil. Activating his stealth mode, he passively retracted his aura until he merged almost seamlessly with the snowy canopy, leaving only a long trail of footprints on the ground below. A moment later, 2 figures arrived at the scene. One was Jiao Ming, broad-shouldered and sallow-faced, carrying a massive blade on his back. The other was Jiang Li, dressed in fluttering white robes, handsome and sharp. He had Sumyon Su Jin had met before at the Blood Cultivation Academy, where Jiang Li had given him subtle but unmistakable hostility. Huh, there was fighting just a moment ago, and it's already decided? Jiao Ming muttered gravely. At the chi condensation stage, their senses were exquisitely sharp. The brief clash between Su Jin and the beast was caught instantly. Racing over, they found only the mangled Silverman monkey. Its blood spilled everywhere, as if sliced open from south to north by a sharp blade, spraying several meters around. Jiang Li, fastidious about cleanliness, lightly tapped his toes on the ground to avoid the bloodstains. His white robes rippled in the wind, but remained impeccably clean. Jiao Ming crouched down, pressing his fingers into the bullseyed wound on the beast's left shoulder, frowning deeper. Quick and clean strike. The strength behind this is definitely not weak, he murmured, quietly convinced that even he would struggle against whoever had done this. In fact, without the 30-hit chance and 15 power bonus against beasts, Su Jin wouldn't have been able to kill the Silverman monkey. Yet, Jiao Ming did not suspect Su Jin himself to be the killer. In his mind, it was an unthinkable idea. Tracing the edges of the wound with his fingertips, he confirmed the killer had used a long spear-type weapon. Turning back, Jiao Ming smiled meaningfully at Jiang Li. Brother Jiang, it looks like among these candidates, there's a hidden expert, maybe even an official disciple of the sect. They just happened to encounter the Silverman monkey and took it down casually. This explanation made sense, and Jiang Li gave a slight nod, still wearing an aloof, cold expression. Whoever it is, it doesn't matter. We have to find Su Jin as soon as possible. And if we run into Xiao Man, remember, You promised to help me kill him. Jiao Ming stood up, wiping the beast blood off his clothes and licking the corner of his lips. Of course. But both corpses belonged to Medhat's been agreed from the start. Su Jin was fair-skinned to be a fine meal. And that Xiao Man was said to be extremely handsome as well. Should be delicious. So the other guy is also an apprentice of Elder Dong? Kill him, and the news won't get out. Jiao Ming thought to himself. As long as he and Jiangli worked together, Xiao Man had no chance of survival. The two had become comrades through battle, and Jiao Ming smiled warmly. Our cooperation went smoothly this time. From now on, as fellow disciples, we must support each other. Born a mountain bandit, Jiao Ming lived by the rule of survival of the fittest. Defeat your enemies and devour them. If you can't, then join forces. This law was ingrained deep in his bones. Today, by chance, he had encountered a future disciple of Elder Dong and considered himself lucky. But Jiangli remained aloof. He had been training at the Shua sect alongside Elder Dong for half a year, cultivating the lesser Huangting technique, which only reached the qi condensation stage. It emphasized health and longevity more than power, and combined with his average talent, Jiangli was slightly inferior to Jiao Ming, but that didn't stop him from looking down on him. They examined the snow-covered ground. Jiao Ming pointed at the footprints, puzzled. There's no trace here showing the beast killer left. But this line of prints is strange, as if the person encountered a silvermaned gibbon along the way. Walking on snow without leaving marks requires the Tungnua footwork, meaning the person's strength isn't weak. Most likely, he's a formal disciple of the sect, Jiangli analyzed. Jiao Ming nodded. If he's on duty or on a mission here, it makes sense he knows the footwork. Coming but not leaving a trace means he probably didn't want to cross paths with us. Still wary, he proposed, should we follow the footprints and check it out? They had arrived cautiously, senses alert, monitoring every sound and movement. Whether Su Jin was lying in wait nearby was uncertain. But thinking the beast killer had left, and driven by curiosity, their guard lowered somewhat. Following the footprints left when Su Jin retreated, they moved forward slowly. Though their senses remained active, they were no longer at full alert. Brother Jiang, why did you have a grudge against Su Jin? Jiao Ming tried to make conversation. That's not a question you should ask, Jiangli replied coldly. Kill him yourself. The body is yours to do with as you please. Jiao Ming chuckled nervously but envied Jiangli's fate. Just passing the formal disciple exam meant joining Elder Dong's inner circle, and Elder Dong was a Minghan-level martial artist, already at the sect's 4th realm. The old sect master only reached the peak of Minghan, now closed door refining to break into the 5th Fagu realm. To be accepted under her meant a status far beyond Jiao Ming, who was at best a second-round screen disciple. Rumor also said Elder Dong was breathtakingly beautiful. Licking his lips, Jiao Ming thought anxiously. If only she took a liking to me before the thought could grow. He cast a resentful glance at Jiangli. Same sect, different fate. With their own thoughts, they unknowingly reached a towering tree over 30 feet tall, its branches thick with snow. Silence surrounded them except the howl of cold wind. The footprints ended abruptly here. The beast killer had obviously leapt away and encountered a silverman gibbon. Convinced the other was gone, their tension relaxed and perception was no longer fully active. Su Jin, hidden nearby, had greatly suppressed his presence, making himself nearly invisible. Let's go, don't waste time. We need to find Su Jin and Xiao Man quickly, Jiangli said, crossing his arms and turning. He was already thinking of tasking Jiao Ming with collecting the gibbon's body. Of fur of such a Class C demon beast was fine quality and could be made into a fur coat for Elder Dong. Jiao Ming also thought of that valuable corpse and eagerly followed. At that moment, the snowstorm intensified, fierce winds howling as the two figures faded into the distance, still unaware that Su Jin lay close by. Ambush. Launch an attack without the enemy noticing. Damage dealt within 3 seconds increases by 10, but energy consumption doubles for those 3 seconds. At this moment, Su Jin moved. In his hand was a long spear, like a ravenous, thirsty dragon ready to strike. Jiao Ming and Jiangli walked one after the other, their distance never more than a few feet apart. Their two figures sometimes staggered apart, sometimes overlapped. At the moment of overlap lay a fatal vulnerability. What had once been a spearhead sharp as a cold star was now coated in a layer of brown oil, dull and sticky, exuding a grim chill. With a sharp whistle cutting through the air, Su Jin descended swiftly from above. Moving so fast he was little more than a shadow swooping through the sky, like a predatory hawk diving for prey. The spear's 3-foot blades sliced through the wind with ruthless precision, aiming squarely at the point where the two warriors' bodies overlapped. Both fighters possessed physical strength, reflexes, and perception far beyond ordinary men. Su Jin activated his stealth strike, fully concealing his presence so that the moment he struck, it was as if he vanished without a trace. Though the two sensed the attack's onset, instinct arrived just half a step too late. The stealth strike's secondary effect kicked in a damage boost of 10 for 3 seconds. Jiao Ming wore low-grade inner armor, while Jiangli, specially trained by Elder Dong, donned a higher-tier refined inner armor. Combat effectiveness depended on four pillars: cultivation, experience, techniques, and equipment. Below the rank tier, fighters were generally tougher to kill than beasts, largely because of equipment advantages. At these levels, beasts were usually easier to defeat due to less sophisticated defenses. Unfortunately for them, the armor-piercing spear erased those differences instantly. As a weapon designed to pierce armor in the days of cold steel, the spear's impact was amplified by the momentum of Su Jin's dive to even greater penetration. Even as both twisted their bodies to dodge, the savage spearhead stabbed through Jiao Ming's left side abdomen from behind with brutal force, bursting through flesh and bone, then continued through Jiang Li's right hip. Their armors tore apart like wet paper. Su Jin bore no grudge against Jiang Li. His strike came straight from above, and Jiang Li was naturally shorter, so by angle alone the wound landed awkwardly. Before either could cry out in pain, Su Jin violently twisted and pulled the spear out, employing the same brutal technique he had used to kill the Silverman's son. Though the wounds missed vital organs, the spear severed their arteries. As it was withdrawn, blood sprayed dramatically, exploding into a torrent of crimson that splattered like a rain of scarlet leaves. The falling snowflakes were instantly dyed a vivid, haunting red. Even now, neither Jiao Ming nor Jiang Li had seen the attacker's face, relying purely on instinct and internal energy to slow the bleeding. Then a violent whoosh sucked the wind away. Su Jin swung his waist and spear horizontally, the spear shaft curving smoothly, the blade cutting a cold whistle through the air. Suddenly, everything stopped. The shadow froze, all sound vanished. The north wind swept past, as if snowflakes had been frozen midair, while the columns of blood rose skyward. Jiao Ming and Jiang Li were both halved at the waist. Their agonized screams shattered the silence, echoing omnidirectionally in a harrowing duet. Jiao Mingyang lay on the ground, his insides still steaming and exhaling white mist, accompanied by sticky sounds. At last, he saw the attacker. If not Su Jin, then who else? Impossible. How have you gotten so strong in just a few days? You're a monster. Martial artists naturally possess tough bodies. Being cut in half at the waist is one of the cruelest tortures. Even with blood gushing like a spring, Jiao Ming's voice still carried enough power. Disbelief etched across his face. Only days ago, this lowly assistant who had fled in disgrace from his grasp was nothing but prey to be slaughtered. Now, with thunderous force, he was cleaved in two, the tables turned against him. You can't be ordinary. You must be hiding some secret. How else could an ordinary person so easily kill a martial artist? You must have some hidden cultivation. Jiao Ming struggled to prop up his remaining upper half, dragging himself through the pool of blood with his hands, desperately trying to crawl away from Su Jin. Rarely does a mortal slay a martial artist. Yet Su Jin had once been deemed a waste by the city's aptitude tests. If the sect elders knew what had happened today, they would surely capture him and use soul-searching spells to investigate. This was clearly beyond just innate divine power. The thought terrified Jiao Ming to his core. He cursed himself for provoking this monster lurking within the surest sect, perhaps even a planted spy from an enemy nation. Please spare me. Before he could finish, a sharp whistle split the air. An arrow pierced his eye socket and pinned him to the ground. His final moments slipped into utter silence. The arrow's feathers trembled, and Su Jin lowered his bow, his eyes devoid of excess emotion. Why waste close combat with a martial artist? It was meaningless to struggle up close. He turned and looked toward Jiang Li, not far away. Earlier in the forest, he had overheard much of the conversation and recognized the striking youth as another from the Tianyan Academy. It seems fate ties me to Elder Dong's affairs. Having faced Xiao Man once before, and now personally ending Jiang Li, Su Jin sighed silently at the tragic karma. At this moment, Jiang Li's waist had been severed completely. His white robe was soaked in blood, his face ashen and gaunt. Yet for once, a faint clarity had returned. His eyes no longer swam with madness and disease. He looked at Su Jin with a complex gaze. Why did you kill me? Who sent you? Su Jin met his eyes, assured there was no personal grudge. His voice was calm. No one sent me. I simply do not want Dong Sanyang to have another male consort by her side, that is all. Jiang Li paused, then gave a bitter smile. His breaths were growing shallow, each word sounding like blood scraping from his throat. I was madly obsessed with Dong Sanyang. Like a madman. I thought I was different from those redrobed puppets. But now, dying, I see I was just the same, only the enchantments on me were more subtle. Pain racked his body, slicking him with sweat and blood, but his awareness had returned stronger. He finally saw clearly that he had been like a moth to flame, ensnared by Elder Dong's charm, rational in mind, yet powerless to resist. Jiang Li inhaled deeply, blood mingling with breath, and looked at Su Jin again, eyes heavy with sorrow and something unspoken. You saw Dong Sanyang last time, too. You may have been infected as well. Your fate may already be sealed, and it might not be any better than mine. A chill ran down Su Jin's spine as he recalled the moment brushing past Elder Dong, that gentle, yet invisible allure that forced no will yet seeped quietly into one's heart. He silently warned himself it was urgent to learn more from Jiang Li. Before he could speak, Jiang Li gave a bitter smile. Your strength is no ordinary matter. You must be hiding secrets too. I will tell you everything I know, but you must promise me one thing after I die. Will you do this for me? After burying Jiang Li and Jiao Ming's bodies, Su Jin collected a number of medicinal herbs from their remains. There were more than 30 graded beasts left, ears among them. On a whim, he also made a rough treatment of the grade C silver main sun beast's carcass. This creature was quite valuable, but couldn't be carried back in one piece for now. Su Jin fully understood that if he brought back an intact grade C beast with his never trained in martial arts status, it would only bring endless trouble. Killing a grade C beast single-handedly in the wild was too extraordinary. Instead of praise from his sect, he would attract overt covetousness. Whether orthodox or demonic schools, no one could resist targeting anomaly soul hunting techniques, live dissections, all ultimately meaning that the tallest tree draws the most wind. This hunt was at least not in vain. His advanced hunter's badge was successfully upgraded to Master Hunter. But the new rank was only the beginning. The threshold to advance further was terrifyingly high. Both quantity and quality of kills had to increase drastically. Especially grade B beasts, these were like cultivators of the tempered body realm, possessing considerable intelligence, and almost impossible to kill by luck alone without genuine skill. Su Jin quietly calculated that he would need to keep honing his kills over the coming days to gradually max out his hunter's early achievements. The benefits from a higher-level profession far exceeded before, and he increasingly looked forward to the upgrades from his other secondary roles: lumberjack, miner, and most crucially, angler. Especially the angler's focused concentration talent, which might significantly impact his future training efficiency. After all, with his touching aptitude for martial arts, he was definitely the weakest disciple in the sect. Such a boost would surpass any amount of pills or elixirs. Besides, Jiang Li's last words echoed in his mind. Elder Dong's charming ability was far more complicated than it appeared. Jiang Li came from a humble background, originally living day-to-day, but was bought by Elder Dong because he was good-looking and had decent bone structure. Initially grateful, Jiang Li thought he had struck lucky, but gradually his temperament changed. He became obsessed with the elder to an almost insane degree. Only in his final moments of clarity before death did he entrust Su Jin with a suspicion. Elder Dong possesses another secret mind control technique. Adopting me and Xiao Man was not simply to keep lovers. This suspicion sent a chill through Su Jin's heart. If true, even with his dazzling battle record, he would be hard-pressed to avoid Dong Sanyang's covetousness. What exactly did that crazed woman want? He murmured to himself, frowning slightly. Even more troubling was that Xiao Man seemed normal, unlike Jiang Li, who showed obvious signs of abnormality. Su Jin resolved to watch Xiao Man more carefully in the coming days and try to extract more clues. Jiang Li said the secret mind control technique resembled in some ways the Bi Tian Shin skill from a certain laborer manhua of Su Jin's past life. Although their power was vastly different, both were extremely hard to counter. The technique only works on those who have not yet trained in martial arts, and requires multiple applications with subtle influence to fully plant the control seed. Su Jin recalled every detail from his conversation with Elder Dong that night and compared it to Jiang Li's description, since he had already started martial arts training and had only met her once. Theoretically, that secret technique should only affect non-martial artists and needs repeated application and subtle shaping. His chance of being infected was very small. Despite Elder Dong's relentless obsession with him, Su Jin felt that no matter what, after this competition ended, his top priority was to upgrade his advanced angler rank. He had already gathered enough of his original Dingtier beast ears, plus the ones collected from Jiao Ming and Jiang Li, making him more than prepared for the assessment. Yet Su Jin still dared not slack off. He continued hunting in the forest, and, whenever he came across slender branches, had cut a few segments to stockpile materials for future attempts at mastering a secondary profession. Returning to the secret cave at dusk, the firelight at the entrance cast a warm glow. Xiao Man sat cross-legged by the campfire, humming a quirky tune. The moment she saw him, she waved excitedly, her smile brighter than the flames. What's got you so happy? Found some money on the ground? Su Jin teased casually. Where in this deep mountain forest would money just lie around? Xiao Man winked and raised her left hand behind her back like she was presenting a treasure. She revealed a pale yellow gourd dangling from braided grass tassels that fluttered in the firelight. Booty found a jar of wine. Last time you treated me to candied hawthorn. Now it's my turn to treat you to a drink. Well, this place has wine. Wild stuff? Su Jin raised an eyebrow. The wildest. Ever heard of monkey wine? Xiao Man explained earnestly. Monkey wine is a rare beverage spontaneously fermented from fruits gathered and stored by spiritual monkeys in the mountains. Su Jin had only heard rumors back in his previous life, unsure of their truth yet. Now he was holding the real thing. A thought quietly grew in his mind. If he learned winemaking, could that count as a secondary profession? And what powers might it grant? The fire crackled higher, filling the air with the aroma of roasting meat. Su Jin tended the grill while Xiao Man hugged her knees nearby, wearing a cute, innocent expression while waiting for the meal. Watching her posture, Su Jin couldn't help but associate it with a feminitive. He didn't know she was Elder Dong's favorite. He might suspect she was a woman disguising herself as a man. Tasting the monkey wine brought a complex mix of sour, bitter, spicy, and pungent flavors not exactly pleasant. But in these dangerous, desperate days, having wine for courage was a rare luxury. The two drank happily until the jar was empty. After their feast, Su Jin resealed the cave entrance. The warmth lingered inside the mountain, with faint charcoal fragrance hanging in the air. Dessert time. Xiao Man patted her round belly, grinning as she pulled out a pile of bright wild fruits from her bag. To see such fresh fruit in the dead of winter clearly meant she had ransacked the monkey's nest. While others were struggling in the hunting grounds, she almost seemed to be on a picnic. Candied hawthorn is delicious. I wonder, does everything taste better coated in sugar syrup? She looked at Su Jin expectantly, her eyes begging. You've already had the monkey wine. Now make me some sugar-coated fruit. A foodie's obsession is simple but effective. Su Jin had been worrying about lacking the right materials to activate the winemaker's secondary profession, but now a pile of fruit sat right before him, reviving his vigor. He first crafted a few skewers of fruits wrapped in icy threads to placate Xiao Man, then cracked some wild fruits, scooped out the pulp, mixed it with water in a stone mortar, wrapped it carefully layer by layer in broad leaves, and placed it by the fire to ferment. His consciousness remained calm, with no prompt for winemaker profession activated. Su Jin frowned. Was his method wrong? Or was something missing? Xiao Man munched on fruit, her glossy sugar-coated lips mumbling uncertainly. Maybe you forgot something? Like yeast? She pointed to the remaining fruit pile, where several white frosted flower petals lay. Monkey wine has a faint frost flower scent. Maybe it's from these? The flora and fauna in this world were strange, and the brewing method might differ from his past life. Su Jin carefully scraped the frost petals off the fruit skins and stirred them into the mash, hoping against hope it would help. As the petals mixed in, new information suddenly flashed in his mind. First-time brewing action effective. First attempt at brewing alcohol was successful. Achievement unlocked. Novice brewer. Achievement description. You have taken your first step into the art of brewing and mastered the basics. Effect: brewing time reduced by 50. Quality of the produced alcohol increased by 15. Upgrade requirement. Successfully brew a batch of ungraded alcohol. The moment Su Jin's stamina meter lit up, it instantly refilled, effectively granting him a free recovery. Immediately after, a set of unfamiliar yet vivid memories flooded his mind. Days and nights spent working alongside a master brewer as an apprentice. Although he hadn't grasped the true core secret techniques, the constant exposure had ingrained all the fundamental tips deeply into his instincts. As the memories faded, the foundation of brewing firmly settled within him. Staring at the fermenting half-finished batch of Hoer wine before him, Su Jin fell into thought. Brewing was unlike any other secondary profession he had gained at it. Didn't require exhausting round-the-clock effort, but it consumed the most time. Even with the achievement having the time, ordinary grape wine still took 7 to 20 days to mature. Aiming for high quality could take years. What about wines rated C, B, or even a grade? Without decades or centuries, there was no chance of opening those jars. As for the legendary celestial brews above a rank, the wait would be even longer. Crafting the right formulas, sourcing materials, and controlling the heat were all challenging, but the most troublesome part was the endless waiting. For this reason, brewers were destined for slow progression. Still, he looked forward to the Hoer wine maturing sooner. The novice brewer level came with no extra attribute bonuses, but once he leveled up, how much of a combat power boost would it bring? His curiosity was piqued. Over the next few days, Su Jin and Xiao Man continued their semi-cohabitation, growing more familiar with one another. He tried many times to pry useful information from her, but she revealed nothing. Guided by memories from his previous life, he sensed Xiao Man was hiding secrets but had no proof. They hunted and chopped wood as usual, deliberately avoiding the area where a grade monster, the malicious spirit lizard, had appeared. Unbeknownst to Su Jin, that spirit lizard had long been slain, with its most precious catalytic organ harvested. Time flew by, and the day of the formal disciple examination finally arrived. The chief examiner for this trial, tall and skinny steward Zhang, sat by the verification desk, boredly holding a wine jug. Inspectors were stationed all around, merely waiting for the candidates to return. Yuhuan, how many do you think will come back alive this time? He asked his adjutant, turning his head to the side. Reporting to steward Zhang, I estimate at most half, replied Adjutant Yuhuan after a moment's contemplation. In previous years, the fatality rate among candidates in the formal disciple exams was under 10%, but this year it had turned into almost a battle royale, encouraging same cohort slaughter. The survival rate was bound to plummet. Half. Steward Zhang shook the wine jug. I'd be thankful if even 30% survive. Is it really going to be that brutal? If so, wouldn't no one sign up for the formal disciple exam anymore? Yuhuan sounded surprised. They had no choice but to participate. The times were changing. From now on, signing up for the formal disciple assessment would mostly become compulsory. The lowest-ranking miscellaneous workers in the sect's 4th district would likely be forcibly drafted each time to take part in the test. Yu Huan's brows twitched sharply when he heard this. Opportunities to change one's fate used to require spending a ton of contribution points just to secure a spot, but now it seemed like they were being forced upon people. The shift was happening far too quickly. He sensed that once acting sect leader Dai took charge, there would be earth-shaking changes in the sect's affairs. Whether that would turn out for good or ill, he couldn't tell and didn't dare to speak further. Hey, some examinees are coming back. Get ready to tally the scores, Steward Zhang said, setting down his wine bottle and pointing toward the hunting ground exit. There, a bloodstained candidate stumbled out, his face pale and haunted. AI Chi sure killed 4 Ding-grade monster beasts. Wang Di Huizeven Ding-grade kills. Li Day 5 Ding-grade kills. Xiaoman 12 Ding-grade kills. Huh, Xiaoman's not bad, Zhang said, glancing at the records with a hint of surprise. Dusk approached, and the north wind howled. The disciples responsible for tallying checked the ear tags and found the overall results were lower than previous years. After all, with the mode turning into a survival showdown, staying alive was the real skill monster difficulty had surged dramatically. Out of more than 300 candidates, only around 80 returned, matching Zhang's estimates almost exactly. Zhang mumbled, Xiao Man is Elder Dong's protege, supposedly cultivates a folk technique with strength around the qi condensation stage. But his performance this time is just average. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked up at the darkening sky. I think there's also Jiangli. He's another of Elder Dong's students. Why isn't he back yet? Elder Dong specifically sent 2 qi condensation stage cultivators to go through the process. Once they passed the exam, they could openly practice the sect's body refinement techniques. The common speculation outside was that Elder Dong intended to groom favored followers this way. Qi condensation stage fighters would dominate the competition, making this almost a formality. Yet Jiangli hadn't returned. Could something have happened? On the other side, Lieutenant Yu Huan was also puzzled. Steward Zhang, there's another named Jiao Ming, also at the qi condensation stage, who hasn't shown up either. 3 qi condensation stage candidates, 1 is confirmed alive, 2 are missing? That's worrying, Zhang frowned, unease growing. Half an hour later, darkness fell completely and wind and snow picked up. With only about a quarter of an hour left before the evaluation ended, Zhang decided to call it. Those who are going to make it back should be here by now. Let's move. Just as he stepped forward, a young man emerged from the entrance of the hunting grounds. His complexion was pale and clear, his step steady. A long spear rested across his back, making him stand out sharply against the snowy night. Another one. So pale-looking, called that be Jiangli? Zhang squinted. The verification disciple stepped forward. Name. Identity. Su Jin, Lumber District miscellaneous worker. The youth answered calmly, neither humble nor boastful. Zhang was stunned, hadn't expected a miscellaneous worker to survive, let alone one from the lumber district rather than the hunting ground itself. He patted Yu Huan on the shoulder half-jokingly. One alive miscellaneous worker returning, that's rare. Probably just kept out of trouble and got lucky. Yu Huan nodded, agreeing that Su Jin's survival strategy of avoiding fighting wasn't honorable, but understandable. Steward Zhang, guess how many he might have killed? Surely not 0. Most likely 0. Surviving itself is nothing short of a miracle, Zhang chuckled and suggested. Come on, let's grab a drink. They both showed no real interest in the scores and turned away. But just as they took a few steps, a shout came from the verification station. What? How many did you kill? 224? The disciple repeatedly counted the ear tags on the pile of slain beasts, his shock nearly freezing him. You didn't cheat, right? The champion of this year's formal disciple assessment is actually a miscellaneous worker? Zhang spun around and locked eyes with an equally dumbfounded Yu Huan. Then he hurried towards Su Jin. I've got to see this for myself. In the Shura Sect's council hall, acting sect leader Yi Ming sat confidently in the main seat, his sharply defined brows nearly meeting at the bridge, his bearing exceptional. Above, crimson lanterns hung from the vaulted ceiling, casting a dim red glow over the black iron long table and ebony chairs. Dozens of elders sat flanking both sides, their expressions varied. Among them, Li Yan, dressed in simple coarse blue linen while others wore ornate robes, stood out starkly. With a displeased look, he stepped forward to speak. Acting sect leader, the changes to the official disciple trial are too sudden. From now on, each year's trial will forcibly require appointed candidates from all 4 divisions of the miscellaneous service. Originally, official disciples had to pay contribution points to register, making it the one chance for miscellaneous personnel to overturn their fate. Now that the trial has been turned into a brutal battle royale, what was an opportunity has instead become a curse. Perhaps this will filter out some lower-level disciples with decent combat skills, but once the miscellaneous personnel pass the test, they will all fall under Elder Dawn's command. That is strange. Though lowly, as official disciples they can cultivate our sect's physical technique, the bloodkill art, yet their teams will be led by an external guest elder? I truly do not understand the acting sect leader's intentions. His words landed heavily, tightening the hall's atmosphere. As Li Yin finished, a sharp retort came from the other side, the voice of one of Yi Ming's trusted aides, clad in a scarlet robe patterned with python embroidery. His tone was cutting. What's wrong with that? The world is on the brink of chaos, and our sect desperately needs soldiers. The miscellaneous personnel are numerous and can fill the gaps. Since we're selecting, we must use bloody methods to pick the strongest as our combat troops. Frowning, Li Yin countered in a low voice. I'm not against selection, but why must all miscellaneous personnel who pass be handed over to Elder Dong? Guest elders should not interfere in our sect's internal affairs, yet Dong Sanyang is to hold military power? Moreover, her reputation is notorious. The Yugawei sect, one of the 9 demonic sects, was wiped out over a decade ago with tangled ties to her. If this leaks out, it will surely chill the hearts of our disciples. Though not loud, each of his points hit home. Whispers spread among the elders like a tide. Suddenly, a deep, resonant chi burst like a drumbeat, causing the air to tremble, commanding silence. Yi Ming tapped his armrest lightly and swept his gaze over the assembly, his voice cool and detached. This matter has already been decided. The reasons are sect secrets and must not be disclosed. Though barely in his 20s, the young acting sect leader had achieved full refinement of the forging embryo stage and was only half a step away from the soul engraving realm. With such cultivation and being the son of the former sect leader, was naturally confident. Still unconvinced, Li Yin bowed again. Acting sect leader, we are elders of the sect. If even we are kept in the dark, how can we faithfully carry out orders? Please clarify, and do not blindly trust Dong Sanyang. Yi Ming's eyes darkened slightly, but his voice remained steady. This decision was made under orders from the former sect leader. Elderly, do you refuse to obey? A cold pressure radiated from his seat. Yi Ming's lips curled in a faint, ambiguous smile. Li Yin fell silent. He had thought this was just Yi Ming's unchecked power, but now invoking the former leader left no room for debate. Other elders also exchanged glances, but no one dared speak further. Yi Ming relaxed his posture and raised his hand casually, as if recalling something. By the way, how many survived this official disciple trial? Wang Mo, the plump round-faced elder in charge of personnel, quickly rose and bowed. Master of the sect, there were 86 survivors. He hesitated and seemed uneasy before adding, However what? Yi Ming shot a sharp glance at Wang Mo. I only won first place in this assessment as a low-level assistant, Wang Mo replied. An assistant? An assistant actually took first place? Several elders exchanged doubtful glances, suspecting that the initial aptitude tests might have missed some hidden prodigy. Wang Mo's round face was filled with helplessness. When Su Jin severed the small golden steel bamboo, he had already reassessed the boy's aptitude, still rated lowest tier. Yesterday's results came out. Su Jin was champion again. Unwilling to accept this, Wang Mo immediately arranged a third test. 3 strikes and you're out, he vowed with confidence. The conclusion was the same. Lowest tier, this kid has no future in martial arts. The 3 identical results left the elders speechless. After a moment, Wang Mo cautiously glanced at acting sect leader Yi Ming and tentatively reminded him, Acting sect leader, you said before that if any assistants pass, they would be under Elder Dong's authority. But since Su Jin is the champion this time, perhaps. My word is final, Yi Ming said calmly, expression indifferent. The decision will not change. To him, a mere assistant winning first place was luck at best. Without proper cultivation aptitude, they were useless. It was better to hand Su Jin over to Elder Dong, Sanyang, to be turned into a Jingren Dan pill. Made from living warriors, the stronger their vital energy, the more effective the pill. The bloodshot technique was ideal for refining chi and blood. Talented disciples were precious and protected. Even if Yi Ming were a demon sect master, he wouldn't dare harm them. But assistants were different, lowest ranking and hopeless. Perfect subjects for practice. Once Elder Dong's methods matured, mass-producing these bloodshot pills could transform the Shura sect's strength. Then, even the exams to cover up their methods would be unnecessary. This sect decision was like a merciless torrent crushing assistants with no chance to resist. Yet Su Jin remained unaware he was in the eye of the storm. Only vaguely sensing escaping Elder Dong's control would be difficult. He had done all he could. Now he could only wait for the final verdict. Of the more than 300 who passed the formal disciple exams, only around 80 remained, still staying in the Shuechong courtyard, which was much quieter than before. On an ancient pagoda tree branch, Xiao Man swung her legs, chatting idly with Su Jin. I heard you're good at fishing? Last time you even caught a silverblade fish? Su Jin assumed her usual fish obsession had kicked in. Few in the sect knew how to fish. It was a rare skill. Xiao Man swallowed nervously but put on a serious expression. She had prepared a full plan against Elder Dong Sinyang, lacking only one special poison. The poison's effect was best within 3 days after brewing. Of the materials needed, the evil spirit lizard was already secured thanks to Su Jin's clue. Only one ingredient remained, from a particular fish. Yeah, I do have a bit of a craving. She jumped down from the tree and leaned in, whispering, "Can you catch a gravy fish?" She said it boldly but with utmost sincerity. Her words hung in the air, but there was no answer. She thought she had startled Su-jin, unaware that his thoughts were already seized by a sudden message flooding his mind. The monkey liquor left in the secret cave had fermented into alcohol in just a few days, the quick pace due to Su-jin's rank as a junior brewer cutting fermentation time in half. The system notification flashed vividly in his awareness. Successfully brewed 1 batch of ungraded liquor. Secondary profession, junior brewer, leveled up. Intermediate brewer. You have already become a skilled brewer, with your brewing techniques reaching a respectable level. Achievement effects. Your brewing speed skyrockets, reducing the required time by 60 compared to before. At the same time, the quality of every batch of newly brewed wine improves by a full 25. In addition, you gain a brand new status called primary fermentation. Primary fermentation must be activated manually. As long as you possess chi sensation within your body, you can extract a percentage of it as raw material to begin the fermentation process. The extracted chi sensation is completely sealed off during fermentation, unusable and destined to be destroyed throughout the process. After a 1-month fermentation cycle ends, that portion of chi sensation returns to your body in a purer, denser, and more potent form. Current fermentation effect, mild. Current fermentation cycle, 1 month. Current fermentation cooldown, 1 month. The achievement can continue upgrading under the condition that you successfully brew 10 batches of ungraded wine and then brew 1 batch of Tier D wine. The true gift brought by the brewer finally reveals itself. Its name is fermentation. This divine skill, still called fermentation, is essentially the art of treating chi sensation as a liquid to ferment within your body. Once fermentation completes, the quality of your chi sensation undergoes a qualitative leap. For martial artists, chi sensation is foundational. Quantity determines fighting power, while quality determines strength. Fermentation is the supreme method for enhancing chi sensation's quality. Unfortunately, Su-jin hasn't yet begun martial training and has no chi sensation within his body, so this divine skill is currently of no use to him. He quietly reflects that, with the accumulation of these multiple secondary profession achievements, he is already incredibly powerful. If he were to become a true martial artist, his strength would reach unimaginable heights. Hey, what are you thinking about? Why are you spacing out? A gentle tap on his shoulder brings Su-jin back to reality with Xiao Man's voice. Su-jin looks up and casually makes an excuse, just wondering which department he'll be assigned to after the trial. After all, being the top official disciple in the trial, I want to have some expectations for the future. Xiao Man watches him intently, her expression strange and hard to read. You'll become Elder Dong's disciple, just like me. Are you happy about that? Within the Azura sect, Jiang Li's disappearance remains shrouded in mystery. Neither alive nor dead, no trace at all. Given Jiang Li's cultivation level, silently escaping under the sect's watchful eye is nearly impossible. Moreover, as a fellow Shadow Ghost sect disciple, Xiao Man knows best. Before Jiang Li became a martial artist, he was planted by Dong Sanyang with a soul seed of the ghost servant technique, his will subtly controlled. How could he escape? The only reasonable explanation is dead. But looking at Su-jin now, both his strength and the fleeting aura of strangeness he exudes make Xiao Man suspect. Maybe Jiang Li died at this young man's hand? Does he really have that kind of power? If Jiang Li wasn't instantly killed, then Su-jin likely knows some secrets about Elder Dong. With that thought, Xiao Man's gaze locks firmly on Su-jin's eyes, silently awaiting his response. Not happy. Su-jin shrugs. Elder Dong's type isn't my preference. I prefer young girls, not older women. Xiao Man is momentarily speechless, only thinking, how can this guy be so irreverent? Yet she quietly lowers her guard. It seems Su-jin hasn't been controlled by Elder Dong. She turns serious and warns, as Elder Dong's disciple, you get many benefits, plenty of cultivation pills, and a master's guidance. Aren't you satisfied with that? Xiao Man continued to probe. If Jiang Li was really killed by Su-jin, then this young man probably had secrets of his own, likely a spy, seeing spies everywhere. To complete his mission, he would be willing to use whatever means necessary. Her gaze was like a pair of icy needles, piercing back and forth across Su-jin's figure. Yet Su-jin neither flinched nor dodged. He spread his hands, shrugged, and smiled lightly. I'm not talented. Elder Dong has no reason to favor me. Great rewards often come with great conspiracies. I'm afraid I'd be crushed if I took them. His words sounded casual, but his smile was genuine, and a sharp glint in his eyes locked precisely onto Xiao Man's. Inside, he had already made up his mind. If he was assigned to Elder Dong's sect again, the danger wouldn't come from enemies targeting him, but from the Shura sect's system branding him a pawn to be discarded. The two were like two face-down cards, hidden identities and intentions unreadable, maintaining a fragile balance with the lightest tone and shallowest probing. Elder Dong is great, beautiful, and generous. Being under her wing is your good fortune. Xiao Man never voiced her doubts about Su-jin, casually praising Elder Dong. She had her own ways to tell friend from foe. The time just hadn't come yet. A day later, the official disciple exam results were announced. Lu Lei and Chun Chuanwen crowded to the board. Early rumor had it the death rate during the trial was 70%. They didn't believe lowly laborer Su Jin had survived. Senior brother Lu, is Su Jin on the list? Surely not. He must have died, right? Chun Chuanwen couldn't read and clutched Lu Lei's sleeve, a stray hair on the black mole by his mouth fluttering in the mountain wind. Lu Lei answered only with a long silence. Suddenly a vivid scene from that dusk flashed through his mind. The dying youth swinging an axe to chop golden bamboo, night fishing for silver-bladed fish, mining purple copper or with a pick, and finally the exam champion. At the top of the list was Su Jin, specially marked, due to outstanding results, promoted outside the usual order to become Elder Dong's personal disciple. From low-level disciple to elite, and now personal disciple, the layers of the sect's hierarchy all crossed in one night. Though Elder Dong was a guest elder, her personal discipleship far outweighed ordinary disciples. Anyone trying to target Su Jin now would find it impossible with this status. How on earth did I end up opposing Su Jin? Lu Lei slapped his own face hard, feeling like he was in another world. Beside him, Chun Chuanwen kept muttering in increasing absurdity. He's a clown, and I'm a clown too. Lu Lei mumbled, then suddenly raised his hand. This time, gathering full strength, he delivered a solid slap to Chun Chuanwen's face. At this moment, Jiang Ming pushed open Qin Tian's door, not even bothering to knock. Senior brother Qin, good news. In the dim room, his dark face gleamed under the candlelight. I already know. Qin Tian lay half reclined on the bed, his voice still weak. Su Jin took first place and became Elder Dong's personal disciple. His injury from the landslide was still raw, though mid-stage qi condensation. A moment longer and he might have been crushed into meat paste. That kid's amazing. TSK. Personal disciple, that status even outranks me. Qin Tian's eyes shone with light. When he first met the youth, had taken his promise of future repayment as a joke. Who would have thought Su Jin would save his life? Now, ironically, he was the one clinging to Su Jin's rising star. Jiang Ming was also excited. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously asked, Senior brother Qin, in a few days, shall we invite Su Jin out for a drink? Do you think he'll agree? After all, he's now a direct disciple. I wonder if he still looks down on us ordinary attendants. At dusk, Su Jin changed into a red robe well tailored and made from luxurious fabric. It was far fancier than the red garments worn by the puppet men from Tianpeng Academy. Still, it felt a bit effeminate. Which man really wears a red robe? Su Jin couldn't help but feel a bit helpless about it. Xiao Man wore a red robe as well, with an androgynous, flawless face almost too striking. Am I right? Xiao Man said. You've become Elder Dong's chief disciple, his direct disciple. Are you happy about that? There was no emotion in Xiao Man's voice, but his eyes gleamed. Whether the youth in front of him could be a potential ally would be revealed today. Happy. Just thinking that we two brothers will serve Elder Dong together behind the scenes fires me up, Su Jin joked, ignoring Xiao Man's change in expression. He stepped forward carefully and focused his energy. According to Zhang Li, Elder Dong had an even more powerful mind control technique, had to stay cautious. Su Jin's earlier words annoyed Xiao Man. She didn't like being joked about like that, though Su Jin had no idea she was a woman. Watching the youth's back, a small smile appeared on her lips. No surprise, Elder Dong will perform the ghost slave technique on you today. Su Jin, will you surprise me? She wondered. She also knew that after tonight, this youth might become someone else and she might never get to taste candied hawthorns again. No one knew that tonight, as the wind stirred, a small pebble was thrown into the pond, setting in motion a storm that would affect the future plans of the Shura sect. At first, there was no ripple, but the storm was brewing. Volume 1, Servants of the Demonic Sect, complete. Elder Dong rarely stayed upright today. Instead of lying on her lounge, she sat poised in the center of the main hall, flickering red candlelight dancing around her. Draped in a long red robe embroidered with gold, she looked as dignified as a bride awaiting her wedding, yet every gesture carried an enticing grace. Her jet black hair was pinned up in a falling horsetail bun, secured with a vermilion hairpin. Her porcelain white cheeks and deep crimson lips combined to weave dignity and allure so captivating it was nearly impossible to look away. She lifted her eyes, smiling seductively, her voice soft and lingering. Young master, we meet again. You said last time that once your training was complete, you would be willing to serve Medant. Go back on your word now. Xiao Man today shed his usual nonchalance. He stood motionless with a vacant gaze. Su Jin sensed this subtle shift immediately. At that moment, deep within his spiritual mind, a black seed the size of a thumb silently took root, tendril-like filaments writhing as they attempted to latch onto his consciousness. Su Jin's heart froze. It was the soul seed Jiang Li described before dying. If it took hold completely, it would burrow like a tick, impossible to remove forever. Fortunately, Su Jin had already activated a state of intense concentration, which could weaken this psychic assault. A soft yet resilient otherworldly force spread over the outer layer of his soul like a gauze veil, trapping the black seed like a prisoner. Mistaking this veil for genuine spirit, the seed's tendrils clung to it and ceased further movement. In the hall, Elder Dong's smile deepened. Her voice cooed teasingly. Young master, if you don't speak, they'll just take that as your agreement. Following Jiang Li's dying instructions, Su Jin feigned dullness and stammered, fine. As long as I can train properly, I am willing to serve Elder Dong. Within 1 year, break through to the late Qi condensation stage. If you go even further, I will invest more. Elder Dong's lips curved coldly as soul seed implanted, and the embryo of a refined human pill was formed. From now on, among these servants, anyone skilled in martial arts would be harvested in batches according to talent and refined into refined pills of varying grades. The good-looking ones were kept for herself, the rest handed over to the Shura sect. In a few years, she would use these pills to recover her injuries and return to the peak of the fourth soul realm. Betraying the ghost sect, suffering grievous wounds, and defecting to the Shura sect, all for the path to ultimate power, no means forbidden. She suddenly turned to Xiao Man, a poisonous smile playing at her lips. Xiao Man, did you kill Jiang Li? Xiao Man lowered his head, his voice mechanical. No, I never met him. His gaze shifted, falling on Su Jin. And you? He was a young man as handsome as you. If you had met him, surely you would remember. She crossed her arms, her ample curves swelling her robe. The air thickened. The flickering candles emitted a scent of rouge mingled faintly with rot and sweetness. Xiao Man looked at Su Jin in confusion, while Su Jin mirrored the same blank expression, perfectly mimicking him. Speak, I'm asking you. Elder Dong's eyes flashed coldly, her pupils narrowing like a black cat stalking prey. Su Jin lifted his eyes, voice hollow. I've seen that man. I killed him. The hall fell into deeper silence. Inside Xiao Man, a storm surged, so it was truly Su Jin. In that instant, she knew Su Jin had fallen completely into Elder Dong's trap. No need for secret techniques to investigate further. The man Elder Dong mentioned had fought a huge, yellow-faced brute to a deadly stalemate. By chance, his subordinates appeared and seized the opportunity. If they hadn't killed them and taken their beast ears, they wouldn't have won the championship this time. Su Jin had already prepared an intricate plan for everything. Secret intelligence secretly delivered by Jiang Li revealed that once Dong Sanyang used her secret technique, the struck person would become dazed, as if they had swallowed a truth serum. To fool Dong Sanyang, he had to build multiple layers of defenses. His biggest vulnerability was the disappearance of 2 Kikandensing disciples. If the Azura sect weren't filled with fools, they'd investigate thoroughly. Fortunately, he had disposed of the bodies early on, but he knew one day those corpses would be dug up. The fatal spear wound was so obvious that suspicion would surely fall on him. His only option was to take the initiative and strike first to deflect blame. Inside the hall, Dong Sanyang looked at Su Jin, smiling brightly. Good boy, you're impressive. Such a strong body, born with divine strength. In her heart, she added, robust vitality, no cultivation talent, but the Jingren pill would surely work. Sure enough, the bodies of Jiao Ming and Jiang Li had been found pierced through by a long spear, covered in blade wounds, with no trace of dying breath around the fatal wounds, as if a worldly person unfamiliar with martial arts had struck them down in one blow. Elsewhere, Su Yuan's feats over the past 2 days breaking small golden bamboo and night fishing silver blade fish had spread throughout the sect. Born with divine strength had become the accepted truth. If not for his poor aptitude, the acting sect leader Yi Ming even wanted to take him as an inner disciple. Piece by piece, the evidence fell into place, and with Dong Sanyang's affirmation, the deaths of Jiang Li and Jiao Ming were sealed beyond doubt. Outside the hall, Xiao Man returned to her usual self, and Su Jin followed closely behind. Su Jin is finished, Xiao Man silently sighed. Once the ghost puppet curse was planted, there was no escape except a brief moment of clarity before death. It was a shame this guy could joke, roast meat, even remember his love of sugar-coated hawthorn, but fate was inexorable. Yet Su Jin was playing a different game in his mind. Xiao Man had just revealed a flaw due to that man-faced bear. So maybe she wasn't truly allied with Dong Sanyang. Dong was powerful, he needed allies. If Xiao Man kept secrets, she could be a precious comrade. You're pretty strong. Jiang Li was a kick-condensing martial artist, yet you killed him, Xiao Man said unexpectedly. Su Jin smiled gently, but his tone shifted coldly. Killing him means one less person competing for Elder Dong. That's good. His expression remained unchanged, but it perfectly matched the stiff, puppet-like tone of the ghost puppet curse. With that, he gestured and started walking toward the entrance of the Tianlu courtyard. It's late, where are you going? Xiao Man asked indifferently. She had already written off Su Jin as a lifeless puppet and didn't want to waste time with him. I'm an official disciple now. I need to practice. It's not too late, I can still go pick up the Blood Fury manual. Xiao Man rolled her eyes. Was he rushing to his death? The Azura sect's body refinement scripture, Blood Fury manual, can temper Blood Fury energy, but once reaching the late condensation stage, it turns the energy into Jingren pills. Su Jin turned back, still radiating calm warmth. Don't stay up too late. After I get the manual, I'll go fishing. Didn't you say you wanted to eat grade B fish? I can't catch grade, but grade should be fine. With your help, maybe we can try for grade. Xiaoman Froza actually remembered what she casually mentioned yesterday. Compelled by some strange force, she followed him, feeling the dark energy inside her quietly stirring, a cold light flashing in her eyes. She had learned the full ghost puppet curse, but checking if the soul implant truly took root only drained spirit energy. She had been reluctant to waste energy, certain Su Jin was already a puppet. The cold light intensified as she looked closely at Su Jin's forehead. In the next instant, she stood stunned, rooted to the spot. Su Jin had already received the Blood Fury Manual's Qi condensation and body refining techniques. As the top scorer in this assessment, he enjoyed the best rewards, though all disciples who passed the test received the same treatment. For Su Jin, being handed these cultivation methods directly saved him the usual hassle of chasing down rare manuals. Outside the scripture transmission pavilion, he solemnly swore an oath using the secret art will of the heart demon, pledging never to share the techniques privately. Then he turned and left. Just past the pavilion doors, he saw Xiaoman quickly following behind, stepping so lightly it seemed he could leap at any moment. Xiaoman carried a shimmering green bamboo fishing rod in one hand and a small bamboo cage in the other. Inside the cage were the dried corpses of windshade insects, the favorite bait of the grade C fierce predator catfish. Since becoming Elder Dong's disciples, both had genuinely tasted the rewards. The Tiankong Institute's warehouse freely provided quality fishing rods and premium bait. Apart from them, only dozens of redrobed puppets remained in the Institutia virtual open door to the entire stock. Elder Dong loved fish, and since the two were tasked with fishing, no one stopped them. Now that Su Jin was no longer just a menial laborer and had Elder Dong's soul seed implanted, at least according to the Elder, he enjoyed far greater freedom and movement. From now on, he had a full year to improve himself, whether to escape or plan something else. Everything was for survival. Brother Xiao, do you really love eating fish that much? Su Jin smiled gently as he teased Xiao Man, who looked excited. He guessed Xiao Man's sudden change in attitude meant had decided Su Jin wasn't under Elder Dong's control, but he still needed to test him. Elder Dong loves fish, so I can't let you have all the favor, Xiao Man replied with an undertone. You catch the fish, how about sharing half with me? Sure, half for you. Even if I catch a grade C fish, you get half the credit. Su Jin nodded decisively. What truly pressed on Su Jin's mind was one big task before cultivation: leveling up advanced angler. He knew his talent was average, but the high-level angler's focused concentration bonus boosted efficiency in any action, including cultivation. In the future, he planned to rely on the angler profession to speed up Qi condensation, then use brewing to refine genuine energy quality. The future held promise. The two arrived at the edge of Mistbreak Lake. Fog drifted over the water in wisps, creating a mystical scene. Several miscellaneous disciples already waited respectfully with lowered gazes. Before leaving, Xiaoman had sent redrobed puppets to notify Lumber District disciples to prepare supplies. They planned to camp and fish at the lake's central island for several days, ostensibly to honor Elder Dong. At the lake stood a few laborers and three familiar faces: Lu Lei, Chen Chuanwen, and Jiang Ming, all supervisors from the Lumber District. Whenever the Tiankong Institute had affairs, it habitually dispatched the Lumber District since it was nearby and convenient. Su Jin's eyes flicked over the scene, his mind racing. Just delivering supplies. Why summon three supervisors? Clearly, it was Xiaoman's doing. Xiaoman smiled faintly and winked at Su Jin. Boat ready, sirs. Lu Lei bowed stiffly, his voice tense, a flicker of complicated expression crossing his face. Xiaoman's surface cultivation level was only Qi condensation, slightly below Lu Lei. Su Jin hadn't even officially joined. Yet as Elder Dong's direct disciples, tasked with fishing for him, what could Lu Lei do? On the boat were various cooking seasonings, an iron pot, matching utensils, wild fruits, yeast, and even empty small jars. Everything accounted for. Please have the two of you check it over. Lu Lei listed the items while forcing a smile, his voice soft to the point of flattery. In just over 10 days, his mindset had completely shifted. Once, Su Jin was just a menial servant he could crush like an ant on a whim. But now he had to lower his head and act submissively, like a dog cowering on the ground. Su Jin wore a calm, knowing smile and ignored Lu Lei. He cast a meaningful glance at Chen Chuanwen. This man must not be let go. Sooner or later, he would find a chance to send him to his death, but the time was not yet right. The young man strode over to Jiang Ming with a sincere smile. Senior brother Jiang, great to see you again. Jiang Ming had been watching Su Jin closely, expecting him to ignore him outright. He hadn't expected the boy to greet him so naturally and without pretense, which instantly put his mind at ease. Brother Su, now that you've risen so high, I'm happy for you. But why do you bring so many strange things just to fish? Even the pot, are you planning to cook right here on the island in the middle of the lake? Su Jin raised his chin toward Xiao Man and lowered his voice. Senior brother Xiao is a foodie and more skilled than I am. He uses his influence to bully me, insisting I cook for him. Jiang Ming frowned and thought to himself, bullying is everywhere. Then you better be careful not to provoke him, or you'll just attract trouble. He glanced at Qin Chuanwen, then looked toward Xiao Man with a deep expression. Xiao Man was propping his chin on his hand, dipping his pale fingers into the lake water to splash around. Suddenly, he raised his eyes with a puzzled look. Su Jin smiled more warmly. Senior brother Jiang, thanks for looking out for me before. When I get back, he'll treat you to a drink. He added, and bring senior brother Tan. Has his injury improved? Much better. He's been eager to drink with you too, just worried you're busy. Jiang Ming scratched his head and showed a bright smile. He always enjoyed talking to Su Jin, finding him straightforward and refreshing. Behind Lu Lei, Chen Chuanwen shrank back quietly. He first tried to smile at Xiao Man, but was ignored, then looked toward the jovial Jiang Ming and Su Jin. His eyes betrayed confusion, jealousy, and hidden hatred. Why had it to be him? Su Jin definitely wouldn't let me off. What should I do? The small boat stirred up gentle ripples as it drifted farther away. The fog rolled and water vapor hung thick, making Broken Mist Lake seem like a fairyland. The islets scattered like stars in the center, and the great sea fish stayed far from the shore, nearly impossible to catch. On the surface, everyone appeared to be peacefully fishing together, but each harbored their own schemes. Hey, did you just badmouth me to that black overseer? Xiao Man asked, flicking water with his wet fingers and turning his head to glare at Su Jin. No, that overseer helped me before, I was thanking him. As for the other two overseers, you know I'm at odds with them, so I deliberately sent them here. Xiao Man raised an eyebrow, half smiling. Feels good, doesn't it? Now that you've made it, you can hold your head high in front of them. Kind of satisfying, right? You know me well, Su Jin replied coolly. Seeing how skilled you are, I guess you've taken your share of losses before. Xiao Man frowned and snorted, saying no more, but inwardly he was annoyed. This guy seems to see right through me. Damn him. The boat reached a lushly vegetated islet at the lake's center. Su Jin looked around and chose an open spot by the shore. Together with the others, they dragged the supplies ashore. Then he swung his knife to chop down some dry wood and quickly built a simple shelter in a few moves. Just one room for two grown men, no need for fuss. Setting up a simple stove and organizing the seasonings with everything neatly arranged, Xiao Man felt completely sidelined. She didn't even get a chance to lend a hand. She was a bit puzzled herself, unsure what Su Jin was up to. With firewood and rice, oil and salt, soy sauce and vinegar, tea, wild fruits, yeast, and wine jars all prepared, was he planning to settle down here again? If so, why go through the trouble of brewing his own wine instead of just bringing some along? Su Jin noticed her suspicion but only raised an eyebrow. He grabbed a fishing rod and stomped over the pebbles along the lake's edge before casting his line into the water. The hook broke the surface, sending ripples spreading outward. His movements were sharp and deliberate, giving nothing away, as if harboring some secret plan. Xiao Man crossed her arms, standing beside the half-finished shack and watching quietly. His fishing technique looked far too professional to be a casual pastime. She silently wished he could catch the grade B fish she desperately needed. Since she was relying on Su Jin's help to accomplish an important task, maintaining a good relationship was crucial. That was the real reason she had followed him this far onto Heart Lake Island. Her gaze flicked back to the camp. Su Jin had only built one simple shack. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Man thought, just one? Does he expect me to squeeze in with him? No way. While he was focused on fishing, she rolled up her sleeves and awkwardly drove wooden stakes into the sandy soil. She tore some canvas, tied cords, and worked up a sweat. The crooked little hut was ugly, but it gave her a strong sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, splashes erupted on the lake's surface. Su Jin reeled in his line and returned with a basket shimmering silver. Brother Xiao, you're in luck. I caught another ice-scaled fish. The ice-scaled fish sparkled from head to tail, its scales smooth like white jade. Xiao Man's eyes brightened. A fish lover by nature, she now felt Su Jin's decision was truly wise. Thank goodness they brought along the iron pot. Do you know how to cook fish? She asked, feigning pride but laced with doubt. Of course. Su Jin smiled broadly and brandished a sharp chef's knife. He scaled, gutted, and washed the fish with swift, clean movements. Then he gathered dry twigs to light the stove, placed the iron pot over the flame, heated oil until it sizzled, and tossed the fish in. With a loud crackle, the aroma instantly spread around them. The crackling fire and mouth-watering smells filled Heart Lake Island with the comforting scent of home cooking. Memories from a previous life surged in Su Jin's mind. Iron pots didn't appear until the Song Dynasty. Before that, people only roasted meat. He had never been able to activate his cooking skill before, probably missing a step. This time, he meticulously followed each procedure, preparing ingredients, heating the stove, seasoning without a miss, and tried again. Sure enough, his sea of knowledge suddenly updated. This was his first proper culinary attempt, and it worked. Achievement unlocked for his secondary skill, Novice Chef. Novice Chef, you have just entered the culinary world, catching your first glimpse of cooking skills. Achievement effect. Your cooking ability receives a slight boost, and the food you prepare restores 10 more stamina. This achievement can be upgraded. Upgrade condition. Successfully cook one ingredient without a grade. A flood of new memories suddenly washed over Su Jin's mind levels of knife skills, controlling the heat, understanding the grain of ingredients, and the complete processes of frying, deep frying, braising, boiling, and stewing, with clear balancing of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty flavors. Although had occasionally cooked in his past life and wasn't a stranger to the kitchen, now with the achievement bonus, his skills soared dramatically. Being a chef is extremely rare among secondary professions, yet even at the novice stage it grants nearly miraculous benefits. Food cooked by hand restores an extra 10 stamina. Su Jin immediately thought of the stamina-draining downside of focusing intently, now had found a way to compensate. Though his dishes couldn't match the stamina recovery of special military pills like Juanxing Dan, they were far easier to obtain. Moreover, with better ingredients, the healing potency would naturally increase, and the chef profession could level up too. With this in mind, he picked up the ice-scale fish on the cutting board. The knife glided through the flesh, scaling and gutting in one smooth motion while removing the fishy smell. Hot oil sizzled as the fish hit the pan, its golden surface spreading inch by inch. Once both sides set, he removed the fish. Nearby, a mixture of floral honey, vinegar, and a splash of white wine had been simmered until thick, then quickly thickened with a starch slurry. The amber sauce bubbled gently as he poured it evenly over the fish's simple but fragrant sweet and sour ice-scale fish was complete. To highlight the fish's natural freshness, he deliberately didn't coat it with starch or marinate it with ginger and scallions. Skipping some standard steps, the fish itself was tender and fresher than any freshwater fish from his previous life. With the Novice Chef bonus, the moment it came off the stove, a sweet and sour aroma burst through the small courtyard. Here, sweet and sour ice-scale fish, bet you've never tried this before, Su Jin said teasingly as he plated the fish and handed it to Xiaoman. I know you love sweets, so try it and see what you think. As Xiaoman took the plate, the scent was so strong it almost made her nose sting, and her eyes welled up a little. No one had ever cared so much about her tastes before, let alone use this sweet and sour method, unheard of in this world. She swallowed nervously but still pushed the plate back. You worked hard, you eat first. One fish won't be enough. I'll make a few more. You eat while it's hot. It won't taste as good once it cools. Su Jin cut through her politeness and headed to wash his hands, then turned to put the second fish in the pan. With the oil bubbling again, his movements were noticeably more skilled this time. The arc of flipping the fish and the flame control were both more precise than before. Just as the second fish was about to come off the stove, a system notification appeared like a glowing screen. Successfully cooked one ungraded ingredient. Secondary profession, Novice Chef, leveled up. Intermediate Chef, you have become a skilled chef, showing some accomplishments. Achievement effect, your cooking ability increases moderately, and food you prepare restores 20 more stamina. You gain the status, Novice Knife Skills. Novice Knife Skills passive. 1. When you use any cutting or slashing weapons, their sharpness slightly increases. 2. Your cutting and slashing damage flows more naturally, as if effortless. This achievement can be upgraded. Upgrade condition, successfully cook one ungraded ingredient and one ingredient of the ding grade. The first step to becoming an excellent chef is mastering knife skills. Strictly speaking, an even earlier step is doing menial tasks, washing vegetables, serving plates, but those are only thresholds. The real technical foundation begins with knife skills. The arts of slicing, chopping, and slashing require neat, clean handling of ingredients, directly impacting heat penetration and texture layering of dishes. Similarly, in martial arts, slicing, chopping, and slashing are fundamental techniques in spear fighting. Being a chef certainly helped Su Jin with his knife skills, but at this point, his spear still packed a stronger punch. He had just unlocked Intermediate Chef, and the second fish in his hand sizzled with glistening oils and a mouth-watering aroma. Xiaoman stood by the fire pit, munching on a steaming hot piece of sweet and sour fish. Her eyes fixated on the next catch simmering in the pot. Her favorite tangy sweet flavor made little hearts seem to sparkle in her gaze. The scent of the freshly cooked meal mingled with the swirling snow and wind. After a sip of hot wine, the girl's face flushed a deep rosy pink, smiling so wide you couldn't see her eyes. The wind howled harder, and the snow fell heavier. The makeshift shelter shed quickly put together finally gave way with a loud crash. Su Jin only had time to glance back before hearing her startled shout. But his hands never stopped. Sweet and sour 6 fish, braised 2, dry-fried 1, steamed 1, and stir-fried 1, finishing with a creamy white fish soup as the grand finale. Xiaoman cradled the hot soup, took a big gulp, then let out a satisfied burp, clutching her round belly and groaning. I can't eat anymore. If I eat any more, it'll burst. The fullness washed over her like a wave, yet her whole body felt warmed. Even her face flushed from the strong white wine seemed content. Well, my shelter, it collapsed, she said, scratching her head, a little embarrassed. No problem. We'll just sleep together. We're all grown men here. No need to be shy, Su Jin said with a smile. Then rearranged the fire and started simmering sugar over hawthorn berries, skewering them into shiny, translucent candied sticks. I really can't eat anymore. I'm serious, she protested with her words, but her hand reached out and took one, biting into it with eyes closed in delight, a classic case of say no, but mean yes. Glancing at the endless snow outside, she muttered to herself, taking advantage and then kicking someone out is just not right. Resolute, she nodded. All right, we sleep together tonight, but don't move around, okay? Relax, we're all men here. What would I be moving you for? You sleep first, I'll fish a bit more. Su Jin chuckled to himself inwardly. But deep down he wondered, is Xiaoman really a girl? Elder Dong's expertise in the art of gathering and replenishing energy should have seen through any disguise unless she was far more skilled than he imagined. As night deepened, the snowstorm raged wildly. Su Jin's haul was equally plentiful, 30 more untired fish and 2 grated fish, with plenty of bait left, one of the perks of being Elder Dong's direct disciple. If only that beautiful but slightly unhinged master hadn't tried to harm him, how great that would be. Thinking of the young, married female master, he sighed silently and packed up to return to camp. The small shelter he had rigged was simple but sturdy, the bedding dry, soft, just enough space for two. Xiaoman, warmed by the wine, slept deeply sprawled like an octopus. Su Jin had to gently nudge her shoulder to make some room. In a half-dreamy state, she mumbled a curse and shifted aside. Su Jin slipped inside, back to back, each covered by a blanket. The campfire crackled. Snow gently fell onto the lake, soft sounds lapping. The island at the lake's heart remained calm all night, with only the firelight flickering through the tent fabric. At dawn, the embers glowed faintly red. Xiaoman woke first, feeling warm but sensing something was off. Looking down, she froze. Shed kicked off her blanket and crawled into Su Jin's sleeping bag, with one leg draped over his waist, her arm snaking through his jacket, palm resting against the firm muscles of his abdomen. The warmth of his skin flushed her face crimson to the ears. It had to be the wine from last night. Carefully, she tried to pull her hand and move her leg, hoping to do so unnoticed. Just then, she heard Su Jin's clear, youthful voice nearby. Morning. He faced away, tone casual. Just so you know, I didn't move. Then with a hint of helpless teasing. Sharing one blanket with you is really dangerous. He'll set up another shelter for you today. Xiaoman could feel the rejection and, honestly, found it a little embarrassing too. Knock 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 went the sound of chopping wood. Su Jin wielded his axe with sharp precision. His skills as an intermediate chef gave him an edge, making every cut and chop glide effortlessly along the grain. First, he split thick logs into manageable strips, then trimmed the edges, stripped the bark, and carved holes. The whole process flowed smoothly, like water. In no time at all, a temporary shelter several times larger and more spacious than before rose from the ground, sturdy in frame, solidly roofed, with even the doorframe sanded smooth and neat. Meanwhile, Xiaoman, her cheeks flushed, squatted on the ground drawing circles in the dirt with her finger. Her mind replayed last night's embarrassing sleeping position, legs raised, arms wrapped tight around another person, utterly mortifying. What made it worse was that despite her terrible sleeping habits, she got blamed. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew, quietly vowing not to talk to Su Jin for the time being. With the shelter complete, Su Jin didn't take a break. Of the 2 dingrank fish caught last night, the monstrous one called Yugu Jiao was now skewered lengthwise on a sharpened wooden stake, slowly roasted over glowing red charcoal. Through the night, it had been gently simmering in a mix of rice wine and smoke. The Yugu Jiao was as big as a grown man, fierce in the water with rows of sharp teeth. Now, fat dripped from its scales, sizzling as it hit the fire. Su Jin occasionally sprinkled seasoned rice wine over the fish, the aroma mingling with the scent of wood smoke and rising in the air. Once the fish meat was firm from the smoke, he sliced it into paper-thin pieces as delicate as cicada wings, brushing each one with floral honey. A cold breeze swiftly turned them a translucent amber color. Breakfast is ready. Rice wine honey smoked fish, sliced dingrank fish, no less. Su Jin looked at the gleaming plate of fish with satisfaction. Had caught 11 unranked fish last night and mastered this dingrank fish. By morning, his intermediate chef skill was upgrading faster and stronger than any of his side professions. Oh, him coming. Xiaoman's resolve to ignore him completely shattered at the scent. She sprang up, feigning casual hesitation but dragging out her steps with an exaggerated, coquettish swagger until she settled beside Su Jin. Neatly picking up a piece of amber fish meat, she bit into it. The outer layer was crispy and caramelized, releasing a subtle aroma of rice wine. The fish fibers had just the right amount of chew, infused with honey's sweet aftertaste. This is so delicious. Su Jin, you're really talented. Xiaoman's eyes curved into bright crescents, her pride in the food outweighing all pretenses of attitude. She picked up another slice and held it to Su Jin's mouth. Try some. Su Jin, immersed in his system panel, saw the fish approach and instinctively opened his mouth. Their lips and teeth brushed lightly, just grazing her fingertips. Xiao Man, who had been single her entire 16 years, felt an electric shock ripple through her body, her cheeks deepening to an even darker red. The sharp "what are you doing?" lodged on her lips. But seeing Su Jin so focused on the data, she only let out a hum and swallowed her feelings, diving back into eating the fish. System notification. Successfully cooked 10 unranked ingredients and 1 ding rank ingredient. Side profession intermediate chef upgraded. Title acquired. Advanced chef, your cooking skills have greatly improved. Food now restores 40 more stamina. Passive skill acquired. Intermediate blade mastery, cutting and chopping weapons now deliver sharper, more precise strikes, allowing for easier and more effective damage. This achievement can be further upgraded. Upgrade requirements. Successfully cook 100 unranked ingredients, 10 ding rank, and 1 bing rank ingredient. Reading the upgrade message, Su Jin felt reasonably satisfied. Advancing to a higher tier profession was a major hurdle, but gaining that next level would unlock powerful new abilities. This was the insight Su Jin had gleaned from the hunting master. From this point on, whether it was fishing or cooking, only grade C ingredients would do. That made grade C fish the sole target for Su Jin's trip to Heart Lake Island. He stuffed a handful of homemade dried fish slices into his mouth as a snack, grabbed his fishing rod, and without even glancing at Xiao Man, who was still busy eating, he headed straight for the lakeshore. Fishing for grade C fish was far more challenging than hunting monsters. Although Su Jin now benefited from multiple secondary profession bonuses that boosted his strength, stamina, and accuracy, and wielded a heavy spear that would easily overwhelm a same-grade low-rank silverman shun, fishing was not about brute force. To invite a grade C fish out of the water intact, his only assets were the special perks of being an advanced angler and the pure physical conditioning gained from his diverse secondary jobs. After all, grade C fish were essentially aquatic grade C monsters, tough and vicious opponents. Once at the lake, Su Jin didn't immediately go after the grade C fish. Instead, he took out ordinary bait and began methodically completing his quantity quota. His casting was clean and efficient, the fishing line slicing through the breeze. One lively fish after another splashed into his basket. When it got full, he nonchalantly released the excess catch back into the water, keeping only the grade D fish as ingredients. Having finished eating, Xiao Man also came to the shore. Her sun-kissed skin made her look androgynous, and she rested her chin on her hand, quietly watching Su Jin at work. The young boy already had delicate, refined features, and his focused calm, while fishing, made him even more captivating. Xiao Man's clan was wiped out when she was young, blood debts running deep. Taught assassination techniques and stealth by her aunt, she was shrewd and guarded, but lacked the warmth typical of girls her age. Because of this deep lack of love, small acts of kindness touched her more easily than most. A jar of floral honey, a meal of grilled meat, a plate of sweet and sour fish, a skewer of candied hawthorn. Su Jin remembered her preferences carefully and quietly indulged them. Even Xiao Man didn't realize how a faint fondness was quietly taking root inside her. It wasn't exactly love, more like a shy girl's first fluttering crush on the boy. You were so eager to get the blood fiend art, but once you had it, you never practiced and just kept fishing every day. Were you really here for that? She asked out of curiosity, seizing on any chance to make conversation. Su Jin's fishing skills were almost superhuman, and the fish in the lake seemed to throw themselves on his hook nonstop. He accepted every catch without discrimination, but released them all when his basket filled, making Xiao Man even more puzzled. I want to catch some top-quality fish to present to Elder Dong, he explained calmly, flicking his wrist to reel in another. Then he added with a change of tone, Xiao Man, you don't understand the value of a mature woman, full-figured, juicy, experienced in all the right ways, and tender-hearted. Elder Dong is a rare treasure. I have to pave the way for a happy future. Full-figured? Juicy? Experienced? Xiao Man covered her face in mock confusion, unable to follow his wild words. She glanced down at her still undeveloped chest, not really small, just young compared to Elder Dong. The Ghost Sect's secret art, Thousand Faces, was shrouded in mystery, allowing flawless gender swaps. Even a seasoned figure like Elder Dong couldn't detect the deception. Once one of the 9 Demon Sects, the Ghost Sect's disciples were elite scouts. If not for the calamity that devastated them, their sect wouldn't have been wiped out. After the massacre, Xiao Man almost never loosened the tight bandages around her chest for self-preservation and revenge alike. Seeing Su Jin so focused on fishing now, though, she felt an urge to finally free her bundle and enjoy a refreshing bath. You keep fishing then. I'm going to practice, she said casually, standing up. Go ahead. No lunch today, but I'll make you a good dinner, Su Jin replied without turning around. Oh, Xiao Man pouted, but secretly felt a sweetness in her heart. As night fell, Su Jin had achieved his goal, 100 ungraded fish and 10 grade D fish gathered. He stretched, then pulled out a dried corpse of a windshade bug, the favorite prey of a grade C fierce owl catfish. Hopefully I can catch it tonight. Once the advanced angler rank is upgraded, I can officially start training. The boy's eyes burned bright with ambition and excitement. With a swift cast, the bait fell into the lake. Su Jin possessed the master angler skill. The chance of fish biting his hook shot up by 50, and the bait's ability to attract fish doubled as well. Though great sea fish in Duanwu Lake were rare, they couldn't withstand such an overwhelming boost. Su Jin was certain, with enough patience, the prey would eventually take the bait. So he cast his line, dropped the bait-dried phoneme insect carcasses deep into the lake, and patiently waited for the foul, yet lethal scent to spread underwater. He waited like this from early afternoon, well past the hour of Su. Night fell early. There was no snow tonight, but the sky was filled with stars, bright as the summer Milky Way descending upon the frozen land, a different realm, where the impossible could become ordinary. By the end of the day, Su Jin's catch had piled up like a small mountain. He easily completed the preliminary task of catching 100 unranked fish and 10 graded fish. The unranked fish were simple-minded, eagerly snapping at the bait as soon as they saw it. He would hook them, then release them back casually. The graded fish were a bit smarter and required specially prepared bait, but ultimately they couldn't resist the enticing smell and surrendered without much struggle. As for the grade C fish, they were as strong as Qigong cultivators with certain intelligence, cautious and patient, making it much harder to reel them in. A chilly wind picked up, stars reflecting fractured ripples on the lake's surface. Mist rolled over the water, blending sky and lake into one. Elsewhere, Miss Xiao had finished bathing early. She missed a proper lunch and had only eaten smoked fish to fill her stomach. Now, deep into the night with no dinner in sight, she rubbed her belly and gritted her teeth. Am I really going to starve to death? She chastised herself. If you're hungry, cook something. Since childhood, her aunt had taught her that no one could rely on forever, and you had to take care of yourself. Though she was used to being alone, after only a few days knowing Su Jin, she found herself oddly depending on the young man's skills. Fortunately, her survival skills weren't bad. She gathered wood to build a fire, sprinkled salt and sauce, and expertly grilled several fresh fish to a crispy, tender, aromatic perfection. The firelight gleamed in her proud eyes. After all, she was a foodie and couldn't mess up her cooking. Once the fish were done, she wrapped a few in cloth and hurried barefoot along the rocky path toward the lake, ready to reward the master chef. Moonlight shimmered on the lakeshore like flowing water. The boy holding the fishing rod stood tall on the bank, his robes billowing in the wind. Silver light traced sharp highlights along his graceful figure. His handsome face was even more striking than Jiang Li's. Miss Xiao secretly rated him in her heart before calling out in a coquettish voice, Su Jin, fish is ready. I grilled it myself. Before her words had finished, the lake suddenly bubbled and churned, white waves crashing to shore. Su Jin felt his rod suddenly tug heavy. Ting, his fishing line went taut in an instant, the tip of the rod bending into an exaggerated arc. Something was hooked. The aquatic beast in the water was many times stronger than a terrestrial opponent of the same rank, pulling so fiercely it threatened to drag him into the lake. Su Jin braced, his muscles bulging, robes billowing, sleek lines carved by the night wind and starlight. Thanks to multiple side professions enhancing his body, his physique had long surpassed that of an ordinary scholar. Suddenly, the massive creature below stalled, locked as if chained to a mountain. Splash! The fish leapt. A massive figure coiled its body and leapt into midair. Its entire form was covered in dark, glossy scales that shimmered like forged iron. Two dorsal fins spread wide like a cluster of tightly packed swords. Its curved tail fin resembled a gigantic scythe blade, slicing through the night air with a whistle. Bulging muscles rippled across its thick frame, reminiscent of a sturdy black bull. Most unsettling was the single glowing yellow eye on its forehead, like a lantern shining with a cold, eerie light that seemed to pierce deep into the soul. On either side of its mouth hung two sharp, bone-like spines, curved upward into a sinister inverted-shaped grin. We've really hooked a ferocious catfish, Xiao Man exclaimed, instinctively clutching her long spear, ready to back up Su Jin at any moment. Water-type beasts are far more formidable underwater than their land counterparts of the same level. She worried head be pulled beneath the lake's surface. No need. I can handle this myself. Su Jin's voice rang out firmly, but his eyes flickered with the almost childlike excitement of an avid angler. Amid the constant dangers of this world, the endless variety of strange fish was pure paradise for a seasoned fisherman like him. The ferocious catfish soared briefly into the air before crashing back into the lake with a splash. A towering column of water exploded upward, and spray scattered like snowflakes, turning the scene into a shower of icy droplets. Thus began the intense battle between man and fish. Compared to when he first fought the silverblade fish, Su Jin was a completely different man now. Dual mastery of advanced lumberjack and mining skills had boosted his strength, endurance, and stamina to new heights. The advanced angler title had sharpened his fishing techniques. Although other secondary professions offered no bonuses to fishing, tackling a Tier C ferocious catfish on his first try was still destined to be a grueling struggle. But to a fishing fanatic like him, hardship was simply part of the thrill and challenge. From the lake's center to the shore, the slender fishing line was taut and straight. Time slowly slipped by, and before they knew it, an entire hour had passed. The catfish repeatedly approached the shallow waters, its massive body half out of the water, just a spear's length away from a devastating blow. Xiaoman gripped her spear tightly, ready to strike, but each time she rose, Su Jin's stern command forced her to sit back down. Seeing the young man's immersed expression, she gave up, setting down her weapon and sitting cross-legged with arms wrapped around her knees. Fine, you fish. You fish. I'm such a fool to help you. Next time, if I help you again, I'm a dog. She muttered inwardly, but held back from interfering. Suddenly, the lake emitted a muffled, gurgling sound, like a calf caught underwater. The ferocious catfish finally exhausted its strength and was slowly dragged toward the shore by Su Jin. The black giant flopped onto the bank, its movements weak and twitching. Its large, round copper-colored eyes stared blankly, just enjoying a midnight snack, yet losing its life in the process. Su Jin appeared drained too, his arms numb and aching, his robe soaked through with a mixture of lake water and sweat, steam rising from his body. Gasping heavily, he called out, "Give me a hand. Drag this fish back to camp. I'm a dog for helping you." Xiaoman huffed, turning her head away stubbornly without moving a muscle. "Hurry. The meat of this ferocious catfish has distinct layers, sweet and salty. You'll treat you to a three-way cup." A three-way cup. The temptation was too strong. Xiaoman's frown instantly faded, replaced by a bright smile as she sprang forward with light steps. Coming. Coming. A dog may be a dog, but dogs are humans' best friends. Though Su Jin looked completely spent, he was actually holding back a sudden surge of energy from his secondary skills cooldown. He wasn't a warrior, but his innate strength allowed him to confront a Tier C aquatic monster. If anyone caught on to his secret recovery, he'd have no explanation better to play weak all the way. Meanwhile, on his skill interface, the advanced angler's stats updated. Caught 100,100 no-tier aquatic creatures. Caught 1,010 Tier D aquatic creatures. Caught 11 Tier C aquatic creatures. Achievement unlocked. Advanced angler leveled up. Master angler. You have now reached elite status and fishing. Your skills have entered a new realm. You've earned the side profession achievement, Master Angler. A system prompt rippled softly like water. Su Jin's fishing skills have improved significantly. His chance to hook fish increased by 70, and bait attractiveness also rose by 70. At the same time, his understanding of aquatic creatures' habits deepened. His previous focused concentration has now been upgraded to total focus, with a new status, Nemesis of Water Creatures. Total focus must be activated. 1. Double stamina and mental energy consumption. 2. Upon activation, he enters an extreme state of focus, boosting efficiency in all actions substantially. 3. Makes it easier to seize fleeting opportunities, increasing the chance for status triggers. 4. Moderately reduces mental attacks and physical pain. Nemesis of Water Creatures. Increases damage dealt to water-type beasts by 5. Achievement upgrades require: catching 500 water creatures without rank, 100 rank D creatures, 10 rank C creatures, 1 rank B creature. As expected, upgrading an advanced profession brings better rewards, Su Jin thought to himself. Though he couldn't help feeling a twinge of regret, wasn't short on ways to handle monsters, but what he really lacked were buffs against human martial artists. Still, the training efficiency granted by total focus was exactly why he undertook this trip. Hopefully this can make up for my natural shortcomings. Lost in thought, his movements remained swift and precise. With one hand gripping the spear, the blade-like tip pierced cleanly into the eye orb of a savage catfish, ending its life quickly. He then switched to kitchen tools. Scaling, silver-white scales fell away in showers. Deboning, the fish's bones separated cleanly under the blade. Filleting, knife glided smoothly, slicing meat as thin as cicada wings. He took segments of the head, tail, and backbone for soup. The tender white flesh was blanched and eaten directly. The slightly tougher pieces were skewered and grilled over the campfire. Soon the sizzling fat crackled, smoke rose, and the aroma filled the air. Xiaoman stood nearby, unable to help, marveling. This cooking skill, this speed, I'm amazed. A man excelling in looks and cooking was a first for her. After several mouthfuls of fish and finishing a bowl of soup, she felt a tad guilty. I can't just freeload. Let me clean up the leftovers Laterno's stealing from me. Though she said that, her chopsticks didn't pause. Suddenly she remembered. Hey, didn't you say the rank C fish was meant for Elder Dong? Why eat it yourself first? Su Jin chuckled casually. Good stuff comes to brothers first. Elder Dong can wait till tomorrow's catch. You enjoy it first, then share with Elder Dong. Such a nice guy you are, Xiaoman teased, laughing until her eyes curved. Their conversations had been speeding up lately, and from clumsy beginnings, she had grown quite proficient, sometimes even outpacing him. The atmosphere by the fire was light and easy. As night deepened, mist rose from the lake's center and wisps floated on the breeze. The fire crackled, casting a warm glow on their faces. With the hearty meal done, Su Jin carried a tray of tea and hesitated for a moment before broaching the topic. Brother Xiao, since you came with me to Lake Hardisle, I'm guessing there's something important you want to discuss? Guess, Xiao Man replied, rubbing her stomach. She had eaten well, but remained slim. Being able to eat like that without gaining weight was a dream physique few girls had in her past life. Su Jin smiled, but didn't give up. You mentioned wanting to catch a rank B fish. I haven't forgotten. But what do you really want with one? Are you actually planning to give it to Elder Dong? The question was loaded, his tone and gaze clearly probing beneath the surface. Xiao Man was plotting against Elder Dong, and her plan involved a rare and deadly poison. This toxin had been specially concocted for Dong Sanyan. Once formed into a pill, its potency lasted only 3 days, so it couldn't be prepared in advance. Although the remnants of the Yugui sect could gather the ingredients, doing so would inevitably expose their movements. Since this assassination was meant as a test for Xiao Man, the sect would not intervene. All materials had to be collected by her personally. Exactly. I want to first lure you in with a grade B fish, then kill you, so Elder Dong would be mine, Xiao Man said with a crooked smile, her tone seductive. The goofy, gluttonous streak vanished instantly. Under the firelight, her androgynous face appeared even more beguiling. Are you willing? Will you die for me? She leaned close to Su Jin, her eyes like hooks. Always alert, Su Jin instantly activated his full concentration to guard against mental attack. She hadn't forgotten the shadow cast by the man-faced bear in the cave. In truth, he had never truly trusted Xiao Man. Only the crackling fire broke the silence. The mental battlefield remained calm. Die for you? How about, before I die, you let your good buddy have some fun first? Maybe then he'll consider it. Su Jin sounded casual, but subtly leaned forward, noses nearly touching, scrutinizing Xiao Man's microexpressions. We're both men. That's not possible. We shouldn't, at least. Xiao Man studied him carefully too, suddenly noticing how close they'd gotten. Her expression hardened, becoming strictly formal, her tone warning. A single probe, neither side gaining ground. Later that night, the fire cast orange glows over 2 shabby shelters. Xiao Man curled up in the old shack while Su Jin took the newly erected one. Using the firelight, he pulled out the bloodshot technique manual granted by the Xiao Luo sect, eyes filled with anticipation. More than a month since crossing into this world, had faced danger at every step. Despite winning the official disciple trial, he was still trapped under Elder Dong's control. The root cause was clear weakness. Weakness was the greatest original sin, especially in the demonic sect. Only by becoming a warrior could he hope for a future, and every effort was for this moment. The bloodshot technique was no ordinary meditation or breath control. It was the core cultivation method combining body and skill training of the Xiao Luo sect. It emphasized strengthening the physique supplemented with martial techniques, suitable from qi condensation to divine transformation stages. Rumors said higher-level chapters were lost after the 9-sect split. The qi condensation part had 3 components: bloodshot breathing method, bloodshot qi induction, and bloodshot body conditioning exercises. Practitioners coordinated special breathing with defined body postures to cleanse muscles and bones along specific meridians, eventually condensing bloodshot qi inside. This qi vastly enhanced the body, ignited bloodlust, and masters became bloodthirsty in battle, the very reason Xiao Luo was unrivaled and unstoppable. Hidden in Su Jin's pocket were 12 qi return pills, the sect's secret medicine that significantly accelerated bloodshot cultivation. Ordinary official disciples got only 1 per month. Chen Chuanwen had been heartbroken enough losing twice to Jiang Ming due to only 2 pills. Yet Elder Dong had handed Su Jin a full year's supply at once. Of course, the pills were toxic to non-warriors and caused severe backlash. He patted the pill bottle and flipped open the manual again, spirits rising. Yet didn't rush practice. Xiao Man was next door, and he wasn't ready to reveal his hand. After putting away the manual, he sneaked out to the shore of Danwu Lake. The lake was vast and shrouded with thin mist like silk, speckled with scattered islets. Su Jin rowed a small boat to a quiet island about 10 zhang square. Securing the boat, he breathed in the night air deeply, moonlight casting a cold glow over rock and woodland. Next, Su Jin was going to test just how much the full concentration state could aid his cultivation. He piled up a campfire. The bright red flames crackled, casting flickering light over the lakeside gravel and illuminating Su Jin's profile. He skewered the freshly caught fierce predatory catfish in a row and held them over the fire, turning them slowly. The fish skin blistered and bubbled from the heat, fat dripping from their bellies onto the wood below, releasing a rich, appetizing aroma. These would be the perfect energy boost later. With these preparations done, he wasted no time. Dropping to his knees, he quieted his mind and fully engaged complete concentration, officially beginning his cultivation of the blood scourge technique. The blood scourge technique consists of 3 parts. 1. Blood scourge breathing method, an odd rhythm that easily falters with the slightest distraction. 2. Blood scourge qi guidance, a mental technique to channel qi and blood through the meridians, completing one cycle with a great circuit. 3. Blood Scourge Body Tempering Exercises. Only 9 forms at the Qi condensation stage, each with strange, twisted postures demanding extreme flexibility and explosive power. These 3 must operate simultaneously, requiring unity of body, meridians, and spirit. The higher the harmony, the better the innate talent and faster the cultivation. As a core orthodox demonic sect technique, its difficulty is legendary. Ordinary people are lucky to sense even a hint of Qi after 3 months. Yet geniuses abound. Some achieve complete Qi condensation in a day, enter the tempered body stage in half a month. Still, progress only gets tougher, and those who reach the mythical realms remain exceptionally rare. Talents swarm like fish crossing rivers, but those who truly leap the dragon gate are 1 in a million. Unfortunately, Su Jin's martial aptitude is notoriously poor, repeatedly tested and unanimously deemed useless. What takes others a day of progress drags on for him an entire year. Thankfully, he has a side profession system and the fishing master title as a trump card. Now, fully focused, the quiet wilderness holds only the howling north wind and the gentle lapping of lake water on stone. The breathing method and Qi guidance flow surprisingly smoothly. His body contracts and extends in the bizarre 9 forms comparable to intricate folding cranes, fully immersed. The system interface shows efficiency increase, moderate, but for him, this moderate boost is astonishing. With his superb physique far beyond the average, those rigorous body tempering exercises that trap many cultivators feel light as feathers. His cultivation speed rockets forward like a gust of wind. Night deepens. The moon's glow shifts to the lake's heart. Past midnight, Su Jin trembles violently, muscles burning as if doused in boiling water, veins bulging wildly. Qi and blood surge then instantly condense back into his dantian, forging a thin, blood-colored aura no thicker than a fingertip that marks his entry into the Qi condensation stage. Though faint, the sensation is lively, symbolizing the watershed between mortal and martial artist, the source of all power. In an instant, his physical foundation soars. The chasm between the mundane and the extraordinary collapses beneath him. Steadying the Qi, he disengages complete concentration and rises to stretch. His bones crack audibly. Astonished and elated to reach Qi condensation in the dead of night, he thinks. Focus truly is the shortcut. Ancient wisdom does not deceive. Yet the side effects are clear. Nearly all his stamina is drained from this overnight exertion. Luckily, he still has 2 Juanqing pills. The fierce catfish by the fire are now a golden brown, smelling irresistible. Being a grade C ingredient, nourishing by itself, his seasoning further boosts the restorative effect by 40. Combined with an endurance bonus from an advanced miner, the physical toll is manageable. The real challenge now is mental exhaustion. Deep cultivation seems to wring the soul dry, leaving his mind foggy. Fortunately, just entering Qi condensation strengthens his spirit, allowing him to barely endure it. Swallowing a Juanqing pill, he tears off a piece of crispy, tender fish fat, and salt burst in his mouth. Closing his eyes, he sits quietly, letting the incense burn through as the blood energy and medicine fuse, warmth flooding his body. After resting, he opens his eyes with a controlled gleam. Adjusting his state, Su Jin resolves to continue his training. Would anyone notice if he suddenly reached the early condensation Qi stage overnight? And if they did, how much trouble would it bring him? Su Jin had thought it all through, but he was confident already had a plan. Now, he just had one thing to do. Since total focus was incredibly powerful, he absolutely could not waste this night. He had to push his cultivation progress as far as possible. With a determined look, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, then took out a translucent white Qi returning pill and gently placed it on his tongue before swallowing. The pill slid down his throat, transforming into a burning warmth that surged through his limbs and bones. Su Jin sat cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. By now, he was officially a martial cultivator, free to use the pill without restrictions. The combination of total focus and the Qi returning pill was like pressing down on both the boost drug and turbo gear pedals at once. That faint presence of Qi coursed visibly faster through his meridians. Every breath, every intake of Qi, every movement in his body conditioning exercises accelerated exponentially. The medicinal power was broken down and absorbed at incredible speed, leaving almost no residue after all. Total focus amplified every kind of efficiency, including pill absorption. As soon as the effect began to fade, he took out another and repeated the cycle. The subtle fragrance of the pills mixed with his body heat as light mist of medicine faintly glimmered in the room. For the entire night, he maintained this near-frenzied loop. Until the early morning hour of C, when sunlight streamed through the window onto his sweat-soaked clothes. Su Jin opened his bloodshot eyes, a slight tremor in his shoulders. His spirit was nearly exhausted, his physical strength depleted, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washing over him. He sensed his cultivation progress was finally slowing, the boost from the Qi returning pill falling sharply, and the bottlenecks inside his body growing clearer. Looking down, He counted only 4 pills left in the bottle. Overnight, he had swallowed 8 in total, an astonishing amount. Most cultivators take pills slowly to carefully digest their effects, avoiding waste and poisoning. Every pill carries some toxicity. Excessive frequent consumption entangles pill poison with qi, corrupting cultivation and damaging the body, requiring lengthy detoxification that's more trouble than it's worth. But Su Jin didn't care. His total focus squeezed nearly every drop of power from the pill's waste was impossible. As for pill poison mixing with his qi, he had already prepared a countermeasure. Supporting himself on the floor, his joints crackled as he stretched, feeling utterly drained. Yet despite the exhaustion, a suppressed smile tugged at the corners of his lips overnight. His blood-cursed technique cultivation had surged to the peak of the early condensation qi stage. If this leaked out, others would undoubtedly dissect him for research. Someone with extremely poor aptitude, progressing from beginner to early condensation qi peak in one night, that shattered all conventional understanding. His stomach empty, he roasted a few fish prepared the previous night and ate heartily. The aroma of salt and char whetted his appetite, helping him regain some strength. After a brief rest, Su Jin began assessing his situation. This Bodis aptitude was so poor that he was stuck at the early condensation qi bottleneck. The middle stage would bring even bigger challenges. The early stage bottleneck could be brute forced through medicine, but the middle stage was more difficult. The best solution was clear had to refine and purify his qi, making it denser and more stable to truly break through. Aptitude affected not only speed, but also the quality of qi. Those born outstanding naturally cultivated denser qi with fewer impurities, making bottlenecks less likely. Total focus only ramped up speed, it couldn't improve qi quality. Still, Su Jin was unfazed, because he had an extraordinary secondary professional winemaker. This identity meant he didn't have to fear being discovered for reaching early condensation qi peak overnight, nor worry too much about pill poison or impure qi. Because winemakers possessed a miraculous ability, fermentation. Beginner-level brewing must be activated manually. When you sense energy within your body, you can choose to brew a portion of that energy in percentage terms. During brewing, that energy cannot be used and will completely vanish. Once the brewing cycle ends, the brewed energy is refined, becoming purer, denser, and more powerful. Current brewing effect, slight. Brewing cycle, 1 month. Cooldown time, 1 month. As soon as Su Jin upgraded the winemaker as a secondary profession to intermediate level, he immediately defined its role, brewing truly a divine skill. While ordinary people ferment grains and fruits over time to make fine wine, he uses the energy of a martial artist's aura to brew, relying on time to ferment pure and potent bloodthirsty energy. The only side effect is that the energy sealed during brewing disappears entirely. For most, this would be bad news, but for Su Jin, it suits him perfectly. Who says a negative effect must hold you back? Used right, it becomes an ace up the sleeve. In his past life, he died because of alcohol, but this life, he plans to turn the tables with brewing. Without hesitation, he activated the skill and poured 100 of his internal energy into brewing. Effect triggered. Instantly, the bloodthirsty energy inside Su Jin dropped to 0. Though his body, nourished by long-term energy, was still strong, his dantian was empty, and on the outside, no clues showed. Too bad there's no energy. My body loses the bloodthirsty nourishment, so cultivation will take longer, he muttered softly. But he quickly relaxed. Once the month is up and this refined energy returns, his combat power will undergo a qualitative leap, surpassing the half-baked energy his mediocre constitution could produce now. Overall, it's still a big gain. Su Jin roughly calculated he had at least a year to grow stronger at his own pace. As long as he became powerful enough, whether he had to rebel or flee, there would be a way out. Just like cooking needs rice, strength is his rice. His next steps were well planned. 1. Keep activating and upgrading his winemaker secondary profession. 2. Train in martial arts quietly, never letting anyone notice. Lessons from his past life taught him to plan carefully when his claws were sharp and wings strong. He'd give Dong Sanyang a big surprise. For now, the first step was to catch a good fish to bring home. Before leaving, he informed Dong Sanyang he'd stay 3 days on Heart Lake Island. Xiaoman tagging along was purely accidental and had dragged down his training pace. On the way back, Su Jin stopped by several small islands, collecting lots of mushrooms and cutting bundles of crisp winter ferns. He returned to the original small island feeling relaxed. There saw Xiaoman chopping wood with his axe. Thud, thud, thud sounded clearly, as if she planned to make her own bamboo raft back to shore. Seeing Su Jin appear, she scowled and shouted fiercely, "You actually came back. I thought you'd abandoned me and left alone." Su Jin knew she was aware he left last night. Likewise, he knew she understood. He shrugged. "So what? I rowed the boat away. You can still swim after me, right? Got nothing better to do?" Now that he was back, still a martial newbie with no skill, what could she possibly see from him? "How could I ever abandon you? We're brothers through and through," Su Jin said with a cheerful smile. The night was just beginning to fade. and a pale mist hovered over the lake's surface. Su Jin guided his narrow boat to shore, holding up a basket brimming with fresh mushrooms and winter ferns for Xiao Man to see, all the while chuckling. Couldn't sleep last night, so I wandered on the lake and pondered life a bit. Eating meat every day gets old, figured some wild fare would be a nice change. I don't buy a word of it. Xiao Man crossed her arms and gave him a thorough once-over, suspicion shining in her eyes. Don't sneak off behind my back to do shady things, or I'll report you to Elder Dong, and you'll be in real trouble. She stood on tiptoe to peek into the boat, and sure enough, saw half of it filled with tender mushrooms and curled winter ferns. She swallowed hard. All right. Let's get breakfast started. I'm so hungry my stomach's practically sticking to my back. Before long, a fire was crackling by the lakeside. White fish and pale green ferns simmered together into a creamy fish and wild fern porridge. Skewers of mixed mushrooms and fish sizzled over the flames, fat dripping down in golden rivulets. The lake breeze carried the smoky aroma far and wide, intoxicating to the senses. During a break in eating, Xiao Man reached out casually to check Su Jin's pulse. You spent the whole night in the wind. Don't want you catching a cold. Su Jin slipped his hand inside his sleeve, smiling as he dodged her grasp. I'm fine, really. You eat first. Squinting, Xiao Man secretly cast her eye technique behind his back. A glint of cold light flashed, then vanished without a trace. She couldn't detect any true energy, but her suspicion only deepened. He looked like a normal person, but his strength was shocking, either born with divine power, or like her, hiding a secret that could shake the whole sect. She bit into a fish skewer hard. This guy definitely had secrets. After the meal, Su Jin hurried to make use of the remaining time. He transported all the grains and herbs prepared by Jiang Ming and others to the Lake Heart Island, then skillfully brewed over 10 jars of mid-grade ding-level liquor. As an intermediate brewer, his technique was practiced and precise. After burying the jars and sealing them with soil, he patted his hands, twice the aging speed, just waiting for time to do its work. Thinking of the surprises that advancing further in his secondary skill might bring, a spark of anticipation flickered in his eyes. The Shura sect had its own brewery, so materials were abundant. As a direct disciple of Elder Dong, there were naturally people to assist with these little tasks. Next came fishing. Since they had to return by evening, Su Jin gave up on low-grade miscellaneous fish and baited exclusively for ding and bing-level fish using specially made lures. With each cast, ripples spread across the water, and soon heavy tugs pulled at his line. Xiao Man watched, stunned, fishing at the same lake with the same bait. Her own attempts had been meager, while Su Jin filled his net in just a few throws. As dusk approached, the setting sun painted the lake in soft gold. The two rowed back, with a neatly cut and bagged bing-level fierce predator catfish lying across the boat's floorboards. Its flesh freshly vacuum-sealed, though the bones still carried a faint fishy red tint. Elder Dong loves fish, Su Jin explained as he rowed. We'll make her a late-night snack and it fits into my next plan, too. Outside the Tianlong courtyard, redrobed puppets stood in formation. Su Jin instructed them to deliver the fish to the kitchen, then gave brief orders before parting ways with Xiao Man to return to their rooms. Alone under the lamp, he reviewed the plan once more. Brewing, fishing, the next steps all steady and secure. The only wild card was Xiao Man. If she kept tagging along, he'd have to find a way to avoid her. Meanwhile, Xiao Man sat motionless on her couch after returning, her mind replaying how effortlessly Su Jin had fished. The rare grade 2 water beast Huanli sturgeon was notoriously hard to catch. If only she could persuade him to help, her plan might accelerate by half. But could he be trusted? And how to approach him for cooperation? Lost in thought, her brow furrowed involuntarily. Knock knock. A mechanical, monotone voice came from outside the door. Young Master Xiao, Elder Dong requests your presence. At the same moment, Su Jin also received an order summoning him to meet Elder Dong. Elder Dong crossed her legs as she sat down. Her full, slender legs were tightly wrapped in watery blue silk trousers, the fabric stretching smoothly over supple curves that revealed the enticing interplay of muscle and softness. She lifted her delicate cheek slightly, dark hair pinned up in a stylish cloud-like arrangement, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering, lips tinted red and gently pressed together. Every gesture exuded the alluring charm of a mature woman in elegance forever out of reach for youth. You actually managed to catch that fierce catfish. Not bad, both luck and skill, she said, lazily lifting her gaze. She took a sip of tea before emphasizing the word skill with deliberate weight. Setting the cup down, her eyes slowly scanned the two before her, and suddenly the ghost catcher technique activated. This secret art implants a soul seed into cultivators not yet entered into the chi condensation realm. Once it anchors into bone and soul, escaping it is impossible unless one reaches the fourth stage, the soul engraving realm. Elder Dong had mastered this technique to control others and never failed. But today, the two sitting here were exceptions. One, Xiao Man is cultivation slightly below hers, but with deep foundation, and his understanding of the ghost catcher technique subtly surpassing hers. The other, Su Jin, who possessed the angler-side profession that, when using full concentration, naturally resisted all mental attacks. Even those groups specializing in mind assaults found him troublesome, not to mention this technique of the ghost Demon Sect, which was hardly known for spirit attacks. What have you done besides fishing these 3 days? Don't let your training fall behind. Her voice was like ice against the ear soft, yet carrying a biting chill that made one's scalp tingle. Those under the ghost catcher technique didn't dare lie. Su Jin's eyes glazed slightly, his tone sincere. Disciple devotedly fished to provide supplements for the master, yet also found time to diligently cultivate, hoping to soon serve by your side. Nothing in his words betrayed deceit. Good. Elder Dong nodded casually, her interest bland. You're naturally strong and skilled at fishing. Though great sea fish are not high level, they're rare. You have some value. She favored eating fish, but even more importantly, she planned to refine Su Jin into a essence man pill to heal her injuries. The longer she delayed, the more complicated her wounds became. Yet directly capturing cultivators from other sects to refine pills risked righteous forces attacking. Being in the Azura sect, she had many constraints and had to accumulate ingredients slowly. Remember, you only have 1 year. If you fail to enter martial cultivation within that time, they'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Understand? The murderous intent was undisguised. The faint metallic stench in the room suddenly magnified to unbearable intensity. Disciple understands and will strive to condense qi as soon as possible. Su Jin bowed his head in response. Elder Dong's second, deeper hint had already rooted deep in his subconscious fear, the most effective motivator. Strictly speaking, she wasn't genuinely interested in this boy. Current and future lackeys were ultimately fuel for refining essence man pills. Su Jin's only differences as natural strength and decent looks made the pill more to her taste. Talent? She didn't hold even a shred of hope for him. If he managed to reach mid-chi condensation, that would be a miracle, but even then head remained trapped there. A sycophant never fares well, especially one under the ghost catcher technique. Elder Dong shifted her gaze from Su Jin to Xiao Man, her tone softening slightly. Xiao Man, Su Jin said, he's been training hard. Have you ever seen him practice? Xiao Man was her chosen companion from the outer sect and intermediate level resource. Having practiced the little yellow court technique for just 3 months, he had already condensed a sense of qi. With such talent, transferring to the blood-killing technique could soon push him into the body-tempering stage, and further into the body-refining realm wouldn't be out of reach. At that point, pills refined from him would be tremendously potent. The messengers of the Shura sect were making low-grade essence pills, while talented ones like Xiao Man were producing mid-grade pills. Everyone was quite pleased. Inside the main hall, the flickering candlelight cast shadows as Xiao Man stood by the desk, his sharp features calm and composed, but his tone as flat as ever. He's been training seriously, and even practiced secretly behind my back, but I found out. Su Jin sat upright nearby, her heart tightening instantly. I had seen her training alone last night. Did he already know she had broken through to the qi condensation stage? The shock was immense, yet she kept her expression steady. Xiao Man continued evenly, but his talent is too poor. He's no good at martial arts. He's just a waste. To Dong Sanyang, it sounded like he was putting down a fellow disciple to please her. But Su Jin heard a hidden meaning. Those affected by the ghost soul curse can't lie in front of Dong Sanyang, and Xiao Man had never seen her train, so he wouldn't misjudge her ability. His words clearly hinted, I know you achieved the early peak of qi condensation last night, and the curse didn't control you. A cold gleam flashed in Su Jin's heart, like playing a game of werewolf, 2 players secretly exchanging information, while fooling the game's master, Dong Sanyang. Suddenly Dong Sanyang laughed, a seductive sound. They're just pill ingredients. Why are you both so anxious? She stood, lazily stretching, loosening her sash with a casual motion. Her sheer robe slipped from her shoulder, revealing smooth, full curves in the flickering candlelight. The black gauze beneath left little to the imagination. She walked over to the bed, raised her leg, and reclined sideways. The drapes swayed gently around her, making her silhouette like a flower in mist, hypnotically alluring. I'm tired. Dong Sanyang half leaned on a pillow, her slender arm propping her cheek, lips curved in a faint smile. Su Jin, you're filial, bringing me that deadly catfish. What reward do you want? The reward had arrived. Su Jin had already decided to ask for a prize, and flushed with eagerness. Your disciple only wishes to serve master sooner, to bring master pleasure. The first charmed thread of the ghost soul curse made victims obsess over Dong Sanyang. So this act wasn't strange, and cleverly masked her true intentions. The intel Zhang Li sacrificed his life to obtain was indeed useful. Dong Sanyang scoffed coldly, smoothing back her hair. Not so fast. When your martial arts improve, we'll talk. Su Jin's face fell, like a junkie deprived of a fix. But then she clenched her fists with fierce determination. Then your disciple requests to retreat to Lakeheart Island for secluded training. There, my mind is calm, and my cultivation will be more efficient. I want fail master. I will reach the qi condensation stage soon. Dong Sanyang's eyes flickered with approval as she nodded. Granted. I see you don't like staying at Tianluo Courtyard anyway. Go to Lakeheart Island. But you must return once a month for me to check your progress. Disciple accepts. Su Jin breathed a secret sigh of relief. Her plan was off to a good start. Just then, Xiao Man's calm voice interrupted. Master, I also think training at Lakeheart Island will be more efficient. I want to. Su Jin's heart jumped. Big brother, why are you spoiling everything? You have so many secrets yourself, I really don't want to share that island with you. Dong Sanyang frowned, her tone suddenly cold and harsh. You have decent talent and a promising future. You'll stay at Tianluo Courtyard under my direct supervision. Resources will be allocated carefully. In her eyes, Su Jin's talent was poor, barely able to reach qi condensation in a year, so she was left to fend for herself. Xiao Man was different. Dong Sanyang intended to watch him all the way until the physical refining stage before producing pills for him. Su Jin's heart bloomed a quiet, dark flower, but she didn't dare show it. She whispered inwardly, Sanyang, you smell so intoxicating. What's the matter? You're happy sneaking off alone to the island in the middle of the lake. Xiao Man ground her teeth and glared at Su Jin angrily. The night was quiet, moonlight flooding the courtyard like rippling clear water. Deep within Tianlang Pavilion, only 5 side rooms were open, but now only Su Jin and Xiao Man lived there, making the place feel especially cold and empty. That's right. I need to train hard and earn Elder Dong's favor as soon as possible, Su Jin said with a light laugh, an air of casual ease on his face finally shedding that clingy burden. As long as he cultivated his qi sensation once a month, he could easily hide his true progress. No one would see how fast he was really growing. All right. Xiao Man sneered. On the lake island, you were shouting every day about having a blast with your bros. But now you're all about Elder Dong as soon as you get back? Guess brothers just can't compete with the charms of a young beauty. Huh? She smirked and gave Su Jin a meaningful once-over, implying without words that they could join forces. Su Jin raised an eyebrow with a playful grin. Bro, you're pretty irresistible too. Even if I've got Elder Dong, I won't forget you. Suddenly his expression sharpened. So I'm willing to catch you a grade B fish. I trust you have your own plans, and am happy to help. Xiao Man folded her arms and paced closer. Oh, why help me? Helping you is helping myself. Su Jin's eyes narrowed. His tone serious. This was his final test, and a silent offer of cooperation. Elder Dong must be her goal. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, at least for now, since their interests aligned. Then it's a deal? Xiao Man held out her hand. Deal. Their palms met with a crisp snap that echoed in the night. If I help you, how will my bro repay me after it's done? Su Jin seized the opportunity to ask, hoping to squeeze a little benefit out of the formidable Xiao Man. Surely, she wouldn't be short on Kai-boosting pills. But Xiao Man pretended not to understand, waving him off as she walked toward her door. At the entrance, she turned with a sly smile. How to repay me? How about you enjoy some fun with me as a reward? That hint of flirtation was both seductive and bold. The next morning, Su Jin rose early. He wouldn't be returning to the lake island for several days, though cultivating was important. Developing his secondary skills couldn't be neglected. He had to walk on 2 legs. Chef, angler, and brewer, all of these he could gradually level up on the lake island. Even hunter skills could grow by catching graded fish and then spear hunting them, since graded fish were essentially water element magical beasts. But lumberjacking and mining were harder to train there. He decided to seek out some friends to inquire about this, and maybe unlock more professions. His opponents were strong, and he was weak. He couldn't afford leisure. Survival was all that mattered. Deep within the mining district was Qin Tian's home. Qin Tian was wrapped in bandages, his bone injuries slow to heal and requiring careful rest. Jiang Ming was there too, his face as dark as if smeared with grease. When Su Jin arrived, they were initially glad, handing him a wine flask, but the conversation soon tightened their brows. Brother Su, you actually want to mine grade C ores and cut grade C spiritual wood? What are you thinking? Qin Tian advised as he sipped wine. You're Elder Dong's direct disciple now. Shouldn't you focus on martial arts instead of wasting time on menial tasks? Right? Jiang Ming agreed, shaking his head. Cultivation is the ultimate path. You haven't even entered the qi condensation stage yet. You can't afford distractions. Su Jin smiled silently, but his gaze was stubborn. They didn't understand. He had to prepare for the future now. Jiang Ming lifted the jug and filled Su Jin's cup to the brim. The clear wine overflowed slightly, catching the flickering light with delicate sparkles. Normally, he disliked flattery, but whenever he faced Su Jin, he instinctively felt a respectful awe, lowering his stance as if before a superior. Ah, you two big brothers don't know the whole story. I've got my own troubles. Su Jin drained his cup in one gulp, then slowed his speech, clearly prepared with an explanation. My aptitude is terrible. The sect elders have confirmed it repeatedly. With such poor talent, I learn martial arts slowly, my cultivation stays stagnant, and sooner or later Elder Dong will reject me. He sighed and continued to outline his plight. To improve cultivation, I have to replenish my energy and blood, taking more pills. But I'm not a fighter, so I can't take many combat missions to earn contribution points, which I need to get pills. All I'm good at is mining and chopping wood. I can only rely on those. Su Jin gestured with his hand. Cutting down a grade C tree yields only 20 contribution points. Mining grade C, or is a bit better, calculated by weight, starting at 3 points per pound. Qin Tian can be more generous than Lu Lei just because of this difference. His words fell into brief silence around the table. The saying knowledge for the poor, martial power for the rich, hit home cultivation burns through resources. In the Azura sect, contribution points are basically currency. Poor talent means relying heavily on pills, as everyone understood. Qin Tian nodded thoughtfully, adding another difficulty. Grade C mines are usually sealed. They're only opened when the sect urgently needs resources. Grade C trees are the same. You must wait for a task to be assigned before you can cut them. He looked at Jiang Ming to confirm mutual agreement. Su Jin had expected this obstacle. Bowing slightly, he said, I understand this well. I only ask that whenever the sect has a task, you two big brothers notify me first and save me a spot. I would be deeply grateful. These tasks were never hotly contested, and as long as the overseer of the miscellaneous department agreed, the spot was secured. Jiang Ming and Qin Tian exchanged a glance and agreed in unison. After some small talk, Su Jin seized the opportunity to inquire about the organizational structure of the miscellaneous department. It's divided into 3 levels, right? I already know the bottom 4 districts: hunting, mining, logging, and farming. He lowered his voice. But what about the middle and top levels? It might relate to the new secondary professions I've been thinking about. Qin Tian, having worked in the crafts district, knew more than Jiang Ming. Hearing the question, he grinned proudly. Brother Su, you've asked the right person. Listen closely. Secretly, he was already brainstorming ways Su Jin might earn more contribution points. First, let me be clear. The miscellaneous department as a whole is considered low status, but that view applies mainly to the bottom 4 districts. Qin Tian's right hand was still bandaged with a wooden splint from a fracture, so he set down his cup and focused fully on explaining. The middle level of the miscellaneous department has 3 districts: crafts, medicine, and beast taming. The crafts district forges weapons and armor. Medicine prepares healing pills and treats the wounded. Beast taming trains monsters for battle formations or scouting. These 3 require cultivation and aptitude. Not everyone can enter them, but they're vital to the sect, so disciples have relatively high status there. Su Jin nodded eagerly, scheming internally. Blacksmith, healer, beast tamer, 3 brand new secondary professions. Each had its unique benefits, more flexible than the straightforward brute work of a hunter, logger, or miner. Thinking also of the brewer's fermentation skill and the fisher's concentration, he felt opportunity was right within reach. He hurriedly asked, and what about the top level of the miscellaneous department? Qin Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled without holding back. The top level of the miscellaneous department is something else entirely. The disciples there hold almost frighteningly high status. Only the most exceptional are eligible to join, and their rank is so high that even disciples personally trained in the combat division dare not offend them. The miscellaneous divisions have long been known for their low status. The lowest were the menial laborers, whose lives were almost like those of beasts. One step above them were the overseer apprentices in the lower 4 districts. Though called apprentices, they were really just advanced menials allowed to cultivate and possess some strength, but they rarely caught the attention or respect of formal disciples. Rising higher, the middle tier of the miscellaneous divisions held significantly greater status, since each district controlled essential sect functions. But to enter the upper tier of the miscellaneous divisions was truly to become a cut above the rest. The upper tier was divided into 3 major districts: artifact, pill, and formation. Even Qin Tian, usually casual and carefree, instinctively lowered his voice when mentioning these 3 districts. Those selected to join them were considered chosen by heaven, blessed with extraordinarily rare talent. The artifact division is responsible for forging artifacts, which differs from the craftsman division, Qin Tian said, sitting upright with far more formality than usual. I used to work in the craftsman division and know some inside details. To give the simplest example, have you brothers heard of spatial equipment? Su Jin hadn't heard of it before, but as soon as he caught those words, his mind lit up. Could such advanced equipment really exist in this world? If it was what he imagined, it would be incredibly practical. His spear was too long to carry easily, and with numerous secondary duties, he often had to lug around a bunch of miscellaneous items: iron pots, cleavers, poles, every day a burden. Though formerly a minor leader of an apothecary, knowing the martial culture was flourishing here, he had no sense of the true upper limits. The existence of spatial equipment marked a clear dividing line. Any world with that kind of gear must possess considerable martial power. Spatial equipment was said to store physical items inside, making them easy to carry. At high enough grades, the internal space could be warehousized, and only one place could forge these: the artifact division. Qin Tian's face filled with envy when mentioning it. He once borrowed such equipment, had never truly owned one, and no matter how much had seen, he longed for it still. The pill division specialized in refining pills. The formation division managed formations. Both were equally important, and their disciples held such high standing that ordinary members looked up to them. At this point, Qin Tian looked seriously at Su Jin. Brother Su, if you want to earn contribution points, I might have a recommendation. Su Jin, still thinking through spatial equipment's possibilities, was brought back to attention and bowed respectfully. Brother Qin, please teach me. The sect seems to be preparing some big move. The craftsman division is urgently short on forged iron blanks, and a task has just been announced. I learned this by chance when still working there. Qin Tian lowered his voice and added details. The craftsman division's processes are subdivided. The newly delivered ore is full of impurities, so the first step is forging and slag removal to produce metal blanks. This is grueling labor done by junior disciples, exhausting and time-consuming for cultivation. Now, with the new instructions and rising demand for a certain iron blank, they're clearly short-staffed. I wanted to help but later got caught in a caveat. Su Jin listened with growing interest. Knowing his innate strength, Qin Tian still couldn't help but ask, but, Brother Su, do you know how to work iron? Su Jin nodded confidently. To be honest, when I was young, I met a down-and-out blacksmith who taught me the craft. I've mastered the basics of iron forging. In the western part of the Azura sect, at the Divine Forging Hall, the air was thick with the smell of burning charcoal mixed with the unique scent of molten metal. There was a tangible sense of raw power entwined with primal craft. The persistent buzz of footsteps filled the cold winter air, with bare-chested men bustling about, creating a tense atmosphere. The forge in the craftsman's quarter blazed fiercely, molten iron splashing like sparks in every direction. For overseers weaved through the fiery heat, while an inspector managed the overall operations, signaling the importance of the task at hand. Recently, the sect had placed in enormous order all at once armor, arrows, shields, and swords, yet the finished goods were loaded onto carts and sent away without a single piece being distributed to the warrior disciples. Li Dazhong guessed a war was looming, but sensed there was more to it than met the eye. His seasoned instincts warned him. Some questions were better left unasked, or piled high in the warehouse, mountains in the corner of the courtyard. But what was truly scarce were the metal ingots needed to forge the equipment. To keep up with the rush, Li Dazhong, the wrinkles-lined overseer with salt and pepper beard, rolled up his sleeves and joined his apprentices in swinging hammers. Stealing a brief moment to rinse his mouth from a water sack, he was interrupted by an anxious disciple at the door. Supervisor Li, someone is here to see you. Another urgent delivery from the war division? Don't let them in. Li Dazhong snapped, irritation boiling. But when he heard it was Qin Tian from the mining district, carried on a stretcher, accompanied by a pale youth claiming to be personally trained by an elder, his brow twitched. He knew Qin Tian, his former apprentice, demoted to the mines due to mediocre talent, now surprisingly an overseer himself. But how would a mining overseer be involved with an elder's personal disciple? Let them in, Li Dazhong said slowly, setting down his water sack, suspicion and a twinge of guilt stirring inside him. He had only just heard about the copper mine collapse after the fact, too busy to help. Now seeing his apprentice wrapped in bandages lying in a bamboo sedan chair, his remorse deepened. The door opened. Two mine hands gently set down Qin Tian's stretcher, followed by Su Jin. Li Dazhong cast a sideways glance and heavily placed his teacup down. What brings you here? You didn't come running when the mine collapsed. Now you show up playing the victim? Qin Tian tried to kneel, but pain pinned him down. He rasped. Master, I heard the craftsman's quarter is short on metal ingots, and there will soon be a reward posted. Nonsense. Who gave you permission to guess at things? Li Dazhong's frown deepened, his voice shaking the eaves. Even if you were right, can you still swing a hammer looking like that? If you need contribution points, just say so, I'll lend you some. The brusque concern brought a tear to Qin Tian's eye, but he shook his head through the pain. I come with a request not for myself, but to recommend a skilled blacksmith. Oh, Li Dazhong turned his gaze toward the elder's disciple. The boy's skin was pale as jade, his robe spotless and neat, hardly the look of one who toiled by the forge. This one. Su Jin stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Supervisor Li, I'm Su Jin. I am indeed skilled in smithing and humbly ask for a chance to prove myself. Li Dazhong almost laughed in disbelief. The boy before him had not a trace of inner energy, yet dared call himself an elder's disciple and claim expertise in forging? Activating a new profession was actually quite an intricate process. If a hunter merely fired a few arrows into the sky with no response, or a fisherman carelessly tossed bait into the water, they could forget about lighting up their nameplate. A miner randomly swinging a pickaxe against a rock wall would only end up sweating profusely. The so-called first effective action was a threshold far stricter than anyone might imagine. Early on, Su Jin had missed activating the cook profession because he hadn't controlled the heat properly while grilling meat. This time, he didn't dare take any chances and came straight to the Shura artisan division. At first glance, a blacksmith's work seemed rough and unrefined, but in reality, it required great precision. The furnace, bellows, anvil, and hammer were all essential. Without high enough heat, the metal would remain stiff and unyielding. The metal needed to be heated until glowing red hot, then repeatedly folded and quenched while still blazing hot to properly harden it. Quenching, tempering, annealing, grinding, and polishing formed a series of interlocking steps. Each required both strength and an expert feel for temperature and material properties. Sujin understood clearly that activating the blacksmith profession was not as simple as just swinging a hammer a few times. After this, he would have to frequently return to the artisan division and build good relationships with others to keep leveling up. Life never lacked for social nuances. Inside the artisan division, Foreman Li Dajong was running around busily. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head and saw a pale, somewhat slender youth leading a dust-covered Qin Tian, which made his brow furrow. Do you even know how to forge? His tone was sharp, but not aimed at Su Jin personally, was just overwhelmed with work and irritable. It was like when you're desperately dieting and a 300-pound, 1.5-meter tall guy suddenly puffs out his chest to give you weight loss advice. Anyone would get annoyed. Foreman Li, Elder Dong's direct disciple. Su Jin confidently invoked his backing, could tell Li Dajong had a bad temper, and Elder Dong was famously not someone to mess with in the Shura sect. Li Dazhong's mouth twitched slightly, a strange look fleeting across his eyes. The old man was always distracted by romantic affairs, now had taken on such a pretty boy as a disciple. As for Su Jin's first place win in the official disciple assessment, Li was too busy to notice, and even if he had, might not have cared much. Noticing Li's expression, Su Jin added insistently, "If you don't believe me, ask senior brother Qin. Though I haven't begun martial training, back when I was a helper, I managed to chop down tough golden steel bamboo in 2 days, single-handedly fished a silver-edged fish, and helped Qin's senior brother dig out 30 pounds of purple copper ore." He always believed the quieter, the better, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Pretending to be important would only bring misery. His only goal now was to quickly get his hands dirty with forging and activate the secondary profession. After hearing this, Li Dazhong's impatience gradually faded. He turned to Qin Tian, who nodded repeatedly with a look of certainty. Golden steel bamboo was as tough as iron, yet Su Jin had cut it down in 2 days. Silver-edged fish were powerful and fierce, yet had fished one alone. And 30 pounds of purple copper, or wasn't just some random pile, dug up easily. These feats were practically legendary for someone never trained in martial arts. This is innate divine strength, Li Dazhong murmured in awe, thinking to himself. He hasn't even started martial training, and he's already this formidable. Once he cultivates qi, won't he be unstoppable? Seizing the moment, Su Jin pressed on. Besides, I once met a down-and-out blacksmith and, out of interest, learned some ironworking from him. That blacksmith even complimented my talent. When I heard the crafts district was short on metal ingots this time, I thought I could earn some contribution points, so I dared to give it a try. I hope Supervisor Li will give me a chance. Thanks to Qin Tian's endorsement and Su Jin's confidence, Li Dazhong, though still skeptical, didn't refuse outright. He suddenly stood up, speaking quickly. Skills aren't just spoken about. Come, let me see what you're really made of. With that, he turned and strode out of the room. Qin Tian secretly relaxed, convinced he had helped his friend this time, unaware that a bigger embarrassment was waiting. Su Jin winked at Qin Tian in thanks and followed him out. The crafts district had 4 courtyards. Li Dazhong was in charge of the southern courtyard. At that moment, the iron forge was blazing fiercely, filled with the sounds of bellows, hammering, and shouting in a chaotic, intense chorus. The blacksmiths were all shirtless, muscles taut and glistening with sweat running down their backs, shining in the firelight. Li Dazhong went straight to a furnace burning at full heat, ordered the apprentices working nearby to stop, and personally pumped the bellows. The coals flared higher as flames roared. Come. He glanced sharply at Su Jin, brow furrowed. Blacksmithing isn't brute force. One good strike, and he'll know if you're any good. If you are, you can stay here. If not, don't waste the district's time. He ended with a fierce glare at Qin Tian. Su Jin was already eager and ready. With his left hand, he grabbed a glowing red-hot iron billet with tongs and placed it on the anvil, raising the hammer in his right. His heart raced. If all went well, he'd soon unlock a new secondary profession, blacksmith. Just hearing it was thrilling. But the observing apprentices couldn't help but smirk when they saw how he held the tongs. It was obvious he was a complete amateur. Even the basic grip was wrong. They wanted to laugh, but dared not. Li Dazhong, already hot-tempered, now felt insulted. Su Jin hadn't even struck yet, but just from the tongs grip, he was clearly a total novice. His brow twitched as he muttered angrily. You little brat, are you trying to mess with me? Qin Tian struggled the most. As the mine district supervisor, he was loyal and had always believed in Su Jin's miraculous talents. Yet seeing his stance, his face turned pale. Brother, you really don't know how, do you? Will Master fly into a rage on the spot? He gritted his teeth to keep hope alive, remembering how Su Jin had pulled off an unbelievable comeback in the mines before. Maybe this was some kind of trick. Then, suddenly, the hammer fell. Clang. Clear and sharp as striking jade, the sound lingered long. That seemingly random strike was packed with power, sending sparks flying wildly, bursting like fireworks in the air. In the next moment, information surfaced in Su Jin's mind. First hammer strike successful. Secondary profession activated. Junior blacksmith. Novice blacksmith. You've officially stepped into the world of blacksmithing, with your forging skills just beginning to take shape. Achievement effect. Slight increase in forging skill, 10 less stamina consumption, 10 boost in forging efficiency. This achievement can be upgraded upgrade condition. Successfully forge a piece of ungraded metal 10 times. A flood of memories rush in. Su Jin felt baffled. Every time he gained or upgraded a secondary profession, these memories came vividly to life. As if he had truly lived through them, there was no awkwardness or dissonance at all. In the memory, his family was poor, but he was naturally strong. Before he was 10, he had already become an apprentice at a blacksmith shop. Years flowed like roaring furnace flames. After relentless practice, he finally crossed the threshold and caught a glimpse of the forging art. As the vision faded, the hammer in reality suddenly felt effortless. With his left hand gripping a glowing hot piece of iron, his movements were light and smooth, like butterflies flitting through flowers. Clang! The second strike landed with skill and precision, no trace of an inexperienced beginner anymore. I haven't hammered iron in a while. Foremanly, hold on. Let me get my feel back, Su Jin explained confidently as he swung the hammer, throwing a grin at Qin Tian. Don't worry, brother, I really know how to work iron. Li Dazhong had been about to pick a fight, but stopped himself. This kid was surprisingly strong. Too bad he never trained in martial arts, so his strength couldn't last long. There wasn't a hint of chi within him, limiting him to making only low-tier weapons with limited prospects. One of the most important jobs in the craftsman district was processing raw materials and supplying semi-finished goods to the equipment area. It wasn't just about hammering iron a few times. In terms of recruitment standards, it was far stricter than other miscellaneous divisions. After a moment's consideration, Li Dazhong, out of respect for Qin Tian, assigned Su Jin the most basic task. Let him start with forging ungraded metal ingots. The hot-tempered foreman grumbled to himself, but showed a soft spot. You just keep hammering. If you can complete 5 forges on this black star iron within an hour, they'll find you a proper job. He nodded to Qin Tian as if saying, look after him. Then he hurried away, clearly swamped with work. Nearby, the busy craftsmen who had their work taken by Su Jin relaxed and smiled as they leaned in. Junior brother, your technique needs some work. Here, let me give you some pointers. There was no ridicule or confrontation being mid-level craftsmen in the district. The atmosphere was generally friendly, especially since Su Jin was the direct disciple of Elder Dong. Thanks for your advice, senior brother. I'm all ears, Su Jin answered calmly, gripping the hammer tighter. 5 forges in an hour. He didn't have time to waste. He was eager to train later on Heart Lake Island. In an instant, the focused concentration effect kicked in. His efficiency in every action rose significantly. Hammer strikes rained down, each clang crisp and continuous like a melody. He thought to himself, mid-level professions must provide even better bonuses. What would the effect of being a mid-level blacksmith be? The anticipation grew stronger by the second. This reckless pace left the craftsman and Qin Tian utterly dumbfounded. Well, this young man sure is determined. In less than half an hour, he had already forged the Black Star Irona low grade or 5 times over. That was more than twice as fast as Li Dazhong had demanded. The furnace blazed fiercely, and the forging area's temperature was terrifyingly high. Su Jin felt uncomfortable, drenched in sweat that soaked through his clothes. So he simply took off his outer shirt. For a moment, his pale, fair upper body was exposed fit for a young nobleman. But the fragile look he had while dressed was completely overturned. The youth stood straight and tall, not especially large, but his muscles were lean, defined, and well-shaped, both pleasing to the eye and full of power. Clothes made him look slim. Naked, he was all muscle. Finding the small hammer lacked impact, Su Jin switched to a bigger one. 5 times forging the Black Star iron wasn't nearly enough, wanted 10. Bang, bang, bang. With the big hammer raised high, shirtless Su Jin forged fiercely, sparks flying everywhere in an oddly beautiful scene. It's true that forging becomes harder the more you do it, but the low grade or posed no challenge to him. In less than another half hour, he successfully completed 10 smithing passes on the glowing red Black Star iron. He grabbed the metal with tongs and dropped it into a specially made liquid. Sizzle. White smoke steamed up, water splashed, and it boiled loudly. In his mind, he felt his rank as a beginner blacksmith had just been upgraded. Intermediate blacksmith. Your forging technique has improved slightly. Your stamina cost for forging is reduced by 30, and your efficiency increases by 30. When using any weapon or barehanded punches, your blunt damage increases slightly. You have gained the effect, beginner tempering. Beginner tempering is a passive effect. Whenever you practice any cultivation method, your body transforms into a forge and tempers you. The higher the quality of the cultivation technique, the better the tempering effect. Currently, the tempering applies to your muscles. Beginner muscle tempering. When you practice any cultivation technique, your whole bodice muscles gain extra tempering, akin to forged iron, with mild effects. Long-term practice will strengthen your muscle quality more and more. This achievement can be leveled up. To do so, you need to forge 10 low-grade metals 10 times each and forge 1 D-grade metal 10 times. How should I put it? For a blacksmith, not boosting physical strength is hard to accept for Sujin. The blunt damage boost affecting punches doesn't attract him much either. After all, he already has his beloved horse lance and no desire to become a pugilist or hammer wielder. But this beginner tempering effect is worth noting. Right now, it only tempers muscles. Improving muscle quality means increasing strength, right? Maybe in the future it'll enhance defense as well? And once upgraded, could it temper other parts of the body? Meridians? Bones? Internal organs? Unfortunately, this is just speculation, and the effect only works when practicing cultivation. Sujin grew even more eager to train on Lake Hart Island. He seemed lost in thought, as if recalling forging techniques, his brows furrowed deeply in concentration. Qin Tian was happy for his good friend Sujin really could forge. Although his skill didn't match Qin Tian's, his efficiency was impressive. Plus, Sujin's stamina was strong, had been hammering nonstop for so long without pause. The apprentice from the smithy district had long been called away to work. No one could just watch forging forever. The smithy district didn't keep idlers. Now, Sujin was fully rested, and the time of day was still early. The smithy district didn't lack grade ores, just sat there, free to forge with at will. What a prime opportunity to level up a profession. Not taking advantage of this environment would be a shame. Sujin smiled brightly at Qin Tian. Senior Qin, it's been a long time since I last forged. My skills have gotten rusty, but now the feel is coming back. This time, I'm going to show some real skill. With that, he grabbed a piece of grade blazing silver iron with tongs and threw it into the furnace, beginning to powerfully pump the bellows. He had decided. Now he was going to forge a grade 10-segment iron. The artisan district also had menial workers, but their treatment was in a different league compared to the lowest 4 districts. They were well fed, provided cotton-padded clothes in winter, and spared from bullying in summer. The reason was simple. These workers were not ordinary laborers, but skilled craftsmen either captured by or personally trained by the Novice Sect artisans, blacksmiths, even masters capable of forging siege ladders, crossbows, and other lethal weapons. Since ancient times, highly skilled artisans have rarely been mistreated, even if imprisoned. The sect truly valued their craftsmanship above their cultivation level. To retain such talent, the authorities even offered cultivation techniques proactively, without requiring examinations. After all, once the ore grade improved, ordinary mortals couldn't forge without certain methods. If Sujin had come to this world and settled in the artisan district from the start, he likely wouldn't be struggling so much now. Recently, the atmosphere in the artisan district had been bursting with energy. Both workers and disciples were bustling with activity. At first, few noticed the new boy, except Qin Tian, who, wrapped in bandages, stared intently at the iron anvil with a mix of shock and awe. But people eventually needed rest, water, and food, and as brief breaks passed, a steady flow of onlookers gathered. After all, Sujin was brought here personally by Supervisor Li Dazhong. A newcomer appointed by leadership naturally attracted attention. Whether that attention turned into lasting interest depended on his skill, and Sujin's iron forging talent was raising his retention chances considerably. On the anvil, brilliant silver iron glowed crimson, its surface shimmering like a precious gem. Bang, bang, bang. With every hammer strike, sparks sprayed like a fine rain. The boy was shirtless. His muscular build was lean and defined, not exaggerated. Each hammer swing flowed smoothly like drifting clouds, the rhythm as precise as music, a perfect harmony of skill and strength in that moment. How long's he been at it? 2 full hours. I just got here and haven't seen him stop once. That last piece was 10 forged black star iron. Now he's switched to brilliant silver iron, right? No sign of any internal energy really, just a regular person? But to hammer nonstop for 2 hours, that stamina's insane. Someone leaned closer to check. Let me see. This brilliant silver iron is forged 9 times already. A mortal hitting 9 forges in 2 hours, that's impressive. Most of the chatter came from official disciples. The menial workers dared not linger, but watched from afar. To the disciples, Sujin's performance wasn't earth-shattering, but knowing he was just a mortal evoked endless admiration. Some nodded silently. That speed, that fire control, he's caught up with many of the old Demer's forging skills. Qin Tian, wrapped in bandages from head to toe, sweat dripping down his chin, felt a sour mix of envy and respect. If only ID had skills like this back then, no matter how poor my talent, I wouldn't have been cast out of the artisan district. Finally, with the last hammer strike, the 10-forged brilliant silver iron was complete. Sujin grabbed the glowing hot iron piece and plunged it into a nearby cooling trough with a sshh sound, water splashing everywhere. As the heat dissipated, he tilted his head back and exhaled a thick cloud of scorching iron steam, his heart full of satisfaction. Forging this is what it feels like. This is truly a man's craft. What came next was the sobering reality of upgrading a blacksmith's secondary profession. With his current physique, The entire process still took a full 2 hours to forge a single tire or 10 times. But he wasn't discouraged. The hardest hurdle had been overcome. If he could forge 10 more pieces of no grade ore, his blacksmith secondary profession would advance to an advanced level. With favorable timing, environment, and talent, a full push could achieve this in a day. Then Li Dazhong would have to look at him with new respect. After that, continuing to grind in the artisan district would be much easier. As the mine supervisor, Qin Tian had recommended himself to the craft district. Li Dazhong's connections were even broader than Qin Tian's. Normally, with just his approval, many difficult problems could be easily solved. But before his strength was enough to dominate everything outright, his network was another vital lifeline. At this moment, Su Jin was drenched in sweat. He set down his heavy hammer for a moment and casually tied his long hair into a bun to let his head breathe. Without taking a break, he picked up several pieces of ungraded black star iron and threw them into the furnace. The disciples nearby instinctively slowed their movements and whispered among themselves. Wow, he still hasn't stopped? That's almost 20% of the workload of our official disciples. Apart from his natural strength, his stamina is incredible, and his skill is solid. Enough watching, we've got work to do ourselves. Meanwhile, after finishing his tasks, Li Dazhong had planned to inspect the southern mine courtyard. But he was preoccupied with the young man Qin Tian had entrusted to him. The commission wouldn't take effect without the signature and seal of the craft district supervisor. For hours had passed, yet no one had come to him or reported any progress. Strange, Li Dazhong frowned as he took a wet towel from a servant and wiped his face. Not even 5 forges in an entire hour. Too lazy or just not up for it. Recalling rumors about Elder Dong keeping male favorites on the side, Li Dazhong snorted coldly. The women's personal disciples were all so weak and delicate, probably incapable of withstanding the hardships of forging. They'd rather freeload than work in the forge. Asking for trouble. Qin Tian always insisted on saving face, never asking him for help even at death's door. Yet now he was bowing his head for some unknown newcomer. If he really was a loser, Li Dazhong couldn't be bothered to care. With that in mind, Li Dazhong quickened his pace to the forging area for answers. It was already past 4 hours, which meant 8 hours total, and dusk was falling during the dinner break. He deliberately timed his arrival to see if anyone dared to quit early. But by the far furnace, a crowd was gathered, with disciples whispering excitedly. His brows tightened. No one skipping work, but congregating to chat? That furnace had been assigned to Su Jin that morning. Li Dazhong hurried closer and saw Qin Tian standing just outside the circle, his body wrapped in bandages and still bleeding, refusing to leave. That stubborn apprentice, Li Dazhong sighed quietly, but stayed hidden on the outskirts. The murmurs grew louder. This kid is amazing. Look at that technique. TSK, the quality of that iron blank. 10 forges on every piece. The sect only requires 5, and he's doing 10. That's not even counting his lack of cultivation. Once he taps into chi perception, his efficiency will at least double. A natural-born forger. No wonder Elder Dong took him as a personal disciple. Li Dazhong's shock deepened. Su Jin had not only worked a full 4 hours, but had forged every piece of black star iron to 10 times heat treatment. Even 10 forges wouldn't normally draw such praise from the disciples. He pressed his lips together without a word, edged to the crowd's perimeter, stood on tiptoe, and took in the full scene. For a moment, he was stunned. At this moment, a skilled laborer from the craftsman district was voluntarily operating the bellows for Su Jin. The furnace glowed red-hot, waves of heat rippling outward, distorting the air like water. Another assistant hurried over, gripping the blazing hot branding iron firmly with long tongs, rotating it periodically to match Su Jin's hammer strikes. By tradition, these helpers only supported official apprentices, yet now they willingly assisted Su Jin. The only explanation was that some official apprentice had secretly given the order. Bathed in firelight, the boy stood bare-chested, muscles forged like cast steel, a stark contrast to the pale, slight figure Li Dazhong remembered. Though not tall, his powerful arms swung the heavy hammer with each strike ringing out sharply. The hammerhead's fierce impact sent sparks showering as the heated metal softened and deformed like dough. The long-handled hammer was a blunt weapon, and the smith's craft enhanced blunt damage. Every blow carried a bone-rattling force that made teeth ache. Li Dazhong's eyelids twitched as he watched. This skill was more practiced than many senior apprentices. He unconsciously swore under his breath just what chow to express his shock. His mind flashed back to leaving the workshop earlier, when Su Jin had smiled and said, "I haven't forged in a long time. Foremanly, don't rush me. I'm just slowly getting back into the rhythm." At the time, Li Dazhong thought it was just a joke. Men always make excuses when they're out of form. But now, this flowing, seamless forging style left no room for criticism. Though still marginally short of Li Dazhong's decades of experience, in terms of age and raw ability, he admitted Su Jin's level surpassed his own at that time. What he didn't know was that Su Jin's blacksmith rank had already advanced to advanced. Advanced blacksmith. 1. Significant improvement in forging skill, stamina consumption reduced by 50, efficiency increased by 50. 2. Slight increase to blunt damage when wielding any weapon or punching unarmed. 3. Gains passive skill intermediate tempering. While cultivating any art, the body acts as a smelting furnace for tempering. The higher the quality of the art, the stronger the tempering. Current tempering targets: muscles, meridians. 4. Basic muscle tempering, basic meridian tempering. When cultivating, all muscles and meridians undergo iron fire forging with minor effects. With long-term practice, quality steadily refines. 5. Achievement upgrade requirements. 10 forging passes on 100 unranked metal ingots. 10 forging passes on 10 drank metal ingots. 10 forging passes on 1 crank metal ingot. For this reason, Su Jin's forging skills alone were enough to make Li Dazhong look at him with new respect. Li Dazhong's gaze shifted to the neatly stacked mountain of metal ingots beside the furnace. 3 ingots of 10 forged drank glimmering silver iron, and 15 ingots of 10 forged unranked black star iron. 10 forges was not equivalent to 5. The difficulty rose exponentially. Roughly calculating, Su Jin completed 60 of the daily minimum workload of an official apprentice in just 4 hours. Someone like this should be in my craftsman district. The thought struck him suddenly, filling him with even greater admiration. And rightly so. Before even starting martial arts training, he already had such skill. Imagine once he developed his chi sense. Li Dazhong stood outside the iron forging ground, his eyes shifting between Su Jin and the glowing red-hot iron block, silently marveling. For hours had passed, yet the young man was still pouring sweat, teeth clenched as he hammered relentlessly, as if the mechanism had never stopped. Remembering the disciples' earlier gossip that Su Jin hadn't paused since dawn, Li Dazhong grew even more convinced that giving him the chance to earn merit was the right decision. Looking from above, Li Dazhong initially had only a half-hearted attitude, granting the opportunity out of face for Qin Tian. But this scene before him instantly dispelled any trace of indifference. Su Jin was talented, determined, and had a good mindset. Faced with what was supposed to be a casual task, he never once complained and even exceeded expectations. Who wouldn't like such a likable young man? At Su Jin's side, the final ingot of iron hissed as it cooled in water, steam rising white. The firelight caught his sweat, making it glisten. A flash of satisfaction lifted his brow. Hammering iron was addictive, almost like reliving his past life watching people forge blades by the screen. He even wanted to swing the hammer again. Suddenly, quiet coughs echoed in the stillness of the forge yard. Everyone turned toward the soundmaster. Elderly Dazhong is here. The gathered disciples scattered like startled birds. If this were the lumber area, Lu Lei would be scolding loudly by now, but Li Dazhong merely glanced at them and strode straight towards Su Jin. Not bad at all. He nodded, voice low. Put on your clothes and come to my room. Turning, he threw a rare half-smile Qin Tian's way. Not bad. You've got good eyes. Didn't disappoint me. Qin Tian, never having received such praise, felt an indescribable surge of emotion. Half a cup of tea later, in the reception room. As a latest-stage moderate body refinement cultivator, Li Dazhong stood with natural authority, yet his lips still curved in that subtle smile. Su Jin, he said bluntly, are you willing to join our artisan division? No, the youth replied decisively. I only want to be Elder Dong's disciple. Li Dazhong raised an eyebrow but did not show anger. Su Jin inwardly winced. His persona was that he was possessed by the ghost Fong curse and was utterly loyal to Elder Dongani. Slip-up meant death. So he added quickly, I'm really poor in aptitude. I just want to earn more merit points to exchange for pills to improve my cultivation. I don't want to let my master down. Poor aptitude? How poor? Li Dazhong beckoned. Su Jin stepped forward and allowed him to use secret methods to examine him. After a moment, Li Dazhong withdrew his hand, regret clear in his expression. No chi sense at all. Unbelievably low. What a pity. Truly a pity. He sighed deeply. The artisan division worked with Class B, A, and even yellow grade ores without cultivation foundation. One couldn't forge or smelt them. Though disappointed, Li Dazhong's fondness only deepened. The idea of dismissing Su Jin lightly vanished. Since the boy wanted to earn merit, so be it. How many missions do you plan to take? Will you work inside the artisan courtyard or elsewhere? Su Jin, eager to go to Heart Lake Island, had planned to leave after exchanging contribution points. He froze, surprised it could forge outside. How would he bring a furnace? He honestly explained, for the next month, I want to accept tasks to forge 100 no-grade ores and 10 Class D ores. If permitted, I'd dare to take Class C ores too. Li Dazhong admired the boy's ambition but made no objection. If he could handle it, he would get contribution points. Su Jin asked again, but forging requires special furnaces and coal mines, which only the artisan division has. How can I work outside? You ask well. Li Dazhong laughed and called a servant, whispering orders. During the pause, Su Jin recalled things Qin Tian had mentioned before and felt a bold guess rising in his heart, his fingers trembling with excitement. Could such a treasure truly exist? In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the servant returned carrying a long box, holding it out with both hands. Li Dazhong took it and turned to hand it to Su Jin. Seeing what it was, Su Jin's heart leapt with joy. Li Dazhong took the object handed to him by a laborer. It was shaped like a bracelet, made of metal that shimmered with a cold light, its surface covered in intricate, arcane runes, clearly no ordinary item. Without hesitation, Li Dazhong rotated it slightly and passed it to Su Jin with a solemn tone. This is a tuo ring. Inside is a miniature furnace, coal, and all the tools needed for forging. The sect has already stocked it with materials: 100 pieces of ungraded ore and 10 pieces of ding-grade ore. Once you finish forging, just deliver the finished product to the craftsman's task room. Su Jin reached out, feeling the cool metal and faint textures of the runes beneath his fingertips, his curiosity barely contained. Seeing that Su Jin had no idea about spatial equipment, Li Dazhong, unusually gentle, patiently explained, the tuo ring is the most basic class of spatial gear. Inside, it's only about 2 zhong square, roughly 6 meters cubed. When external district elites accept forging tasks but can't stay long in the craftsman's area, they use this to take materials back to their residence and finish the work at leisure. Then Li Dazhong emphasized why the item was considered lowest tier. 2 things to note. First, don't overscrub the outer rune. 7 battle scratches might completely disable the space, and repairs are a huge hassle. Second, it must be recharged once every 2 months, or the inner space will collapse and any materials inside will be lost forever. Su Jin winced inwardly. Gentle handling was one thing, but needing to recharge it every 2 months made it borderline disposable. Still, what he needed most now was any kind of spatial equipment to transport materials. Trash was treasure. He nodded carefully and tucked the tuo ring away. Seeing this, Li Dazhong reminded him again. Remember, this ring is loaned by the sect. It must be returned intact, or the cost to repair it will be a significant deduction in your contribution points. Su Jin agreed seriously but was already plotting in his mind. He planned to cultivate on the island at the lake center, while squeezing in some side profession training. His cultivation speed was astonishing, could enter full concentration and sense energy in minutes. Such bizarre efficiency had to be kept secret. To avoid drawing attention, he intended to change small islands daily for privacy, also wary of Xiao and the occasionally capricious Elder Dong. Without spatial gear, moving would be too troublesome, so with this tuo ring, everything would be solved. However, Li Dazhong hadn't given him any Bing grade ore, and without that, he couldn't advance his blacksmith rank. After securing the ring, Su Jin shifted tact, probing carefully. Supervisorly, did you forget to give me some Bing grade ore? I didn't forget, I'm just deliberately not giving you any. Li Dazhong shook his head frankly. Bing grade ore counts as advanced material. It costs 30 yuan to start the furnace for forging just 1 block. Forging a single piece of Bing grade metal burns energy at least 100 times greater than your workload today. I do believe you have the skill, but honestly, this is such a huge waste of time for both of us. The cost-benefit just doesn't add up. Li Dazhong placed the scorching half-finished greatsword firmly back on the anvil, his voice steady but sincere. Your talent for forging is exceptional. When I was your age, I wasn't nearly this capable. But within our sect, a craftsman's cultivation is paramount, far more important than just skill. Your potential is limited. It's understandable that you take lower-tier tasks in the craftsman district for merit points, but you still need to prioritize your cultivation first. He wasn't scolding, but offering a well-meant reminder. Su Jin heard him clearly, but couldn't help feeling a bit resentful. Outsiders saw working on a Tier 3 metal at refinement level 30 as tedious and slow, but for him, it would be a shortcut to greatness. Unfortunately, if he insisted too hard, it would seem suspicious, so he silently resolved to build a better relationship with Li Dazhong, confident that eventually he'd be entrusted with Tier 3 tasks. With that thought, he bowed respectfully and prepared to leave. Just then, a breathless assistant rushed inside at the door. Supervisor Li, Supervisor Wu from the Imperial District wants to see you. He's already outside. I couldn't stop him. Li Dazhong raised a thick brow. That bastard again. I don't have time for him. Before he finished speaking, cheerful laughter came from outside. A stout middle-aged man strode in quickly, eyes crinkled with a wide grin. Supervisor Li, hiding want help. I've got urgent business. Huh, new guest? He glanced at Su Jin without much interest, then plopped down beside Li Dazhong, grabbed the teapot, and poured himself a full cup, raising it in one gulp. Brotherly, that piece of Tier 3 blood rust silver at refinement 40 is exactly what I need. Urgent litocraft light, but sturdy gear for my family's snow-feathered hawk. Can you help me out? Blood rust silver is a top-tier Tier 3 ore, solid yet light once refined to level 40, perfect for armor making. Li Dazhong shook off his iron tongs and shot a blunt refusal. I'm swamped, couldn't lift a foot. Craftsman district tasks are drowning us. Who's got time to make Tier 4 gear for you? Dream on. Wu Yu's offer was only 500 merit points, obviously treating everyone like fools. Li Dazhong didn't even bother with pleasantries. Brother, 800. That's all I can pay. I exchanged every last merit point for a young Tier 2 snow-feathered hawk. Now I'm broke. Wu Yu forced a smile and handed over a self-written manual, notes on beast taming. Take this secret guide too, okay? If that's not enough, he'll kowtow to you right here. He actually began to go down on his knees. Nearby, Qin Tian rubbed his hands, barely suppressing laughter at such stinginess from a prestigious imperial district supervisor. Li Dazhong's beard twitched with anger. Cut the act. I'm busy, my disciples are busy, and nobody in the craftsman district has time for this. After a long stalemate, Su Jin, having watched the farce long enough, weighed his options and finally spoke up. Supervisor Wu, when exactly do you need that refinement 40 blood rust silver? Su Jin hadn't intended to get involved in this matter. For him, it was enough to methodically complete the prerequisite tasks to upgrade the blacksmithing skill. Orders for forging third-tier ores would come eventually once he established a connection with Li Dazhong. There was no need to rush. But when Wu Yu casually mentioned his own treatise on beast taming, something inside him stirred. Could beast taming be considered a secondary profession? If so, he was eager to connect with other branches of the miscellaneous department. Here was the opportunity right in front of him. In ancient times, common beasts for taming were hawks and dogs, but this world was full of monsters and spirits, offering a far wider array of creatures. If beast taming truly counted as a secondary profession, why couldn't he find any way to activate it? It wasn't as straightforward as lumberjacking, mining, or hunting. What kind of first action would count as valid taming? If he had a dog, he might figure it out on instinct. But he didn't. So, Wu Yu's treatise might just be the key. How soon do you need those 40 units of forged bloodrust silver? Su Jin asked, respectfully polite, but not overly eager. When he finished speaking, Li Dazhong gave him a strange sideways glance, and Wu Yu abruptly stopped in mid-kneel, as if caught begging. The stout, nearly spherical foreman turned around and carefully appraised Su Jin. The young man's skin was fair and smooth. His features delicate, he didn't look like he could swing a big hammer. But Wu Yu was perceptive this boy seemed genuinely willing to help. And since Li Dazhong showed no sign of doubt, it meant Su Jin probably did have the skill to forge third tier or 3 months. As long as it's done within 3 months. Wu Yu grinned sheepishly, his smile barely revealing his teeth. There was no hesitation or probing here. He knew the crafts district would be busy for at least half a year, and with his poor reputation, hiring skilled help was nearly impossible. So having someone volunteer was something to celebrate. Su Jin found Wu Yu interesting too. No condescension, no blind skepticism, and no demand for demonstrations followed by shocked disbelief. Certainly, the managers in District 3 of the miscellaneous department were no fools. I'm confident I can deliver all 40 units within 3 months, Su Jin replied, brief and assured. Wu Yu uttered a low then glanced sideways at Li Dazhong, who remained poker-faced. To him, that was the best endorsement he could hope for. With that, Wu Yu shrugged off Li Dazhong's sleeve and wobbled over to Su Jin, smiling broadly. If you say so, then we're brothers. Come, 2 copies of the contract, sign and seal. As he spoke, he produced the documents from thin air, his chubby flesh bunching into folds around the papers. Su Jin glanced at the papers, but didn't sign immediately. Foreman Wu, hold on. About the payment. I'm really broke. I'm dirt poor. How about I kowtow to you instead? Wu Yu clasped his hands and pretended to kneel. Qin Tian stifled a laugh, and Li Dazhong covered his face with his hand, silently cringing at sharing a foreman's role with this rotund man. No extra pay is necessary, Su Jin said cheerfully, but seriously. But Foreman Wu needs to put down a deposit first. What interests me about this job isn't the contribution points, it's your beast taming treatise. Wu Yu's face lit up with joy. Not only would he save extra expense, but someone actually appreciated his knowledge. Many had mocked that treatise as worthless. Now he had finally found a kindred spirit who understood its value. The deposit, but I'm completely broke right now. I can't pay anything up front. How about this? I give you the beast taming manual as the deposit, and if in 3 months you deliver, he'll pay the rest with contribution points. How does that sound? Su Jin pretended to hesitate, then nodded after a moment. All right. Since Su Jin wasn't from the craftsman's district, Li Dazhong didn't stop their deal. After Wu Yu hurried off excitedly, Su Jin pocketed the half-caddy of rust silver had been given. Only then did Li Dazhong speak up. 3 months, 40 forges, and rust silver as payment? You really dare take on that task? Aren't you worried ITLL interfere with your cultivation? No worries. They'll do my best to avoid any conflict. Honestly, I'm mostly interested in the beast taming manual. My talent isn't great, so I've decided to go to Lake Hard Island for secluded practice. If I can truly master beast taming and tame a messenger bird, I can report my progress to my master every day. Su Jin said excitedly, perfectly embodying the image of a hopeless admirer obsessed with Dong Sanyang. Li Dazhong shook his head silently, thinking Su Jin was genuinely infatuated with Dong Sanyang. He muttered, if the art of beast taming was really that easy, the Shura sect wouldn't have bothered establishing a special taming district. That so-called beast taming manual Wu Yu gave you? It's trash. Once you've looked at it, you'll understand what I mean. Su Jin smiled politely. Thank you for the reminder, Supervisorly. I actually know that already, but you can never have too many skills. Besides, I see that Supervisor Wu is quite persistent. He'll definitely keep pestering you. This task is within my capability. so I took it to save you the trouble. Surprisingly, Li Dazhong felt somewhat appreciative hearing that. Su Jin was right. If he didn't take the job, Wu Yu would keep badgering him incessantly. Most importantly, Su Jin had accepted Wu Yu's task openly, not secretly behind his back. Anyone who understood social dynamics and workplace rules would know this mattered. For a moment, Li Dazhong's gaze softened towards Su Jin. Speaking well was an art, and social skills were often underestimated. Why not take advantage of goodwill when you can? Su Jin wanted to expand his side profession and would inevitably interact with miscellaneous departments. Those words improved Li Dazhong's impression, and by taking Wu Yu's task, Su Jin also forged a link with the taming district. With the rank C or secured, his path to upgrading as a master blacksmith faced no obstacles. Maybe he'd even awaken a beast-taming profession. He was truly hitting the jackpot. After leaving the craftsman's district, Su Jin chatted casually with Qin Tian, who was being carried along. By now, Qin Tian admired Su Jin even more. Brother Su, you're incredible. I can see why Master has high hopes for you. He spoke sincerely, tinged with envy. Qin Tian had never received such favor from their master. Still, as a brother, he had to warn Su Jin. He hesitated briefly, then bit his lip and decided to caution him. He stopped the two sedan chair carriers and sent them off for a moment, then leaned close to Su Jin's ear and whispered, "Brother, have you noticed you're getting more and more obsessed with Elder Dong recently? That woman is a master of charm magic. Don't let yourself be unknowingly trapped by her. She's a master manipulator. Her puppets can't resist her tricks. I suspect she took you as a disciple with some dark intention." Qin Tian was honest and loyal. A friend willing to say such things should not be ignored. Su Jin looked at him critically, knowing it was well meant. But then his expression darkened abruptly. "Brother Qin, we may be brothers, but from now on, don't you dare speak a word against my master. Otherwise, I won't be your brother anymore." His voice was loud and unyielding. He knew Dong Sanyang would not harm a formal disciple of the Shura sect recklessly, so his threat wouldn't endanger Qin Tian. That was part of the act. Also, the ghost spirit technique was bizarre enough that Su Jin wasn't sure if someone might be eavesdropping. At midnight, in the Tianling courtyard, Dong Sanyang smiled seductively after hearing her subordinate's report. Xiaoman hadn't left the courtyard all day. His talent was decent. When he eventually refined his spirit human pill, it would definitely be high quality. As for Su Jin, he was a fascinating character. Who would have thought this rival of hers also forged iron? Rumor had it he had a great body, though his mind was scattered playing smithing and beast taming both, but all that was just his way of showing love for her. Dong Sanyang muttered to herself and let out wild, gleeful laughter. Such a fine young gentleman, she must cherish him, refine him into a spirit human pill carefully, then slowly let it dissolve in her mouth. She couldn't bear to swallow it right away. As one of the main culprits behind the downfall of the Yugui sect, Dong Sanyang was no easy target. A humble foot soldier of a demonic sect, nearly dead from illness, suddenly rising like this. If she didn't study him closely, that would be strange. Now, all doubt was gone. The next morning, fully stocked with supplies, Su Jin got up early. He arrived at the shores of Mist-Clearing Lake and boarded a small boat. His secluded practice on Lake Heart Island officially began. The cold winter stretched on endlessly. The lake's waves spread vast and mist-draped. At the foot of Hungdao Ridge lay Duanwu Lake. Always like this, fish leaping, fog settling, and shimmering waves stretching as far as the eye could see. The islands scattered across the lake's center, when viewed from above, resembled a mysterious formation. In a previous life, it could easily have been packaged as a top-tier tourist attraction. But this time, Su Jin came here for anything but a vacation. He juggled several side professions, with a mountain of tasks to complete. Fortunately, multiple lines of progress linked together. 1. Fish caught and landed increased the angler's progress. 2. Killing them alive advanced the hunter's experience. 3. Proper cooking steadily elevated the chef's rank. As for brewing, before leaving the lake's central island last time, had already buried several vats of base wine made from graded recipes, patiently awaiting maturation. The blacksmith's materials were also gathered, so upgrading was only a matter of time. In contrast, the lumberjack and miner who started earliest lagged behind due to a lack of recent opportunities. However, the Shura sect seemed to be preparing something big. Arrows, armor, and weapons from the crafts district were being transported day and night, while wood and ore were rapidly consumed. Before long, spring would come for the lumberjacks and miners, too. At this moment, Su Jin rested on a small, remote island about 30 feet across, originally planning to quietly cultivate and develop in secret. But knowing his mediocre martial talent, if he wanted to push through bottlenecks by leveraging the full concentration effect, he first needed to stock enough food to quickly restore his strength. As a high-level chef, the bonuses from his cooked ingredients were significant, so this time he decided to stockpile dried provisions. Last time, he caught a grade C fish, the fierce owl catfish, and made smoked fish slices, completing the hardest preliminary task for an advanced chef. Today he had spent most of the day at the lakeshore and harvested abundantly. Over 100 ungraded fish. Over 10 graded fish. Each fish was killed alive as soon as it was caught, boosting both angler and hunter progression simultaneously and rapidly. Night fell, stars scattered like dust, and moonlight frosted the earth. The lake's mist thickened, as if pale smoke were drifting just above the water's surface. Su Jin set up pots and fires, lighting several bonfires one after another. The firewood crackled. Amid rising steam, he smoked or slow-roasted all his catch into dried provisions. Without the glutton Xiao Man nearby, he no longer fussed over flavor, focusing purely on practicality. Hours passed until midnight, with dried food piled on half the reef. As he cleaned up, his mind's info panel suddenly refreshed. Successfully cooked ungraded ingredients 100 times, graded ingredients 10 times, grade C ingredients once. Side profession advanced chef leveled up. Master chef, you have become an elite cook, entering the ranks of culinary masters. 1. Your foods restore 80 more stamina. 2. You gain the passive trait advanced knife skills. 3. You gain the status beginner seasoning. Advanced knife skills. When using any cutting or slashing weapons, sharpness is greatly increased. You now have a deeper understanding of weight, speed, thickness, and subtlety in dealing these types of damage. Basic seasoning, a passive state. The martial techniques you use always carry more finesse, standing out in the mundane, and showing more spirit within rigidity. The current enhancement is only slight, and the achievement can still be improved if you want to upgrade. You must meet the following conditions. Successfully cook no-tier ingredients 500 times, ding-tier ingredients 100 times, bing-tier ingredients 10 times, and finally complete 1 yit-tier ingredient cooking. The Master Chef skill focuses on support. Ingredients prepared by Su Jin can boost stamina by a terrifying 80. If higher-tier materials are obtained, the final effect might rival that of the military practice pill. In comparison, his knife skills have only reached an advanced level and can be considered average. What truly troubles him is the seasoning after all. He has never encountered real martial techniques and has no concept of the word finesse. Everything is ready, and the time for training has finally arrived. Su Jin activates total concentration, simultaneously running his breathing method, chi guidance technique, and body strengthening exercises. The three combine as one, formally beginning to cultivate the blood fury art. He was already at the peak of the initial chi condensation stage, but his chi perception had briefly vanished during refinement. Now restarting naturally goes faster than the first time. Before long, a thread of crimson, fierce blood fury energy forms in his dantian. Different cultivation methods produce different chi sensations. The blood fury art of the Azura sect produces blood fury chi. The ghost sect's methods generate yin fury chi. Later on, many combat skills, secret arts, and body techniques require specific chi sensations to activate. This shows that once a foundational cultivation method is chosen, a martial artist's path is essentially set. Of course, some attempt to train multiple methods at once to gain various chi sensations and combat skills, but the more one studies, the harder it becomes. Spreading oneself too thin only wastes time unless one has exceptional talent. Su Jin doesn't have this worry for now, as the blood fury art is an orthodox dark sect method. Reaching this level early in cultivation already puts him far ahead of many disciples from minor sects. A whole night passes, sunlight filters through the window. Su Jin ends total concentration, exhales a long breath of white mist, his expression both joyful and serious. Good news and bad news. Good news. His advanced blacksmithing talent is incredibly strong, combined with refining through the blood fury art. Although his muscles and meridians only show slight changes, there is an obvious potential of becoming tougher the more it's forged. If he continues, his strength will become unimaginable. Bad news. The quality of his blood fury chi remains poor. The amount is close to last time, but his cultivation is still stuck at the peak of initial chi condensation, always just one step short of midstage. This shatters his ambition of reaching the forged body realm within a month. The chi condensation stage is divided into early, mid, and late phases not arbitrarily, but closely linked to the Bodhi's three major dantians. The dantian is the chi storage chamber, capable of holding essence, chi, and spirit. The human body has three dantians, each corresponding to early, mid, and late chi condensation stages. Theoretically, the gap between these phases is significant, and it is nearly impossible for someone in early chi condensation to overcome one in midstage. The reasons are as follows. The human body has three dantian energy centers. The lower dantian, called Yuan Hai, stores essence. The middle dantian, Huangting, stores qi, and the upper dantian, Zifu, stores spirit. Essence, qi, and spirit are each locked within these three dantians, but fundamentally, all three are energy chambers capable of storing a martial artist's sense of qi. The upper limit of qi storage varies depending on an individual's constitution and innate talent. In the early stage of qi condensation, essentially one is cultivating the first trace of qi sensation in the lower dantian. Once the lower dantian is fully charged, That marks the initial great completion. If the quality of this internal chi is outstanding, there's a higher chance of opening the gateway to the middle dantian, where a new chi sensation forms within Huangting, allowing advancement to the mid-stage. This cycle repeats, with the chi becoming ever more concentrated and solid, naturally boosting combat strength beyond that of ordinary early-stage practitioners. Of course, this standard is for average people. Those with extraordinary talent are in a different league altogether, and Su Jin is a monster among monsters. The awkward situation now is that although Su Jin's cultivation speed has surged thanks to the full concentration amplification technique, progress is stubbornly stuck at a bottleneck. Without such a bottleneck, it wouldn't be an issue. Once it appears, however, it consumes vast amounts of time. The gap in innate aptitude cannot be bridged simply by gathering chi faster. After a quick meal, he restored his physical strength but was powerless against his mental exhaustion. Back in the makeshift hut he had set up, he half reclined on a crude wooden plank, silently contemplating. Crossing from the early to the mid-stage was surprisingly difficult, shattering his dream of rapidly stepping into the body formation realm. He muttered a few words, and then gave a self-deprecating laugh. So many crises in recent days made impatience inevitable. Upon reflection, he had only officially practiced martial arts for 3 days, yet reached his current level already ridiculously fast. Since he encountered the bottleneck, he decided to steady his mindset and slowly refine the bloodshot chi within his body, polishing his chi sensations carefully and steadily pushing forward. Besides, he still had the divine skill brewing, which greatly aids breaking through bottlenecks and strengthening chi sensation, so the future remained promising. Besides the bloodshot secret, the core body cultivation technique of his sect, Su Jin also possessed a blood spear secret. The Azura sect's leader cultivates both body and technique. Their sect's supreme treasure in body cultivation is the bloodshot secret, which leads from condensing chi straight to mythic realms. The technique path is secondary, divided into the bloodblade secret and the blood spear secret, both incomplete and capped at the 4th stage soul engraving. Su Jin's weapon is the spear, and whether by fate or design, the talents gained from his secondary profession perfectly complement the spear's moves. Cleaves, slashes, and thrusts all unleash tremendous power. The spear can also be wielded like a gun, so neglecting the blood spear secret is truly a waste. The blood spear secret is not a simple spear technique, but a true martial art capable of cultivating spear chi with devastating killing power, following a completely different path from body cultivation. It is said that sects with a complete technique lineage enable their disciples to cleave the heavens and split the earth, wielding overwhelming killing intent in the late stages. As for the other 2 paths of martial arts, the spirit path and the will path, Su Jin has yet to learn the details. At present, Su Jin only possessed the blood spear technique at the chi condensation stage, a martial art he had scavenged from someone named Xiao. What a joke. Although the two had formed a collaboration, Su Jin's agreement to help fish for the grade B illusory sturgeon was by no means a free favor. Payment was required. Don't try to fool him with that handsome face. Su Jin wasn't about to work for nothing. Even if it were a beautiful woman, he'd still require compensation. From his past life as a merchant, he knew the value of these transactions better than anyone else. Furthermore, the Azura sect's martial arts were strictly forbidden from being shared privately. Exchanging them required swearing a great curse upon one's inner demons, with heavier restrictions at higher tiers. Yet Xiao was unusually generous, simply tossing the blood spear technique over without regard for the consequences of the curse, and confidently assuring Su Jin that the body forging stage manual could be obtained too, though it would take some time. As for further chapters, their merit cost was exorbitantly high, and the demon curse was extremely difficult to break. With their current low cultivation, exchanging recklessly would only invite suspicion. At this point, Su Jin felt fortunate enough to have obtained the body forging section ahead of time. Besides the blood spear technique, 12 brand new chi-nourishing pills quietly lay in Su Jin's grasp, also pilfered from Xiao, bringing him great satisfaction. In the days that followed, he continued grinding his professional achievements, focusing especially on the blacksmith career, making impressive progress. The rest of the time was spent refining the blood fury techniques, chi perception, and practicing the blood spear technique. He hadn't neglected his spear fundamentals either. His 12 stances became increasingly precise. Thanks to his master chef talent's seasoning effect, his otherwise rigid moves now carried a unique flair. Time flowed on, and his strength steadily increased. Muscles grew more defined, power kept rising, and both his meridian toughness and true chi ceiling broke new ground. His latent combat power grew ever more fearsome. He remained at the peak of early chi condensation, but facing an opponent at the late chi condensation grand mastery was likely a losing battle. On the 20th day, the blood fury chi within him grew denser, though he was still some distance from mid-stage mastery. The blood spear technique also stalled at the early peak, stuck in limbo. Su Jin showed no impatience. Following his plan, he kept grinding his secondary profession. At winter's end, the northern border remained bitterly cold with snow falling non-stop. Su Jin moved training spots several times, thanks to spatial equipment that made moving easy. Now he chose to forge by a lakeside, where the furnace blazed and heat billowed. Shirtless, Su Jin swung his hammer, sweat dripping along his muscles and sizzling as it fell into the furnace. Under his heavy blows, sparks flew off the grade C bloodrust silver, already forged to its 8th tempering. He had saved the bloodrust silver for last, because interrupting the forging fire would directly lower its quality. Once he leveled up his blacksmith profession, he planned to explore the Dominion further, had found a potential way to activate the Beast Tamer class, which required deep negotiation there. Naturally, he wanted this bloodrust silver to be flawless. All prerequisite quests had been cleared. Only 10 tempers of the grade C or remained. Those 10 would guarantee a 10 increase in quality, enabling his profession to upgrade once again. Then he could calmly complete the remaining 30 tempers and push this metal to perfect quality. Clang, clang, clang. Hammer struck anvil again and again, sparks flying everywhere. Just as his blacksmith profession was about to level up, a sudden message flooded into his mind. Su Jin's movement paused. Then he checked in. Joy flashed across his face. Successfully brewed 10 batches of ungraded liquor and 1 batch of tier D liquor. Secondary profession, advanced brewer, level up. Advanced brewer. 1. You are now an accomplished brewer with mastered brewing skills. 2. Bonus. Brewing time reduced by 70. Liquor quality increased by 35. 3. New status. Intermediate fermentation must be activated manually. Current effect, minor. Fermentation cycle, 1 month. Cooldown, 15 days, previously 30 days. 4. Can continue upgrading by brewing 100 ungraded batches, 10 tier D batches, and 1 tier C batch. The brewer actually leveled up at this moment. Su Jin's eyelid twitched, but his palm never stopped. The hammer kept rising and falling steadily. Brewing as a side profession was extremely time-consuming. Even with the intermediate brewer cutting the cycle by 60, progress was still slow. To save time, he only brewed fruit wine. Low alcohol content, mild flavor, and not especially useful, but it fermented quickly. The monkey wine could be jarred in about 10 days, and that tier D fruit wine would mature in less than 3 months. Now, he had finished the prerequisite for leveling up several days ahead of schedule. Cooldown is down to only 15 days, so things will be much easier from here on, Su Jin calculated silently. Improving the fermentation effect meant the aroma return would be pure crucial for someone of his average aptitude to break through levels. He looked forward to the next round of fermentation's aroma quality. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the hammering sounds hadn't stopped. At this moment, he was locked in struggle with a tier C, or called blood rust silver. The later stages were geometrically harder. Achieving 40 forged strikes without annealing was brutal. It was no wonder no one in the craftsman district wanted to take on Wu Yu's meager contribution points combined with a nearly worthless manual titled Beast Taming Insights. Fortunately, Su Jin's foundation was strong. The orthodox magic sect's blood fury technique enhanced his body through violent training, greatly boosting his stamina. Though blood spear technique was more skill-based, it supplemented his physique. Combining both, he was now considered elite enough to enter the craftsman district. The final hammer strike sent sparks flying. The crimson metal rapidly took on a polished sheen blood rust silver tier 10 forge. Complete. Secondary profession. Advanced blacksmith, level up. Master artisan. 1. Greatly improved forging skills. Stamina consumption reduced by 70. Forging efficiency increased by 70. 2. Passive. Blunt strike damage moderately increased whether armed or unarmed. 3. Passive. Advanced tempering. Automatically temper your body like a furnace when practicing any cultivation technique. The higher the technique's rank, the stronger the tempering effect. Can temper muscles, meridians, and bones. 4. Passive, weapon durability damage. Intermediate muscle tempering. When practicing any technique, your muscles are reheated and forged like hot iron, with a slight effect. If practiced consistently over the long term, the quality of your muscles will grow steadily stronger. Intermediate meridian tempering. When you cultivate any technique, your entire set of meridians receives an extra refining effect, as if being forged like tempered iron. This effect is slight at first, but with consistent effort over time, the quality of your meridians steadily improves. Intermediate bone forging works similarly. Throughout all your cultivation practices, your bones undergo additional tempering, gradually becoming as strong as tempered iron. Though subtle at first, this accumulates day by day, continuously enhancing your bone quality. Weapon damage. As a blacksmith, you have deeper insight into the weak points of weapons than others do. This grants you a small chance to directly break an opponent's weapon during combat. This achievement can be upgraded by gathering 500 ungraded 10 forged metals, 100 graded 10 forged metals, 10 grade C 10 forged metals, and 1 grade B 10 forged metal, with none missing. With the promotion of his blacksmith subclass, Su Jin's stamina instantly replenished. A flood of unfamiliar yet complete forging memories surged in, dramatically elevating his understanding of iron casting. The bonus granted by the Master Craftsman title was shockingly powerful. Even Su Jin himself was stunned. If he gave it his all, the current piece of bloody rusted silver could potentially be tempered to the 40th level, far surpassing ordinary quality. The hammer hovered midair, then paused. He still needed to head to the Imperial District to explore his new profession. But forging a 40-level bloody rusted silver now would be like inviting trouble. Being moderately excellent wins respect, but excessive excellence draws envy, and exceptional brilliance beyond reason invites deadly targeting. It was so in his past life, and now, immersed in the demonic sect, Su Jin couldn't afford to attract attention. So he deliberately restrained his skill, keeping the bloody rusted silver at an ordinary, yet excellent tier. Still, he looked down at the anvil and murmured thoughtfully, "Since the technique is mastered, I could forge myself a stronger horse spear." After a moment, he swung the hammer again, sparks flying. Time passed quietly amidst the roar of the forge. Before long, the month was nearly over. During this month, Su Jin practiced the blood curse art and blood spear art daily. With the aid of the full concentration effect, his cultivation speed far outpaced most formal disciples of the Shura sect. The Yuan Si in his lower dantian became ever denser, yet the chaotic blood curse and spear energies stubbornly failed to unlock the middle dantian's yellow court gate. Even more troubling, he had only 11 months left. The suffocating pressure from Dong Sanyang's presence lingered relentlessly. If only the master-disciple relationship could be harmonious, that would be ideal. After all, his mistress was both beautiful and alluring, a prize any ordinary person would long for. Sadly, reality offered only two paths. 1. Become strong enough to escape the Shura sect. 2. Assist Xiao Man in killing Dong Sanyang. No other options remained. Now Su Jin adopted the strange seated posture of the blood curse art, focusing intently to analyze himself. No matter how fast he progressed, it was never enough to satisfy him. But the thrilling moment had finally arrived. The previously concocted energy sensation was ready to return. As the prompt appeared, Su Jin maintained full concentration. A pure, nearly viscous strand of blood curse energy emerged in his lower dantian. If his original blood curse energy resembled clear water, this newly concocted energy was thick as honey, glowing a deep ruby red. Though only 1/3 the volume of the original, its quality was worlds apart. This was just the primary concoction. Using this as his spearhead, Su Jin directed the pure energy to violently crash against the yellow court in his middle dantian. The gate that had once been tightly shut, like a chaste maiden, unexpectedly opened. His chest blazed with heat as a flood of new energy poured forth. A second dantian took shape, and the blood curse art successfully advanced to mid-stitch. Don't underestimate this small step. Su Jin's energy storage capacity immediately doubled, and his overall energy sensation surged to twice its former level. With the bottleneck gone, aided by full concentration, his cultivation rocketed forward. His foundation stage advanced to the peak of mid-level chi condensation in the blink of an eye. The concocted energy continued flowing upward along his meridians. A faint pain swelled between his eyebrows. That spot housed the Bodhi's third dantian, the innate divine spirit residence, known as the Purple Mansion. This cultivation session lasted another 5 hours. Past Midshin hour, evening was approaching when Su Jin finished his practice and sat down, sweat trickling from his temples. The rushing chi within him gradually quieted, and he exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling as if his muscles had been hollowed out. Luckily, his body was now strong and endurance impressive, so physical exhaustion was not fatal. What truly tormented him was the mental strain, the tearing headache forcing him to close his eyes and calm his mind. Without 3 to 5 days of rest, he wouldn't recover. Any action during this period would be severely inefficient. At this moment, his greatest weakness remained his mental fortitude, yet his cultivation demanded full concentration, leaving no room for slacking. Despite the hardship, today brought considerable progress. The brewing profession had a straightforward effect, weaker even than a fisher's total focus, but its fermentation effect was nothing short of miraculous. The cultivated chi was not only extremely pure, but also carried a catalytic property akin to a mother brew, which was devastatingly powerful when breaking through bottlenecks. Because of this, Su Jin had successfully opened 3 dantian points, stepping onto the peak of the chi condensation stage. Next, he only needed to coordinate the chi from all 3 dantian and methodically cleanse the chi holes, the 100 Cs, and the strange meridians throughout his body. This would strengthen his muscles, bones, and skin membranes, allowing every inch of flesh to adapt to the flow of chi and achieve an initial fusion of body and xia phase called body forging. The body forging stage was critical. The purer the chi and the stronger the physique, the broader the path ahead. Physical cultivators prized building a solid body. The Azura Sect's Blood Fiend art was a classic example, using Blood Fiend chi to temper the flesh and eventually forge an Azura body. Conventional cultivators could only nurture their bodies with chi day by day until basic assimilation throughout the body was achieved. then advanced to the next realm, the tempering embryo stage. Therefore, the body forging realm didn't have early, middle, or late phases, but was divided into ranks. 1. Embryo Grade 1. Upon reaching tempering embryo, they could undergo up to 3 temperings but would struggle to break the next major boundary. 2. Iron Embryo Grade 2. Could withstand 6 temperings and qualify to advance to the soul imprinting realm, though martial potential would be greatly reduced. 3. Vajra Embryo Grade 3. Only those with excellent talent and patience could achieve this. Once in tempering embryo, they could endure 9 temperings with hopes to push into the law body, spirit repository, or even deification realms. Success rates dropped with cultivation level. In short, body forging was the process of shaping the embryonic foundation for tempering embryo. Vajra embryo was the entry ticket for elite warriors. Failing to reach this level meant soul imprinting would be the limit. Above Vajra embryo was the ultimate grade 1, the flawless embryo. Those who refined a flawless embryo during body forging were almost certain to gain great renown, as long as they survived the process. Back when the 9 demonic sects were united as the 9 holy sects, the minimum requirement for a sect leader was a body forging flawless embryo. Su Jin already had these facts memorized from studying the blood fiend art. Reflecting on all this, he couldn't help but ponder. Should he pursue rapid leaps in strength now, or focus on developing future potential? A flawless foundation requires an exceptionally pure spiritual energy and an incredibly strong body, forged only through countless cycles of refining both. A fire burned in Su Jin's chest. Two of the most difficult challenges for ordinary cultivators, purity of spiritual energy and physical strength, were merely a flick of his fingers. Why? Because he cultivated as both a blacksmith and a brewmaster, tempering his muscles and bones while brewing and purifying his spiritual energy. The core skills of these 2 trades were proving invaluable right now. If time weren't so tight, he would have gladly secluded himself to break into the body refining realm immediately. But unfortunately, he had to return. Dong Sanyang demanded he visit the sect once a month, and Su Jin wasn't about to risk her patience. If the Heart Lake Island were to be sealed off, all his cultivation plans would collapse like a house of cards. With that thought, he forcibly suppressed his restless eagerness and hurriedly ate his ration to recover, then carefully stored heavy items like the furnace into his expansion ring one by one. After everything was done, he quietly activated brewing. Instantly, the blood fiend energy and spear chi inside him dissipated completely, as if pulled out by some invisible hand, leaving him once again a normal boy without any spiritual energy. He pushed the small boat and glided along the waters of Broken Mist Lake. Mist curled over the surface, and each stroke of the oar scattered tiny droplets. Su Jin's mind raced with calculations. How many ores and medicinal herbs to bring next time he landed on the island? How to quickly rush through the body refining realm in the shortest time possible? There was no bottleneck at the peak of the chi condensation realm, meaning he was just half a step away from hunting brank beasts. Once strong enough, his angler, hunter, and chef professions would all advance to the next level. To squeeze every last second out of his time and allocate it between forging, brewing, and fighting, he needed a plan down to the hour. As for the brank fish, Huanli sturgeon, that Xiaoman specifically asked for, that too had to be on his agenda. It was a top-tier water beast, and he definitely couldn't defeat it yet, but he had to start preparing specialized bait and fishing gear now. The oars whispered against the water as the boat neared the shore. Su Jin looked up, first seeing a pair of long legs, then sun-kissed skin and strikingly delicate features. Xiaoman was standing by the shore, waving and smiling softly at him. The boat lightly touched the shallow bank. He pulled the oars in and stepped ashore, sliding next to her and asking, "Waiting for me here on purpose?" "Not exactly waiting," Xiaoman said, slinging her fishing pole over her shoulder with a mischievous grin. "Just relaxing with some fishing after cultivation." She turned slightly, lowering her voice to mutter, "I took some time to visit Heart Lake Island, but you weren't there. Didn't you rest where you usually do?" She was actually a little Anna, yet was clearly avoiding her. She had no ulterior motive, just wanted to sneak a free meal occasionally to improve her diet. Su Jin just smiled at her without explaining. Xiaoman ground her teeth silently, but didn't press, changing the subject instead. "You know what? The miscellaneous departments have been really busy lately. Sherluo sect is going to war." Su Jin wasn't surprised by the talk of war. For days, the blacksmith quarters had been glowing red hot, the sound of hammers striking iron never ceasing. The air was thick with the scent of burning metal and charcoal, clearly not a burst of activity lasting just 1 or 2 days. On top of that, the Sherluo sect had recently enacted a series of strict new policies: conscription, weapon production ramp up, harsher discipline in the martial grounds, a clear sign of a full-scale war mobilization. Yet just at this critical moment, the old sect leader announced he was retreating into seclusion, passing all sect affairs to the deputy leader. This left everyone buzzing with speculation. Was he careless? Or was there something else going on? "Who are we fighting?" Su Jin pondered for a moment before speaking. "Great Chi, Xiaoman," as she packed up her fishing rod. spoke casually as if mentioning today's catch. Then she added, "We're helping the northern savages attack Great Chi. Those weapons you saw earlier? They've all been shipped north." Su Jin raised an eyebrow, blurting out, "Wow, the demons really are demons, such nerve." Great Chi was the orthodox Central Plains dynasty, while the 9 demon sects were all entrenched there. The northern savages came from the frozen north, rising to power 1,000 years ago, and now formidable. Alongside them were several fierce tribes beyond civilization. Meanwhile, Great Chi was in decline. The royal family's elite were dwindling, the court corrupt, its grasp on territory slipping bit by bit. Su Jin had thought the Showa sect sought to establish their own kingdom and overthrow Great Chi. Instead, they had chosen to side with foreign barbarians. Noticing his silence, Xiaoman squinted at him. "What's wrong? Don't like being a foreigner's lapdog?" "Foreigners? Lapdog?" In his past life, Su Jin had despised traders who sold out their country, swearing never to lick boots. But this life was different, was neither Great Chi nor northern savage, just a wandering soul who had crossed time. The sect's choice disgusted him, but what did it have to do with him? Ignoring Xiaoman's question, his mind caught another layer of information. Since the sect had openly sided with the northern savages and the auxiliary forces were overwhelmed, mining and logging must be shorthanded finally. His mining and woodcutting side professions had actual work. An opportunity to level up was right before him. With that thought, Su Jin didn't wait for Xiaoman to finish packing her gear and strode towards the mining area. "Hey, wait up. Where are you going?" Xiaoman watched him head off, puzzled. Tilting her head, she didn't give chase, but shouted across the water, "Are you coming back to the Tianlu courtyard tonight? Dinner? I'm waiting for you. It's been so long since I had your cooking." The mining area. The scorching sun blazed down, heat waves rolling off the mine entrance. Voices clamored in the air. Su Jin could see the ore carts shuttling back and forth and laborers swinging their hammers to clear the way. It had been almost 2 months since the last caveat. The injured foreman, thanks to his hardy physique, had mostly recovered, though the severely wounded were left outside to scold, and the lightly hurt had returned underground themselves. Now the sect was preparing for war, or demand skyrocketed, and the low D and mid-grade C mines could no longer keep up with just the assorted workers. Su Jin had a good reputation in the mining area. Many foremen recognized him. He casually stopped a pale foreman who had been forced back to work and explained his purpose. The foreman immediately gave friendly directions. Upon learning Su Jin wanted to see Qin Tian, the foreman immediately ordered some workers to lead him deeper into the once sealed-off section. Crade mine. Qin Tian is in the Crade mine. The moment the news reached Su Jin's ears, his eyes lit up. The Crade mine was finally reopened. Etta could finally start mining Crade ore. "Master Su, he'll go ahead and notify Foreman Qin. You can wait here?" The worker was careful and respectful. Now that the Crade mine was accessible, few respectable people were willing to venture inside due to the heat, pressure, and pungent sulfur smell. "No need. Just lead me down. I'm here to help my big brother with mining," Su Jin declared solemnly. The laborers felt a surge of warmth in their hearts, and apprentice personally coming down to the roughest, dirtiest part of the mines to lend a hand, without any airs. This man truly valued loyalty and brotherhood. Someone immediately ran outside to report to the overseer. A quick approval was granted, and they invited Su Jin onto the creaking wooden lift platform, which slowly descended deep into the mine. Ice crystal iron, a low-grade crank ore, combines toughness with flexibility and is an excellent material for forging weapons and armor. The spear Qin Tian had gifted Su Jin was forged from ice crystal iron hammered 10 times, and the mine where Qin Tian was stationed just now was the very source of the ice crystal iron vein. The mine ran deep, far deeper than the earlier drank copper mine. As the lift sank, a suffocating blend of cold air, iron tang, and dampness assaulted their senses, pressing heavily on the chest. When the platform touched down with a dull thud that echoed off the walls, the sound of pickaxes striking was amplified, as if countless miners were swinging simultaneously in the darkness. After trudging along slippery tunnels for some time, the two finally reached the mining area. Though Qin Tian's injuries were not yet healed, he gritted his teeth and swung his pickaxe. Were this not a high martial world, and without his mid-stage condensation realm physique, he might not have even gotten out of bed, let alone entered the mine. Seeing Su Jin, he laughed heartily and slung his pickaxe over his shoulder. "Su, old brother, what are you doing here? The crank vein's only been open a few days. You're quick with your info." Su Jin scrutinized the big man, noting the pallor still clinging to his face, and frowned. "I'm here to help you." Qin Tian slapped his thigh cheerfully. "Hey, you can't earn contribution points before the task is assigned. Come out with me and rest, then come back in a couple days. Otherwise, it's wasted effort. Our mining overseers don't have the authority like the crafts district to assign outside tasks." He pulled with gusto, but Su Jin didn't budge an inch. Qin Tian was startled. Had his brother's strength grown again after a month's training on Hushin Island? Just as he was about to drag Su Jin away, Su Jin raised his hand to stop him. "I'm not here to earn merit points. I just want to help you with the mining." With that, He stepped deeper into the mine and casually picked up a specially crafted pickaxe. Why not help while leveling a side skill? Just before raising his pickaxe, Su Jin turned back. Brother Qin, you don't have much contribution left, do you? Still enough healing pills? Qin Tian's face tightened. Last time he had to compensate a comrade for injuries, nearly burning through all his contribution points. Were rationing pills a luxury now? Still, he forced a smile. Enough. I'm rich, old brother. As long as it's enough, Su Jin nodded, then swung his pickaxe. Clang. Fragments burst off the ice crystal iron vein. Chunks of raw or spilling down. His arm strength was astonishing now. Paired with skilled mining techniques despite curbing his strikes, his efficiency stunned the onlookers. The miners instinctively slowed, watching in awe as he swung again and again, icy sparks flying. Only after night fell did he leave the mine, carrying the heavy ore. With this, the toughest prerequisite task for advancing as an elite miner in the crank vein was completed. But Su Jin had no intention to stop. He was still far from his goal of 100 ungraded ores and 10 drank ores, so he planned to keep mining in the coming days and help Qin Tian gather resources. Besides, he wasn't ready to return to Hushin Island yet. Body forging required pure qi to scour the body, and since his qi was still fermenting, a hasty return would be inefficient. Better to wait until the cycle neared its end. As he left the mine, he politely declined Qin Tian's invitation for drinks and quickly strode toward Tianluo courtyard. Still had to deal with Dong Sanyang. I heard that you are highly favored by Li Dazhong, the overseer of the craftsman district, and that he even wants to persuade you to join the district. In the main chamber of the Tianpeng Hall, the storm of passion had just subsided. Dong Sanyang reclined on the soft couch, a thin veil carelessly draped over her. The sheer fabric barely concealed her full, powerful curves. Her long legs crossed lightly, drawing the eye irresistibly. On the floor lay a crimson-robed puppet, recently tortured into ruin, and then personally having its neck snapped by her hand, its blood still wet. Please tell Master that it is indeed true. But this disciple's heart has only ever belonged to serving Master. So I have already refused, Su Jin replied with downcast eyes. Dong Sanyang's lips curled into a seductive smile. You can still forge iron, huh? I wouldn't have guessed you really are full of talents. Her gaze hooked onto the young man like a baited trap. Years ago, she betrayed the Yugwe sect and injured her own spirit root. Now, she had only 2 ways left to sustain her life. 1. Secret techniques to absorb the essence of cauldrons. 2. Consuming large quantities of elite human pills. She had hidden within the Shura sect for years, finally convincing the sect leader to mass-produce the pills alchemy methods known only to her. The Shura sect had not forced her to reveal the recipe, partly because it required Een and demonic energy, partly because behind her stood the northern barbarians, long coveting the great Qi lands. Now, the Shura sect had fully defected to the northern barbarians. In recent years, as her injuries worsened, she had slain numerous strong men. The crimson-robed puppet on the floor was just the most recent victim. Now, as she looked at the increasingly robust Su Jin, her Adam's apple bobbed slightly. His skin was fair and scholarly, yet his muscles lean and resolute. If she could swallow him whole, her wounds might finally heal. As these thoughts surged within her, she shifted her delicate steps forward, the thin veil rippling in alluring curves. Her red lips lightly licked, and she came before Su Jin, her eyes suddenly dangerous. How is your training on Heart Lake Isle? Any progress? Su Jin tensed, but calmly replied, my training goes well. In 4 more months, I should be able to condense qi successfully. Oh, really? Dong Sanyang's fingertip landed on his shoulder, gently pinching. Don't try to fool me. Your aptitude isn't that good. I would never deceive Master. I am confident, the boy answered. A chill of goosebumps rose on his back. The woman before him was as beautiful as a serpent, yet could devour him at any moment. You're afraid of me. Dong Sanyang leaned close, her breath sweet as orchid, her tongue grazing his earlobe. Her full, soft bosom brushed against his arm, warm and overwhelmingly imposing. Go now, arrange your training as you wish, but do not delay. You are too delicious. If you stay longer, I fear I won't be able to resist eating you. Most people would feel relief hearing that, but instinct can be deadly. Su Jin didn't step back. Bloodshot eyes low and hoarse, he spoke. I wish to serve Master right now. I have waited for this day a long time. Dong Sanyang chuckled softly and drew him into an embrace. Good boy, no need to hurry. She patted his back gently. Go rest. If you want to dig for your friend, I allow it. But remember to not neglect your training for even a moment. When he finally returned to his own small courtyard, watching Xiao Man's eerie smile as Su Jin was washed, she taunted, does it feel nice being held by your master? She leaned in close to Su Jin, hands tucked behind her back, eyes full of mockery. Su Jin felt completely awkward all over. Lowering her voice, Xiao Man reminded him, time's running out. The level B fish need to be prepared. Though brief, her words held a hidden meaning. Dong Sanyang was clearly acting strange, and they probably wouldn't last a year. I know, Su Jin replied perfunctorily with a nod. Get the bait ready, I'll handle the rest. All he wanted now was to rush back and wash his face clean. Need me to help? You really confident you can catch the Huanli sturgeon? If I need you, I'll call, Su Jin said as he walked to the door, tossing back a sentence. All right, I'll wait. Remember, we don't have much time. Xiao Man nodded, then pressed. How many days will you stay at the Tianlong Academy? Want me to cook for you? Ignoring her, Su Jin closed the door with a loud bang, expression blank. Eat, eat, eat hats, all you care about. He muttered to himself. Had just used someone else's special cleansing milk after being intimate, and now all she talked about was food, no subtlety at all. The next 5 days. On the surface, Su Jin stayed in seclusion day and night. In reality, he only spent 2 hours a day sneaking into the mine. The logging area remained calm, no sign of level C trees. If he handed over the blood rust silver now, it would raise suspicion, and the time to activate the beast tamer's ability wasn't right yet. The crafting tasks went smoothly. All finished products were forged 10 times over, double the quality standard. Li Dazhong rewarded him 3,000 contribution points on the spot, a huge sum. Su Jin didn't splurge, exchanging everything for pills to strengthen his health, boost cultivation, and aid healing. It wasn't that he didn't want other rewards, he just knew Dong Sanyang's madness was not to be underestimated. Day 10. The ice crystal iron task was complete, and Qin Tian finally breathed easier. Su Jin had mined 50 pieces of level C ore, completing half the prerequisites for the miner upgrade, and smoothly unlocking the advanced miner rank. Mining Master. 1. Stamina consumption reduced by 70, efficiency increased by 70. 2. Moderate boost to strength, slight resistance increase to high heat, pressure, and low oxygen. 3. Gain status, endurance enhancement. 4. Gain status, polearm proficiency enhancement. Endurance enhancement passive, moderate stamina increase. Can maintain peak performance for half an hour even after exhaustion. Further reduces stamina loss in extreme environments currently slight. Polearm proficiency enhancement passive, moderately increases damage with polearms. Slightly speeds up training of polearm techniques, making energy flow purer. These 2 new statuses delighted Su Jin, especially the polearm proficiency enhancement, which even accelerated cultivation. To show his gratitude, he stuffed a large batch of pills into Qin Tian's hands before leaving the mine. Back at his residence, the courtyard gate hadn't been opened yet, but strange noises came from inside. What's that noise? Su Jin raised an eyebrow, his expression odd. Opening the door, he froze. Pushing open the gate to the small courtyard, the air was still and icy, with no breeze stirring. Twilight was approaching, and the sky darkened. At the center of the courtyard, a single frost flower bloomed, its white petals trembling gently. Beneath the tree, incense curled upward in thin streams, the ashes still faintly warm. Sitting upright on a meditation cushion, clad in a red robe, Xiao Man carefully plucked the strings of an ancient guqin before her. Her delicate fingers flicked and pulled, the clear notes resonating through the cold air. Su Jin stepped inside, puzzled. Since when did Tianlong Courtyard have a guqin? Xiao Man, usually the laziest and most playful one, suddenly so focused? And even more surprising, why was she back so early today? Could it be she was planning to cook? Xiao Man strummed the strings lazily, her left elbow resting on her knee as she propped her chin with her hand, looking bored. When she saw Su Jin enter, her first question was, is there food? Since tasting Su Jin's cooking, she had looked down on the puppet's food at the courtyard, though it was still better than pig slop. Su Jin eyed the red robe and the guqin, muttering, where did you get that? And aren't you cold-playing here? Yet a spark of interest shone in his eyes. Xiao Man stopped plucking, closed the guqin lid casually, and leaned in with a low voice. Elder Dong's been looking at me differently lately. She's really hungry. Her tone shifted, hinting at something to Su Jin. Su Jin understood the implication. Elder Dong's health was worsening. The number of servants at Tianlong Courtyard was dwindling, and even the black jackals they raised were so well-fed their bellies were round. The guqin was brought up the mountain at Elder Dong's special request. She wants you to practice and play for her. As Xiao Man said this, a slight, bitter smile crossed her face. Lately, she looks at me all lecherous. Su Jin, we don't have much time left. Su Jin wasn't swayed by the warning. His attention was fixed on the guqin. Tianlong Courtyard had no books or board games, only ink, paper, brushes, and inkstones stacked in one room. Head tried to awaken a side profession through calligraphy and painting repeatedly, without luck. Since literary arts required a unique activation method, it wasn't surprising they didn't work as easily. But this guqin seemed to reignite the flickering flame of his long-dormant cultural side profession. You play? He moved to the table, sitting cross-legged on the cushion. Yeah, not bad at all. Xiao Man raised an eyebrow. More than that, I can play the flute too, quite skillfully. She smiled meaningfully. Before Elder Dong bought me, I was raised as a court entertainer trained in music theory, etiquette, the whole high-class package. She leaned closer, her robe brushing Su Jin's shoulder as she tapped the center of her own lower back. Know what a court entertainer means? Servicing the rich and powerful right here. Despite their usual brotherly jokes, They had never teased this blatantly or deeply before. Sujin pretended not to hear and tested the strings with a finger. The tone was graceful yet rich. Even a layman could tell this was no ordinary instrument. Unfortunately, the system showed no reaction. Not a side profession instrument? That can't be. Sujin quickly reconsidered. I must be activating it wrong. He looked up, voice suddenly warm and coaxing. Come on, buddy, teach me. Xiaoman curled her lips. Got nothing better to do? Why learn music? She was tired of Sujin's casual friends when needed, I'm always here attitude. If we're cooking tonight, tell me what you want. Sujin quietly cornered her weak spot. Cough, fine. Hearing food, Xiaoman's resistance melted. Learning music is serious. It's not easy to start. She glanced at the darkening sky. Anyway, I'm in no hurry to leave for Heart Lake Island. You'll be cooking every day from now on. But you seem willing. Not good start isn't impossible. She leaned over, gripping Sujin's wrist and lightly plucking a string. First thing, your finger technique is all wrong. Xiaoman put on a serious face and transformed into the role of a good teacher. After spending some time, she patiently corrected Sujin's finger positioning step by step. Frankly, this guy was unbelievably clumsy, almost on par with a pig. After struggling for half a day, he barely managed to learn the most basic string plucking. Xiaoman was so frustrated that smoke seemed to be coming out of her nostrils. She had never met a student this hopeless. It was true. Rough men who excelled at mining, chopping wood, and forging iron were completely disconnected from delicate skills like playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Fair enough, the heavens balanced things out by giving them strength, but little dexterity. All right, try again. She crossed her arms and struck an authoritative pose, going all out just to earn a free meal. Sujin nodded and followed the awkward finger placement once more. Pluck the string, finally responded. First time playing an instrument, action effective. Secondary profession achievement activated, novice musician. You have become an entry-level musician. Your musical skills have improved slightly, and you have grasped basic music theory. This achievement can be upgraded. Upgrade conditions. Perform any unranked piece with an excellent rating. A flood of memories instantly washed through his mind. As a child, discovered by a music guild, practicing pitch and scales every day, yet strangely, the memories preserved only technique and theory, with no sheet music at all. What kind of useless secondary job is this? Sujin was stunned. Fishing, chopping wood, or brewing at least helped make a living. But as a novice musician, he was weak and couldn't even play a single song. And to make things worse, the upgrade requirements were picky. He had to play an unranked piece and achieve an excellent rating. Refusing to give up, he turned to Xiaoman. Hey buddy, teach me a song. At a level so amateur it bordered on clueless, he dared to request a song? Xiaoman rubbed her forehead. But she couldn't back down. No, if she wanted to eat, she had to endure this. Which one do you want to learn? One about missing family and longing for home, Sujin said seriously. His soul drifted through strange worlds. Of course, he missed his parents. The truer the feeling, the higher the rating might be. Xiaoman blinked. Before even playing a song, he should at least be able to read sheet music? This meal was going to be hard to get. She pulled out a music score from her pocket. Wait, they'll teach you how to read the notes first. Frost Bloom matches your request. They'll teach you how to recognize the scales of gong, shang, jiao, zich. Each note has a different fingering. Before she could finish, Sujin had already grabbed the sheet music. Now that he had the theory down, he flipped through it quickly by himself, then put it down and placed both hands at the ends of the guqin. His fingertips lightly touched the strings, producing clear tones like a spring trickling through stone. The moonlight was dense, frost glistened white, and a cold wind blew stronger. A lone traveler's journey was hard and fraught as he wandered the rivers and lakes. Frost flowers swayed full and fragrant wisps curling, bittersweet, but carrying a hidden scent like homesickness, faint at first, but flooding the heart once noticed. Sujin's eyes grew misty. The debt of parental love was like a mountain he could never repay. Alone and stranded in a foreign world, he had nowhere to call home. Across from him, Xiaoman listened in stunned silence. Her mother had died early, and she never really understood what a family was. Yet the music was like a clear pool, quietly soaking into her heart and reminding her of the candy hawthorn sticks a boy once gave her, the same warmth, the same sweetness. When the song ended, the wind still whispered through frost-laden tree branches. Information updated. Sujin stared hard in disbelief. This effect was a divine skill. Your performance qualified you for a promotion from beginner musician to intermediate musician. As an achievement, your playing skills improved slightly, and you gained deeper knowledge of music theory. At the same time, you obtained the status beginner's soul soothing. With this status, your spiritual energy recovers 50 faster while performing, though the ultimate effect depends on the attributes of the musical score itself. This achievement can be further upgraded by performing any grade piece with an excellent rating. The music profession is quite different from other paths. You don't need to toil day and night. Rather, it perfectly compensates for Sujin's biggest current problem. His spiritual energy drains too fast and recovers too slowly. With some anticipation, He spread out the stack of yellowed old scores before him and flipped through them one by one. But unfortunately, they were all common folk tunes without any rating. Meanwhile, Xiao Man's gaze never left him, her emotions complex and hard to read. The more she thought about it, the more she felt tricked. This young man was clearly well-versed in music theory and had deliberately played weak earlier, was just playing dumb to catch a tiger. No one is born adept at all the arts of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting, yet you can casually pick up an ancient zither without my teaching at all. You were just teasing me just now, she muttered through clenched teeth. Su Jin didn't argue, simply nodded ambiguously, as if conceding the point. But about cooking together, they had come to a prior agreement. No backing out. Xiao Man's eyes flashed cautiously, as if afraid he might renege at the last moment. Su Jin wondered silently. How could a person like this stay hidden beside Dong San Yang for 3 whole years without being discovered? I'll cook myself later tonight. I'll add some extra dishes, he said with a smile, casually asking, Brother, do you happen to have any grade musical scores? In this world, scores are ranked by artistic value and difficulty. Unrated pieces are common among the folk. Grade is already rare, and an average musician who masters even one such piece can consider it a treasured secret technique. Pieces of grade or higher are usually kept only within major sects, almost like secret martial arts manuals. When Xiao Man heard brother, she immediately knew he was up to something and cursed silently. Min. Ugh. Then she explained truthfully, actually, I'm not very good at the guqin. My main instrument is the xiao flute, but I do have one grade xiao score. She added that the xiao can also be used to play pieces written for the guqin, but once the piece's rank goes up, you generally need to match the correct instrument to fully realize its effect. Su Jin nodded, looking like a good student. Do you have the score? Let me see. I'll add dishes tonight. He glanced at the crisp bamboo xiao next to the guzheng, admiring its beautiful emerald spiral patterns. Stop always talking about adding dishes. Xiao Man sighed helplessly. I'm not as food obsessed as you think. I just think you really understand music theory. So she set aside the teasing tone and seriously unrolled a sheet of rice paper, dipping the brush in ink to write out the score. The grade xiao piece was the only one she knew well and could be played together with the guqin. But since the playing methods of the flute and zither differ greatly, she paused midway to look up and blink. You can play the xiao too? Su Jin was silent. Now that he had reached intermediate musician level, he was considered proficient in various instruments, but admitting to blowing and xiao together made him feel a bit embarrassed. Xiao Man saw Su Jin ignore her and bit her lip before finally asking what was really on her mind. What dishes should we add for dinner? Can I order something? Su Jin didn't reply. He just lowered his head and flipped through the flute score of Shang Yun Zhanyu she had just finished composing. After half a cup of tea's time, he casually picked up the bamboo flute lying next to the guqin. Wait, that's mine? I've played it before. Xiao Man hurriedly reminded him, stepping in front. Su Jin paused briefly, nodded in thanks, and carefully wiped the mouthpiece with his sleeve before raising the flute to his lips. Xiao Man gritted her teeth, silently scolding herself. Does he still disdain me? But as soon as the music began, her anger quickly gave way to surprise. The sound of the flute flowed like a gentle breeze swept by rain. The clouds in the high sky transformed into wine. The fine rain became cups and goblets. The melody was at times as soft as the rustle of grass blades, at times as dense as droplets dripping under an eave. The highly challenging Shang Yun Zhanyu was performed with effortless grace at the fingertips and lips of the young man. When the music ended, the faint moonlight brightened the night sky. Xiao Man was silent for a long while before mumbling, You're lying. You must have learned this before. She felt she couldn't read this boy at all anymore. But Su Jin frowned. His system hadn't upgraded him to an intermediate musician. He knew the gap wasn't just skill, but state of mind. Shang Yun Zhanyu was about the carefree leisure of an immortal, yet whether in his past lives' busy career or his current survival struggles, he found it impossible to truly be at ease with the world. That slightly dissatisfied look caught Xiao Man's eye and instantly struck her as pretending. She ground her teeth. We must add more dishes. Without any hesitation, Su Jin tucked the bamboo flute into his clothes. Good brother, I'm keeping this flute. The guqin was bulky and specially requested by Dong San Yang for Xiao Man to play, so it wasn't appropriate for him to take it. This way, he could focus on mastering the flute instead. Xiao Man saw him growing more brazen. With no outlet for her mounting frustration, she silently vowed. Dinner must have extra dishes. In the following days, Su Jin still didn't rush to the Heart Lake Isle. 1. Blacksmithing, continuing his mandatory mining progress. The tempering effect from his blacksmith achievements was strengthening his muscles, meridians, and bones day by day. 2. Cultivation, persisting with the bloodshot exercise. But he found that unless he practiced breathing techniques and energy guidance simultaneously, he couldn't form the sensation of qi inside. Even full concentration didn't help. 3. Flute practice, repeatedly studying Shang Yun Zhanyu, trying to find that carefree state of mind beyond technical skill. Juggling these tasks, he stayed busy but not overwhelmed. The end of the month was approaching, marking the completion of his brewing enhancement and an imminent breakthrough. Su Jin submitted an application to Dong Sanyang to return to Heart Lake Isle for seclusion. It was time to strive for body forging realm. This time, his goal was to reach the highest level there, the unflawed embryo. On the east side of the Shura sect stood the Shinluo courtyard, the sect leader's residence and headquarters. In the acting leader's main hall, two figures were entwined, their shadows flickering strangely in the candlelight. Yi Ming was handsome, and at this moment, he was intimately involved with Dong Sanyang. They weren't on the bed, but in the sitting room, clearly enjoying themselves. When the rain stopped, the two parted politely, without the slightest embarrassment, treating each other with frankness. Yi Ming sat back nonchalantly. His sideburns and eyebrows might have enhanced his looks, but somehow it seemed off. Dong Sanyang gazed at him satisfied, licking her lips thoughtfully. It's good that the sect leader's body is strong. This time I helped in the nick of time. Otherwise, this injury might not have stopped, she said. No worries, it's not the first time. Besides, your Insha energy benefits me too. I'm not at a loss. Yi Ming's lips curled slightly in a subtle smile. Bloodsha energy is fierce and strong, while Insha energy is soft and flowing. Although both bear the name Sha meaning killing or evil, their natures are completely different. When disciples from two sects supplement each other in this way, it's actually beneficial, but it can't last long. Once a year is best. Their mutual support has a special effect. It's a pity I don't have Yuan Yin, Dong Sanyang lamented, crossing her legs with her hairpin askew. If I did, given all your kindness, sect leader, I'd willingly offer it to you. She rambled on incoherently. But back in the Yugue sect, my sister's daughter had the rare Juming Xianin body. Her Yuan Yin was a precious treasure in this world. Huh, that girl's dead, isn't she? If not, she'd indeed be a treasure. Which righteous demon sect wouldn't want her? Yi Ming stood up and looked for a robe, mumbling. If someone with the Jiuming Xianin body could forge it into a flawless embryo, and then refine it into the essence human pill, that would be a divine medicine. The acting sect leader's words showed great imagination. Dong Sanyang smiled dreamily. You were still thinking about the Jiuming Xianin flawless embryo. Why not mention the Wugo Liuli embryo? At the mention of Wugo Liuli embryo, Yi Ming's brow furrowed sharply. The flawless embryo was the highest achievement in the forging body stage, the minimum requirement when the Jiuxing sect selected their sect leader in ancient times. But above the flawless embryo was an even higher grade called the Wugo Liuli embryo, which had long been a sore spot for the Shura sect. The Jiuxing sect once dominated the world, barely missing the chance to become the rulers of the Central Plains. The throne of emperor rotates this year, it's our house. Whoever has the strongest fist, the mightiest army, and the greatest popular support has the best chance. The path of cultivation consumes resources above all. Whoever controls the world gains unending access to heavenly materials, treasures, and martial talents. That is the allure of world domination. Unfortunately, just as they neared success, a massive upheaval caused everything to collapse. In the long years that followed, the Jiuxing sect completely fractured, with each branch fighting on its own, gradually declining. But a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The 9 fragmented demon sects inherited supreme martial arts traditions and the vast legacy of the Jiuxing sect. The Jiuxing sect had 9 gate techniques, each unique. The Bloodsha art focused on vitality and strength. Its disciples excelled as frontline fighters, aligned with the demon god Shura. The Yugue sect valued stealth and concealment. Its disciples were elite scouts, aligned with the demon god Rakshasa. The other 7 sects had their own unique, mysterious arts. Furthermore, the Jiuxing sect left behind 9 massive secret realms filled with opportunities to cultivate disciples, assigned to the 9 separate branches. Today, the 9 sects operate independently in the territories of these 9 vast legacy realms. The method to open this secret realm was bafflingly obscure. To succeed the leader of the 9 Saints sect, the bare minimum requirement was to forge a flawless Wu Pi body. This barrier had already blocked countless prodigies. Once one stepped into the Wu Pi stage, a cultivator had to swallow a specially made Sanchi pill, which gradually dispelled every trace of cultivated energy. After swallowing the pill, true energy would dissipate like fine threads through every meridian. Any mistake would cause the foundation to collapse, ending one's martial path forever. The process was both perilous and lengthy, lasting at least 1 year, and sometimes up to 2, during which no progress in cultivation could be made. Only when every shred of energy within was dispelled could one attempt to break through to the next level. The immaculate, glazed body and everything had to be completed before the age of 18. If any disciple of the 9 Saints sect truly reached this stage before turning 18, and happened to be at the secret realm's entrance, they would be mysteriously drawn inside. Whether they could transform into an immaculate glazed body within the realm depended entirely on Fatia, chance few ever succeeded. The Azura sect's secret realm was similarly selective. Only disciples who had practiced the blood curse technique and forged a Wu Pi body could trigger it. Sadly, such geniuses had not appeared in 500 years. Not to mention the Wu Pi, Even those who reached the Vajrabhati stage were few and far between. The former sect leader, gifted in his youth, had been stuck at the Vajrabhati stage. Now over 200 years old, his cultivation hovered at the pinnacle of the fourth realm known as soul engraving, desperately trying to break through to higher corporeal levels. His successor, Yi Ming, was even less talented than his master though appearing young. He was already over 100 years old and barely just entered the early soul engraving stage. The sect steadily declined, with peerless treasures just out of reach, locked tight by the immaculate glazed body technique, which haunted the minds of the elders like a perpetual thorn. Immaculate glazed body. Oomph, it's not worth a damn. Yi Ming snorted bitterly, bitterness or resentment unknown. Didn't the Phantom Ghost sect have one once? That person had brought back the recipe for the spirit pill from the Phantom Ghost realm, but in the end, all it did was benefit the Azura sect. Yi Ming said this as he approached Dong Sanyang and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. The spirit pill was an unbelievably powerful treasure. The heir of the Phantom Ghost sect, a born prodigy, had opened the secret realm with an immaculate glazed body and brought back the recipe, which should have risen the sect. Instead, it brought about their annihilation. Dong Sanyang, the heir's junior sister and a key force behind the Phantom Ghost sect's downfall, had now become Yi Ming's favored concubine. Held tightly by Yi Ming, she didn't resist. Instead, she smiled seductively, a hint of madness flickering in her eyes. Master, you really should thank me properly. It was I who risked my life to bring back this spirit pill recipe. But don't let it slip to others. The more who know, the bigger the trouble. She licked her crimson lips and reached up to tear off Yi Ming's outer robe. Filthy wench. Yi Ming growled, blood surging. Tonight, you're going to get exactly what you deserve. He scooped Dong Sanyang up in his arms and headed toward the bed, cursing continuously. Immaculate glazed body. Damn it all. I pledged allegiance to the northern invaders, turned the world upside down, brought chaos and suffering, carved out my own kingdom. Isn't that glorious? If any disciple dares form an immaculate glazed body in the Azura sect, I'll kill him myself. The sect leader position belongs only to me. Yi Ming. The bed shook violently as Dong Sanyang laughed wickedly. Damn, immaculate glazed body. If any Azura sect disciple dares become an immaculate glazed body, I'll kill him. This sect leader position can only be mine. Mine. I am Yi Ming. His shouts grew louder as vigor that night was unusually fierce. By the misty shore of Lake Duanwu, Su Jin stepped onto a light boat gently drifting toward the island at the lake's center. Achoo, achoo. He sneezed twice, wiping his nose and muttering self-mockingly. Huh, shouldn't be. Can my body still catch a cold? He looked around at the swirling fog over the lake, puzzled. Is someone cursing me? Next year, Dong Sanyang would turn 60 as Su Jin paddled. He kept calculating in his mind. He had openly purchased a Class C brewing recipe as Azura Sect's special beast blood brew, which required 2 years to fully mature. Even the top brewers could only shorten the cycle by about 30%, meaning it would still take over 200 days to reach initial readiness just in time for the birthday gift. Unfortunately, the brewing profession offered no chances for leveling up in the near term. 60 years old, yet she looked no older than 27 or 28. TSK. Thinking back to her use of facial cleanser that night made Su Jin feel uneasy inside. He continued planning ahead. The paths of brewer, miner, lumberjack, and blacksmith were all temporarily blocked. But once he entered the forging stage, the professions of angler, hunter, and chef could level up again if only he could get his hands on a Class B fishing bait, which was too difficult and had to be arranged later by Xiao Man. The islets in the middle of the lake were scattered like stars in the sky, resembling a profound and cryptic formation when viewed from above. Su Jin picked one small island he had never set foot on before. After docking, he dragged the small boat into the bushes, carefully checking to leave no trace behind. He had stayed in the Tianpeng courtyard for a whole month before, just waiting for the brewed energy to replenish so he could make his final push. During that time, he barely slept, continuously entering complete focus mode and practicing the blood-killing technique's physical exercises. Thanks to the blacksmith's passive skill tempering, his muscles, meridians, and bones were hammered day and night with intensity far beyond others of his level. After a brief rest now, he faced the vast misty lake and took out his bamboo flute, playing the tune Shang Yun Zhanyu. The flute sound was graceful and winding but purely technical, lacking any real emotion. The melody itself was meant to evoke leisure and serenity, which clashed with his current mood full of murderous intent. If only he had the sheet music for a Class D killing intent flute, his intermediate musical talent would have allowed him to level up quickly. Too bad, he wasn't a magic toy to pull something like that out of thin air. Fortunately, this basic soul-soothing tune was enough to ease his mental tension. Past midnight, the brewing cycle finally completed. The energy refined through intermediate brewing filled his 3 Dantian points before flowing naturally into his limbs and bones. This quality of energy was impossible for an ordinary martial artist to obtain even after more than 10 years of intense training. It was time to break through to the forging stage. Su Jin felt the surging and solidifying power within him. While marveling at the brewing's effect, he once again activated complete focus and unleashed the blood-killing technique. Instantly, the blood fury energy flooded through his muscles, meridians, and bones under the guidance of the orthodox demonic sect manual. The pain was sharp and intense, but he had to endure it. Forging a body with energy began by forming a seed embryo. Why did so many heroes fail the so-called flawless embryo? Because the age limit of 20 was an absolute cutoff, missed that, and success was impossible. To succeed, one needed both a strong physique and pure energy. Neither could be missing. Su Jin's powerful frame combined with condensed energy and total focus made the forging incredibly efficient. There was no bottleneck in forging, only speed differences. After a whole day, strange sounds suddenly echoed across the island like bell chimes, drum beats, or the opening of water gates. Su Jin's blood, flesh, and bones were undergoing a fundamental change under the blood-killing energy's flow. First recognition, then acceptance, followed by displacement, and finally assimilation. The method of refining the body was mankind's path towards evolving into a demonic god. At this moment, the body forging was complete, and Su Jin's body had become a raw form. He had successfully entered the body forging realm, but had completely drained his physical strength and mental energy, leaving him no choice but to follow a strict routine: eat heartily, play the flute, rest, and then return to meditate on the floor cushion, immersed once again in the tedious and monotonous cycle of cultivation. The next morning, he began pushing to the first grade of the body forging realm, the raw form grade. The ancient texts noted that the cultivation method at this stage was extremely brutal on the flow of qi and blood. Ordinary martial artists had to advance slowly. Too great a surge would injure the meridians and require months of recovery, and in severe cases, even shake the foundation of one's cultivation. Su Jin had planned to be cautious, but soon found that his meridians were far stronger than expected. His background as a senior lumberjack, the tempering effects of the blacksmith profession, and a host of secondary profession achievements all combined to create a powerful overall reinforcement, making the harsh impact of the raw form grade feel like a gentle breeze. Within just one day, he easily pushed his forging realm to raw form grade. If not for his greed and a complete set of follow-up techniques, he might even have considered skipping ahead to the tempered form realm directly. After a brief cycle of hearty eating, flute playing, and sleeping, he set about cultivating the even harsher iron form grade. Hundreds of razor blades scraped his muscles, peeled open meridians, and pierced bone inside his body. The pain forced him to dedicate his full focus to the technique. Any distraction would ruin his progress entirely. Yet this torment was still only a light drizzle to Su Jin. After 5 days of grueling practice, he mastered the iron form grade, and thus gained the possibility of breaking into the spirit engraving realm in the future. Once more, he followed the routine: eat, play flute, sleep, and then launched into the diamond form grade. His speed was astonishing to anyone observing, but the pain rose exponentially. If the raw form grade's pain was 1, iron form was at most 10, then diamond form shot up to a terrifying 1,000. The agony came not only from the brutal chi surges, but also from the body's instinctive resistance to divine demonic transformation, the gene-level impulse to seek stability and fear the unknown, causing rejection reactions throughout the body. Worse still, the entire process demanded undivided attention. Any lapse risked spiritual deviation or madness. Normally, cultivators of the diamond form could endure only 1 or 2 hours daily, not only enduring excruciating pain, but also maintaining chi condensation and repeatedly refining the flesh, consuming tremendous time. Yet Su Jin possessed the innate talent of absolute focus and was immune to distraction, which also greatly suppressed his pain. He had to race against time-mad Elder Dawn's relentless pressure, left him no choice but to fight desperately for survival. So while others could barely sustain 1 or 2 hours, Su Jin raised his daily baseline to 5 hours or more. Such intense effort. His talent also amplified the efficiency of chi surging, making his forging realm advancement terrifying. Although he couldn't compete with those born with innate perfect bodies or congenital flawless forms, their futures would never measure up to his. Cultivate, eat, play flute, sleep. The high-intensity cycle reminded him of the days he had struggled so hard in his past life. 10 days passed, and the diamond form was forged. The pace was nothing short of miraculous. In theory, he was now qualified to challenge the 3 higher realms of martial cultivation: form body, spirit vessel, and divine transformation. The old sect leader of the Azura sect, after years of seclusion, was still only focused on reaching the form body realm. However, only 13 days remained for island training. Whether he could forge the legendary flawless form in time was uncertain. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the next 2-month cycle. Su Jin decided to go all in. As usual, he rowed his small boat across Duanwu Lake, changing to a different island in the heart of the lake every 3 days, a habit he never neglected, for carefulness prevented big mistakes. The lake's surface rippled gently as his boat moved slowly forward, water vapor rising and enveloping the surroundings. From above, the numerous islands scattered across the lake resembled the mysterious focal points of a profound array, exuding an elegant charm. On the 17th day of his cultivation on the island at the lake's center, Su-jin sat cross-legged by the campfire. The flickering flames cast shadows on his tightly pressed lips and the lingering fear in his eyes. In the entire world, only a handful of cultivation methods could forge the flawless body embryo, and the bloodshot technique was among the foremost. When he first obtained the secret scroll, he thought the Shura sect was impressively open-hand. This core secret that dictated the sect's future was outright written into the manual for disciples to study. But after training through the scroll and reaching the brink of the flawless embryo stage, he truly tasted the price of risk. The 4 tiers of the body-forging realm-forming embryo, iron embryo, Vajra embryo, and flawless embryo were each a step as daunting as scaling the heavens. The Vajra embryo stage was already extremely difficult. It demanded a deep reservoir of foundational strength. Most disciples could barely grasp it, and they were carefully guarded by elders to prevent reckless attempts to break through to the flawless embryo. Su-jin, however, was an anomaly, smashing through these barriers with the help of several extraordinary secondary skills. In just 17 days, he forged a Vajra embryo, and then, on his own accord, launched an assault on the flawless embryo stage. The agony nearly cost him his life right there. The forming embryo stage was about transforming the physical body completely into the embryonic material, making it fundamentally distinct from a mere mortal's flesh and ready for further forging. The next step was iron embryo. After further forging the iron meridian, the Buddhist defenses were raised to new heights, laying the groundwork for enduring the soul-bearing trials of the embryo-tempering realm. The Vajra embryo was a deeper level. Vajra meant overcoming tribulations, severing worldly afflictions, and sharpening wisdom. The tribulations corresponded to the physical body, afflictions to the spirit store, and wisdom to the divine transformation, each representing subsequent cultivation realms for warriors. Only by surviving tribulations could one forge the physical body. By cutting off afflictions, the spirit store would not dissolve into nothingness. By hardening wisdom, one's divine nature would be protected from corrupting gods and demons. Generations of predecessors had risked their lives to distill this path of cultivation. In theory, reaching the Vajra embryo opened the door to aspiring toward the pinnacle of divine transformation. Yet even this was far from sufficient. Overcoming tribulations drained one's Jing essence, severing afflictions consumed Qi vital energy, and sharpening wisdom required Shin spirit. These 3 Jing, Qi, and Shun resided in the Buddhist 3 major energy centers, each endowed from birth and sustaining a warrior throughout life. Time, injury, and training gradually drained them like water evaporating from a river or rock worn away by wind. At first, this loss was imperceptible, but over time it brought inevitable decay. This, then, was the significance of the flawless embryo. While enhancing the effects of the previous 3 embryos, it minimized the leakage of Jing, Qi, and Shun to the greatest extent possible, thus earning the name flawless embryo, though it was never perfectly without loss. How difficult was it? If we assigned the difficulty of forming embryo as 1, iron embryo would be 10, Vajra embryo 1,000, then flawless embryo was on the order of 100,000. Beyond numbers, the difficulty ultimately translated into intense pain. It required purifying the body with an energy sensation far purer than the body-forging realm could tolerate, an annihilating cleansing so agonizing it shattered human limits of endurance. No spirit medicine could alleviate it. And yet, this was not the end of the ordeal. The Wulo embryo involves not just physical pain but also soul pain. A martial artist's spirit aches alongside the body, and the torment cannot be stopped. To guide qi and blood flow amid such dual suffering requires complete focus. Any slight distraction risks falling into demonic madness. Thus, except for a few born with naturally Wulo constitutions, it is nearly impossible for others to cultivate this embryo successfully. It demands pure qi perception, a robust physique, iron-like endurance, and unparalleled concentration, all of which Su-jin happens to possess. The angler is a god-tier profession. Complete concentration is a divine skill. Activating it doubles Su-jin's physical and mental energy consumption, but plunges him into an extreme state of focus. His efficiency in all actions rises sharply, fleeting opportunities become easier to seize, and spiritual attacks are moderately suppressed along with some relief from bodily pain. Unfortunately, complete concentration can only dull the physical agony. It has no power to ease the soul's tearing wounds. Su-jin had been in this world just over 3 months and knew very little about the deeper intricacies of martial cultivation. He had no reliable guide. His master was a demoness coveting his body. Jiang Ming and Qin Tian knew little, and his relationship with Xiao Man was too shallow to speak of anything. At this moment, he simply felt that although the Wulo embryo was torturous and difficult, the pain was still bearable, so he plunged headlong into it. Thus began reckless cultivation, eating heartily, playing his flute, resting, practicing work in endless cycles. Every day, Su Jin felt as if his flesh were ground to mush and bones crushed to dust, sustaining himself only by gulping down large quantities of pills to heal and replenish his blood. The pain made sleep elusive, but upon waking, he resolutely continued training without fail. This was bone-deep torment. Most people could barely hold on for half an hour each day, while he endured 5 hours straight, suffering the agony of shredded flesh and broken bones, his soul rent asunder. In moments of blurred pain, he sometimes thought it might be easier to give up and die by Dong Sanyang's hand. But every time he awoke, he still ate heartily, played his flute, practiced, and slept. This was the stubbornness forged by his past lives' experiences, and the relentless will left by every other self in parallel worlds carried in his secondary profession's memory. Unwavering focus and unyielding spirit. On day 25, the pain began to subside. Perhaps his body was adapting, or the agony itself was weakening. Day 26, his senses sharpened, and his spirit was clear. Day 27, pain swelled simultaneously in his lower abdomen, left chest, and forehead. Day 28, his spiritual strength surged, far beyond what was normal before the soul imprinting stage. Day 29, a blizzard came. Spring snow was even harsher than winter's. Beneath a pale gray domed sky, large snowflakes poured down relentlessly. Su Jin stood bare-chested, his skin red as scalding iron. Snow touching his body instantly hissed and vaporized, rolling white smoke swirling around him. The heavier the snowfall, the denser the steam, like a winding dragon rising. Suddenly, a crimson light ignited deep in his lower abdomen. It surged up to his left chest and transformed into a ghostly blue, then pierced his forehead, blooming into a magnificent purple. The three major Qi chambers Yuan C1 essence, Yellow Court 1 Qi, and Purple Palace 1 spirit roared into furious motion. Inside, the blood and killing Qi raced forward like a runaway train. Boom crash! A strange muffled explosion burst from within. Wild winds swept through, scattering the accumulated snow. Su Jin's eyes snapped open sharply. Day 29 midday. The blizzard still raged, and the domed sky remained pale gray. After 500 years of absence, the Shura sect had born once again a cultivator of the blood-killing technique, forged into a Wulo embryo. This man would change the fate of the Shura sect, and likewise, the destiny of the Nine Saints sect. This is the impeccable embryo. Feeling the qi surging through his flesh and blood, Su Jin rarely allowed himself a satisfied smile. At this moment, his body and aura were perfectly fused. His essence, qi, and spirit lay calm like a deep sea, yet hidden within was a brewing storm. The so-called leakless body forging to form an embryo essentially meant completely shattering the body and then remolding it, a brutal process, but the most direct path. Through this transformation, his strength multiplied dramatically. The capacity of his three dansins suddenly expanded, and the resilience of his bones and muscles underwent a qualitative leap, laying a foundation for countless possibilities in his martial path. To illustrate, the shells formed by ordinary body-forging cultivators were like low to mid-grade ores. Iron embryos corresponded to mid to high-grade ores. Vajra embryos were comparable to the yellow and black ranks. But the impeccable embryo was truly a rare ore of earth and heaven grades. The higher the ore's grade, the more it could withstand forging, and the more extraordinary the weapons or armor made from it. Of course, fully refining this heavenly or into a divine weapon was far more difficult and time-consuming. This was the next realm, the refining embryo stage. The problem was, cultivation techniques for the refining embryo stage were not easy to come by. While pondering, Su Jin immediately thought of Xiao Man. Among all the people he knew, she likely had the best connections. I've already reached the highest level of the body forging realm, and if this prime embryo can't be refined soon, it'll just sit there, he reasoned inwardly. I'll push Xiao Man, I'll catch her a grade B fish, and she'll help me find the technique fair enough. The grade B top-tier fish, the illusory Lee Sturgeon, was essentially a peak body forging stage beast. Su Jin wasn't afraid, given his current strength, and he trusted Xiao Man's combat ability could handle it as well. But water beasts differed completely from land beasts. Once out of the water, they were defenseless lambs, yet in the water, they ruled like uncrowned kings. Even setting aside this world, in his past life the explosion force of a mature sea bannerfish reached several tons, with even rumors of piercing submarines truly astounding. The challenge was not fighting it, but catching it. Grade B beasts were already quite intelligent, and the illusory Lee Sturgeon was enormous, never coming ashore and rarely showing itself. To fish it, you had to take a boat onto the lake. But Su Jin's small boat was as thin as paper. Meeting the sturgeon could mean instant destruction. He would have to rely on his master angler skills to lure the big fish onto the hook first, then engage in close combat. However, Underwater fighting was his weak point. If only he could activate a diving-related subclass, it would be easier. After all, the land and the water were two completely different worlds. Could you really expect an elephant to beat a shark in the sea? Su Jin could easily crush his equal on land, but once in water, he had to be extremely cautious. After thinking this over late into the night, he finally grew tired. He played his flute, ate, then fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, feeling refreshed, he noticed the impeccable embryo's regenerative power becoming even more apparent. Stripping naked, he plunged into the lake. The icy water fully awakened him. During his restless thoughts last night, he suddenly had an idea. If there were clams at the lake bottom, perhaps he could unlock the Pearl Diver diving subclass. So he spent almost the entire morning underwater, searching through shallow waters and gravel beds. Unfortunately, after a whole morning of effort, his dream was shattered. Landing on the shore, he tidied up and rowed to the small island where he last shared a bed with Xiao Man. Su Jin secured the boat, brushed off the snowflakes, and skillfully gathered dry wood from the forest. He set out the clay pot, flat iron pan, and iron skewers. Frying, deep frying, simmering, and boiling, the oil splattered and the heat carried the aroma of meat straight into the snowy air. As he stirred the food, his gaze drifted toward the lake. Today was the end of the month, the day he and Xiao Man had agreed to meet. Every month end, they dined together on this island in the lake center to discuss how to deal with Dong Sanyang, then parted ways. Xiao Man was closely watched by Dong Sanyang and only allowed one day off each month. The island's secluded location was their only safe meeting point. As the fire roared, Su Jin held back his breath and reined in his oar. The strong, sturdy energy within him seemed to be drained away, vanishing instantly. He wondered silently, next time when I unleash it again, how powerful will this force become? As the appointed hour approached, the sound of breaking ice came from the lake. Xiao Man rowed her small black wooden boat swiftly like a sharp blade through the water, reaching shore in moments. She said nothing, just climbed ashore and took food from the grill with elegant, decisive movements. The pine firelight blushed on their faces, snowflakes turning to steam outside the flames, yet no one noticed that beneath their feet, the island's surface of fine sand trembled subtly, as if awakening after a long slumber, warming up to be activated. What exactly have you been cultivating on this island? There's not even a trace of aura yet, Xiao Man said as she chewed the meat, eyes scanning Su Jin up and down. If we're allies, you should share your trump cards instead of keeping them hidden. Tell me your level first, then I'll answer. Su Jin smiled without speaking. Trust required reciprocity. Neither would reveal their hand first. For now, they only shared a common enemy, and if Dong Sanyang fell, friend or foe would be uncertain. Even if Xiao Man revealed the truth first, he wouldn't fully believe her. Such caution chills me to the bone, Xiao Man murmured, tearing the grilled fish into strips slowly. She was just as sure that Su Jin had other forces behind him. Both foxes understood that the best outcome would be that they didn't turn their blades on each other. Su Jin smoothly changed the subject. Is the bait prepared for the Huanli sturgeon? Almost. You fish it out, they'll deal with it underwater. Xiao Man had witnessed his fishing skills. As bait was like a deadly hook that fish rushed to seize. Her casual remark also revealed her confidence. Even in the water, she could easily slay the Huanli sturgeon, likely at least at the Duanpei level. Su Jin blinked. For that favor, I want the Duanpei level technique from your Shuexiang manual. Last time they planned to catch the sturgeon, he had barely taken the Shuexiang technique at the Zhudi level from Xiao Man. Now he was asking for a higher level skill. Duanpei techniques aren't easy to get. Xiao Man smiled faintly, eyes glinting with calculation. Give me some time, they'll figure a way. Both knew well. Her claim that she had personally handled the Huanli sturgeon was a veiled hint at her cultivation level. His request for Duanpei techniques tacitly accepted that he had reached Zhudi level. Their surface-level openness was really a subtle testing of each other's depth. The rest of their negotiation was more probing than anything else. Eventually, they set the date to take action against Dong Sanyang 2 months later. During that time, Xiao Man would acquire the subsequent chapters of the Shuexiang and Shuexiang manuals. Su Jin would assist in planning the assassination. Detailed arrangements would be discussed when they next met on the island. After the meal, the snowy night grew colder. Su Jin extinguished the fire while Xiao Man cleared the empty plates. Without a word, they boarded their boats, a silent understanding between them. The island remained peaceful and still. From above, one could see scattered stones, trees, and sand dunes arranged like a mysterious formation. After rowing several dozen yards, the water suddenly stirred. Su Jin sensed dark currents swirling beneath the boat. The black lake water spread like spilled ink, vast areas turning pitch dark in an instant. He looked up as Xiao Man frowned, clearly recalling a rumor something terrifying lurked beneath the lake that neither dared provoke. Su Jin said nothing and paddled fiercely. He knew Xiao Man was faster and that warnings were pointless. Her expression was complex, shocked yet hesitant, but she also quickened her pace. However, the lake seemed like an awakened beast, granting no chance for escape. Boom! The huge whirlpool rose from the depths. the lake's center suddenly sinking as if a giant whale was sucking water down. Moments later, the surface calmed again, snowflakes falling quietly. The lake restored its tranquil appearance, as if nothing had happened. Sujin, Xiaoman, and their two small boats all had vanished without a trace. The girl looked about 16 or 17, with delicate, well-defined features. Her appearance combined the refined elegance of a noble young lady with the fragile beauty of a gentle maiden. Just below her left eye was a faint mole, like a single frozen teardrop or a distant twinkling star hidden in the night sky. At this moment, she slowly opened her eyes, and the first piercing rays of dawn burst upon her face. Gone was the endless snowstorm of the northern territories. Instead, a warm sun hung high, its dazzling light streaming down like strands of colorful beads forming a curtain, casting a kaleidoscope of radiant patterns. Xiaoman realized she was completely naked. Her long black hair hung messy around her shoulders, and the cool morning breeze brushed softly against her skin. Using her hand to steady herself against a rough tree trunk, she stood and looked around. Towering, lush trees formed a dense tropical jungle, the air heavy and humid, with broad leafy plants all around. Her heart sank abruptly. This was the secret realm of the Shilla sect. Before being swallowed by the abyssal beast at the far end of Duanwu Lake, she had suspected she might be dragged into this place. Now her fears were fully confirmed. The Nine Saints sect had 9 secret realms, each sealed to house the priceless treasures and legacies of its branches. Each realm's entrance was oddly concealed. The secret realm of the Yugue sect was known to reach out with a pitch-black, viscous shadow that would pull qualified individuals into an endless abyss. The Shilla sect's realm revealed a strange fish that would swallow the target whole, leading to this sweltering, primeval jungle inside its belly. Every intruder was stripped of all belongings, with even disguises forcibly erased. Xiaoman understood this because at 12 years old, having perfected the flawless embryo stage and dispersed all her aura, she had once entered the Yugue sect's realm and forged the immaculate, glazed embryo. That experience placed upon her the solemn duty to kill Dong Sanyang and avenge her mother, intertwined deeply with the inheritance kept within the secret realm. According to the rules of the Nine Saints sect, any prodigy who is a flawless embryo and disperses their aura before 18 has only one chance to enter a secret realm and gain its benefits. Only by forging an immaculate, glazed embryo inside can they re-enter alongside the next generation of heirs. The higher one's cultivation, the harsher the realm's backlash. Now, the residual aura burning in Xiaoman's body felt like flames scorching her flesh, agonizing and nearly nullifying her combat strength. Luckily, her true cultivation was only at the peak of the broken embryo stage, or the realm's rules would have already incinerated her alive. Those who were neither immaculate, glazed embryos nor qualified heirs would be crushed to bloody pulp the moment they stepped in. She thought of Sujin, her heart suddenly jolting. So that's it. He was also a flawless embryo who had long dispersed his aura, which allowed him to infiltrate the Shilla sect secretly, all for this inheritance. Her thoughts stumbled there, leaving many doubts. If Sujin's goal was only the secret realm, why bring her along? Why repeatedly inquire about Shilla sect's cultivation techniques? The heat struck her like a wave, the scorching pain coursing through her veins. Barefoot, Xiaoman stepped onto the damp earth, each step feeling like walking through fire. Worse still, she knew the Shilla sect's secret realm was infamous for its bloodiness and savagery, far deadlier than the abyss of the Yugue sect. But thinking wasn't helping. She had to find Sujin. Only the realm's chosen heir could open the gate to leave. Otherwise, she would be trapped to be consumed by the realm's laws. Bitter thoughts surged in her mind, but still, she forced her trembling body to move forward, cursing under her breath. It's rare to end up in 2 different secret realms back to back, but this ordeal is absolutely dreadful. Xiaoman decided to gather some leaves to roughly fashion herself some clothes to cover herself. But her whole body ached unbearably, crushed to the point of near paralysis. Her once proud, powerful physique was now utterly drained, incapable of even lifting a finger. She grit her back molars and glanced around. She had to find Sujin as soon as possible. Anyone able to activate a secret realm here must have no trace of qi in their body. Without qi, they wouldn't be suppressed and could retain full combat strength. This secret realm was incredibly dangerous, and at her current state, she wouldn't last much longer. The rustling of grass came from the shadows. With extensive experience in combat, plus the solid foundation of Yugue sect's systematic cultivation techniques, even with her body reduced to little more than a cripple, Xiaoman remained an excellent scout. She immediately sensed that wild beasts were quietly closing in. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she forced herself to adopt a battle stance, movements fluid and carrying the fierce beauty of a she-leopard. Soon, 2 beasts appeared, one behind the other. Their scarlet skin was completely hairless, massive bodies resembling a strange mix of ape and tiger, but moving on all 4s like canines. They had no eyes, with exposed fangs, blind ape dogs, and there were 2 of them. Mid-grade class, Xiaoman frowned deeply. Before, She could crush creatures of this level with a single punch without even using chi. Now, she might die here. The blind ape dogs growled low, saliva dripping. For 500 years, no humans had entered this secret realm, and the scent of this tender young girl greatly excited them. The growls grew louder, the air thick with the smell of blood and hunger. Xiao Man decided to fight with everything she had left. Although now as weak as an ordinary person and unarmed, she forced her strength forward. The muscles on her pale legs faintly showed, but her speed was nowhere near before. The beasts lunged, and she staggered to dodge, barely avoiding being caught from both front and back, but her momentum sent her sprawling to the ground. As she tried to summon her chi again, a sharp pain coursed through her body, and even the little strength remaining vanished. It's over, Su Jin, you've really doomed me. She bit her teeth and cursed. The blind ape dogs low growled, stalking closer like cats playing with mice. Just as the shadow of death closed in, she suddenly heard violent shaking from the treetops. A vine swayed, and a strong, fair-skinned man swung down gracefully. He wore only a simple grass skirt, moving with the agility of an ape. The skirt was thin and revealing. Nothing was hidden by his floating posture above, making Xiao Man both relieved to be saved and slightly embarrassed to look. Bang! The man landed, bending low and driving a heavy punch straight into the nose of the first blind ape dog. Master Hunter achievement, 40 hit rate against beasts, 20 damage. Grand Craftsman buff, bare fists, blunt damage moderately increased, and combined with boosts from multiple secondary professions. 3 months ago, he wasn't even a martial artist, yet could already kill Class C beasts instantly. Now he was terrifying, lacking any chi signature, yet utterly formidable. The blind ape dog didn't even have time to howl before dying on the spot. The other beast tried to flee, but as it turned, its tail was grabbed. The man held it with one hand and slammed a punch into its lower back. Then a second punch followed. The sharp crack of breaking bones rang out as the beast's lumbar spine shattered, collapsing immediately. After dealing with the two beasts, he turned to look at the girl sprawled on the ground, examining her carefully. Delicate brows and eyes, a tear mole at the corner of her eye, a handsome face with elegant features, a solid physique, with long, well-shaped legs. Counting on his finger, sure fate lacked wood element, so her guardian beast was probably not the azure dragon but the white tiger. Brother Xiao? Su Jin cautiously tested, breaking the silence. Xiao Man wove wide leaves into a grass skirt with supple vines, wrapping it tightly around her waist. She tied her waterfall-like black hair into a high ponytail, her gaze coldly fixed on the man in front of her. Yet Su Jin did not look away, neither embarrassed nor lecherous, just calmly appreciative. His expression made her unsure whether he was a true gentleman or a wolf in sheep's clothing. If he were a gentleman, he would avert his eyes to avoid impropriety. If a beast, his desire should be overt and handsome. Strangely, he showed neither. What was even more absurd was that he bent down, picking leaves and trimming branches to personally craft her a fitted chest covering. The size was exact, revealing the hand of an expert. You look good, brother. You're pretty stunning, Su Jin said with a light laugh as he looked up. It was hard to deny that Xiao Man was indeed captivating in her makeshift grass skirt. Born with the 9 nether profound body, an ideal physique for the ghost sex art, she carried a natural allure with every gesture. Her appearance combined the grace of a refined lady and the charm of a demure girl next door, creating a uniquely magnetic presence. Good looking? Xiao Man straightened her chest slightly, half serious, half mocking. Brother Su, your schemes are deep, truly well planned. But I still don't understand why drag me into this place. With your skills and talent, this secret realm should be your opportunity alone. Why drag me down with you? She sighed deeply at that. Deep down, she guessed Su Jin's plan. She was the daughter of the former ghost sect leader, possessed the 9 nether profound body, and was a pure vessel. If someone forcibly took her primordial energy, the gains would be immense. Now, within the Azura sect's secret realm, her powers and body were suppressed, and the realm's spiritual chi scorched her until she was weak, just like an ordinary woman, easily preyed upon. If Su Jin took advantage of this to seize her primordial and the sect's inheritance, his calculation was ruthless. But Su Jin wasn't merely staring at her. In moments, he had snapped several straight branches and knocked the huge fangs of the blind ape dog they had just hunted onto the shard tips, fashioning several crude but sharp hunting spears. With weapons in hand, his expression relaxed somewhat. As a hunter by nature, this primeval jungle was naturally a hunting ground to him. So where exactly are we? How do we get out? Su Jin asked seriously. Guided by instinct, he sensed numerous grade B and A-level beasts lurking in the jungle, and even more terrifying apex predators. He urgently needed to escape, but had found no way out. That was why he was so keen to rescue Xiao Man. She held secrets that might reveal an escape route. What unsettled him more was a vague guiding force suddenly implanted into his mind, forcing him toward a certain direction. His usual focus talent was powerless against it. This strange directive felt like a nail driven into his brain, sending chills down his spine. I know you might have doubts about me, Su Jin said firmly, tightening his grip on the spear. But this place is far more dangerous than you imagine. Believe me, or not, just tell me how to get out. I'll take you with me, safe and sound. How about that? Xiaoman studied him suspiciously, but in the end she nodded. In her current weakened state, she was powerless to resist, and since he had not attacked immediately and was willing to talk properly, there was still some hope. Just nod, and tell me as we go, she whispered urgently. Go where? Su Jin asked. To the place you see in your mind's eye. Only you know where that is. Xiaoman struggled to stand, knowing the path ahead would be soaked in blood and terror. Countless monstrous beasts would assail them non-stop. The closer they got to the spot imprinted in her mind, the fiercer the beasts would become. This was the trial of wild desolation. Having once braved the Ghost Sect's trial to inherit a legacy and forge the immaculate glazed body, she was painfully aware of the road's merciless cruelty. Clenching her fists, she whispered, I'll explain the rest in time. If you manage to get me out of here, I'll repay you. Though she spoke the words, she kept her guard firmly up around Su Jin. All right, it's a promise. Su Jin packed his supplies tightly and slung 6 simple spears over his shoulder. And so, the trial path began. The forest was dark and oppressive, soaked as if in blood. The monsters caught their scent and surged madly toward Themranklis, Dingrade, Bingradil in packs. When his spears broke, Su Jin switched to fists, wielding branches, stones, anything grippable for counterattacks. After each brutal fight, he rested briefly on the spot, trimmed branches and bamboo to fashion new spears, then pushed onward, barely pausing for breath. 7 days of relentless slaughter. Su Jin no longer recalled how many beasts had felled. The hunting master rank upgrade bar was nearly full, needing only the last Y-grade beast to complete it, yet the count stopped refreshing. His faultless Bodhi's terrifying regenerative ability made him a killing machine. Even days without sleep left him gasping for air. Xiaoman suffered even worse. Her internal energy burned incessantly, her strength rapidly fading, but she gritted her teeth and refused to fall behind. Her aunt had taught her since childhood not to be a burden. That woman always called her dead weight, blaming her for her mother's death. But Xiaoman was only 3 back than Ave, clueless. Each day followed the same grim cycle. Beast attacks, desperate fights, makeshift weapon crafting, forced marches. She pushed herself to keep up, feeling life ebbing away bit by bit. The Nine Saints Sect trial had been brutal, and she had barely survived. Now Su Jin was even stronger than her back then, yet his exhaustion showed. With her dragging him down as well, she knew no one would risk themselves to save her when the worst came. If death came knocking, her aunt's harsh lesson echoed. To survive, you must abandon everything, even those you care about. But time after time, Su Jin dragged her back from the brink, while she only grew weaker, unable to repay him. In quiet moments, Su Jin pieced the truth together. Above the faultless embryo stage was the immaculate, glazed embryo. After successfully breaking through to the faultless body, he triggered an internal incubation effect, losing all inspiration but precisely meeting the demanding conditions to open the Shura Sect's legacy secret realm. As an inheritor, his spirit sea was implanted with coordinates for the final test land, granting temporary navigation to reach it within 30 days. He had to undergo the final trial there: survive or perish. Only survival would grant teleportation back. Failure to arrive on time meant eternal entrapment. This was why Xiaoman, despite her doubts, insisted on sticking with Su Jin. No way out alive without him. Day 8, dusk. A cold wind cut through the woods. The stench of blood was suffocating, choking. Xiaoman staggered, ears ringing. The burning sensation inside her veins grew fiercer as her fingers trembled, yet she raised her bow one last time, releasing an arrow that struck down an incoming Bingrade wolf. The bowstring snapped, sent pain pulsing through her chest. She nearly fell to her knees. Hang on. Su Jin shattered the skull of the last monstrous bear with his spear, gasping as he discarded the broken shaft and grabbed a splintered bone to fight anew. Sparks flew under his strikes, his eyes fixed solely on the faint, glowing coordinate ahead. Xiaoman knew her strength wouldn't hold much longer. Sweat and blood blurred her vision, but still she scrambled to keep pace. Scenes from the Nine Saints Sect trial flashed in her mind: the comrades who fell, the ground soaked in blood, her own desperate flight. Back then she was lucky. This time, escape seemed impossible. Suddenly, a twisted black shadow slithered from dead branches. Scales jagged, blood-red patterns pulsating, the cold gleam like a Bladian Y-grade beast. This is just the first checkpoint, and they unleash Y-grade creatures, she muttered, legs weakening. The Shura demon god's rage grew stronger with each battle, throwing tougher enemies as foretold in the Nine Saints Sect records. She staggered a step, forehead burning hot, the world spinning. I can't hold on. Su Jin, you're really going to get me killed. Her final words dissolved on her breath as she collapsed. In the dim light, she felt herself tumbling into an endless abyss. I'm just bad luck. My mother died because of me. I'll never avenge her. Maybe being left behind to die isn't so bad after all. Manair, you must remember. You have to avenge your mother and kill those beasts. Whether the ghost spirit sect can rise again depends entirely on you. Monair, you can't slack off. Your aunt's hoarse warnings echoed in your mind. This time, infiltrating the ruins of the ghost spirit sect cost us dearly. If you can't achieve the pure glaze body, you'll have failed everyone. The sole legacy you inherited is none other than the vengeful spirit of the 9 netherworlds. Monair, you haven't let me down. Now go and personally kill Dong Sanyang. Only by killing her can the true power of your soul legacy be unleashed. Remember, you can never live for yourself in this life. You carry a blood-deep hatred and the fate of the sect on your shoulders, so don't ever disappoint me. The dream shattered with a crash. When Xiaoman opened her eyes, the lingering taste of candied hawthorn remained on her tongue, sweet and sour intertwined, a flavor she hadn't experienced for years. Her head throbbed fiercely and limbs burned as if wrapped in flames. This was the long-missed pain of sickness. Awake? Drink some water. Take it easy, don't choke. A familiar, low voice said Sujin. She glanced around. No longer the cold forest, but a desolate wilderness. The night wind blew sharply. A campfire crackled with the roasting wild meat, grease sizzling loudly. I'm not dead? You didn't abandon me? Where is this? Her voice was hoarse, still dazed. Sujin held a broad leaf to her lips and calmly explained, based on the location you told me before, this is the first checkpoint. Within 10 yards of this fire, we won't encounter beasts for 3 days. The wild trial has 3 checkpoints. When we get to 1, we light a fire and can rest for 3 days. If you hadn't told me, I'd really be stumbling around in the dark. You saved me? Yeah, good brothers got your back, right? He smiled as he gently fed her water but furrowed his brows. But you're burning up. If this drags on, you won't last more than a few days. Martial artists with forged bodies rarely fall ill. Yet Xiao Man was rejected by the entire trial space. The legacy site forbids those sensitive to qi from entering. The combination of qi burning her, the chill invading her body, and her weakness was brutal. Worst was the searing pain that felt like her meridians were on fire. What can I do? Sujin pressed her burning forehead. The secret realm forbids external items, and there's no medicine here at all. If you have any ideas, tell me quickly. I'll do whatever I can to help. Xiaoman looked at him calmly. Before fainting, she maintained her Yuanine essence. Now she couldn't move. This place was safe, so if he intended to harm her, now would be the easiest moment, but he hadn't made a move. That said everything. I'm not going to ask why you saved me, she said softly but firmly, but if you want to survive, we have to first suppress the qi burning. She thought back to the beast they faced before she lost consciousness, the black, vine-covered monster with rock-like horns. That a grade beast we encountered, called the ghost vine rock rhinoceros. Its blood is one of the raw ingredients for making the scatter qi pill. If you can find a way to get some, they'll be able to reduce the qi pressure in my body for a while, and he'll feel much better. Xiao Man's breathing was erratic, her voice barely above a whisper. The ghost vine rock rhinoceros, an elite Uthwood dual-element beast of grade bit's blood, was one of the key ingredients for crafting dispersing qi pellets, and its ground horn could heal internal injuries. Such creatures were priced by the gram. Their value was astonishing. The more valuable the beast, the quicker it died. These rare monsters were seldom seen outside the wilds. I'll kill it and take its blood to save you, Sujin said as he stood up, without a moment's hesitation. In fact, before Xiao Man lost consciousness, Sujin had every chance to slay the ghost vine rock rhinoceros on the spot, but he hesitated the instant she fainted and ultimately gave up the hunt to carry her all the way to the nearest campfire just 10 meters away. Now, that beast was tied both to his hunter rank advancing and to Xiao Man's very life, making it a target that had to be eliminated. After confirming the dosage and administration of the medicinal herbs for her cold, Sujin forced himself to memorize the details before checking his own injuries. Shallow but numerous abrasions covering his skin, an alarming sight considering those wounds hadn't existed just moments earlier. Xiao Man closed her eyes, feeling shed become a burden, momentarily forgetting it was because of Sujin's involvement that she was trapped in this perilous secret realm. You be careful. If you come back alive, I'll repay you, she murmured. All right. I won't hold back, Sujin replied, stepping beyond the reach of the campfire before vanishing into the dense forest. The distant, furious howls of the beast echoed through the trees. To him, this trial ground was nothing less than a natural hunting arena to boost his hunter achievements. Running through the woods, Sujin felt at home. Tracking was his specialty, and as long as he didn't face an armored tier beast, he remained in control. With his spear in hand, his combat strength could rise even higher. In less than half an hour, he pinpointed his target, a bovine form monster tangled in writhing vines, dozing on the forest floor. Its 4 stout legs dug into the dirt, and its more than 1 meter long ivory horn gleamed with a jade-like luster. A grade B elite ghost vine rock rhinoceros, its power equivalent to a forged body martial artist. An ordinary cultivator of the same realm would be no match without sensing the qi, but Sujin's physical strength surpassed the beast's, and his hunting master talent was specially designed to counter monsters. This rock rhino was doomed. 2 hours later, by the campfire, Xiao Man's fever soared higher. Her consciousness flickered in and out. She could only judge time by the fading light outside. Su Jin had not returned, and waves of anxiety and worry churned in her chest. She felt as if a hot iron had branded her repeatedly, or as if a fragile boat were tossed on raging waves, about to break apart. The metallic stench of blood filled her mouth. She couldn't tell if it was real or hallucination, only that her burning chi sensation had slightly eased before she slipped into a deep sleep. In her blurry half-consciousness, she heard a voice whispering nearby. Here, drink the medicine first, and then sleep. How often do you take the beast's blood? How much each time? You haven't told me. This is turning into a bloody mess. Bloody mess, what is that? Xiao Man's eyelids felt heavy. Bitterness flooded her mouth, making her frown. So bitter, I hate medicine, I want candy. She drifted back into dreams, mumbling, you wouldn't expect, but I actually have the blood-killing manuscript forging embryo skill, hee, but I won't give it to you. Always trying to fleece me. You've plucked me bare. The dream shifted, and she cried out, Annie. Mon wants candied hawthorn. Mother, Mon doesn't want you to die? Did I really kill you with my curse? Tears wet her cheeks. Su Jin whispered softly, blood-killing manuscript forging embryo skill? Alas, you're pitiful. This child is truly greedy, even dreaming of candied hawthorn. After adding more firewood, he stepped beyond the safe zone once more. Deep in the dark forest, the beast's doom was sealed because the hunting master had leveled up. The Hunter King. Hunter King, your hunting skills have truly reached a masterful level. Accompanied by a cold system chime, a whole page of golden notifications flickered before Su Jin's eyes. 1. 50 hit rate against demon beasts. 2. 25 damage against demon beasts. 3. Greatly increased agility. 4. Greatly increased perception. 5. Passive effect, piercing advanced. 6. Active effect, shadow strike. Piercing advanced. When using any weapon, piercing damage is significantly increased. Piercing attacks also add moderate armor penetration. All related resource costs are slightly reduced. Shadow strike must be manually activated. Upon activation, overall presence sharply decreases, making it harder to be detected while hidden. However, any movement immediately cancels the effect. If an assassination is launched while the enemy is completely unaware in stealth mode, damage to that enemy increases by an additional 20 for 5 seconds, but all personal resource consumption doubles. Then, a line of bright red text appeared. Achievement can be upgraded. Requirement: slay 10 tier 8 beast kings. The upgrade condition changed? No need to keep grinding those lower tier demon beasts? Su Jin frowned slightly. After becoming Hunter King, the difficulty of further advancement suddenly skyrocketed. 1 tier A demon beast is stronger than countless tier B1s, and now the goal was to hunt down 10 of them, let alone the mysterious Beast King title. Su Jin decided to ask Xiao Man later what exactly qualifies as a Beast King. Scanning the new panel, he found the added skills weren't flashy but rather comprehensive enhancements of his existing abilities, without any unnecessary frills. Percentage boosts are always late-game god-tier buffs. 50 hit rate, 25 damage, combined with major agility and perception spike. He's a qualitative leap that made Su Jin nod in satisfaction. More importantly, he was still in a state of no chi sensation once he regained his chi awareness. This upgrade alone would allow him to face tier 8 demon beast Hedon. Thinking of this, he licked his back molars and cast his gaze into the dark night. The demon beasts in the secret jungle were in for a treat tonight. The Hunter King was coming to play. Meanwhile, at the safe campfire site, the blazing fire had dwindled to embers. Xiao Man leaned against a fallen log, sleeping deeply for most of the night. The blood of the ghost vine rock rhinoceros temporarily suppressed her rampaging chi sensation, allowing her powerful constitution to heal naturally. Upon waking, she was still weak and looked around but did not see Su Jin. He left? Xiao Man murmured quietly, but without the expected sorrow. Su Jin had found the ghost vine rock rhino's blood for her and prepared the fever-reducing and cold-dispelling herb. She had already done all he could. Bringing her along would only slow him down. Him leaving alone was only natural. If she were in his shoes, she would have made the same decision. No one is born obligated to be kind to her. Besides, the fever had subsided, and her primordial energy was still present. Su Jin had neither taken advantage of her nor even seemed aware of her true identity. Clearly, her involvement with the Azura sect's secret realm was just an accident. She checked her body again. Her stamina was slowly recovering, her temperature returning to normal, but the situation remained dire. After swallowing another fever-reducing herb, she lightly clenched her fist and felt her blood still restless. For a warrior of her level, the ghost vine rock rhino's blood was not strong enough to fully suppress her chi sensation. The treatment could only ease the symptoms slightly, lasting no more than 3 hours before the illness would flare up again. If she collapsed one more time, her condition would quickly deteriorate, possibly proving fatal. Without a companion, Xiao Man could never hunt a ghost vine rock rhinoceros alone. In this camp, sustained by fire to ward off the lingering energy, could last only 3 days after that. Death would be the only outcome waiting for her. Fortunately, that guy still had some consciency left behind some roasted meat. Xiao Man bitterly smacked her lips, following the lingering aroma of charred flesh to the pile of still warm meat near the campfire. At least, before dying, she could manage to be a well-fed ghost. She whispered softly, her eyes vacant, before calling out silently in her heart, "Mother, Monere won't take long before coming to be with you." Dawn was breaking. Soft golden light gradually spread, cascading like a waterfall over the gray-brown cliff face and the burnt ashes. Xiao Man sat hugging her knees, staring into the distance, her expression wavering between despair and acceptance. Suddenly, she spotted a young figure walking toward her in the morning sun. The boy carried a bone spear in his left hand and hoisted a demon beast as large as a calf over his right shoulder. His backpack was stuffed full of various bundles, bulging at the seams. His skin was fair and his stature short, but his exposed muscles were like cast iron. The golden sunlight draped over him like shining armor. Su Jin had returned. He had never really left. Seeing that familiar face, Xiao Man froze, disbelief washing over her. Her life had always been shackled by the chains of being worthy to her tribe, righteous to her sect, and avenging her mother. Her aunt's teachings had felt like a lifelong form of emotional control. She never imagined that anyone unrelated to her would be willing to come back and save her. The brand new ghost vine rock rhinoceros was the one Su Jin had specifically hunted for her. Her eyes stung, as if sand had gotten in them. She quietly raised a hand and wiped away the tears. "Awake? You look better." Su Jin stepped into the fire circle, smiling as he raised his spear. "Come on, have some more blood?" With that, he gently dropped the ghost vine rock rhinoceros onto the ground and expertly sliced open its blood vessels, catching the steaming fresh blood with a simple wooden bowl. I figured since the dispersing chi pill mainly uses this beast's blood as an ingredient, that means its blood must contain something that disperses evil chi. But fresh blood spoils fast, so I processed it into a more durable foodstuff made by TLL, still keeps some medicinal effect. Xiao Man took the bowl, emotions swirling inside her, but still tilted her head back and drank it all in one gulp. After drawing the blood, Su Jin got to work dissecting the beast. Using its sharp horn as a bone blade, he deftly sliced meat, scraped bones, and cut pieces seamlessly. "Have you heard of Mao Shui Wang? Last night, I used some ghost vine rock rhinoceros blood to make a blood jelly. You'll get to try it soon." Mao Shui Wang. Xiao Man repeated softly. She must have heard the name faintly during her unconsciousness, but didn't realize it was a dish. Only now did she notice that her clothes were nearly tattered rags. Her two protectors barely held her modesty. The torn hem hung unevenly at her waist, leaving her posture shamefully exposed. Embarrassment suddenly overwhelmed hunger, and she quickly crossed her legs and folded her arms, lowering her head and curling her shoulders. Just then, Su Jin turned back and gave her a serious smile. "Actually, this dish can't really be called Mao Shui Wang yet." Why not?" Xiao Man whispered, voice barely audible. "Because it's missing tripe. Without tripe, it's just Shui Wang, no Mao." He resumed cutting meat with a casual tone that felt like a joke tossed off lightly. "No tripe means no Mao, right?" Wielding the removed horn like a spear blade, he added with a smirk, "Once I find the right ingredients, it'll make you the real deal." Though he spoke without thinking, Xiao Man's face instantly flushed red. She bit her lip, willing herself to pounce on him and strangle him. "You're the one with no Mao." She silently fumed in her heart. There was no Sichuan pepper, no chili, no salt. Luckily, Su Jin had the skills of a master chef. He quickly blanched the blood curd, heated the stone slab until the rendered beast fat sizzled and crackled, releasing a tantalizing aroma that drifted around the campfire in wisps. Then he gathered a couple handfuls of freshly picked wild greens from the mountain to garnish the dish. With these simple ingredients, the humble meal finally became something decent to eat. As long as Su Jin was around, there would always be something warm to eat. Xiao Man had never tried blood curd before and didn't bother worrying about whether it was too hairy or notchy, just savored the tender, silky texture. The fat clung to the surface of each blood piece, melting away with just a gentle bite. She was already hungry, and she turned slightly to the side so the young man wouldn't see how greedily she devoured it suddenly. She cared about keeping up appearances and not seeming too gluttonous. But Su Jin's attention was fixed on something else. "Does processing the blood of the Gui tongue rock rhino like this help suppress the energy sensation inside you?" As he spoke, he was already mincing various beast meats into fine flakes, preparing new dishes. Blood curd didn't keep long, and if this really worked, he needed to make something more durable. It works. It's even better than drinking the blood straight. Xiao Man was pleasantly surprised to find the fierce energy inside her further diminished. Yet she also understood that the effect of the blood only lasted about 3 hours at a time. The brutal and bloody challenges of the second trial in the wildlands loomed ahead, and she didn't want to become a burden. Still, she could see no hope of survival. "As long as it helps, I'll try something else." Su Jin set up a simple frame, stacked stones into a stove, and lit a fire. Blood duck, spicy blood curd, blood tofu all flashed through his mind, but he finally settled on a salted smoked dish from Xiaoyang. Pork blood balls. Minced pork mixed with pork blood and tofu, seasoned with salt and spices, shaped into egg-sized balls, then dried and smoked until firm and long-lasting. If this worked as well, Xiaoman could hold on even longer. Sweat dotted his brow as he bustled around, yet he still found time to prepare herbal medicine for Xiaoman. The girl silently accepted the bitter brew and drank it down. Though unpleasant, the medicine stirred a strange sense of gratitude within her. Her words grew fewer, and a faint flush colored her cheeks. As the medicine took effect, she drifted into a drowsy sleep. The only sounds in her ears were the quiet chopping of meat, the crackling fire, and the soft aroma of smoke, bringing a comforting peace. When she awoke, twilight had fallen and her strength had noticeably returned. Su Jin brought her a second bitter dose of medicine, harsh and pungent. Without a word, Xiaoman tilted her head back and drank it all down. She was about to warn him that in a day the campfire would be extinguished and the safety zone vanish, meaning he'd have to leave her behind. As she pondered how to phrase it, the boy spoke first. Is it bitter? Bitter, she murmured vaguely. If it's bitter, eat some sugar. A skewer of candied hawthorn berries shimmered in the sunset's amber glow. The glossy honey-coated crimson fruit was exactly the treat she'd dreamed of as a child. It turned out that last night he not only hunted the Gui Tongue rock rhino, but also gathered wild fruit and honey, preparing this sweet gift just for her. Her nose tingled with emotion. Xiaoman wiped the corner of her eye, took the skewer, and asked softly, "How did you know I wanted this? You don't have to be like this. Last night, you were talking in your sleep, calling out Mother 37 times. By the campfire, Su Jin spun an iron skewer halfway around and continued, You also called out Aunt 56 times. Judging by that, your aunt wasn't very kind to you." After speaking, he bit into a candied hawthorn, the crisp shell clearly cracking in the night air. Huh. Xiaoman froze on the spot. Su Jin smiled and held up 3 fingers. And lastly, you called out candied hawthorn 72 times. That's nonsense. Xiaoman's ears flushed red as she angrily questioned, I talked in my sleep all night. Her face showed anger, but inside she softened. If he hadn't overheard her sleep talking, why else would he risk sneaking into the demon beast forest to get honey and wild fruit? Just to make these candied hawthorns? Su Jin leaned closer. I'm not making it up. You even mentioned me in your sleep talk. Xiaoman's face burned hotter as she tried to recall last night's dream. No way. How did I dream about him? The more you say, the more ridiculous it gets. Why would I talk about you in my dreams? Don't try to trick me. She lowered her eyes and saw the string of candied hawthorns in her hand glinting softly, making her heart more confused. Su Jin added slowly, You even cursed me in your sleep. Xiaoman relaxed a bite. At least cursing someone wasn't embarrassing. You also said you'd already mastered the blood scourge refining technique at the embryo stage, but just wouldn't share it with me. Su Jin smiled at her knowingly. As the afterglow faded, fireflies flickered faintly in the forest. Remembering how the boy risked everything to fetch honey and pick fruit just because of a single sleep-talking line, Xiaoman's heart softened. Yet his next words ruined the moment, making her grit her teeth in frustration. Damn you, Su Jin, I really want to bite you to death. Pouting, she bit into one candied hawthorn after another, but eventually begrudgingly revealed the entire blood scourge refining technique at the embryo stage. Su Jin's smile widened as he received the follow-up manual. Night had fully fallen when Su Jin pulled out a lump of dark, hard food that looked like a stone but smelled faintly of cured meat. Try it. See if it can suppress the chi sensation, he said, handing her a blood ball about the size of a ping-pong ball. Xiaoman took a small bite. The pure meat, mingled with a unique smoky flavor, was surprisingly delicious. Even more miraculous was how quickly the restless chi inside her was suppressed, stronger than the blood pudding. Its dry, hard exterior also made it easy to preserve. She looked up and saw the boy still had soot stains under his eyes, obviously had been busy since sunrise without resting. With a candied hawthorn in her left hand and a blood ball in her right, Xiaoman turned away, unwilling to meet Su Jin's gaze, but her eyes glistened. Those used to hardship couldn't resist sweetness, and those never spoiled in childhood couldn't resist genuine care. It's effective, even better than blood pudding. Her voice choked up. Su Jin laughed aloud. Then make more blood balls. Brother Xiao, congratulations. This time, your life is definitely saved. With that, he gripped his bone spear and stood up. The spearhead, honed from the single horn of a ghost vine rock rhinoceros, shimmered coldly in the firelight. Where are you going? Xiaoman asked. Just testing my luck, going to kill a few more ghost vine rock rhinos. Without looking back, the boy quickly blended into the pitch-black forest, with only the firelight flickering on his retreating figure. Xiaoman, once craving sweets, sat dumbfounded, her candied hawthorn untouched. The blood balls were supposed to be dried for 5 days and smoked for 7, but Su Jin had forced the process shorter. Yet the effect wasn't just as good, it was better than blood pudding. He felt utterly pleased inside. This proved the boost from his upgraded chef skills really worked. With titles as both hunter and chef advancing today, He truly was now the king of chefs. Master Chef, your culinary skills have reached an extraordinary level. Before Su Jin's eyes, semi-transparent streaks of flowing light appeared with the following messages. 1. The stamina-restoring effect of your dishes is doubled. 2. The special properties inherent to ingredients are fully preserved and further enhanced by 15. Immediately after, 2 skill upgrade notifications popped up. Advanced knife skills butcher's art. Basic seasoning intermediate seasoning passive. The moment his knife skills transformed, he felt as if he had grasped the sharpness itself. Any weapon he held suddenly had greatly increased sharpness. His understanding of cutting and slicing reached a profound depth. The passive effect of intermediate seasoning was renewed, as well as martial techniques would now reveal extraordinary finesse amid the mundane, imbuing rigidity with subtle spirit. The current boost was modest, but could be further upgraded. The system then displayed the next achievement requirement. Upgrade condition. Cook 10 types of king-class ingredients famed for exceptional flavor. Note: once the chef achievement advances to king class, its effects become overwhelmingly powerful, distinct from hunter achievements. King-class ingredients famed for exceptional flavor? Su Jin mused silently, recalling scenes from his past lives' anime food wars. Curiously, he wondered what constituted such king-class ingredients in this world, and how absurdly high the rewards for advancement might become. He was eager but sobered by the knowledge that daydreaming was futile. Action was the only way forward. He gathered his resolve and threw himself into preparations for the second stage trial. With limited resources at hand, he set his sights on the ghost vine rock rhino. Rhino hide, exceptionally resilient. When tanned, can be made into protective armor far superior to leaf cloth robes. Strange vines, entwining its body, fibers are extremely strong and serve as natural sewing threads. Rhino blood, processed through special techniques into blood pills to sustain Miss Xiao's life. 1 meter long single horn, hardy and unbreakable, the perfect blade for crafting a spearhead. The ghost vine rock rhino truly is a treasure chest, he whispered, slaying 3 in a single night, working tirelessly until dawn. The blood pills were dried and stored, and 3 roughly shaped long spears leaned by the campfire, their spear tips gleaming coldly like flowing water. Yet he soon realized that all he had were ordinary wooden shafts entirely inadequate to match such sharp, sturdy horns. Recalling the process behind famous spears in the world, Su Jin compared privately in his mind the true cost of a quality spear lay mostly in the shaft. 1. Selecting fine rattan strips, soaking them repeatedly in a secret oil mixture until they no longer warp or crack, a process that can take nearly a year. 2. Then placing them in a cool, shaded drying area for several months. 3. Gluing the strips into long shafts with top-grade lacquer and wrapping them in hemp rope. 4. After the rope dried, applying layers of lacquer and wrapping with cloth repeatedly until strikes would ring like metal without cracking or breaking. 5. Trimming the shaft precisely to a length of 16 feet. 6. Fitting a refined steel spearhead and red copper fittings, followed by careful balancing tested by suspending the spear at 2 feet from its, but with a hemp string, so the entire 18-foot weapon hung perfectly horizontal without tip or handle touching the ground, allowing a mounted warrior to effortlessly keep the lance pointed forward. This meticulous craftsmanship determined the spear's ultimate qualities of lightness, flexibility, and toughness. By contrast, Su Jin's current makeshift long spear was merely usable at best, not truly handy. Still, facing the imminent trial, having even one additional weapon gave him a measure of confidence. He resolved to first shore up his immediate combat capability and address other deficiencies gradually. After all, nothing was more important than staying alive. This is how a properly crafted spear achieves that perfect balance of light, resilient, and durable. The warrior could charge straight ahead using the horse's momentum or swing the spear fiercely in close combat. But to craft a true warhorse spear, just making the spear itself required 3 years of painstaking labor, and the success rate was only about 40%. Such exorbitant cost made it a symbol of elite generals since the Han and Tang dynasties. While spear blades were common, proper spear shafts were hard to find. That was the root of Su Jin's hesitation. He wanted to forge a weapon that would last a lifetime, but that meant using top-tier spirit wood, which, although not scarce in this world, took over a decade to mature. Knowing he couldn't wait that long, he reluctantly set the idea aside for now. Martial artists longed for divine weapons, but Su Jin understood priorities. Personal cultivation was fundamental. After handling everything, exhaustion washed over him. He realized he hadn't slept for days and immediately collapsed into deep slumber. With only 1 day left before the first trial checkpoint's campfire went out, a new round of vicious battles awaited. The snores became steady, and the camp fell silent except for the crackling fire. Miss Xiao's wounds had stabilized. She carefully sat up and propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Su Jin. The boy's sleeping posture was unruly, his grass skirt too short. One of his plump, feathered eagles broke free from its binding and stretched its wings without a care. Xiao's eyes stung from staring. She rubbed her forehead, muttering under her breath. That little thief is quite handsome, but shameless. Thinking of the old grudge he jokingly called Mao Shui Wang, she felt both annoyed and embarrassed. You have hair. You think you're so great. She turned her back and went over to the cured ghostvine rock rhinoceros leather, pulling out a thin, sharp bone needle threaded with twine ready to sew herself some armor. She couldn't fight wearing just a grass skirt. Glancing at Su Jin's figure, she cut the leather accordingly, then caught sight of that pitch-black eagle again. Her face flushed crimson, and she buried her head to stitch hastily. The next morning, the two who had rushed into the secret realm finally looked like a proper team. Clad in ghostvine rock rhinoceros leather armor, wielding forged bone spears, carrying two massive backpacks, plus a bone dagger polished by Miss Xiao herself. With weapons in hand, she suppressed her aura somewhat. Combined with her naturally robust physique, she finally possessed some fighting capability. But the second trial checkpoint was even more dangerous than the first. The 9 Saint Sect tests were never guaranteed death, but they tailored challenges to push warriors to their limits. According to intelligence Xiao got from her aunt, the first checkpoint shouldn't feature mid-tier Class B beasts. Xiao herself verified this during her own trial in the Ghost Demon Sect. Yet Su Jin had already confronted a Class B beast at the first stage, meaning the second checkpoint was likely to unleash swarms of Class B monsters pursuing and cornering them too early. The pressure meant for the third checkpoint was being forced onto them prematurely. By this logic, the third checkpoint might even spawn large numbers of top-tier Class A beasts. The difficulty was terrifyingly unreasonable. Martial artists at the forging body stage with no aura found it barely possible to fight Class B beasts. For inexperienced apprentices, while not hopeless, encountering Class A beasts meant no chance at all. Class A beasts corresponded to the human third-tier forging embryo stage. Even though beasts were weaker than warriors before the magical body stage, the gap between these major tiers was like an unbridgeable chasm. Each realm had distinct intricacies. It wasn't a simple matter of stacking stats. Xiao stared down the path, chills running through her heart. She suspected this harsh style was a special test from the Azura sect, or that Su Jin had somehow triggered hidden difficulty. She shared all her theories with him. The boy pondered quietly for a moment, but instead of looking worried, a gleam appeared in his eyes. Hunter King, after all, specialized in slaying demons, far surpassing human foes. The harder the trial, the richer the rewards? Wasn't that like being fed on a silver platter? Dong Sanyang would never let this go easily. He had been vexed by the lack of a quick way to boost his combat power. Since this trial wasn't a guaranteed death sentence, then he would fight it to the death, and when they got out, he would give that madwoman Dong Sanyang a huge surprise. The campfire died down. With that, the second phase of the wilderness trial began. Su Jin and Xiao Man had to rush to the next Camphiria rare safe haven along the trial route, where they could briefly rest. As they left, the forest grew dark and oppressive. Beast demons surged out of the shadows, encircling them layer upon layer. Just as Xiao Man had predicted, the main attackers this time were indeed level B beasts. Xiao Man was battle-hardened. So long as they could win, they had to eliminate foes as quickly as possible. Once the campfire went out, the secret realm would stir the beast's bloodlust. Any delay would invite even more attackers. If the numbers reached a tipping point, the two would surely be overwhelmed. There's an old saying, better to heed good advice early. Su Jin and Xiao Man forged a pure camaraderie of warriors, trusting each other's warnings implicitly. On the first day of slaughter, Su Jin swung his spear 3 times in a row. His spear strikes burned like fire, yet the shafts kept snapping. Fortunately, Xiao Man quickly retrieved the broken spearhead. She then foraged through the woods to find thick, sturdy branches, binding them together with beast sinew to patch the weapon on the fly. The second day repeated the pattern, more shattered shafts. Su Jin nearly swore in frustration, forced to fight barehanded, matching the relentless wave of attacks blow by blow. During a brief pause, Xiao Man gathered fresh branches, reinforcing the spear with beast horns before repairing it again. On the third day, the spear broke once more, but Xiao Man remained calm. While fending off snapping jaws, she efficiently reattached the spearhead. The more they fought together, the better their coordination became. Su Jin focused all his power on offense and breaking enemy formations, while Xiao Man patched weapons, healed wounds, and scouted ahead. Their pace grew faster and smoother by the hour. While pressing on, Xiao Man taught Su Jin the so-called 9 Saint Sect secret realm basics. What she called basics were actually the sect's highest secrets, opening Su Jin's eyes wide. Once seen as a burden, the girl had in these few days proven her true worth with actions impressing even Su Jin, who possessed his own powerful advantages in the trial. First, their backpacks were all sewn by Xiao Man herself. Layers of beast hide and vine fibers made them incredibly sturdy, though heavy. Besides basic provisions, the heaviest load was a whole bag of blood pills. To keep Su Jin light and agile, most of the burden rested on Xiao Man's shoulders. Su Jin's attempts to assist were firmly refused. The blood pills were essential for her survival. She carried this weight willingly, never seeking help. Second, Xiao Man's combat ability far exceeded her fragile appearance. Wielding a homemade bone knife, she stayed glued to Su Jin's flank. Though the secret realm sapped their strength and her energy often burned unbearably, her fighting prowess never faltered. Whenever a beast broke through Su Jin's defenses and lunged at her, the girl never panicked. Like a willow bending in the wind, she danced with graceful, deadly strikes that always drove enemies back. Her blade technique was mature and polished. Su Jin suspected she was at least a skilled practitioner of the Tao of Blades. Moreover, Xiao Man's grasp of battlefield detail surpassed Su Jin's by far. To conserve energy and prevent injuries, she rarely struck first, but every cut she made drew blood. When Su Jin made a rare mistake and a cold strike came from behind, Xiao Man swiftly turned and severed the attacker's throat, saving him from death. Before the trial began, she had only said, "You just focus on killing beasts and moving forward. They'll take care of myself and won't be a burden." The facts proved she kept her word. As they moved forward, Xiao Man's steady frame bounced with the heavy pack, the blood pills knocking softly against the bag. Su Jin's spear shattered again, splintering with each strike, but he grit his teeth and kept fighting. The two fought in perfect sync, like interlocking gears, one breaking through enemy lines, the other patching and supporting, leaving broken branches and fallen leaves scattered across the forest floor. In Su Jin's eyes, Miss Xiao had transformed from a teammate who needed protection to his most reliable comrade. From a practical standpoint, a battle-ready ally was far more valuable than a decorative presence. What Su Jin did not realize was how deeply shocked Xiao Man was. After days of brutal combat, she had witnessed firsthand the boy's terrifying arm strength, unyielding physique, and surging spiritual energy, as power already far beyond ordinary limits. The long spear in Su Jin's hand was incredibly formidable, and every strike seemed to find its mark without fail. Packs of monsters charged recklessly at the spear's blade. If it happened once or twice, it might have been luck, but from start to finish it was pure, overwhelming skill crushing them. Ordinarily, these grade B beasts possessed considerable intelligence, yet whenever they faced Su Jin, they acted like mindless brutes, sluggish in dodging and countering, as if willingly exposing their weaknesses to the spear's tip. Each time the spear blade struck, leather armor shattered, the spearhead pierced flesh, and Su Jin skillfully tore away thick chunks of tender, blood-red meat. Strength and technique worked in perfect harmony in the young boy's hands, his spear movements flowing like rippling clouds, cold, sharp, and precise. The beast's muscles, usually tough as iron, softened instantly at the moment their armor broke, bleeding like a watermelon sliced open. Miss Xiao watched with a mix of awe and apprehension, unaware she was witnessing the pinnacle of Butcher Ding's dissection technique. Su Jin wasn't just physically powerful, he wielded a subtle, cunning spear style of terrifying talent. He even knew a secret method to mask his cultivation and aptitude, rivaling the mystical artifact she obtained in the spirit ghost realm. With such a foundation, if he continued to grow for a few more years, he might truly be worthy of claiming the title of sect master of the Shura clan. These reflections flashed through her mind like lightning. Just then, a severely wounded beast let out a blood-curdling roar, forcing its way through Su Jin's defense to rush at Miss Xiao. She moved like a drifting willow, slicing diagonally with her blade to send it straight to the afterlife. Blood splattered, but her attention was caught by a perfectly straight branch not far away. Its length and thickness were just right. She picked it up with delight. "This will make an excellent spear shaft," she said, her eyes shining with a smile. Knowing Su Jin would surely appreciate it. After all, no man could resist a perfectly straight wooden shaft. Skilled with her hands, she immediately bound the beast's horn and the branch tightly together with vines, giving new life to the broken spear. On the 7th day, the two were only half a day's journey from the second bonfire point. After days of fierce fighting, Su Jin had lost count of how many monsters he had slain. Miss Xiao reminded him that this trial was bloodier and harsher than any before. Victory was within reach, and they quickened their pace. Stepping out of the dense forest, a vast open plain suddenly appeared. The bonfire site lay just ahead. But then, a thunderous roar rolled in from afar, making the ground tremble lightly. They fixed their gaze and saw a massive black beast charging like a bolt of thunder, its size even larger than an ordinary ghost vine rock rhinoceros, its entire body entwined with vivid red, sinister vines. Behind it followed several smaller beasts, dark gray-skinned and wrapped in brown vines. Su Jin's heart tightened. These were ghost vine rock rhinoceroses, and leading the charge was their king, unmistakably a grade B beast king. The second bonfire site greeted them with a beast king. Miss Xiao was speechless. The difficulty of this trial was absurdly high. Normally, only standard grade B beasts would appear here. She had already explained the concept of a beast king to Su Jin. Whenever a pack appeared, there would be a leader. Whether or not they were social animals, a beast king could emerge. The leader might not be a beast king, but a beast king would command the entire group. Once a beast king appeared, its combat power far surpassed others of the same rank. The fundamental reason monsters were divided into ranks was lineage. Just like tigers remain tigers, wolves remain wolves, and deer never become sheep. Their genetic differences determined their power and habits. The strongest sheep couldn't defeat a wolf. The fiercest wolf still couldn't best a tiger on its own. Animal combat abilities were limited by genetics and unchangeable fact. But humans were different. In this world, humans could learn martial arts. Compared to many other worlds, the possibility of growing stronger through sheer hard training beyond inherited bloodline was extremely rare. By contrast, the advancement of beast demons relied much more on lineage. Once the hidden power within their blood was fully awakened, a beast king would be born. At that moment, their size, appearance, and strength would all surge dramatically, enough to dominate their own kind. At this stage of the trial, Su Jin and Xiao Man had clearly stirred the nest of the ghost vine rock rhino. Before them now stood a beast king covered in black armor-like plates. Su Jin secretly suspected that maybe he had been too ruthless earlier, which forced this king to travel over 100 miles here. After all, he hadn't seen any ordinary ghost vine rock rhinos for days. Is the gap between a beast king and an ordinary beast demon really that big? He asked gravely while sprinting. Ridiculous. They can even fight across ranks. Xiao Man's reply was brief as always, but full of weight. A rank B beast king can take on a low-level rank A beast demon. If stronger, it can even hold its own against mid-level rank A. As they ran, they caught sight of an open plain ahead. Su Jin asked again, "How far to the campfire point?" "At most 5 li. Hop on, I'll carry you." "We're not fighting at Hedon. We've got to reach the campfire first." Su Jin decided instantly. Both of them were nearly out of stamina. A tough fight would be suicide. Xiao Man said nothing, leapt onto his back with one hand holding her blade. Her soft weight pressed down, making Su Jin's footing briefly falter before he quickly regained balance. She handed him a newly secured spear, gripping her knife tightly to serve as a mobile guard. Whenever an unwary beast approached, she sliced it with quick precision, saving Su Jin a lot of effort. Behind them, the Ghost Vine Rock Rhino King led its herd in a furious charge, heavy hooves pounding like war drums, with cries of beasts echoing in its wake. It was a test of speed and endurance. To lighten the load, Xiao Man decisively threw her backpack to the roadside full of blood pills she used to survive, but also a heavy burden. She could sense Su Jin was pushing himself hard, so she fought even harder. Her hot breath scorched his neck. The fierce wind hit their faces, the rhino's hooves shook the ground. Su Jin ran faster and faster, finally spotting a cluster of stone stakes marking the campfire on the horizon. The two burst into the camp, skillfully igniting the kindling grass. A whoosh and flames soared, bathing the night in a deep red glow. The Secret Realm's rules forbade any Ghost Vine Rock Rhino from coming within 10 zhang, approximate 30 meters of the fire. Only divine beings with custom domain rules could pull that off. The herd stopped at the edge of the firelight. The massive black beast king at the front glared darkly, confronting Su Jin across the flames. It couldn't enter, but Su Jin could leave if needed. This brief safety allowed them to quickly replenish. Su Jin tore open his bag and wolfed down homemade rations. Xiao Man handed him a skin pouch of water, patting his back gently. "Eat slower. Don't choke. Gotta recover strength fast." Su Jin's eyes never left the sharp black horn of the Beast King, war burning inside. "I'm going to face it soon, see what it's really made of." "No need. At least don't rush it," Xiao Man advised. "No, I'm afraid it'll run." Su Jin wiped grease from his mouth and spoke quietly. "I want its horn, its hide, its blood. And those blood pills you threw away, I have to get them back. They're your lifeline." He took a deep breath, feeling his strength return rapidly. Standing up, he nodded to Xiao Man. Then, stepping forward, he left the campfire's circle. Amidst the herd of beasts, Su Jin stood firm, spear in hand, challenging the Tier B Beast King. He wanted to personally test just how strong the Beast King truly was. This was crucial for his hunter's rank advancement. No matter how detailed the intelligence Xiao Man had provided, Su Jin preferred to experience things firsthand. Besides, the area within 10 meters of the campfire was absolutely safe. If he could win, he would fight Hedon. If not, he could retreat back into the fire's circle at any time, even moving back and forth freely. Call it abusing a game glitch if you will, but the opportunity was rare, and he wasn't about to let the Beast King slip away. The Ghost Vine Rock Rhino King instinctively retreated under the threat of the newly lit fire, but then caught sight of Su Jin raising his spear in provocation and let out a furious roar before charging headlong. Su Jin, with his back only 3 meters from the safe zone, advanced and retreated with ease. After several rounds, it was like a matador playing with a bull. From the probing, he came away with a clear assessment. 1. Thick-skinned and tough, with immense strength. 2. Reckless, but not foolish. 3. Physically, it was on par with a refined embryo stage body cultivator. Body forging was like raw ore, an embryo refining akin to shaping metal ingots. While these beast demons were renowned for their natural physical prowess, among Tier B beasts, the Ghost Vine Rock Rhino was already a top contender in sheer body strength. Even though Su Jin's spear, bolstered by his Hunter King title, had greatly enhanced piercing power along with moderate armor penetration, Stabbing it still felt like pricking thick kind, neither painful nor effective. The problem lay in the spearhead's hardness and the shaft's pressure tolerance. He dared not thrust with full force. Fortunately, this Ghost Vine Rock Rhino King was not fully matured yet. Otherwise, its combat power would match a full Tierra beast, and Su Jin wouldn't stand a chance in a direct fight. Since it was basically just a Fortin plus baby, he might as well crush it in its crib. The next trial would surely be bloodier, and he still had his sights set on that over a meter-long, ink-black horn. Meanwhile, the Ghost Vine Rock Rhino King felt utterly wronged. The ruthless human kept jumping in and out of the campfire circle, while an invisible force barred it from getting close. His only attack was his charge, and without any ranged options, the beast was tired and frustrated. Even worse, the human's tactics were filthy, stabbing its nostrils, poking its eyes, jabbing its ears with terrifying accuracy. Sometimes the beast felt so foolish it almost willingly exposed its vitals. Most infuriatingly, the human repeatedly targeted its rear. It was still a 50-year-old juvenile baby. By the fire sat a silent yet imposing woman, legs crossed, a knife gleaming coldly in her hand, ready to pounce at any second. Even worse, she kept handing water and rations to the filthy man, and when Su Jin's spear shaft broke, she was right there to repair it. They were a pair of miserable lovers, teaming up to bully this poor, lonely Ghost Vine Rock Rhino King baby. Its minions had long since been slaughtered, and other beasts, freed from the secret realm's control, had clearly left to watch the spectacle before dispersing cleanly. The Ghost Vine Rock Rhino King considered retreat enough of this. It had to run. An hour had passed by now, and this unfair mixed doubles match between man and beast was drawing near its end. The Ghost Vine Rock Rhino King was furious and let out an angry roar. This giant rhino, covered in ghostly vines, looked like the severed-headed Xingtian fires and unyielding, but after a relentless battle, it was utterly exhausted and turned to flee. It spread its four short but powerful legs, arched its armored back, and had only one thought: to get as far away as possible from that human who could fight with godlike power even while eating dry rations. As it turned, it immediately revealed a fatal weakness, an inadequately cleansed vulnerable spot near its rear, still stained with strange colors. Perhaps it was too tired or overconfident in its rock-like hide, but it never expected its opponent to have a long-range lethal move. Besides, with no hands to cover the vital area, it was defenseless. Su Jin's lips curled into a slow smile after all this time. Today was finally the day. The Hunter King's terrifying experience made him masterful in spear throwing. Compared to bow shooting, spear throwing was heavier and deadlier. When hunting demons and beasts, he had a passive talent granting 50 accuracy and 25 damage, combined with the advanced piercing skill that excelled at breaking armor. The result was inevitable. Blood would spatter everywhere. And as for armor? There wasn't even armor there. Whoosh. The spear cut through the air, its fletching fluttering. Puncture. The spear tip sank into tender flesh, sending a spray of blood. A howl. A piercing roar ripped through the night sky. Su Jin didn't even look back. By his side, Miss Xiao kindly handed him a second repaired spear, acting like a devoted wife. It was like when a father breaks a feather duster whisk, and the mother immediately replaces it with a new one. Su Jin took the spear, flicked his wrist. Whoosh. The second spear pierced through with mighty wind. Puncture. Ow wow. Blood flowed like a stream, his target's rear completely shredded and ruined. The Ghost Vine Rock Rhino King's four hooves stumbled, its massive body nearly collapsing to its knees. As the king of its kind, now beaten and humiliated with its vulnerable rear exposed, it still gritted its teeth and fled with a body nearly as tough as an armored demon beast. It staggered far away, dragging behind it a winding trail of dark red blood. Su Jin didn't hurry. His hunter's instinct told him the prey wouldn't escape. The bloodstain was as clear as a red ribbon guiding him. Taking the spear Miss Xiao handed him again. He stuffed some dry rations into his pocket and leisurely pressed on in pursuit. Miss Xiao watched the scene, marveling. So this was how you hunt creatures far above your level? Even elder demon beasts weren't necessarily a problem inside the safe fire zone. Come back early. She reminded him, her hands on her hips. All right, they'll make you a new robe tonight. Su Jin glanced back with a smile, like a husband promising to bring back a gift before a journey. They'll cook and wait for you. Miss Xiao looked around at the scattered carcasses, silently deciding to stay and hold down the fort. No, don't waste supplies. My cooking tastes better, Su Jin said seriously. As someone with the culinary king talent, he was almost stubborn about his own stove. Miss Xiao bit her lip. For this man, she sincerely wanted to cook for the first time, and yet she was rejected. Seeing this, Su Jin added, "They'll also check if there's honey nearby, and bring back some candied hawthorn." Instantly, she softened and her eyes sparkled. "I don't like sweets, so don't bother," she said stubbornly, but her voice dropped a few tones. You come back early," she urged again. What a surprise, it was like a ghost. Miss Xiao claimed she didn't like sugar, yet here she was. The demon king Yeni the rhino, whose intestines had been torn apart, died with eyes wide open, refusing to find peace. Its body had already been dismembered. Its blood and flesh were cut into fist-sized chunks, mixed together, then shaped into blood meatballs skewered onto beast bone sticks and hung on a bronze frame beside the campfire to slowly roast. The oily, bloody drippings sizzled on the fire, sending up bursts of bright red sparks. Its jet-black skin was peeled off in one complete piece and spread out on a stone slab. Coated repeatedly with coarse salt and wild grass ash, it became as tough as iron plates. Nearby lay its single horn, over a meter long, dark and razor-sharp, its surface covered with intricate natural patterns. Su-jin had struggled mightily to pry it free from the rhino's bone. The night was deep, and all that remained in the valley was the flickering firelight. Su-jin was sharpening the spear's shaft by the fire. He tightly wound untreated beast sinew around the joint and secured it with metal rings. Every so often, he rubbed his fingertips along the blade marks to test the feel. Xiaoman sat sideways by another pile of glowing embers, her silver needles flying nimbly through the air, stitching the freshly tanned rhino leather into a close-fitting piece of armor. Sparks drifted upward as the night wind carried the smell of scorched meat and ash between them. If I passed the Azura Sect trial, what benefits would I receive? Su-jin asked absent-mindedly, his gaze sharp on the spear shaft. Formulas and equipment, those are guaranteed, Xiaoman replied calmly, threading a needle. But the two most important rewards are these. First, the chance to forge a flawless glass embryo. Second, the acquisition of top-tier soul engraving seals. She finished the last stitch, tied the knot, then looked up at him without teasing. She explained that formulas referred to numerous ancient elixirs. Years ago, her mother ventured into the ghost's secret realm and earned the formula for the Essence Man elixir, a drug that defied natural laws and balance. The ghost sect once believed it could unify all of demonkind thanks to this potion, but eventually it led to their downfall. Regarding equipment, the Nine Saints sect had amassed countless priceless treasures over the ages, often strange in appearance but of superb quality. Exactly what prize a trial participant earned depended entirely on their performance. The harder the trial, the better the reward. Su-jin had long heard of the significance of the flawless glass embryo, but was completely unfamiliar with the soul engraving seals. So Xiaoman continued. A martial cultivator's path begins with qi condensation and lasts a lifetime. After qi condensation comes body forging. Its quality decides the future and is a crucial turning point. Above that is the embryo tempering stage, the most time-consuming and grueling, akin to repeatedly forging or into steel. Only when embryo tempering is complete can one advance to the soul engraving realm. At this point, Xiaoman paused stitching and handed the newly finished leather armor to Su-jin. He donned it, the armor hugging his form perfectly. He smiled with approval, and she continued her explanation. The current head of the Azura sect had reached full mastery of the soul engraving realm, while his son Yiming had just stepped into the early stage of it. Su-jin asked, "What about Dong Sanyang? What is her cultivation level?" He furrowed his brows thinking of that woman. Xiaoman's tone turned neutral. She was once at the law body realm, but was grievously injured by my mother in her final moments, causing her cultivation to fall back to the soul engraving realm. She didn't want to dwell on the topic and shifted focus back to soul engraving. Only after successfully tempering the embryo can the body withstand the torment of soul engraving. This process carves a magical divine blood and meridian flowchart into the warrior's flesh, while simultaneously imprinting the divine demon imagery on their soul. This step marks the true beginning of a warrior becoming god-demon hybrid. Once successful, one's strength transcends the mundane and gains partial divine demonic power. Su-jin's eyes gleamed with interest. Since soul engraving techniques were more like charts, why were the specific engraving methods not passed down within the sect? Why could the Nine Saints sect's top-tier soul engraving seals only be obtained inside the trial's secret realm? These questions raced in his mind, but he held back and did not interrupt Xiaoman. He waited quietly for her to explain. Miss Xiao, tired from sewing new clothes, happily took out a candied hawthorn stick and bit into it. The crystalline sugar coating shattered between her teeth, letting the sweet and sour flavor of the hawthorn spread. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, and she leaned back in her chair, utterly content like a cat. This particular candied fruit was made by Su-jin, who had carefully boiled the sugar, threaded the fruit, and sealed it with ice. So she treasured it, savoring every bite slowly. Her gaze drifted to the corner of the room, where the sewing basket she had just emptied still sat. Silver needles lay scattered, reflecting faint glints of cold light. The fatigue from making new clothes and the pain from the tiny cracks at her fingertips quickly faded under the soothing sweetness. Yet this pleasure was only a brief respite from the deeper frustration buried in her heart, the vexation over the top-tier soul engravings of the Nine Saints sect. The highest-level soul engravings of the Nine Saints sect could only be borne by flawless glazed crystal cores, and each had a unique nature. Once bound to their master, they could not be transferred for at least 100 years. These engravings couldn't be taught, nor described in words. They were considered projections of the will of demon gods. There was more than one Ashura, more than one Rakshasa. If one of those powerful demon gods seated in the abyss chose someone, they would bestow the engraving. But bearing the engraving required sacrifice and meeting strict conditions. Only by fulfilling these conditions could a cultivator enter the realm of engraved souls and gain strength far beyond peers. Such engravings were extraordinarily rare, undocumented even in the sect's ancient Temesno, more than a few words ever mentioned. She licked the last bit of sugar residue from her lips, hesitated briefly, then spoke without concealment. After forging the flawless glazed crystal core, I received a soul engraving called Soul of Nine Nether Vengeance, originating from a Yazi Rakshasa. Her fingers lightly traced her side meridian as she quietly added, I perfected the core long ago, but have stalled in advancing because activating the Soul of Nine Nether Vengeance requires completing one condition first. As Xiao Man sighed softly, Su Jin brought over a cup made of wrapped green leaves filled with honeyed nectar, the golden liquid cooling slightly. The condition is that you personally kill Dong Sanyang to avenge yourself? Xiao Man nodded. Yes. The moment I succeed in revenge, the Yazi Rakshasa will grant me the full soul of Nine Nether Vengeance. When I reach the method body realm, my body will become the vengeful Nine Nether body. Different soul engravings mean vastly different futures. Su Jin mentally noted this information. He knew Dong Sanyang originally came from the Ghost Sect, but had chosen the path of yin-yang fusion. He had once thought all from the Ghost Sect were like her, but now realized he had been stereotyping. Xiao Man caught his thoughts and smirked. What? You think everyone in the Ghost Sect is like Dong Sanyang? Then she proudly showed off her ample chest with a disdainful look. The soul engraving Dong Sanyang bore was called the Yin-Yang Joy Seal, an advanced soul engraving passed down in the Ghost Sect. Practitioners became charmed bodies who needed to engage in constant intimacy to refine it, and it also healed wounds, calmed energy, and soothed the soul. The more vigorous and strong the partner's physique and blood vitality, especially if they practiced blood-killing art, the more effective it was. Yet the partner didn't have to be human. Su Jin recalled how Xiao Man once controlled a humanoid bear beast with the ghost-walking art. Thinking of this, Su Jin asked innocently. Xiao Man's face flushed crimson, and she snapped angrily. The humanoid bear I controlled was female. What crazy thoughts are you having? Clenching her candied hawthorn, she seemed like she wanted to throw it at Su Jin right there. Then she sneered. Besides, you think Dong Sanyang hasn't tried? The black jackals raised at Tianling Academy are all top-tier ding-level beasts, and every single one is male. Su Jin shuddered, goosebumps crawling up his arms, unable to look at Dong Sanyang any longer. Inside the secret realm, influenced by powerful laws, time flowed differently from the outside world. The two had been in secluded training within for nearly 20 days, while outside only 2 hours had passed. East side of the Ashura sect, headquarters, Shenluo Courtyard. Acting sect leader Yi Ming was locked in a fierce battle with Dong Sanyang, not even wiping off his sweat. For some unknown reason, his craving had grown especially intense lately. Knock knock, urgent knocking pounded on the door. Yi Ming was interrupted, his face darkening immediately. Who is it? A hurried voice came from outside. Acting sect leader, the elder sect leader seeks you urgently. Please come to the life and death gate at once. Yi Ming shivered. Looking into the silk-like seductive eyes of Dong Sanyang, he could no longer afford distraction. He threw himself to the ground and quickly donned his robes. The elder sect leader was entering the life and death gate. Coming for him now must mean something serious. Dong Sanyang was caught up in a surge of emotion, and with Yi Ming's departure, she felt stuck in a painful limbo. This wasn't mere desire, it was a deep, instinctive conflict between the imprint on her soul and the power of her physical body. Though her cultivation had slipped back to the soul imprint realm, she still retained a fully formed magical body, and its innate demands had not lessened in the slightest. Once a warrior chooses the soul imprint mark, it becomes a lifelong bond. Only by reaching the myth realm could they hope to break free. Damn it! She cursed silently, biting her red lips. That old Yirenfu was unhittable right at this moment. He called his son away. Wasn't he supposed to be in secluded life and death meditation? Her legs instinctively curled and rubbed against one another, skin glowing with moisture. Short breaths mingled in the room, but they were heavy, suffocating, not pleasurable. Yirenfu, the true sect master of the Ashura sect, was someone she only dared to curse in her heart, never aloud. In the past, she had been a famous prodigy of the Ghost Sect, achieving the magical body at 48, ranking just below her senior sister within the sect. Normally, a 200-year-old like Yi Renfu, still striving to reach the magical body realm, was an ancient relic in her eyes. Even now that he had fallen on hard times, she would have continued to look down on him. But reality proved otherwise. Yi Renfu was far from simple, and the Ashura sect was nowhere near as declined as rumors suggested. Originally, she and Yi Renfu had agreed. She would use the Yin-Yang Joy imprint to help Yi Ming stabilize his cultivation, and in return, he would assist her in refining the essence pill. But now that arrangement had been forcibly interrupted. A terrifying suspicion flickered in Dong Sanyang's mind. Had the other side sensed something? Her brow tightened as she forced herself to calm down. The yin-yang joy imprint was comparable to a top-tier soul imprint, with tremendous power but equally outrageous side effects. If this dragged out any longer, she feared she would suffer a breakdown of spirit. She threw on a thin robe, leaving the hem untied, and slipped out like a ghost through the door. The night wind clung to her skin, icy sharp. She was headed back to the heavenly chrysalis courtyard where the puppets and black jackals would face an unexpected gift tonight. The Azura sect was not a family-based sect. Since the era of the Nine Saints sect, demonic sects no longer practiced family inheritance. But with the world in turmoil and years without producing heirs, the best disciple now happened to be named Yi Ming, and Yi Renfu's thoughts began to wander. Before entering secluded life-and-death meditation, Yi Renfu handed over all sect affairs to Yi Ming, a clear signal of his intentions. Yet now, Yi Ming prostrated himself like a dog, his mind in turmoil. After the old sect master closed himself off, Yi Ming had indeed gotten arrogant. Many of his decisions were outright reckless, even he admitted. Power in hand made folly natural so long as his father was absent. But now that his father had returned, things had changed. The throne made of bones sat in the center, glowing faintly with eerie light. Yi Renfu sat upon it, his face shrouded in shadow, indiscernible. His voice scraped like two cracked stones rubbing together. "You reek. Don't you smell yourself?" Yi Ming pressed his forehead to the ground, stammering. I was sweating. Father wanted to see me. I was in a hurry and forgot to wash." He subconsciously sniffed his sleeve. To him, the scent wasn't unpleasant, it was even somewhat enticing. This little gesture from his son caused the veins on Yi Renfu's temple to twitch. He had originally planned to entrust Yi Ming with an important matter, but suddenly felt the need to reconsider. Since urgent matters could wait, first he would settle old score. She was well aware of Yi Ming's reckless behavior. For the sake of cultivation, he could have tolerated it. But now, facing the true master, the anger he had held back finally began to boil over. Things he had once been able to endure now flared up at the sight of the sect head himself. He had a bad temper. People from the Shilla sect were all equally hot-headed. Yi Renfu's soul engraving only made him more prone to losing his temper. "Young master, I heard you've been getting along quite well with Dong Sanyang lately. You even wore out several beds, didn't you?" The old sect leader's voice was as cold as forged iron. "Father," Yi Ming hurriedly explained, "it was you who told me to find a way to coax the essence pill recipe out of Dong Sanyang's mouth. I worked myself to weakness for this mission." With his sharp brows and striking looks, Yi Ming seemed born to be the protagonist, but in front of his father, he immediately wilted like damp clay, pouting and making excuses with practiced ease. "Sounds like you've really suffered for our sect. Shilla sect is lucky to have you." Yi Renfu clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles turned white. "I love the Shilla sect. Am willing to give everything for it." Yi Ming lifted his head with resolute eyes, then suddenly tore open his tunic to reveal his muscular chest. Boldly tattooed, there were 4 large characters. "I love Shilla sect," a childhood engraving he had insisted on. This kid was naturally flamboyant, with a uniquely eccentric mind. The old sect leader's other fist clenched, too. "You love Shilla sect? Fine. Damn that Wugo Lioli embryo. Any disciple who dares become a Wugo Lioli embryo, he'll personally kill them. The sect leader is me, Yi Renfu." He shouted every word, tearing out the wild boasts Yi Ming had screamed during his trysts with Dong Sanyang. The mighty pressure filled the great hall, as if an invisible iron wall had appeared. "You sure love the Shilla sect, huh?" Yi Renfu ground his teeth. Yi Ming's head buzzed like a schoolboy caught sneaking into an internet cafe. He shrank his neck suddenly. "Father, he was spying on me. I was out of my mind then. It was nonsense." Cold sweat dripped down his temples. "I want to be sect leader, but only after you've been gone for 100 years. Father, I love you. Please forgive your son's foolish words." Sweat soaked through his inner shirt. There was no longer any composure worthy of a sect leader. He stood, took off his coat, and turned his back to his father. "Look, I love Daddy." A childhood tattoo. The crude black characters stretched across his shoulder blades, striking and impossible to miss. Yi Ming loved carving words on his body. Yi Renfu's fist seemed ready to explode, his toes digging at the floor in his shoes. He fought to hold back, with scared head slapped the troublemaker to death. Headlong warned against more tattoos. Soon, the boy might have enough to write a 10,000-word essay all over himself. Yet, in the dim light of the hall, the old leader spotted a faint new mark almost invisible to the eye. You love Daddy, huh?" "Daddy knows. I love you too." He grabbed the spear by his side, pulled out its tip, and stepped forward with the sound of drums in his footsteps, sneering as he pointed to Yi Ming's waist. "Is this the new tattoo?" Yi Ming's whole body trembled. The color drained from his face immediately. Damn. He began to shake. It wasn't really a tattoo, but a secret message written with special ink, something playful that would fade in a few days. Now it was completely exposed. "I love Dong Sanyang. Father, let me explain. I only said that to make Dong Sanyang happy, to get the essence pill formula. Father, that spear tip is made of Xiangrade soul terror iron. It can be lethal." Don't hit my face. I beg you. Amid his pleading, the spear flashed wildly. When the great hall fell silent again, Yi Ming was carried away like a dead dog. Yi Renfu still trembled with anger, his gray whiskers shaking uncontrollably. This was his Sona complete waste. Had the world not been in turmoil and the sect's inheritance in jeopardy, he would never have pushed this unworthy child to the front lines. Though the scheme to confuse their hidden enemies had worked, it nearly drove him crazy from fury. To be fair, Yi Ming's performance did surpass expectations, but it was infuriating. Yi Renfu replaced the spear tip, sighed deeply, and muttered to himself, the sect's secret realm seems to be acting up strange. Why would a disciple with such talent sneak in secretly? No one answered. The old sect leader smiled bitterly. That good for nothing was shouting about killing the Wugo Lili embryo. Only echoes filled the empty hall. Investigate. List all disciples capable of activating the secret realm inheritance. Check each one carefully. Keep it quiet, and bring me the list. Yes, sir, came the respectful reply from the shadows. The great hall fell back into deathly silence once again. The secret realm of the Shura sect. At the third trial checkpoint, the path was soaked in brutality and bloodshed. This time, the realm unleashed 3 formidable armor-grade beasts simultaneously: the iron-shio tiger-headed ape, the 100-scaled jade centipede, and the abyssal pythonto hunt down Su Jin and Xiao Man together. Under normal circumstances, battling just one of these monsters would be a grueling fight that ended in broken bones and shredded muscles. But within the oppressive secret realm, the 3 beasts rarely coordinated so seamlessly to surround and kill. Along their path, swarms of lesser demons surged forward like tides, endlessly blocking every escape route. Fortunately, the materials from the Ghost Vine Rock Rhino King they had dismantled came in incredibly handy. 1. Its ash-black rhinohide armor was as supple as vines yet rock-solid, shielding them countless times from savage bites and claws. 2. The horn-shaped blade, sharp as frost-edged steel, allowed Su Jin to hack through bones and shattered shells, cutting down the blocking monsters like a tide-breaking wave. 3. Most remarkably, the Rhino King's fierce vital essence was brewed into a medicinal broth by Su Jin, suppressing the turbulent qi in Xiao Man's body and rapidly elevating her cultivation level in a short time. Even with these 3 advantages, the armor-grade beasts spelled despair. For 7 days and nights, the chase drained nearly all their spiritual energy. Time and again, they found themselves narrowly escaping death. The previous night, the abyssal python had darted like a black lightning bolt, nearly coiling Su Jin into its massive body. Xiao Man threw herself in front just in time, sparing her companion from being swallowed whole. Just moments ago, the iron-shio tiger-headed ape exploited Xiao Man's distraction to rake its half-arm-length claws across Su Jin's back. If not for the bone blade blocking, the claw would have pierced his heart. Now, staggering and bloodied, the 2 finally arrived before an unimaginably vast crimson palace. Suspended above the roof hung a deep red gem the size of a water jar, suddenly blasting a scarlet beam straight into the heavens razor-sharp, slicing the air with streaks of bloody fractures. As the blood-red light flared, the howling hordes behind them suddenly faltered, wailing in despair before fleeing in panic. Even the relentless iron-shio tiger-headed ape, 100-scaled jade centipede, an abyssal python turned tail, fleeing in a terrified frenzy without daring a backward glance. The killing intent, in that moment, seemed to swallow the entire forest. Su Jin looked down at what was once whole Ghost Vine Rock Rhino armor on his body, now shredded into tatters, vast patches of muscle exposed beneath tear marks and claw wounds. He gripped the shattered haft of his black spear. Both blade and shaft were broken, fragments, its edge entirely dulled. A cold gleam gradually crystallized in his pupils as he stared at the fading forms of the 3 armor-grade beasts, murder simmering like ice in his gaze. Stop looking. You want to chase them still? Xiao Man spoke softly, fingertips stained with blood as she pressed the soft pads of her fingers against the fresh, gaping wound on Su Jin's back, gently holding back the blood flow. Does it hurt? Such a deep cut. That damned monkey. She puffed her cheeks in worry and gently blew over the injury, her breath warm. Su Jin reached out to stroke her hair, forcing a weak but tender smile. Playing the kid again? We can still move. Let's get inside first. 7 days fighting side by side. Their once faint barriers between them had been burned away by fires of relentless battle. Their natural closeness now showed in every gesture. Xiao Man glanced down at herself. Her torn clothes barely covered the bruises and scars etched over her curves. She silently thanked whatever protection remained over her vital points, muttering, "Others ignore me when I try to coax them, but you turn your nose up." With that, she tore a fragment of cloth and knelt to carefully wrap the layered wounds on Su Jin's back. "Don't move, they'll dress this first." When the bandages were secured, they pushed open the heavy palace gates. The floor inside was glazed crimson, brilliantly reflecting light, as if a sea of blood had long since flooded and coagulated without dispersing. From the soaring domed ceiling, thick black iron chains hung motionless, like coiled serpents lurking in wait. The air pressed down with solemnity, icy sharpness, and a subtle death-like chill, filling their lungs with a metallic tang. This place was the final trial ground for disciples throughout the Shura sect's history. The Shura Hall. Since the sect's downfall 5 centuries ago, no one had dared to set foot here. Now, countless gaze of ancient war demons seemed to peer coldly and expectantly from the shadows at Su Jin and Xiao Man. After enduring the savage trials across 3 nodes of this wilderness, a scarlet mark glowed faintly on Su Jin's wrist, proof of qualification earned. The palace gates slowly closed behind them with a roaring tremor that tightened hearts. The last trial was about to begin. At the 3 key points of the secret realm, the higher your trial difficulty, the more Azura demon gods focus on you at that moment. Xiao Man lowered her voice and carefully explained the final piece of knowledge to Su Jin. The more attention the Azura demon gods pay, the more choices you have for who will carve your soul mark, and the greater the rewards that follow. Just like back then, she raised her hand to show a height. I gained the favor of Yuzuluoka, the chief of the left division of the Azura demons. The Azura clan has 3 divisions left, right and front. The front division was once the leader, while left and right are nobles. You can't imagine how high Yuzuluoka's rank really is. Su Jin listened quietly, taking the opportunity to steady his breath. From his undamaged bag, he pulled out a blood pill and offered it to Xiao Man. Luckily, this one didn't break. Miss Xiao, here, eat this first. Fill your stomach a bit. She accepted it, biting half, then handed the other half back into Su Jin's palm. Don't say I'm hogging it. They had been fighting their way through non-stop, barely pausing to eat. Now at least they were safe, yet still devoured the pill greedily without care. You've passed the 3-node wild trial, so the Azura souls attracted to you won't be few. Xiao Man wiped blood off her lips and stressed again. Next is the reward phase and the final challenge. The Azura will want to see you kill once more to decide who carves your soul mark and what reward suits you best. Su Jin nodded and casually asked, back then, besides the soul imprint from Jiyo Chuli, what else did you get? A blade, and a secret technique. Xiao Man didn't hide anything. The blade's with my aunt, and the technique is called Inhun Tua. It can hide cultivation, alter appearance, even mask gender. Paired with my clan's 1,000 faces method, it's perfect for going unnoticed. That's how I fooled Dong San Yang and spied on her as a lover for 3 years. Su Jin smiled. Silly girl, you told me everything? That's not good. You have to guard your heart. Xiao Man paused, then laughed and tilted her head. It's okay, you won't harm me. Besides, they'll find out sooner or later all you gain from this trial anyway. Before the words finished, the great hall's dome cracked open, sending a crimson beam of light piercing down, hot and fierce like a glowing iron rod, blood red and terrifying. Go. Xiao Man's eyes flickered with mixed feelings. This is the Azura sect's immaculate glazed core guiding light. Step inside and activate your body forging technikite can upgrade the flawless core 1 rank. If successful, the Azura demon gods will open the gate to the ultimate test. The blood light reflected in her red-tinged eyes, stirring long-buried memories back then. The beam she faced was dark as an abyss, swallowing all. She swallowed the past and whispered, the core forging will hurt. Hold on, I'll wait for you outside. She caught herself mid-sentence, afraid to say too much and invite ill fate. All right, wait for me. I'll be right back. Su Jin sprang up and strode into the blood-red light. The immaculate glazed core at the pinnacle of body forging, once achieved, forms the foundation to reach the ultimate realm. A wave of unprecedented anticipation rose in his chest. For some reason, Xiao Man was even more nervous than the young man. When she had gone through this trial, her heart was like still water. Now her fists clenched tightly. She watched Su Jin vanish into the light screen, then the hall erupted with rumbling. The blood calamity technique surged wildly under the guidance of countless Azura souls, blood energy boiling as if to burn through bones. Flawless, guarding essence, chi, and spirit. Glazed, purifying the sea of consciousness. Immaculate, cleansing all karmic ties, only to bear the highest level soul imprints. And fate had already pointed Su Jin's path the way of the Azura. An Azura is, by nature, a slayer. A celestial calamity star, destined to clash with the constellation of Do and Nyo. Forging the flawless glazed core was an agonizing ordeal. Like creating a perfect vessel, it first required shattering the original form before rebuilding it anew. In theory, this step was no more difficult than forging a flawless vessel. Yet the failure rate remained astonishingly high for those who reached this stage, all because of the heart-reading celestial trial. The heart-reading ability was a born gift of the Azura demons. They rummaged mercilessly through the trial taker's entire memory, leaving no past or present life unexamined. Even the slightest mistake would shatter the seeker's soul on the spot. Only by enduring the heart-reading trial could the formation of the glazed core be considered complete. Usually, the outcome would be decided within 3 to 5 days. Yet Su Jin had now been held captive in that crimson beam for 7 full days. Outside the grand hall, Xiao Man furrowed her brows repeatedly, unable to sit still. She paced back and forth, then fixed her gaze anxiously on Su Jin, biting her lip with mounting tension. Several times she nearly called out, but forced herself to hold back. She understood the importance of restraint, but as he remained stuck inside so long, her worry coiled around her heart like thick vines. What's going on? Did something go wrong with the body forging? The Phantom Ghost sect has never recorded anything like this. 10 days have passed. Is this a blessing or a curse? She muttered softly, feeling that everything had veered far beyond reason. What she didn't realize was that the Azurist spirits themselves were baffled. Heart reading was usually effortless for them, yet this youth's past and present lives were strangely elusive. Someone wielding a giant axe, severing the roots of the heavens. A miner shaking the earth's core with a pickaxe. A healer bringing a ravaged world back from the brink of death. A fisherman dragging a monstrous abyssal beast from the depths. Hunters chasing gods, blacksmiths forging weapons in molten fires. One scene after another surged forth, all weak yet wondrous worlds, their outlooks vastly different and fragile as newborn infants compared to this realm. But every world displayed the same face time, and again standing atop the summit. Dig deeper, and the visions abruptly cut off, like threads sliced clean by a blade. The Azurid demons hesitated. Were these mere delusions of the youth? But if so, why did they carry a faint scent of truth? In fact, Su Jin's perfect glazed core had long since formed, yet the guiding crimson beam continued to flow endlessly, pouring ultra-pure Azura body-tempering energy into him. Inside the pillar, he feared no exhaustion of body or mind, and remained in a state of unwavering focus throughout. His forging technique operated steadily, though his cultivation level showed no breakthrough. Thanks to the smith's craftsmanship, the refining effect accumulated efficiently, without pause. For 10 whole days, Su Jin was as if cast into a self-perpetuating furnace, muscles, meridians, and bones repeatedly tempered by the raging flame. What determined aptitude? The resilience of one's sinews, the speed of circulating true energy, the combination of innate constitution, insight, and learning ability. This realm already possessed secret arts to measure these qualities, and in just 10 days, Su Jin's foundation and meridians had undergone terrifying improvements. Sometimes fortune arrived in such absurd, yet generous ways. When the final wisp of crimson light slowly faded away, the grand hall fell into silence. Su Jin opened his eyes, feeling as if he had awoken from a long, deep sleep, refreshed and clear-headed. He could sense that flawless glazed core was now perfectly forged. Recalling the entire process, aside from the initial heart-wrenching pain, everything that followed was indescribably soothing. He pushed away the utterly misplaced metaphor, raising his head to meet Xiao Man's eyes full of joyful surprise. Su Jin's features relaxed as he tipped his chin toward her. Good brother, see? I came back in one piece. Yet little did he know, a full 10 days had already slipped away. Miss Xiao wanted to remain composed and hold back her emotions, but her steps still quickened unconsciously. She stopped in front of Su Jin and surveyed him carefully from head to toe, his skin intact, without a single scratch, his muscles smooth and sculpted, as if forged from steel. According to what she had said earlier, the final trial gate should appear next. Could it be, as she claimed, that this was merely a formality? Under Miss Xiao's unwavering gaze, Su Jin felt increasingly uneasy. Realizing her own slight loss of decorum, Miss Xiao's cheeks flushed pink. She tucked a strand of black hair behind her ear with her little finger and spoke with renewed seriousness. The more people who choose you, the more trial gates will open. But there will never be more than 9. She was very confident about this assessment. Such a high level of difficulty meant Su Jin's potential was extraordinary. All 9 gates would surely open, and the demon gods would fight to claim him just as they had once fought over her. Sure enough, the hall's ceiling suddenly glittered with thousands of crimson stars, like a sea of stars cascading into the high chamber, shining and flickering as if they were about to solidify into transmission gates for Su Jin to choose from. Which gate he picked would determine which assured demon god's legacy he inherited, shaping the path ahead. Xiao Man already had a plan in mind to help Su Jin select the strongest demon god. Normally, these stars would compete eagerly to be chosen, yet not a single bright star fell. The atmosphere in the hall grew awkward in an instant. The two exchanged confused glances. Was it possible the Ashura demon gods were holding back? Such an outstanding young man, yet they were strangely unenthusiastic? She clenched her back teeth and, meeting Su Jin's puzzled eyes, cursed silently. They don't recognize true talent, though she dared not offend the divine beings. Even stranger, the stars filled the sky but remained still, as if waiting for something. Just as their doubts peaked, 7 dark red stars suddenly flared dramatically on the ceiling, shooting down like glowing arrows. These 7 stars were renowned the 7 Ashura warlords. Although not equal to Xiao Man's former rival Yazi Luosha, they were top-tier demon gods in their own right. See, 7 supreme demon gods have just arrived all at once. Miss Xiao's eyes lit up, and she leaned close to Su Jin's ear to whisper, "Don't choose them just yet. Wait a little longer, there are still 2 spots left." Something better will come. They'll follow your advice. Su-jin nodded, impressed. But just as the 7 beams were about to touch down, 3 nearly black dark red lights swept across them and drove them away. The 3 clusters radiated fierce energy. As they appeared, the stars veered aside, and the hall's oppressive pressure surged. That is, the 3 Ashura lords. Xiao Man's eyes glistened as she lowered her voice to explain. The 3 rulers. Their status matches my Yazi Luosha. Her excitement grew. Gaining the favor of 3 lords at once was even more astonishing than her own past. Standing tall and confident, she said, "Listen to me later and pick the inheritance with the least cost and most value." But the 3 dark lights didn't rush down. Instead, they reigned in their radiance, dimming as if showing modesty. They drew out 3 blood-red beams that connected to form a strange triangle. The surrounding countless stars were pushed to the edges of the hall like curious onlookers. The 7 warlords' lights flickered nervously nearby. The 3 beams completed the triangle, and with a thunderous roar, the Ashura hall shook. A black pentagram appeared on the ceiling, from which a column of jet-black light fell, solidifying into a single ultimate trial gate. The 2 were stunned. Even Xiao Man didn't recognize that pentagram. A surging black light poured down ruthlessly. In an instant, it twisted into a vortex at the center of the great hall, quickly solidifying into a massive, pitch-black teleportation gate occupying the space of no less than 9 gates, astonishing in its breadth. Step back. From the depths of his soul came a faint yet weighty voice of authority, like an unquestionable divine decree. As the words fell, the strange phenomena above abruptly calmed. The stars in the sky vanished, leaving only that half-open jet-black giant gate standing alone in the space below. The grand spectacle faded into silence, yet the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon everyone's chest. The final trial was now upon him. There was only this one door. Su-jin had no choice but to accept the lone inheritance before him. Compared to previous contenders of the Secret Realm trials, this result was abysmal. But from what Su-jin could sense, this trial wasn't a mere formality. It felt more like a death sentence. Faint golden inscriptions appeared on the gate's surface, coalescing into the name of the trial, the Battle of the 3 King Beasts. Then, an overwhelming, terrifying pressure crashed down, and an inexplicable consciousness projected directly into Su-jin and Miss Xiao's minds, revealing the trial's content. Xian rank Beast King, Gold-swallowing Rock Devourer. Earth rank Beast King, Heaven-supporting Mountain Ape. Celestial rank Beast King, Shadow Sea Clam Eater. If you don't want to give this inheritance, just don't. I'm not desperate for it. Su-jin, having seen grander scenes in his past life, couldn't help but vent. If this was a formality, it was clearly a death trap. Miss Xiao grabbed Su-jin's arm and turned, running toward the exit. As long as they didn't enter the trial gate and stepped outside the hall, it would be considered a forfeit of the inheritance. She muttered softly, "We don't want this inheritance." Bang! The hall's great door slammed shut with a thunderous crash, like a door shutting on a dog. A tremendous force surged forth, tearing open the pitch-black trial gate. A crushing repellent force threw Miss Xiao aside, while an equally powerful suction gripped Su-jin, dragging him inexorably toward the gate. This supreme Azura-like existence had no regard for reason. Whether you wanted to participate or not, you would. Su-jin hated the helplessness, but before such overwhelming power he could only resist in vain, watching as his body was pulled into the great gate and his consciousness plunged into the void. Darkness surrounded him, punctuated by flickering, dying sparks of firelight. Thump thump thump, Phoebe drumbeats pounded like a hammer against his eardrums and chest. Su-jin slowly opened his eyes and looked around. This was a mind tunnel, and a very deep one at that. Thanks to his master miner talent, he almost instantly confirmed his location. But wasn't the final trial supposed to be the battle of the 3 king beasts? Where were the Xian, Earth, and Celestial rank Beast Kings? This setup was clearly meant to kill him. Despite his complaints, Su-jin maintained calm. If the secret realm truly wanted him dead, a mere thought would suffice. Since this was the final trial, there was likely a way out. The key was to find the breakthrough. Thump, thump. The pounding of the large drum continued relentlessly, rhythmic and commanding. Su-jin turned his head and saw, 5 feet away, a moat, but instead of water, it was a river of bright red lava, waves of heat washing over him. Worse still, the molten lava was slowly rising, and sooner or later it would swallow the rocky ledge beneath his feet, meaning certain death. The air was stifling, oppressive, and scorching. An ordinary cultivator would struggle even to breathe. Yet Su-jin's master miner achievements gave him extraordinary resistance to heat and pressure, allowing him to stay alert. On the rock wall, a jet-black mining pick was embedded upright as if it was the only usable tool here. Cornered with no escape, a message suddenly surfaced deep within his consciousness. An original, non-existent passageway began to take shape in his mind. Within this inner awareness, there was guidance, a path that didn't physically exist, now appearing clearly in his thoughts. This non-existent path had to be carved out by his own hands. Jin fixed his gaze, suspecting that the lava river had quietly risen again if he really had to dig his way forward just to survive. What exactly did the mastermind behind this want? The thought flashed through his mind and vanished. He no longer hesitated and grabbed the mining pick that weighed like a mountain. Clang! The ringing of metal striking metal echoed inside the cavern. The pick was made of extraordinary material, clearly top tier. On the first swing, a fluorescent glow suddenly appeared within the rock face. A surge of mineral energy pulsed. This place was rich in ore. From then on, chiseling the wall became equivalent to mining. Jin was, in fact, a master miner. 70 less stamina required for mining. 70 increased mining efficiency. Was this some carefully arranged trap? His suspicion grew deeper, yet he did not stop. The consciousness guiding him warned. Only by breaking through the cave wall could he escape. Behind him, the lava steadily rose. Thud, thud, thud. The low, steady pounding sounded like a drumbeat. There was no natural light in the cave, no day or night. Only scorching heat and crushing pressure as his constant companions. Jin swung wildly, hacking away, unaware how long he had been at it. Without any special energy aura, he relied solely on his flesh and bone strength. An ordinary person would have been roasted alive long ago. The stamina bonus from his masterminer status kept him barely clinging to life. This mine was terrifyingly rich. Any swing revealed low-grade ores, as well as the rare grade B and A ores in plenty. Even more absurdly, there were several ores he couldn't even pry loose. They must have been beyond grade A. Jin quietly concluded. This mine was anything but normal. The drumbeats continued like a summons to death. Exhaustion finally came, but the system prompt appeared just in time. Your stamina has been moderately boosted. After depletion, you can maintain peak condition for half an hour. Reduced stamina drop rate in extreme cold, heat, or pressure environments currently mild. But half an hour was quickly running out, and the lava was rising faster still. The unbearable triple torment of blazing heat, crushing pressure, and unyielding rock walls had pushed him to the brink. Fortunately, he had saved one last trick, held back on upgrading any achievements just for this moment to exploit the system. Gritting his teeth, he fully extracted a mineral that was probably grade B. His consciousness shook again. My lord. 1. Mining stamina consumption reduced an additional 70. 2. Mining efficiency 100. 3. Greatly increased strength. 4. Acquired stamina advancement. Major stamina boost. Can maintain peak for an extra hour after exhaustion. Moderate resistance increase to heat, pressure, and low oxygen. 5. Acquired polearm mastery advancement. Greatly increased damage with polearms. Slightly faster skill cultivation and purer energy aura when training polearms. 6. Next level condition. Extract 10 grade A premium ores, each weighing over 30 pounds. In a flash, his stamina surged to full. Though the upgrades seemed routine, just doubling efficiency, the stamina and weapon mastery advancements significantly improved his survival odds and mining speed in this terrifying cavern. Yet the guidance still showed the exit far away, while the lava reached waist height. Jin had no time to rest. Pick after pick flew, sparks scattering. He could clearly feel the elevation rising, but the lava climbed even faster. This was a brutal race against death. He was certain the trial was not a guaranteed death sentence, but it was also no mere formality. Thud, thud, thud. The drum beats grew sharper, as if right beside his ears. After another stretch of unmeasurable time, he collapsed again from exhaustion, but still had not uncovered a single grade A premium ore. The stamina advancement passive activated. One last hour of peak performance remained. Thud, 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 clang, clang, clang. The drums and pick strikes intertwined, speeding up relentlessly. This is so damn hard, he shouted, swinging the last pick with a roar. Boom! The rock wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. A massive flesh sphere suddenly appeared, dazzling as if lit by the blazing sun, its surface roiling with blood-red light, awe-inspiring and terrifying. The flesh ball contracted and expanded rhythmically. Thud, thud, thud. The fleshy orb pounded steadily, thump, thump, shaped like a peach. It radiated a wild yet cold technological aura, glowing like a giant red-hot boulder blazing fiercely, or like a sun tightly encased in rock. Behind it, the scorching lava had already stopped surging upward. Countless scorching beams pulsed steadily, locking down this sun. Jin knew he was inside the body of an Xian-level demon beast, the gold-swallowing, rock-eating dragon king, and that terrifying stone orb was its heart. In the continent's rank hierarchy, the Jia level marked a crucial boundary. Below Jia, warriors of the same rank were stronger than demon beasts. Above Jia, demon beasts of the same rank suppressed warriors. The Xian level corresponded to the warrior's FA body realm. But this gold-swallowing rock dragon king had jumped one step higher to the D level, equivalent to the Lingsong realm warriors. Was I really supposed to kill a demon king of this level in the trial? Insane. If I got even close to that heart, I'd instantly be reduced to ashes. Panting heavily, nearly drained of his last bit of strength, Su Jin finally gained a clear understanding of the top-tier power in this world. Inside the gold-swallowing rock dragon was a labyrinth of intertwined mineral caves. Its massive body was like a moving mountain, almost immortal in toughness. Su Jin had trekked for who knows how long, but had only advanced a few dozen feet like an ant measuring an elephant. Suddenly crack. The sun seemed to sense something and fractured with high-frequency tremors, splitting a shallow crack. Then a drop of heart blood burst forth, scorching hot enough to burn through bone as it fell, but in an instant condensed into a small crimson glass amber vial. It had been enormous originally, but by the time it landed in Su Jin's hand, it was as light as a feather. The vial was transparent and seemed empty, yet it contained the vast grandeur of mountains and seas. Just as Su Jin was about to examine it closely, the vial suddenly shattered. A faint click sound penetrated his bone marrow and spirit, yet Su Jin felt as if heaven and earth were collapsing around him. The one who survives tribulation becomes a body. The tribulated face pursuers behind and death ahead. Trickery and evasion are not true tribulations. When there is no path, carve a way through the dead end. With heart's direction, carve mountains into roads. The deep, mighty voice seemed to echo in his ears and burn directly into his soul. His flawless glass body suddenly throbbed in pain, as if ancient inscriptions were being hammered into it. At last, he understood the true purpose of this trial. An ancient Azura master was passing on this inscription. To engrave it into his heart, the master forced him to face danger in person, then imprinted the powerful runes. That was the tribulation one must endure to break into the FA body realm. He recalled how he had dug desperately just now, nearly exhausted. The danger level was 100 times greater than the previous 3 nodes. Without the minor achievement, he would have become nothing but bones. So the so-called battle of the 3 Beast Kings wasn't really about defeating all 3 kings, but about severing his internal hope for luck in martial arts. This was a battle to cut the heart thief. The first battle was already so perilous. How terrifying would the next be? Before his thoughts could settle, Su Jin's consciousness blurred again, swallowed once more by darkness. It's starting again. Looks like the next stage begins already. No time to rest at all. Waking up again, Su Jin felt disoriented. Before him stretched mist-shrouded mountains, clouds swirling like living brushstrokes in a landscape painting. Looking up there stood a stone monkey taller than the peaks themselves, resting its knees and gazing down on the world with curious eyes. Stranger still, above the monkey's head hovered a fragment of mountain range, floating midair without roots or pillars, as if an entire immortal island were inverted against the sky. Sky-bearing giant wild mountain ape, a terrestrial-grade monster? A chill went through Su Jin's heart. Such a creature could flatten mountains and sever valleys. Ranking at the Beast King level, and legend said it could wrestle with heavenly-grade beasts which correspond to a divine realm. Yet the enormous figure didn't roar as expected. It waved like a friendly giant child. Then, with a gentle leap, it climbed atop the floating mountain and casually plucked a boulder the size of a house, grinning as it offered a gift towards Su Jin. Boom! The boulder slammed down, tearing through the sky like a fiery meteor, landing dozens of feet away from him. Though it missed, the resulting shockwave whipped up a gale, raining debris like a storm. Almost at once, Su Jin's mind flashed with a system prompt. Talk to the stone monkey. Talk. This thing would probably kill you with a single word. He scanned his surroundings. Behind him yawned a bottomless cliff. Ahead stood a towering ancient tree, unfortunately lacking any rank or aura. Beneath it, a giant axe taller than a man leaned against its roots. Beyond that, sheer cliffs layered like blades and rows of ancient trees. If only he could chop them down to form a ladder, maybe he could climb out. Lost in thought, a strange idea struck him. The rock landed so far off, it probably won't hit me, right? His heart jolted. No, that's wrong. He was always cautious. Why trust such luck? What if the next stone lands straight on target? Before he could settle the thought, waves of lethargy, defeatism, and avoidance flooded in. Miss once, probably miss next time too. Don't pressure yourself too much. Take it slow. Rest if your stamina isn't back yet. Yet he knew clearly his stamina was already fully restored by special means. Cold sweat poured down his spine. Something strange is going on here. With this place and that giant wild ape, my very mind feels invaded. Gritting his teeth, he charged toward the ancient tree and reached for the giant axe, determined to chop wood and build a ladder. He took only a few steps when his vision blurred again. Clenching his fists, he muttered to himself, but the words felt like a mantra washing over his mind. Su Jin, why are you always so anxious, so pessimistic? You should be more optimistic. Just rest for 5 minutes first. Before he knew it, he was sitting on the ground. The mountain wind howled. Clouds raced across the sky and he let time slip away. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Fatigue crept in, and he thought, just a quick nap of 5 minutes. His eyelids drifted closed. Boom. A second boulder crashed down violently, the explosion ringing in his ears, stones flying everywhere. The aim was still wildly off, but the shockwave knocked him flat. Su Jin sprang up, heart pounding wildly. No, this isn't right. This really isn't right. The towering wild mountain ape was actually a very polite monkey. Once again, it threw a giant boulder off target, then awkwardly scratched the back of its furry head before waving apologetically at Su-jin. Sorry for startling you. Don't worry, next time it'll aim true. Or maybe you'll still miss. How about you catch a bit more sleep? Its mouth didn't open a crack. The only sound in the whole valley was the wind. Yet Su-jin somehow heard the message crystal clear, sending chills down his spine. This mighty ape, with shoulders broad and back thick, muscles coiled like a stone mountain god standing on the desolate ridge, wasn't just a brute tank. That silent communication was evidently a more terrifying form of psychic power. The last boulder had slammed down like a meteorite, smashing a pit a full zhang deep into the rock, with hot debris still rolling around. Su-jin rubbed his arm, numb from the shock. All sleep vanished. One more strike like that, and it would be lethal. This place was seriously cursed. He had to chop wood and make steps to get out fast. He slapped his face hard to force his mind sharp. Back when he was inside the death realm of the gold-eating rock dragon, had fought desperately, backed into a corner, and carved out a way to live. But now the threat felt like the frog in boiling water. If that ape hit him, he was dead, yet its aim was so atrociously bad the danger seemed both imminent and distant all at once. That vague pressure kept sparking anxious thoughts, twisting his mood. Grabbing his axe, Su-jin faced the towering ancient trees, some over 100 feet tall. Though huge, the wood was inferior quality. Cutting and controlling their fall was easy for his advanced lumberjack skill. No time to waste. Chop. Wood chips scattered. Chop again. Just as two deep notches appeared, Su-jin couldn't help but look up. The ape stretched exaggeratedly, yawned, turned around, and lay down, its palm lazily patting the bulging belly muscles, legs crossed ready to nap. If the monkey's going to sleep, maybe I can grab a quick rest too? Cutting trees was exhausting, just 5 minutes. Thinking this, Su-jin actually tossed his axe aside and stretched out on the grass, yawning and scratching his belly, crossing his legs in the same position as the ape. Before drifting off, he gave himself a little reward, his hand wandering down his abdomen. Then suddenly bone-chilling fear surged through him. No, I've fallen into the trap again. The clear-headed Su-jin was growing rarer and rarer. Whenever he thought about the trial, about advancing on the great path, or even just continue chopping wood, a flood of worries would flood his mind. Fear of fatigue, fear of mistakes, fear of trouble, the urge to slack off, to sleep more, to zone out, to reward himself again. If he had a phone and Wi-Fi right now, he'd probably just collapse right there. The great path is never conquered in a single leap. It's about trekking mountains and rivers, accumulating many small steps into a 1,000-mile journey, continual effort gradually creating achievement. When outside pressure is extreme, people are forced to unleash their potential. But when pressure is subtle, barely felt, one falls into petty anxieties. Restless monkey mind and horses of the will run wild, drifting through life with no direction. The mind is like a monkey, jumping restlessly. The will is like a horse, racing endlessly. If one can't calm this wild heart and restless mind, the martial artist will be trapped in endless internal struggle, falling prey to laziness and fleeting pleasures. In that moment, Su-jin suddenly understood. Those giant rocks the ape hurled, those weren't just boulders at all. It was clearly the passage of time, his lifespan, his years of cultivation. Countless distracting thoughts surged from all directions, threatening to tear Su-jin's soul into pieces. He gritted his teeth and forced himself upright, his mind swirling uncontrollably, his will boiling over like a storm, plunging from the clouds into a muddy swamp, his intelligence momentarily dragged below zero. At the mountain peak, the once curled-up sky-supporting ape suddenly raised a hand to pick its nose, extracting a suspicious dark green clump, which it casually flicked away. Boom! The booger exploded, obliterating an entire small hill ahead. Rock fragments flew in all directions, and a shockwave of dust roared forward. The flattened mountaintop lay only 10 miles from Su-jin, a wave of heat rushing toward him. The sudden shock yanked him from the chaos inside his mind, instantly clearing the fog. So this is the true meaning of the trial, he muttered softly, his eyes refocusing. Fully concentrating, he ignited his inner power, capturing the restless mind, reigning in the wild spirit. Expression cold, he hefted his massive axe and cast a quick glance at the giant ape, still seeming half asleep but exuding a deep, serene power. Then he shifted his gaze to the ancient towering tree before him. Cut away troubles as steps, climb beyond the ninth heaven. Spirit repository, those who sever worries become spirit repositories. Before he finished murmuring, a cold gleam flashed. The axe descended like a waterfall. Surrounded by misty mountains and fine rain, the dull crackling sounds echoed as one ancient towering tree after another toppled. Su-jin's axe strikes were precise down to the inch, each fallen tree steady and bridging the next mountain ridge, forming a rugged plank road stretching skyward. As he moved forward, illusions appeared endlessly. A whole wild boar roasted golden and dripping with oil, its aroma invading his nose. A soft, thick brocade couch, the quilt slightly puffed as if a warm, fragrant presence lay beside it. Countless temptations understood only by those in the know, fading in and out of sight. The higher he climbed, the wilder the mirages became. Beside the path appeared a wild computer connected to full Wi-Fi, a pristine white phone quietly resting in the grass, fully charged. Then a sincere young model in a grass skirt swayed her hips, turning her back, and softly teased, "Young master, want to have some fun?" Su Jin swung his axe again, splitting the final crayed ancient tree. Sweat streamed down his face. He blew out a rough breath and glanced back at the model, cursing under his breath, "Screw you." Though focusing his secret technique was effective, it drained his mental energy heavily. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to suppress the restlessness surging inside. This place was deeply evil. At his ear, the model's form distorted and shifted into the face of his close friend Brother Xiao. Red lips parted slightly, skirt flared. "Really not coming? Isn't a good brother enough? Too much nonsense. Don't mess with my bro," Su Jin sneered without turning, stepping over fallen wood to keep climbing. Suddenly, the giant ape atop the peak opened its blood-red eyes, its pupils like copper bells, staring fixedly at him. The model illusion shattered instantly. Though no roar came out, the ape's rage pressed down on Su Jin like a giant wave. "Don't you appreciate it? Don't you like the fur?" But Su Jin had no time to respond. Warmth surged through his body. Cutting down the crayed giant tree had triggered a leap in his trial panel ranking. Master Lumberjack. 1. Lumbering stamina consumption 70, efficiency 70. 2. Moderate increase in strength and constitution. 3. New passive skill enhanced cleaving. Moderate increase in slashing damage with any weapon, minor armor penetration, and slightly reduced stamina consumption. 4. New passive skill woodland creature nemesis. 5 damage against wood element beasts. His energy and stamina replenished instantly. He hoisted the giant axe onto his shoulder, eyes piercing beyond the sea of clouds, aiming straight for the ninth heaven. The road ahead was still long, the distracting thorns in his mind growing wildly, batch after batch, the captive mind struggling and biting, the bridled spirit neighing in protest. How could he sever these troubles once and for all? Su Jin stepped forward. Leveling up as a master lumberjack had become grueling. Su Jin needed to chop down 500 worthless trees, 100 drank trees, 10 crank trees, and 1 brank tree, numbers cold on paper, but heavier than mountains on his shoulders. Luckily, the trial grounds were never short of trees. Massive trunks rooted among rocky slopes, tangled canopies blocking out the sun across hills, gorges, and sheer cliffs. Shouldering his axe, he climbed over the first ridgeline. The sharp crack of his axe and the dull thuds of falling trees echoed in waves. With each tree felled, he marked a notch, roughly tracking his progress. Gradually, the stacked trunks formed a ladder beneath his feet, lifting his stairway to the heavens step by step higher. Not far off, a slumbering giant ape suddenly stirred. With a thunderous roar, it launched itself skyward, hurling massive boulders like cannonballs. The stones arced through the air, striking the clearing where Su Jin had first felled trees. In moments, 3 miles of terrain were blasted into deep craters, dust billowing up like a storm. Without so much as a glance behind, Su Jin's vision locked solely on the path ahead, the trees, and the endless celestial mountains looming in the sky. The journey was harsh and perilous, but as long as he kept moving forward, the vast distance would yield to his footsteps. Crossing ridges and scaling cliffs, he lost track of days and nights, paying no mind to the trail he left behind. The ape's stone attacks grew more rapid, each boulder smashing through cliff sides, fracturing peaks in its wake. Straining toward exhaustion, his endurance boost triggered automatically. A burning warmth flooded his aching legs, and he swung his axe anew. Suddenly, rain poured down in torrents, mud splashing and soaking his ankles. Moments later, the sun blazed fiercely, steam rising from the wet earth. Higher still, icy winds whistle snow across the ridges, relentless, punishing conditions without pause or mercy. Buried in his work, Su Jin barely noticed the system notification flashing before him. Master Lumberjack upgraded. Chopper, your skills have reached mastery. 1. Stamina consumption from lumbering reduced by 70. 2. Felling efficiency increased by 100. 3. Significant strength boost. 4. Significant constitution boost. Additional traits. Enhanced chop passive. When wielding any weapon, slicing damage greatly increased with moderate armor penetration and minor resource savings. Woodborne Nemesis. 10 damage to wood-based beasts. 5 damage taken from wood energy. Achievement upgrade available. Fell 10 exotic or rank trees. The text flickered and vanished, but Su Jin didn't pause. He continued chopping, hauling, and stacking the timber stairs higher. With elevation gained, rank trees gave way to dense forests of rank divine wood trees. He tried striking some rank trees, but found they were not exotic, so they didn't count toward achievements. Undeterred, he used their wood to reinforce his ladders and turned back to tackle even steeper cliffs. Behind him, The ape's roars echoed relentlessly, the gap between boulder throws shortening to where he could hear its ragged breath. Sujin didn't dare stop, only pressed onward toward the summit. At first, restless thoughts clamored in his mind, distractions, desires fighting to drag him out of focus. But with every step upward, those unruly voices dulled, and even when his full concentration faded, their influence over his heart's calm waned. A sudden clarity dawned. Why heed the restless monkey in the mind? Why entertain the wild horse of impulse? Let them rage, the path and goal were his alone to know, his alone to walk. With the target fixed ahead, he would brave stars and storms alike. Troubles, he realized, stemmed only from aimlessness, from wanting change without choosing a direction. Cutting ties with such chaos required one of two paths: absolute surrender or relentless progress. Gripping his axe tighter, his resolve hardened like stone. Behind him, boulders crashed, mountain snow slid at his feet, but his steps remained steady, cloaked in dust and falling snowflakes, pressing ever closer to the heights of the immortal mountains. Only when you know when to stop can you find stillness. Only with stillness can true calm be achieved. The knife that severs worries is your unwavering resolve toward your goal. The great path is ruthless. Only a few will truly leap the dragon gate. Sujin stood firm atop the mountain peak, his chest pounding. He felt his restless heart roaring inside, his wild thoughts galloping through his veins. Yet at this moment, he held all that turbulence tightly in check. The restless heart is the great gate, the wild thoughts the long path. As long as the heart is calm and the will firm, even the most unruly instincts can become aid in ascending to the heavens. The sudden rain ceased. The towering ape of the barren peak no longer hurled stones wildly, but lowered its towering form curiously to meet Sujin's gaze. In that gaze, Sujin suddenly realized the ape that darkened the sky was female. The giant ape crouched, extending its broad palm to gently lift Sujin up. No need to climb any further, his heart was steady, his will fixed, allowing him to harness the momentum. Holding him carefully, the giant ape faced the endless sea of clouds and immortal mountains, silently sending a thought: I will help you. But this help was far from gentle. In fact, it was brisk and fierce. The ape's thought exploded in Sujin's mind. Your sense of beauty stinks. Listen, lushness is beauty. Before he could react, it hurled him into the sky. Whoosh. Wild winds roared, gales cutting across his face. Sujin flipped midair, seeing the ape wave farewell, still insisting, don't forget, lushness is beauty. A faint yet imposing voice whispered into his ear: to sever worries without illusion leads to a perfected body. Without heart or intention, how are you different from a shaved monk? I have always despised Buddhism. With a purpose in heart, a fixed will, bravely forging ahead, wild thoughts and restless heart, freely driven, those are demons, true freedom. What are the 3,000 worries? They become the steps ascending the great path. His soul thundered. Pain racked Sujin's body. His immaculate glazed form was branded anew, inscriptions burning into his bones and blood. Consciousness drifted as he plunged through blinding white light, finally falling into absolute nothingness. When he opened his eyes again, heat radiated from the sun, warm salty breezes brushed his face, and waves crashed endlessly. Sujin rose slowly, looking around. Rushing tides, towering trees resembling palms. She stood on a solitary island. So what is the final trial? No answer came. No warnings, no instructions. The axe still gripped tightly in his sweaty palm. Sujin's mind felt hazy. The third trial beast was known as the celestial level phantom sea moth nettle eater catfish, equivalent to a human divine warrior, yet still one step below the beast king. Beyond divine form, what realm even lay? The trials within the Ashura sect's secret realm grew more bizarre. Xiaoman had mentioned that the phantom ghost sect's demon gods rivaled Ashuras. Previous final trials had mostly been formalities, with demon gods quickly granting soul inscriptions. None had faced such twists as Sujin. Clearly, this Ashura demon god held great status, granting markings in 3 stages. Shrouded in confusion, he could only explore the island. The blazing sun climbed high. Thirst surged like waves rising higher. Looking up, the palm-like trunks were thin but tough, topped with round fruits like coconuts. Sujin swung his axe. These trees were top-grade material, shaking his wrist with numbness. After great effort, he felled one, but thirst only deepened. He split open a fruit. The sweet liquid eased his parched throat, but made hunger worse. Strangely, no hints or guides emerged. The fallen trunk was just the right length for a fishing rod. Tough vines sprawled across it, suitable as a line. On sand shifting underfoot, a swarm of grayish-brown beetles lured by the fruit's aroma gathered, biting at the flesh. Suddenly understanding, the tree becomes the rod, the vine the line, the beetles the bait. Though lacking a hook, he still desperately sought survival's thread. Surrounded by vast ocean, sunlight turned the waves to sparkling gold, yet a haze blurred the distant view. This tropical isle felt eerie and uncanny. Shouldering the log, binding the vines tightly, He cast it into the deep blue sea. The moment the tip touched the water, the surface abruptly sank. Almost instantly, a sharp tug on the line snapped him to attention. Waves erupted. Su Jin's heart jolted. This was no ordinary fishing. It felt like something long lying beneath the sea was waiting eagerly to be fed. Something felt very strange. The sea surface was as smooth and dark as black jade. Yet the white dough-like bait head just cast was instantly swallowed whole despite having no hook. The fish remained clamped tightly on the lure as Su Jin hauled it up. The creature resembled a catfish, entirely jet black and glossy, its skin seeming coated in ink. Only two long, translucent white whiskers exceeded the length of its body, gently draping over the sandy shore. Su Jin had never seen such a fish before, but the hunger gnawing inside him was relentless, eating away at his very being until even his soul burned in torment, provoking an impulse to devour raw. Soon a fire was kindled. Twigs crackled as flames licked the strange fish. The roasted flesh gave off a peculiar aroma. Oil dripping from between the scales sizzled upon the embers, sparking tiny flames. Ignoring the island's eerie stillness, the strange sea, and even the fish's unnatural nature, Su Jin's hands trembled as he tore the meat apart and swallowed it in desperate bites. The hunger was more merciless than any torture, as if it sought to hollow him out to the marrow. After finishing the first fish, his body finally calmed, like an addict coming down after a powerful high. But questions surged up. What exactly was happening? What was the true purpose of this final trial? Su Jin was no reckless fool. Experiences from his past life kept his mind steady. He quickly recalled the previous challenges. 1. The first trial aligned with the FHE stage, involving the Beast King Golden Eater Rock Dragon, meant to temper the tribulation of forging the body. 2. The second aligned with the Ling Song stage, featuring the Beast King Sky-bearing Giant Mountain Ape, aimed at cutting through afflictions. The Azura Guardian had clearly intended for him to grasp the essence behind those two stages early on. So the third must target the mythical stage, represented by the Shadow Sea Moth devouring Worry Catfish, a legendary beast said to surpass even mythical stage cultivators. But where was this beast? Su Jin glanced down at the damp sand beneath his feet, suddenly enlightened. Then warmth surged in his belly. A minuscule yet undeniable energy flowed through his meridians, swiftly devoured by his soul, raising its strength by a barely measurable but unmistakable fraction. Memories flickered past like slides, playing scenes of an unfamiliar warrior's life in his mind. I, born with unparalleled talent, began martial training at 14. 1 day to condense chi, 3 days to forge flesh, achieving an impervious body. Entering the secret realm, I acquired the bloodthirsty Azura mark. 3 years of refinement to perfect my form. I went to battle, slaughtering tens of thousands, reaching the Ling Song stage of the path, trampling over blood to seek the Tao, yet thereafter, progress ceased. I killed wife, killed child, annihilated my entire clan, breaking all attachments to pursue the way, still gaining nothing. How does one truly achieve the Tao? The whisper came as if right beside Su Jin's ear, icy enough to make his skin crawl. Unlike memories from his other roles that felt firsthand, this was a fragmented record merely observed. Su Jin furrowed his brow tighter. That memory came from the fish he had just eaten? The warrior possessed miraculous talent, but went mad when stuck before breaking into the mythical stage, resulting in bloodthirsty madness and utter destruction of family. If even this failed to break through, how impossibly high was the threshold to mythical stage? He sighed deeply. A once peerless prodigy now reduced to a berserk killer. What secrets lay buried behind this downfall? The thought barely formed before a tearing hunger flooded his body again, smothering all thought. With sudden resolve, Su Jin leapt up, grabbed the bait hanging on a branch, and dashed toward the shore once more. It was clear this strange fish was key to the trial. Soon after, the second fish was caught. Su Jin swallowed, feeling a faint surge of soul power, slightly stronger than before. The warm fish flesh dissolved into a clear stream, flowing along his meridians into his sea of consciousness. He casually accessed the full memories of a cultivator trapped at the spiritual repository realm. Moments later, hunger returned, and he raised his hand to catch another strange fish that leapt onto his hook. Repeating this process endlessly, his hunger never ceased. In this mysterious sea, the schools of fish seemed infinite. They had no distinct rank, yet they resembled lingering echoes of countless spiritual repository cultivators' obsessions throughout history, eagerly rushing into his mouth. With each swallow, Su Jin keenly sensed not only his soul's strength growing, but also impurities accumulating, those very obsessions themselves. Soul impurities were the hardest to eliminate. Lacking effective refining methods, the drawbacks far outweighed the benefits. He continued sifting through those warriors' memories. Diverse backgrounds, family circumstances, and innate talent varied greatly. Some had no natural aptitude for cultivation, but still forced their way into the spiritual repository. Among them were members of the Azura sect, ghostly phantom sect, and all 7 demonic schools. Su-jin understood that the Azura behind him must be of noble status. Now it was clear that this figure's rank far exceeded his imagination, only one able to collect the souls of every spiritual repository expert from the Nine Saint Sect for Su-jin to read. But why were these powerful warriors stuck at the spiritual repository, unable to ascend to the mythic realm? He pondered this while fishing. The sky darkened, and the sea mist grew thick, the entire area seeming suspended among the clouds. What was truly the key to divine transformation? He recalled Xiao Man once said the answer lay in steadfast sharp wisdom. But what exactly did steadfast sharp wisdom mean? Rearranging all the memories, he found a common thread. Once entering the spiritual repository, they fell into endless confusion. A fledgling swallow soars in the sky, small but lively, curious about the unknown. A camel trudges the desert, bearing scorching sun overhead and blazing sand beneath, biting its teeth to press on despite an endless road ahead. When they reach the third stage, they become diving whales, vast enough to churn storms, yet lost and directionless in the deep sea. The stronger they became, the more confused they were. Su-jin couldn't help but recall his past life. His father died early. His mother struggled to raise him. He was sharp from childhood, always trying to ease his mother's burden. Later, he went into business, achieving booming success but growing ever busier. The day his mother passed, he suddenly realized how empty the home was. On a night of heavy drinking before his company's IPO, he found himself crying bitterly. His original purpose for earning money was merely to make life easier for his mother, yet now everything had gone astray. Tears welled up in Su-jin's eyes. It turned out he, too, was bound by obsession. Those who protected their families by cultivating to the spiritual repository ended up slaughtering their entire clans. Those who tightened their grip to marry their first love abandoned wife and children. Those who trained to defend their homeland eventually betrayed it and sided with the enemy. If divinity and divine power lose their anchor, they become like a kite cut loose from its string. Divine transformation demands steadfast sharp wisdom. He seemed to gain an insight, yet tears streamed uncontrollably. Without original intent, no matter how powerful one becomes, it ultimately brings only empty joy. Boom. The island beneath his feet suddenly trembled. Waves surged like waterfalls pouring upward. Roaring seas and swirling black clouds signaled something massive. Su-jin realized the ground itself was rising. This very island was none other than that king beast beyond the divine transformation realm, the dark sea moth catfish. Once consumed, these rare soul-enhancing creatures are exceedingly precious in the world. The mingling fish is one such entity. This fish does not belong to the three realms. One must venture deep into the soul sea to encounter it. It is not an ordinary fish instead. It is the embodiment of the confusion and obsession left behind by a warrior of the spirit repository realm upon death, given form and substance. Those who consume this fish gain fleeting insight into that warrior's life, their soul power increasing slightly. Yet, they also inherit a portion of the impurity of the six roots, adding a thread of obsession to their own spirit. If one greedily consumes too many, they risk falling into madness, completely losing themselves. After all, the fixations of spirit repository warriors are far beyond what an ordinary person can bear. In fact, just a glance at a mingling fish is enough to break a normal person's mind. Yet Su-jin swallowed 276 of them, forcefully raising his soul power by 276 marks, while carrying the full weight of 276 portions of greed, anger, and ignorance on his being. On his six roots bloomed 276 crimson evil fruits, and he personally witnessed the entire lives of 276 spirit repository warriors from their rise to tragic demise. Such karmic burden would crush any spirit repository cultivator, but Su-jin appeared unfazed as if nothing had happened. Moreover, he seized from this ordeal the crucial clues needed to reach the divine transformation realm. Far in the depths of the Ghost Sea, a beast king surpassing the divine transformation realm, the Ghost Sea mingling fish devouring catfish broke the surface, stirring towering waves in the soul sea. It emitted a clear, resonant call, carrying Su-jin out of the water and soaring upward. At first, the horizon was water and sky blended together. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea shrank to the size of a fist, resembling a dark mist floating in the air. Beneath the mist, 9 continents were clearly visible, among which one was lush and green, the trial grounds of the Azura sect. Looking further up, 8 stars hovered above the sea of clouds, their oppressive presence tangible, looming over the 9 continents below. Then Su-jin realized, these 9 continents likely correspond to the trial grounds of the 9 Demon Sect clans. The sea of clouds floated above the 9 trial domes, and the 8 stars probably represent the 9 Saint Sect's 8 supreme demon gods. But the 9 Saint Sect should have 9 supreme demon gods. Why was 1 star missing? He recalled that the Ghost Sect had been wiped out, but shook his head. The fall of the Ghost Sect should not be directly related to the supreme Rakshasa demon god, indicating some hidden truth. The Ghost Sea mingling fish devouring catfish continued climbing higher. Su Jin gazed up at the stars, then down at the sea of clouds. Inside him, the 276 evil fruits glowed like blood-stained jewels. These were the obsessions of 276 powerful spirit repository cultivators. They were abnormal to begin with, and the resultant evil fruits were no ordinary trophies. Only now did Su Jin grasp the terrifying cost of such soul enhancement, even as his power had grown greatly. He recalled the third trial stage. It seemed he had been forced to comprehend the mindset required for divine transformation realm, and compelled to swallow strange fish to strengthen his soul. Looking back, it was clearly a losing proposition. The first two stages had gone smoothly, upgrading his miner and woodcutter professions, but the fishing profession had shown no progress and instead posed a huge risk. At that moment, the voice returned to his ear, still solemn, but now more urgent than before. Holders who hold firm belief, sharpen blades, sever confusion. Wisdom reaches remembering the original purpose. The self is heart, with heart as seed, with seed transforms to deity. This is called divine transformation. In an instant, among the 8 stars, the dark and deadly star flared up brilliantly. Its blazing light was as bright as midday, like a newly born star shining directly onto Su Jin. The cold emptiness cracked with a sharp sound. The sea of clouds shredded into wispy strands. The boundary between yin and yang blurred like spilled ink, morning and night reversed, and the cycle of years twisted like a tangled rope. At the same time, Su Jin's body and soul felt as if they were being sliced layer by layer with a dagger, each cut severing sinews, each thrust piercing marrow. This was the burning inscription of the final rune. Then, a massive hand seemingly spanning the void grasped his soul and yanked it fiercely. 276 malignant seeds growing on his 6 roots were uprooted by an invisible giant tree, eradicating all future troubles. After the excruciating pain, a dizzying whirlwind swept over him, and Su Jin felt as if he had tumbled between dream and wakefulness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing once more in the center of the Ashura Great Hall. The towering black gate had vanished, leaving only a pitch-black stone altar. Miss Xiao stood nearby, her eyes filled with surprise and relief. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from the hall's depths, followed by a voice powerful as thunder. "I am the battle-hardened Emperor Venerable, Ashura King, here to inscribe your soul mark. This mark, the seal of the Ashura Emperors. It shall only take effect when you become the sect leader of Ashura Sect." The hall fell into silence instantly. Miss Xiao, who had just relaxed upon seeing Su Jin safe, was stunned, her eyes wide, and the tear mole near her eye glimmering like a tiny star, mouth forming a small O. Su Jin stood frozen on the spot. This soul mark activation method was extraordinarily unique. According to the traditions of the 9 Demon Sect clans, disciples first temper their bodies into iron embryos, then refine them to the peak. They use contribution points to exchange for sect soul marks. After the soul mark enters the body, it is nurtured by qi and blood, with daily meditation on divine demon images, gradually reaching the soul inscription realm. Those who break into trial secret realms may obtain top-tier soul inscription stamps directly, but such inscriptions usually require specific conditions to awaken. For example, Xiaoman's soul of the 9 nether vengeful spirit comes from Yaji Rakshasa and can only be activated by slaying her enemy Dong Sanyang. Though she has fully perfected her embryo, her progress is halted by unfulfilled revenge. Fortunately, Dong Sanyang is seriously injured. Remnants of the ghost sect have set numerous traps, and Xiaoman's specially prepared poison is nearly ready. Success remains possible. In comparison, Su Jin's seal of the Ashura Emperors was even more complicated. To activate it, he must first become the leader of Ashura Sect. However, to claim that position requires at least a soul inscription realm expert. To enter that realm, the soul mark must take effect first. A vicious circle. Su Jin glanced at Miss Xiao, wanting to ask if she had ever encountered such a dilemma, but she just stared at him, speechless with shock. The battle-hardened Emperor Venerable, Ashura King, was the supreme demon god king of Ashura Sect. She had never heard of the Supreme King personally inscribing soul marks for trial candidates. As for the seal of the Ashura Emperors, there wasn't a single mention in historical records. The young man before her seemed to be defying fate itself, and Miss Xiao even felt as if she were witnessing the prologue to an epic saga. Perhaps the 9 holy sects were truly about to reunify. Suddenly, the great hall's dome rumbled as it transformed. A pentagram appeared at the center, surrounded by countless stars rotating like ministers paying homage. Hot spiritual radiance seeped through the altar's cracks, and terrifying energy surged like a tidal wave. Su Jin knew this was a sign that rewards were coming. Xiao Man had said the harder the trial, the greater the rewards. Equipment, elixirs, secret techniques, everything one could hope for. If they wanted him to vie for the sect leader's position, they'd better offer a decent welcome gift. He was filled with anticipation as the majestic voice rang out again, bestowing upon you the trial completion rewards. At that moment, Su Jin pricked up his ears. General Qisha is one of the 7 honored Ashura under my majesty's command, as close as brothers. By inheriting my legacy, you may grant the soul seals of these 7 generals to your subordinates." No sooner had the solemn words fallen than a surge of strange energy exploded above the altar. The pitch-black ceiling instantly blazed blood red, with 7 blood-colored stars, each the size of a millstone, hanging evenly in the dome. Their starlight cascaded like a waterfall, and the restless aura revealed their excitement and anticipation. These 7 stars represent the 7 supreme Ashura generals, the 7 Shisha generals. Each star can bestow a top-tier Ashura soul seal upon a trial candidate. Ordinarily, only those who pass the Ashura sect's trials qualify to enter the secret Ashura Hall and receive a soul seal. Yet now, with just a few authoritative words, Su Jin was granted the right to directly bestow all 7 top-tier soul seals. No trial required. No need to enter the secret realm, not even the legendary Liliwu embryo qualification. The divine authority once wielded by the battle-hardened Emperor Ashura King now rested unconditionally on Su Jin's shoulders. The Chisha general seals rank just beneath the 3 Ashura branch lords, yet he could distribute them at will, free of rules or restrictions. This was absolute divine authorization. Su Jin understood the full weight of this meaning, while Miss Xiao was utterly stunned. A mortal bypassing the shrine entirely and receiving top-tier soul seals outright? She had never heard of such a thing. Compared to this, the long sword and secret technique Inhun Tua she had earned through trials last time suddenly seemed dull and insignificant. Even stranger, the altar remained intact, standing in the center, black stone fissures glowing with moving veins of red gold. The solemn oppressive atmosphere only deepened, as if lurking an even greater transformation. May I grant one of these 7 general soul seals to her? At this solemn moment, Su Jin suddenly pointed at Miss Xiao and asked. Miss Xiao's heart tightened, but she still clasped her hands together, lowering her eyes. Though she came from the Yugui sect, she also revered the Ashura demon lord. It was well known that a warrior could only bear 1 soul seal in a lifetime. Moreover, her body was already marked by the soul of Yazi, the left division lord of the Rakshasa, the soul of 9 nether hatred, which was higher in rank than the 7 generals, equal to the 3 Ashura branch lords. Su Jin's question was so outrageous that she subtly tugged his finger, silently pleading him not to speak nonsense. Yes, the authoritative voice replied without hesitation, as long as the little Yazi behind her agrees to withdraw, she may be granted your seal and become one of our Ashura. Miss Xiao's mind buzzed in shock. The mighty Rakshasa Lord Yazi was dismissed as a little girl by this demon god. Oh, I see. Su Jin sees the key information. Soul seals could be overwritten. He pressed further. Can I grant soul seals to others right now? No. You must first enter the soul seal realm and activate the Emperor Ashura seal before earning that right. The altar's voice was patient but cold. You must become the Ashura sect's leader on your own. We will not help you. Su Jin nodded, understanding the altar saw through his desire to take shortcuts. Do you have more to give me? What kind of reward is it? If it's a weapon, that would be best, Su Jin said again. He fully understood how extraordinary the mandated soul seal was if it handed him control over human affairs itself. Since the first reward had already been lavish beyond imagination, he didn't expect anything of equal value afterwards. Pills. Secret techniques? Those would be fine, but what he really wanted was a weapon. To him, holding a spear or having bare hands was a world of difference. He never wanted to be held back by a fragile spear shaft again. A long spear, a halberd, anything he could use would do. With that request, it was like ordering from a divine altar's menu. Others who passed the trial only dared to respectfully await blessings, who would directly ask for a reward. Miss Xiao was so startled her head buzzed, and she quietly grabbed his finger, her palm cold. The altar itself seemed stumped by the request, silent for a long moment. I'm not being rude, it's just that a weapon is most important. If nothing else, just give me a spear shaft, Su Jin added calmly. It needs to be adjustable in length, unbreakable, and easy to carry. I'm not greedy. The altar remained silent, as if considering. Adjustable length? Unbreakable? Where in the world could there be such a miraculous shaft? Everywhere it would be treasured as a supreme relic like the golden cudgel from Journey to the West. This guy's boldness was extraordinary. But Su Jin had his own plan. The trial of the 3 king beasts had taught him 2 things. First, the Ashura demon lord testing them did not demand subservient worship. He sought dominance and detachment. If you could reach an understanding, anything was possible. Second, the demon gods behind the 9 Saints sect seemed to want him to deal with a serious problem. That huge hand reaching into his soul and pulling out 276 evil seeds clearly wasn't just clearing threats, it felt like it was harvesting something valuable to the demon lords. Since he had been singled out, he might as well negotiate terms. Being useful meant he was valuable, and if he was valuable, he deserved a good price. As someone born a merchant, he understood this better than anyone. The altar's black aura flickered as if whispering to something else. Time stretched on. Even Miss Xiao was sweating profusely, gripping Su Jin's wrist tightly, ready to pull him away at any moment. Su Jin's eyes stayed calm as he stared at the altar one step further, and it would be suicide. So he could only bet everything on this move. Finally, the beam of light solidified again, as if an agreement had been reached. That authoritative voice returned, tinged with teasing and rare satisfaction. I bestow upon you a creation of infinite potential. It is weak now, but will fulfill every effect you desire. As the words fell, an inky black energy burst forth, fierce and wild, mingling with an eerie, cunning aura completely different from the Azura's previous presence. When the aftershock faded, Su Jin and Xiao Man slowly opened their eyes and looked up at the altar, both stunned in that moment. On the altar appeared a strange creature. It resembled a worm, about the thickness of an index finger and roughly half a meter long, coiled at the center of the altar. Its body was pitch black as ink, yet glossy like jade, with faint golden runes faintly glowing across its surface, elegant, yet eerie and chilling. The creature had no eyes, sensing its surroundings by twitching its head. Its writhing body formed a serpentine shape, completely free of mucus or any foul odor. The stark contrast of black and gold created a strong visual impact. The worm tilted its head in a strangely endearing way, almost like a cute tilt head gesture. After a moment, as if having locked onto Su Jin's position, the front half of its body suddenly split open, transforming into a black jade-like pincer revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth within. With a sharp whistle, it straightened its form and lunged forward like a released arrow. Miss Xiao instinctively grabbed Su Jin, ready to dodge, but to their shock they froze in place, as if even their breathing had been paused. Su Jin's left arm raised uncontrollably, palm open wide. The worm darted forward like a starved leech and drilled straight into his palm, vanishing instantly. A solemn and ethereal voice echoed through the void again. I bestow upon you the six-root restless worm. The name sounded freshly invented, bizarre, and strange. This worm has endless uses. You may explore them at your own pace. You may also communicate regarding the spear staff matter. The voice faded, and the altar's glow dimmed. Su Jin regained movement, and Miss Xiao quickly held out his hand to examine if his palm was clean and intact, with no blood or wound. At the same time, a flood of information about the six-root restless worm poured into Su Jin's mind. What kind of reward is this? A worm? And I have to figure out everything myself? It's so thin and short, how am I supposed to make a spear staff out of this? Su Jin thought to himself, frustration bubbling up. He wanted to ask the altar for something more practical, but it had already fallen completely silent. Suddenly, an intense wave of hunger washed over him, reminiscent of that desperate need to gnaw on rocks during the third trial on the deserted island. An hour later, a roaring bonfire blazed outside the Azura shrine. More than a dozen massive beasts had been prepared into various dishes, their bones and flesh cleaned thoroughly. Su Jin lay back on the ground, hands resting on his full stomach at last. The worm lay sprawled nearby, belly swollen and golden runes stretched thick, lazily rubbing its own belly with its tile picture of being equally stuffed. When the hunger struck so fiercely earlier, Su Jin had rushed out of the shrine intent on turning any remaining carcasses outside into food. As soon as he stepped out, the six-root restless worm shot out from his palm and sank greedily into the beast's remains. Once the worm left his body, his hunger eased instantly, otherwise he might have been driven to gnaw raw meat. Once somewhat recovered, he lit a fire to roast the meat. As a master chef, his knife skills and control of heat came naturally, preserving the special qualities of the ingredients while producing tantalizing aromas that far surpassed eating the meat raw. At first, the worm buried itself in the raw carcasses, but it gradually moved closer to the bonfire, drawn by the scent of roasting meat. Soon it sat shoulder to shoulder with Su Jin, eating alongside him. Miss Xiao bustled around helping out, watching this strange yet harmonious scene with thoughtful eyes. She patted Su Jin's belly and asked, "What exactly is this worm? Was it because of that creature that you reincarnated as a hungry ghost?" The worm glanced at Miss Xiao. Although it had no eyes, it seemed to resent her rudeness. It had eaten too much and simply lay back on the ground, rubbing its round belly with the tip of its tail. Su Jin felt equally bloated and couldn't utter a word. Miss Xiao had no choice but to press gently on his abdomen with her two conscientious hands, helping him digest. After a while, the three of them, the two humans and the worm, finally started to feel better. Su Jin recalled the message from the altar. The so-called six roots not still refers to the six sensory faculties: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. This creature's proper name is the six roots not still worm. It can contaminate the six roots and awaken the six spiritual connections, with countless wondrous uses. But for now, it is still a larva, only activating the unstill tongue root, meaning it craves taste and is addicted to the mouth and tongue. As its host grows stronger, the other five roots will gradually manifest. For each additional root awakened, the worm gains one spiritual connection, and the host gains one advantage. Xiao Man had shared life and death with him, and now was massaging his belly. Feeling grateful, Su Jin told her the worm's full story honestly and hoped she could With her broad knowledge, help uncover its origin, she knew little about the 9 sects of the demonic path. The 6 roots not still worm? Xiao Man's delicate brows furrowed as she murmured thoughtfully. The rewards from the 9 demonic sects trials always reflect their sect's characteristics. The Shura sect specializes in killing, often giving powerful military secret techniques. But never before have I heard of them giving out a spiritual worm like this. Her gaze fell on the lavish worm, lying like a corpse, growing more curious. She reached out with slender fingers to touch its shell. But just as her finger came close, the worm tensed immediately. Its front split open suddenly, revealing flesh-clamped jaws with dense, gleaming teeth. Fierce as a little demon. But then, it hiccuped loudly, deflating all its menace, though it still bared its teeth at Miss Xiao in warning. Quite fierce, Xiao Man withdrew her hand, breathing softly. The Shura sect usually never issues spiritual worms. But among the 9 sects, there is the Ling Nest sect, experts in controlling worms and spiritual creatures. They'll try to inquire along that line for you later. The Ling Nest sect. Su Jin memorized the name and glanced at the flattened worm again, secretly wincing. The presence behind the altar seemed eager to shove the worm at Hema, so-called reward, really a burden. The glowing praises didn't explain anything. If that hunger-driven madness returned during a fight, it would be deadly. No matter how I look at it, this is trouble, not a reward. It's just a liability, he muttered, watching the worm's reaction. The worm clearly disliked this. It flicked its tail and puffed its big belly. If it had hands, it would have put them on its hips. Though it couldn't speak, its stance shouted a scolding. Suddenly, it darted into Su Jin's left palm and vanished instantly. Fine tendrils spread inside his veins and organs with almost invisible speed, forming a strange connection. Having experienced this before, both Su Jin and Xiao Man were startled but steadied their minds. Gradually, Su Jin felt the worm integrating with his flesh and blood, his expression turning strange, then his eyes burst with joy. Happiness overwhelmed him instantly. The 6 senses restless worm was truly extraordinary. The moment it slipped inside Su Jin's body, its slender, supple form spread out like countless tendrils, silently entwining every muscle, bone, and organ yet without burdening him in the slightest. Moments ago, Su Jin had just transformed over a dozen massive demon beasts into fragrant delicacies, half of which this worm had swallowed, yet its weight remained unchanged. Even more incredible energy that should have been released or lost during digestion. The energy meant to restore physical strength or preserve the unique effects of the ingredients was instead refined, extracted, and perfectly sealed by the worm, ready to be fed back to Su Jin at any time. At present, the worm only showed signs of restlessness at the tongue root, expressing a craving for taste far greater than its need for energy. The more delicious food it sampled, the happier it became. The surplus energy was all stored within Su Jin, like a miniature treasure trove on standby. Such a little creature was no burden at all. In fact, it was a cute and considerate sidekick. The worm was equally satisfied. It had expected that following Su Jin meant surviving on raw meat and blood, since demon beast flesh was tasty but coarse. But Su Jin's culinary skills were nothing short of miraculous. Layer upon layer of fragrance, crispness, tenderness, and refreshment continuously delighted it. Its craving for taste was fulfilled to the extreme, fueling its growth, and so the once mutually wary pair had gradually developed a genuine fondness. Keep in mind, this was just the restlessness at the tongue root stage of the 6 senses restless worm. If all 5 other senses were unlocked, the effects would be unimaginable. Feeling the wonderful fusion with the worm, Su Jin's affection for it surged. He silently thanked the altar for such a generous gift. Standing beside him, Miss Xiao read a hint of astonishment on his face. Though curious, she didn't pry, only softly reminded him. Didn't Azura demon lord say before? Regarding the spear shaft matter, you might try communicating with this spirit worm. Immersed in joy, Su Jin was jolted awake by her words and instantly tried to converse with the worm. His muscles trembled slightly as 2 emotions clearly emerged from within. First, the worm's irritation at Miss Xiao's tactless mention. Second, its strong resistance and shame about the spear shaft topic. It nearly refused to be transported by the altar before because of it. Yet that hesitation, shame, and anger actually steadied Su Jin's mind. The emotions confirmed the spear shaft issue was no idle talk. A weapon that could grow and retract, be indestructible and portable. If such a weapon could truly be forged, his previously outrageous wish might come true. When he had first made his wish at the altar, he was just testing the limits, not expecting much. Now the worm's reaction made it feel promising. My cooking skills, you've already seen. From now on, you'll have delicious food every day, Su Jin solemnly promised inwardly. Their symbiotic bond made communication especially smooth, emotions and information interwoven seamlessly. The worm twisted slightly inside, shy and hesitant. It had hoped to gloss over the spear shaft matter by claiming it had already proved its worth, only reluctantly agreeing because of the Azura King's persistent persuasion. Now restored to freedom, It wanted to back out, but Su Jin's irresistible cuisine made it reconsider. Following a top chef like him greatly benefited its desire for exquisite tastes. Hearing Su Jin's promise, the worm was somewhat moved. I come up with new dishes for you every day, whatever you want to eat. I'll make it for you. If you give me the spear, I can kill more monsters and cook even more delicious food for you. When it comes to pleasing a foodie, Su Jin definitely knows how to play his cards right. The worm wriggled gently in his palm, hesitating like it was balancing on a seesaw between appetite and pride. I can make sweets, pastries, and many cuisines you've never tried before. I'm willing to keep improving my cooking for you. There's so much room for me to get better. Su Jin's voice was sincere and eager. Each word crackled like oil hitting a hot pan, making the worm's heart itch. The scales finally tipped, but the worm still acted reserved. Worm, if you coax me a little more, just a little more, I'll agree. It twisted shyly, like a girl just discovering love. Su Jin added with a sly smile. I also know music theory, plan to learn perfume making next, and want to study painting ear, nose, and eye pleasures. You like them all, right? These promises weren't empty talk. Thanks to his side job system, he could actually deliver on them. He threw in one more tempting offer. I can even brew wine. Do you like wine? His voice was gentle, like a charming rogue coaxing a clueless maiden, each word striking the worm's heart. The worm's reserve instantly melted. It shot from Su Jin's left palm with a snap, tail tip touching the ground as it straightened proudly, arching like a haughty noble. Though it couldn't speak, its expression clearly said, for your sincerity, I'll agree to the spear, but you promise to follow through. No backing out. Su Jin understood perfectly. Nearby, Xiao Man watched closely, secretly marveling at the worm's intelligence. Experts from the Ling sect, who had spent years cultivating spirit worms, might not even match this one. The worm poked its small head toward Xiao Man, signaling her to put down the bone knife. She stuck the blade into the ground and watched expectantly. The worm's body twisted and stretched, quickly growing over 3 meters long. What was once finger-thick suddenly expanded to the diameter of the spear shaft. Then its head split open and lunged at the bone knife handle. Click. It bit down tight. A low hum vibrated through the air. In the daylight, golden runes shimmered on the worm's jet-black, jade-like body, dazzling and magnificent. The bone knife's handle was perfectly sealed inside its mouth, no gaps at all. Su Jin was stunned. So the spear was actually the worm itself? And it could do this? He stepped forward and gripped the worm's body like a handle, pulling the bone knife out. By estimation, the whole weapon was 3 meters long, like a Qinglong Yinhua polearm. He tapped the black carapace, and it rang crisp and metallic. The worm clearly trusted its own strength, not exactly indestructible, but no weaker than top-tier wood, and it would only get tougher as it grew stronger. Su Jin wielded the cold, beautiful blade. The balance was perfect. The worm had measured the blade's weight exactly when swallowing it, adjusting its own density so the weapon felt naturally whole in his hands. So, you swallow the blade, and I get a Qinglong Yinhua polearm. You swallow a sword, and I get a horse spear, Su Jin murmured, grinning inside. What about length? Can it change? He asked the worm with his mind. The worm suddenly relaxed, then snapped taut again just as hard as before, but 2 meters shorter. The bone knife stayed firmly in its mouth. The Qinglong Yinhua transformed instantly into a sleek, handy short blade, long or short, solid, and easy to carry. Perfect. Resolving the restless six-sensory worm problem, Su Jin and Miss Xiao stepped once again into the dim, grand Shura Divine Palace, with their journey home finally within reach. The time discrepancy between the secret realm and the outside world was almost shocking. 10 days here amounted to merely the burning of a single incense stick outside. The Three Kings battle that Su Jin had previously entered existed in its own time domain. He estimated that battle must have dragged on for 10 days, or maybe even a month, yet to Xiao Man, he had been gone for only about an hour. Reflecting on this, Su Jin couldn't help but daydream. If he could brew wine slowly within this secret realm, by the time he returned outside, wouldn't his brewing profession instantly leap forward? But then he reconsidered. Never mind fermenting agents and grain. He couldn't even bring along proper clothes. This beautiful fantasy had to be set aside for now. Having completed the trial, the blood-patterned teleportation gate within the hall was already glowing. The two walked side by side toward the gate, marking the end of their 28-day life-and-death ordeal. Miss Xiao glanced back, her gaze flickering repeatedly between the palace and the outside world, her eyes filled with rare hesitation. Once she left this place, she would have to resume her revenge plan. After that, she needed to find her aunt and shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving the ghost sect. Perhaps that life wouldn't even be as exhilarating as being chased by monstrous beasts alongside this young man in the secret realm. But in the end, everyone had their own path, and a sudden emptiness filled her heart. In that moment of melancholy, her slender hand was casually clasped by Su Jin. After more than 20 days fighting side by side in bloodshed, this gesture was more reflex than intimacy, yet it brought a comforting sense deeper than mere familiarity. Without turning his head, Su Jin said lightly, "What are you staring at? Come on, still not ready to leave? No, let's go. Xiaoman smiled softly and shook her head. Their figures disappeared into the crimson light pillar. The palace instantly fell silent and empty. At the same time, a pitch-black pentagram imprint emerged, outlining a vague yet intimidating towering silhouette. The spirit nest's doomsday matriarch really let that kid bring her out. A whisper from deep shadows carried mixed emotions. Let me say Itur Shura clan owes the spirit nest one. But is this a blessing or a curse? If he hadn't made such a huge scene during the third battle, he wouldn't have to bear this karma. As the reversed spatial flow dissipated, Su Jin and Miss Xiao's vision cleared once more. Night was deep. Only 2.5 hours had passed outside. Their clothes were neat, hair undisturbed. Xiaoman's conscience had vanished, restoring her appearance as a fair-haired, handsome young man. The lake breeze stirred gently. Two small boats tied by thin ropes swayed quietly at the edge of Danhua Lake. This is Danhua Lake. Su Jin confirmed their location, still holding Xiaoman's hand. Shura sect is surprisingly decent. They returned our clothes and boats just as they were, not even a single sail rope missing. He had worried moments ago about appearing naked and disheveled, attracting unwanted attention. Now he could rest assured. Having survived life and death, his cultivation remained stuck at the physical forging realm. Aside from that 1/6 sensory worm, other spoils were trivial, especially the seal of the Shura Emperor, which was useless for now. Su Jin had no idea just how outrageous his last feat in the Three Kings battle really was. Nor did he understand how incomprehensible and terrifying it seemed to others that a mere mortal had swallowed 276 mothfish. He had no idea that although deities could freely consume the Minglei fish, they could never produce a single 6-root restless fruit. Yet in Su Jin's soul sea, there quietly hung exactly 276 heavy, sinking 6-root restless fruits, each radiating astonishing quality. Producing such a fruit from one's own body was far beyond explanations like talent, innate aptitude, or heart nature. The fruit itself was a pivotal sign, secretly linked to one of the 9 sects of the Demon Gate and within that sect, an extraordinary existence. At this moment, Su Jin only vaguely suspected the 6-root restless worm inside him, but never imagined the far-reaching cause and effect behind that wriggling parasite was far greater than he could fathom. The thought flickering through his mind, he took Miss Xiao's hand casually and said, "Let's go back to the Tianluo courtyard. We need to prepare the bait as soon as possible." The gesture was completely instinctive. Hearing his mention of bait warmed Miss Xiao's heart. Su Jin even remembered such a small detail and still cared about handling Dong San Yang for her Sikiso. She let him hold her hand without trying to pull away. I know. They had only taken a few steps when Su Jin suddenly released her hand and brushed the edge of his robe. Almost forgot. This isn't a secret realm, so it's not dangerous. Why am I holding your hand? He awkwardly rubbed his palm against his chest. Miss Xiao glanced down at her hand, damp with sweat, and said flatly, "Brother Xiao, your palm is so sweaty you've soaked my hand." Her tone carried a hint of helplessness, as if thinking, this guy really doesn't know when to quit. The shore of Duanwu Lake stretched long. Mist and moonlight intertwined over the water, casting a desolate, melancholic atmosphere. The two walked side by side, their pace unhurried. Su Jin's gaze lingered on the thin layer of snow shimmering faintly on the lake, and his mind drifted back to the Three Kings battle, back to the clash of the Minglei devouring the worry catfish through the lives of 276 Lingsong realm warriors. He glimpsed the true meaning of selfhood, courage, perseverance, and never forgetting one's original intentions. Thinking of this, his steps slowed. The ring still bound his wrist as he took out the bamboo flute. That ding-grade piece toasting clouds and raindrops was one he had long mastered technically, but never truly captured the essence of calm and unhurried, which held him back from advancing beyond a musician's rank. Now, having experienced life and death and witnessed so much, his mindset had changed. His Tao heart was firmer and more eager for the great way, yet he understood that courage can coexist with leisure. Within me dwells a fierce tiger that also smells the roses. The Vajra can revel among flowers, and the demonic spirit gently plucks each petal. The bamboo flute touched his lips, its mellow sound breaking the night. The melody flowed like water, rippling the wisps of mist across the lake. The moonlight was crisp and clear, silver radiance falling over their shadows. The tune was profound, serene, and far-reaching, yet beneath its surface lay a subtle, resolute sharpness, calm and fierce at once. Miss Xiao, understanding the mood, slowed her steps, a tremor stirring in her heart. The technique was flawless. The spirit fully conveyed the true courage of the sword combined with the heart of the zither. The 6-root restless worm sleeping within Su Jin was awakened by the flute's notes. Though it had yet to activate the ear desire root, it could still distinguish pitch and silently listen. The night wind carried the chill of snow, cold yet faintly briny. When the song ended, toasting clouds and raindrops had risen well beyond the ding-grade level. Intermediate musician, the advancement was successful. Su Jin put away the bamboo flute, just about to check the newly formed musician's mark on the ring, when old laughter echoed from afar over the lake. Well played. This old man had nothing to do tonight, and came to Duanwu Lake to catch a few fresh fish for my drink. I didn't expect to hear such a flute. Even if I catch nothing tonight, not a single fish, this trip won't have been in vain. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.